Qin Feng, profession, Beast Tamer. The voice of the class change announcer echoed across the square. As soon as the words fell, a wave of chatter immediately rose from the crowd. Damn! Beast Tamer. That's the classic rich person's profession. But I remember Qin Feng is an orphan, right? With his abilities, he probably can only afford the lowest level beast. Such a shame. The combat power of a beast tamer depends entirely on their beasts. Without a strong beast, the beast tamer's combat ability is significantly reduced. And the lowest level beasts have a very high risk of dying. Once they die, a beast tamer without a beast is just as useless as anyone else. Listening to the noisy discussions below, Qin Feng frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. If it was half an hour ago, he might have felt a little dissatisfied. But now. Qin Feng's mind stirred, and a transparent panel immediately appeared in front of him. Profession, Beast Tamer. Level, LV1. Strength, 7. Constitution, 8. Agility, 9. Spirit, 15. Combat power, 11. Skills, contract art, summoning art. Beasts, none. Evolution points, 1807, 1808, 1809. Note, evolution points increase by 1 per second and can be used for beast evolution. Evolution points. Qin Feng murmured, staring at the last line of text. The evolution points continued to increase with time. His heart also began to race faster. It was well known that beasts had 7 grades: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, ancestor, ancient, and star. And with each grade increase, a beast's attributes would undergo drastic changes. But at the same time, higher grade beasts were rarer. Most beast tamers would only ever obtain a single gold grade beast in their lifetime. The appearance of evolution points undoubtedly gave him endless possibilities. Qin Feng's heart burned with excitement as he moved to the edge of the square. At this moment, the surrounding classmates looked at Qin Feng with a mix of sympathy. The beast tamer profession wasn't rare, and its combat power was quite impressive. But the problem was, the price of beasts was incredibly high. Even a black iron grade beast could cost at least hundreds of thousands of alliance coins. For Qin Feng, this was a huge amount. Without a decent beast, being a beast tamer was essentially a useless profession. Feeling the sympathetic gazes around him, Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He didn't linger at the square, instead walking straight out towards the city, leaving the Clash Change Plaza behind. For him, the opinions of others didn't matter. The most important thing now was to get his first beast. Linen City. 10,000 Beasts Tower. This was the largest beast market in all of Linen City. Black iron, bronze, and silver beasts could all be found here. In fact, if you were lucky, you might even encounter gold-grade beasts here. However, when a gold-grade beast appeared, it was usually auctioned off, and the price was exceedingly high. Qin Feng stood at the entrance for a moment, observing before walking straight in. The first floor of the 10,000 Beasts Tower was the market for black iron-grade beasts. Transparent crystal boxes were lined up in a row, with beasts lying lazily inside. There weren't many people on the first floor, and Qin Feng walked forward, carefully inspecting the beasts. Each crystal box had a description on it. Qian Snake. Grade, black iron. Skills, none. Price, 110,000 alliance coins. Spirit Cat. Grade, black iron. Skills, none. Price, 130,000 alliance coins. Demon Wolf. Grade, black iron. Skills, none. Price, 130,000 alliance coins. Chapter 2, First Beast, Start Evolution. A level 1 beast tamer could only contract 1 beast. For every 20 levels gained, they could contract 1 more beast. Qin Feng examined the beasts back and forth, finally locking his gaze on the Qian Snake. The reason was simple: his entire wealth right now was only 120,000 alliance coins. Aside from the Qian Snake, there wasn't another beast he could afford. He picked up the crystal box containing the Qian Snake. Arriving at the payment counter to pay. Ding! Payment successful. As the sound rang out, the woman handed the alliance card back to Qin Feng, while reminding him, "Sir, we have free contract rooms, just walk straight ahead and turn left." Although Qin Feng had only bought a black iron level beast, as a professional sales staff, she had long since gotten used to such things. So, no hint of mockery appeared in her expression. Qin Feng nodded and thanked her. One Beast Tower, as the largest beast-selling market in Linen City, still provided excellent service. There was almost no occurrence of dog eyes looking down on people here. After all, in this era of universal job changes, anything could happen. No one knew if the person you mocked today might, by chance, gain an opportunity tomorrow, eventually growing to dominate and become a top-tier figure. Making enemies for no reason was something only those with poor judgment would do. Entering the contract room. Closing the door, Qin Feng placed the crystal box on the floor and opened it. The pitch-black Qian snake raised its head inside the crystal box. Its pair of snake eyes curiously stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng locked eyes with the Qian snake, then gathered the power within his body and gently spoke, "Contract." As the word contract left his lips, a series of rules and power symbols appeared in the air. The symbols spread, gradually merging into the body of the Qian snake. The contract success rate for black iron level beasts was 99%, unless someone was extraordinarily unlucky, failure was nearly impossible. Soon, as the symbols fully integrated into the Qian snake's body, the contract was completely formed. The Qian snake, once in the crystal box, suddenly vanished and appeared in Qin Feng's beast space. Contract successful. Current beast, Qian snake. Grade, black iron. Level, LV1. Strength, 11. Constitution, 12. Agility, 7. Spirit, 6. Combat power, 10. Skills, none. Evolution points required, 1000. Current evolution points, 3033, can evolve. Note, first evolution will trigger a critical hit effect. With the contract completed, a series of information instantly appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Sure enough, black iron level beasts were mostly weaklings with only a combat power of 10. Qin Feng silently grumbled. A combat power of 10 was roughly the same as a level 1 monster in a dungeon. It could be said to be quite weak. However, his eyebrows twitched as he looked at the last line, "Can evolve." The first evolution has a chance to trigger a critical hit effect? Qin Feng's heart raced with excitement, and he immediately spoke, "Start evolution." As his words fell, the Qian snake's body inside the beast space suddenly trembled. In an instant, a burst of pitch-black smoke erupted from the Qian snake's body. Then it intensified, rising into the sky, gradually forming a huge black cloud in the air. The space was completely dark, and the sky in the beast space turned gloomy like water, the air becoming thick and sticky. It was as if some terrifying creature was about to be born. Chapter 3, Ancestor Level, Abyssal Dragon Python. My god! Feeling this huge change, Qin Feng was dumbfounded. What is going on? This evolution effect. Is this a bit too exaggerated? As time ticked by, a full 10 minutes passed. Roar! A huge roar echoed out. Ding! Evolution completed, first evolution triggered critical hit effect. Qian snake successfully evolved. Evolution result, Abyssal Dragon Python. Evolution complete, Qian snake Abyssal Dragon Python. With the sound of the system prompt in his mind, the dark clouds in the beast space gradually dissipated, and the former Qian snake revealed a new form. Inside the beast space, a massive pitch-black dragon python appeared in the world. The dragon python was over 100 meters long, its massive snake body coiled on the ground, its upper body standing upright, covered in dark scales, and its cold snake eyes exuded an incredibly terrifying aura as they fixed their gaze on Qin Feng's consciousness projection in the space. Around the abyssal dragon python, there is a faint black aura lingering, filling the air with an indescribable sense of oppression. Current beast, Abyssal Dragon Python. Grade, Ancestral Level. Level, LV1. Strength, 17500. Constitution, 20970. Agility, 12100. Mental, 9990. Combat Power, 35900. Skills, Dragon Roar, Devour. Next evolution requires 1 million evolution points. I can't. Looking at the extravagant values, Qin Feng was shocked. Except for mental, all the other values were over 10,000. Damn. Is this the ancestral level beast? Over 30,000 combat power. What does that even mean? The level 1 monsters in beginner dungeons usually have around 10 combat power. Even the bosses don't exceed 50 combat power. A combat power of over 30,000 means that the boss in a beginner dungeon would die instantly with just a glance. The key point is that the next evolution requires 1 million evolution points. And based on the evolution points increasing by 1 per second, that's 60 points a minute, 3,600 points an hour. 1 day equals 86,400 points, 10 days equals 864,000 points, in just 12 days, the Abyssal Dragon Python can evolve again. Right now it's ancestral level, so after the next evolution, won't it be ancient level? Holy shit! 12 days to get an ancient level beast? This. Qin Feng's eyes widened, his heart racing with a thump, and his breathing became rapid. This is insane. It's insane. If an ancestral level beast is already this powerful, how strong will an ancient level beast be? As his level increased, the beasts contracted under him would grow more and more powerful. During battles, when several ancient level or even star level beasts appeared, covering the sky, darkness descended, the pressure would be overwhelming. Qin Feng breathed heavily, and it took him 2 full minutes to take several deep breaths, calming the excitement in his heart and gradually calming down. Although ancestral level beasts are powerful, it is not the time to be proud, he must level up quickly. The higher his level, the more beasts he could contract, and only then could he truly be fearless of any threats. After leaving the beast hall, Qin Feng went straight to the wild dungeon. He had basically already passed the beginner dungeon. Forget the beginner dungeon, even dungeons at slightly higher levels were nothing for his abyssal dragon python. One word, instant kill. Since it's all instant kills, naturally, he chose a dungeon with higher experience points. Chapter 4, Entering the Dungeon. The terrifying abyssal dragon python. Qin Feng thought to himself. His feet never stopped, and soon he arrived at a dungeon entrance. A faint blue swirling light appeared in front of him. Next to it was a wooden plaque with an introduction to the current dungeon. Blackwater Swamp. Suggested level, 10 to 15. Looking at the plaque in front of him, Qin Feng smiled lightly. This dungeon was the highest level dungeon he could enter at the moment. His level was only 1, so he could only cross a maximum of 10 levels to enter a dungeon. This dungeon was the best choice available to him, and it was enough. Without hesitation, Qin Feng stepped forward, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Blackwater Swamp. As soon as Qin Feng entered, he felt a thick, damp sensation. Not far in front of him was a vast marshland. One by one, mutant fish and mutant shrimp lurked in the swamp, waiting for Qin Feng to approach. Mutant fish. Level, LV11. Skills, Bite. Man-eating shrimp. Level, LV13. Skills, Pinch Attack. Elite man-eating shrimp. Level, LV15. Skills, Powerful Pinch Attack. Qin Feng scanned the monsters in front of him. Monsters in the swamp are usually very tricky, some even high to ambush, and with the large number of them, the swamp also limits the adventurer's movements. So even adventurers in their teens would have to be careful when facing them here. Because of this, among dungeons of the same level, the Blackwater Swamp is one that most adventurers are unwilling to face. However, for him, these are just precious experience points. Qin Feng smiled lightly, slowly raising his hand. Summon. Abyssal Dragon Python. As his words fell, the already dark sky in the dungeon suddenly turned pitch black. Above the horizon, dark clouds rolled heavily. Suddenly, large bubbles began to rise from the swamp before him. The dampness in the air grew thicker, even starting to feel somewhat sticky. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, as if thunder struck the sky, and the rolling swamp exploded violently. Qin Feng's body shot up rapidly. Beneath his feet, a giant figure, carrying an aura of terror, descended into the swamp. It was 100 meters long, with a snake's body and dragon scales, its entire body pitch black, a faint black aura swirling around it, and its tail swept across the swamp like a golden cudgel. It was the ancestral level abyssal dragon python. Boom! The violent shock and explosion startled the players in the dungeon, who were in the middle of fighting monsters. An earthquake? What's going on? Why are all the small monsters instantly killed by the shock? Holy crap, can earthquakes even happen in dungeons? The players, feeling the vibrations underfoot, looked at each other in confusion, bewildered. Suddenly, one of them changed expression, pointed to the sky, and screamed in terror. Holy crap! Look at that! What is that? Hearing the voice, the others immediately looked up, following the direction the person was pointing. They saw a massive, 100-meter-long, pitch-black creature coiled on the ground, half of its body upright, exuding a terrifying aura as it stared down below. The immense pressure almost made them kneel on the spot. What the hell is that monster? It must be over 100 meters long, right? How can something like this appear in the Blackwater Swamp? Damn, it looks so fierce. I feel like I might die instantly just by its gaze. Damn, isn't the dungeon boss supposed to be the Blackwater Fish King? What's this giant python? Has the dungeon mutated? The players were panicking, when suddenly, one of them widened his eyes in horror, pointing at the giant python's head and shouting loudly. Wait! There's someone on top of it! As soon as the words were spoken, everyone turned to look, their eyes instantly widening. Chapter 5, One-Click Monster Farming, Rapid Leveling. Congratulations, you killed the monster fish and gained 170 experience points. Congratulations, you killed the cannibal shrimp and gained 200 experience points. Congratulations, you killed the elite-level cannibal shrimp and gained 700 experience points. A milky white glow constantly appeared around Qin Feng, as his experience increased and his level kept rising. Feels good. Qin Feng muttered to himself, then continued, no time to waste, let's test how effective the skills are. With a thought, Qin Feng activated his skill. The head of the abyssal dragon python in the center of the swamp slightly lowered, its cold serpent eyes fixed on the restless small monsters below, and its massive mouth opened wide. Roar. Skill, Dragon Roar, activated. In an instant, a visible wave of sound expanded rapidly from the dragon python's head. Boom. 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 Where the sound waves passed, the swamp and the dungeon began to explode continuously. Damage numbers kept appearing in Qin Feng's view. Minus 15,700. Minus 13,633. Minus 17,121. Minus 19,899. Minus 10,700. Congratulations, you killed the monster fish and gained 170 experience points. Congratulations, you killed the elite level cannibal shrimp and gained 700 experience points. Congratulations, you killed the cannibal shrimp and gained 200 experience points. Congratulations, you killed the boss Blackwater Fish King and gained 3,000 experience points. You leveled up and gained 10 free attribute points. You leveled up and gained 10 free attribute points. You reached level 30, and the class change quest has been issued. You have reached the level cap, and further monster killing will not yield experience. The Blackwater Fish King, the dungeon's boss, didn't even have time to appear before it was blasted into dust by the abyssal dragon python skill. The entire dungeon's monsters were completely wiped out with a single dragon roar. Yes, completely wiped out, not a single one left. Luckily, Qin Feng controlled it carefully, or the distant players might have been killed on the spot. On the ground, materials, equipment, and items exploded everywhere. Various colored lights made Qin Feng dizzy. Holy crap! This is amazing! One-click monster farming, one-click leveling? No wonder it's an ancestral level beast master, this combat power is simply invincible. Open the profession panel. Qin Feng spoke softly, and a series of information immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Profession, Beast Master. Level, LV 30. Strength, 152. Constitution, 153. Agility, 153. Spirit, 160. Free attribute points, 290. Combat power, 310. Skills, contract technique, summon technique. Beast, abyssal dragon python. Evolution value, 6079, 6080. Looking at the profession panel, Qin Feng's heart stirred slightly. For every level, the 4 basic attributes increase by 5 points, and the free attribute points increase by 10 per level. Compared to other professions, this attribute growth is indeed quite ordinary. Some combat professions increase 10 or even 20 points for each level in their 4 attributes. However, the Beast Master relies on beasts for combat, so it makes sense that their own strength is weak. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng decisively allocated all 290 free attribute points to Spirit. The main attribute for Beast Masters is Spirit. The higher the Spirit, the better the skill effects and control over the beasts. Chapter 6, Buying the Second Beast. Spirit 160450. Nice. Qin Feng smiled, then opened the Abyssal Dragon Python's attribute panel again. Abyssal Dragon Python. Grade, Ancestor Level. Level, LV 33. Strength, 33500. Constitution, 36970. Agility, 28100. Spirit, 25990. Combat Power, 57900. Skills, Dragon Roar, Devour. Next evolution value required, 1 million. Does each level increase the 4 basic attributes by 500 points? Qin Feng muttered to himself. Although he had cleared the entire Blackwater swamp, the Abyssal Dragon Python had only reached level 33. But Qin Feng was still very satisfied. After all, it was only the first day after his job change, and this level-up efficiency was already incredibly terrifying. After checking everything, Qin Feng began to collect all the dropped items into his personal space provided by his profession. Chapter 7, The Red Bird, Beginning Evolution. As a flying beast, the red bird was naturally more expensive than beasts of the same level, but it was within reason and suited his needs perfectly. He was currently level 30, and once he completed his first class change, he would quickly be able to reach level 40. So, he decided to buy both of them, placing them all into his storage space. Picking up the crystal box, Qin Feng decisively walked up to the front desk, ready to pay. The beautiful cashier saw Qin Feng and froze for a moment, somewhat surprised. She remembered that this person had just come by not long ago. Why was he here again buying beasts? And, what was more surprising, they were both black iron level? Generally speaking, beast tamers, even those who were poor in the beginning and could only afford black iron beasts, after grinding and leveling up for some time, would at least aim for a bronze level beast for their second contract. After all, for a beast tamer, beasts were the foundation of everything. If someone was still contracting a black iron beast for their second one, it would be hard for them to even complete their first class change mission. Was he buying for someone else? Payment. Just as she was confused, Qin Feng had already reached the front and handed over his union card. Ding. Payment successful, 330,000 union coins. The cashier, still a bit dazed, took the union card and processed the payment, then handed the card back to Qin Feng, watching as he walked toward the contract room. No. It can't be. He's going to contract the beast? A player who just changed professions this morning, and now at level 20, is already contracting a second beast? When did black iron beasts become so powerful? The cashier was dumbfounded. In the contract room, Qin Feng placed the two beasts on the ground. After thinking for a long time, he finally focused his attention on the red bird. His current level was only 30, and he could only contract one beast. He didn't lack damage output, and in his view, a flying beast was clearly a more cost-effective choice. After all, Linen City was a small town. After class changing, many high-level dungeons and secret areas were in remote locations. Having a flying beast would make leveling up much easier. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated and extended his finger to gently tap the red bird's head. Skill, contract. Mysterious runes gathered in the air and slowly fused into the red bird's body. A few seconds later, the red bird in the crystal box quickly vanished and appeared in the beast space. Contract successful. Current beast, red bird. Grade, black iron. Level, LV1. Strength, 20. Constitution, 5. Agility, 15. Spirit, 10. Combat power, 15. Skill, none. Evolution points required, 1,000. Current evolution points, 8,357. 8,358. Note, the first evolution will trigger a critical hit effect. The contract was complete. A series of information appeared in Qin Feng's mind. But when he saw the last line, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening. The first evolution will trigger a critical hit effect. Qin Feng? So, it's not just the first evolution that triggers the critical hit effect, it's the first evolution of every beast? Well. This is amazing. Qin Feng immediately became excited. No more hesitation, let's start the evolution. Qin Feng slightly closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the beast space. 1,000 evolution points turned into dots of light and surged into the red bird's body. Boom! The sky immediately changed. Chapter 8, The Second Ancestral Beast, the Golden Crow. The sky turned bright red. Large, burning clouds spread across the horizon. A strong feeling of intense heat began to fill the entire beast space. The red bird, standing on the ground, was now engulfed in intense flames, transforming into a massive fireball that was continuously expanding and burning. Bigger and bigger. Brighter and brighter. Even the abyssal dragon python nearby seemed to feel the intense heat and moved away from the red bird. The entire beast space was almost completely turned into a scorching sea of flames. If it weren't for the fact that these flames couldn't harm Qin Feng, he would have probably turned into a puff of smoke by now. Holy shit! This effect, could it be another ancestral level beast? It feels even more terrifying than the abyssal dragon python's evolution effect. Qin Feng's heart raced as he instinctively swallowed. Boom! 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 At that moment, the massive fireball hanging in the sky seemed to have expanded to its limit, and the blazing fireball suddenly exploded. A screech echoed across the sky. At the same time, a voice rang out in Qin Feng's mind. Red bird evolution successful, triggering critical hit effect. Current beast, Golden Crow. Tier, Ancestral level. Level, LV1. Strength, 20,900. Constitution, 12,100. Agility, 20,500. Spirit, 16,000. Combat power, 40,500. Skills, Heavenly Fire Meteor, Golden Crow Flames. Next evolution requires 1 million evolution points. Damn! Another ancestral level? Qin Feng was shocked. He looked up at the sky. In the sky, a golden crow, with wings spread wide for hundreds of meters, hovered in place. Its entire body was fiery red, and flames burned constantly on its feathers. Each time its wings flapped, a scorching breath seemed to bring endless flames, threatening to burn everything in its path. Such a terrifying aura. Qin Feng felt his spirit surge with excitement. Strong. Too strong. After exiting the beast control space, Qin Feng suppressed the excitement rising in his heart. His gaze lowered, focusing on the tiny ant beast, only about 10 centimeters long, inside the crystal box. A sense of anticipation rose in his chest. An abyssal dragon python, a golden crow. I wonder what this ant beast will evolve into. It should be just as impressive, right? After staring for a moment, Qin Feng stored the ant beast into his spatial pocket. He opened his profession panel. Profession, Beast Master. Level, LV 30. Strength, 152. Constitution, 153. Agility, 154. Spirit, 450. Combat power, 390. Skills, contract technique, summoning technique. Beasts, abyssal dragon python, golden crow. Evolution points, 9,871. 9,872. Current task, first promotion, pending, dot. Check task. Qin Feng said. Current task, first promotion. Task requirements, go to LV 30 Black Valley, kill the boss Ghost Wolf, and obtain the Ghost Wolf's skull. Task deadline, 3 days. Note, failure to complete on time will result in failure, and the task cannot be retried for a month. Required evolution points, 50,000. Do you want to view? Ha! Qin Feng was stunned, confused. Damn. What is this? This can evolve? Qin Feng froze for 2 seconds, then decisively chose to view it. Post-evolution task, profession advancement, Master of Beasts. Task requirements, go to the Lava Secret Realm, kill the Lava Lord, and obtain the Lava Lord's heart. Task deadline, 3 days. Note, after profession evolution, subsequent tasks will be much harder, so choose carefully. Chapter 9, Profession Evolution, Master of Beasts. Profession advancement, Master of Beasts? Qin Feng murmured. A profession evolution? Wow, others go through first, second, and third promotions, but their professions remain unchanged. Mine's evolving straight away? But then again, if beasts can evolve, it makes sense for my profession to evolve too. Too bad I don't have enough evolution points right now. But it's okay, I gain 1 evolution point every second. In just a few hours, I'll have enough. It's easy. Qin Feng stood up, stretched lazily, and turned to leave the 10,000 Beasts Tower. He walked outside. It was already dusk. The neon lights of shops opening for the night dazzled Qin Feng. After grabbing a quick bite, Qin Feng walked along the street, scanning around. His gaze soon landed on a shop with the sign Elegant House. Pleasant piano music floated from inside, and through the first-floor window, he saw a veiled woman playing the piano. Her jade fingers danced over the strings, every movement exuding a unique grace. Elegant. Too elegant. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a strange sensation on his body, a wave of fatigue washing over him, and he was unconsciously drawn inside. The next day. The sun was high in the sky. Qin Feng walked out of the Elegant House, looked up at the blazing sun, and yawned. I should have enough evolution points now. Qin Feng muttered, opening his panel to check. Current evolution points, 61,333. That's enough. Without hesitation, Qin Feng selected evolution. Immediately, a series of messages appeared on the panel, and the task screen opened automatically. Evolution completed. Spent 50,000 evolution points. The first transfer task evolves into a class upgrade Soul Master. Current task, class upgrade Soul Master. Task requirement, go to the Lava Secret Realm, kill the Lava Lord, and obtain Lava Lord's heart. Task duration, no limit. Opening the task panel, Qin Feng glanced at the task requirements again. Qin Feng muttered to himself, Lava Secret Realm? He had heard of this secret realm before. However, unlike regular dungeons, entering this secret realm required an invitation. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng decided to check the marketplace. If he could buy it, that would be best. If he couldn't buy it, he would have to think of another way. After walking for 3 minutes along the street, a pale blue building suddenly appeared before him. The words Tianhe Trading Hall came into view. Qin Feng walked in, and a beautiful woman in a qipao immediately greeted him. She was the one who had helped him sell his items yesterday, so when she saw Qin Feng, she quickly walked up to him. Hello, Mr. Qin, what can I do for you today? Do you have an invitation for the Lava Secret Realm for sale? Without wasting any time, Qin Feng directly asked. Lava Secret Realm invitation? Please wait, I'll check for you. The woman in the qipao spoke and quickly began searching. Soon, 1 minute passed. Found it, Mr. Qin. There's one invitation left, and it's priced at 1 million alliance coins. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and pulled out his alliance card, handing it over. Alright, please swipe the card. The invitation for the Lava Secret Realm was not too rare, and 1 million was a reasonable price. Ding! Payment successful, 1 million alliance coins. Chapter 10, Lava Secret Realm Invitation. As the transaction was completed, a waiter quickly walked over, holding a tray with steady steps. On the tray, a bright red letter was placed neatly, emitting a faint red glow. Lava Secret Realm Invitation. Description: an invitation letter from the Lava Lord, used to enter the Lava Secret Realm. Usage level, LV30, LV60. Note: the dungeon opens at midnight on the 1st of each month, and lasts for 7 days. LV30 to LV60, huh? Qin Feng thought to himself, feeling a bit relieved. After class awakening, one could transfer at level 30, and at level 60, another transfer could be made. This meant that players above level 60 would not be able to enter the Lava Secret Realm. This was good news for Qin Feng. He had originally worried that high-level players with 3rd or higher class transfers might steal the monsters, putting him in a passive position. Now, he didn't have to worry about the Lava Lord being snatched, which would affect his job change. With his Abyss Dragon Python and the Golden Crow, he should be able to crush it directly within the 2nd transfer range. Qin Feng calculated briefly in his mind and then put the Lava Secret Realm invitation away. Afterward, he left the trading hall. The entrance to the Lava Secret Realm was fixed. It was located on the summit of a dead volcano, about 100 kilometers away from Linen City. Qin Feng checked the time. Tomorrow was exactly the day the Lava Secret Realm would open. But it was still only noon, so there was plenty of time. He could find a place to rest for now and recharge his energy. In the evening, he could take the Golden Crow and fly there directly. Thinking this, Qin Feng kept walking and soon arrived at a tea house. He ordered a pot of tea and found a spot to sit, passing the time. The fragrance of the tea filled the air. Qin Feng half closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair, listening to the music in the tea house, feeling completely relaxed. Time passed, and the tea gradually cooled. At that moment, suddenly, a slightly surprised voice rang out. Qin Feng? As the voice fell, a sweet fragrance drifted into his nose. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the person standing in front of him. Dressed in white, her voice like a clear spring, with a tall and slender figure. Her hair was tied up high at the back of her head, and her pretty face exuded an air of determination. Su Mingyue? Qin Feng recognized the person in front of him. Although Su Mingyue and he were classmates, they actually didn't have much interaction. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Su Mingyue looked at Qin Feng, who was lounging comfortably in a chair, pointing at the tea on the table, her eyes filled with some confusion. Drinking tea. Qin Feng raised his teacup, gesturing slightly, and said with a smile. Drinking tea? Su Mingyue was stunned. At this time, newly awakened professionals should be working hard in dungeons, leveling up, killing monsters, striving to reach their first-class promotion. After all, only after completing the first promotion can one truly be called a professional. But here Qin Feng was, leisurely drinking tea? Su Mingyue looked at Qin Feng's relaxed demeanor, then glanced at the cold tea that was almost finished. Her expression froze for a moment, and a few complex emotions flashed in her beautiful eyes, as though she suddenly understood something. Was it that he couldn't accept his Beastmaster profession and had decided to give up his future? It made sense. After all, the Beastmaster profession was a mountain that the poor could never overcome. Chapter 11, Su Mingyue's Gift. Even if he could afford a black iron level beast, what good would it do? With a combat power of around 10, he would still struggle to defeat low-level monsters, and even after working hard for a year, he probably wouldn't even reach level 20. Perhaps for him, rather than wasting money on a beast, chasing a nearly impossible Beastmaster path, it would be better to save up and enjoy life a little. Su Mingyue stared at Qin Feng, a hint of pity suddenly appearing in her gaze. Sigh. Perhaps he had also thought about what it would be like if he awakened a different profession. Even a life profession would surely be much better than his current situation. Su Mingyue bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then took something out of her spatial storage and pressed it into Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng, you. Don't give up too easily. I can't help you much, but take this, it should be worth some money. Don't give up. Keep going. After speaking, Su Mingyue didn't even give Qin Feng a chance to reply and quickly turned around to leave. She was afraid Qin Feng might refuse her kindness, so she didn't give him the chance to say no. After all, as classmates, she still hoped Qin Feng could cheer up. Gee. Qin Feng opened his mouth, staring at Su Mingyue's disappearing back, stunned. Don't give up. Did she think he couldn't afford a beast and was going to give up becoming a professional? Well, it made sense. Just the day after completing his class awakening, here he was drinking tea and enjoying himself. No wonder people would misunderstand. Qin Feng gave an awkward smile and lowered his head to look at the item in his hand. Night Cloak. Category, Item. Description: the wearer will be enveloped in the night, and their information will be undetectable by detection spells. Attributes, none. Required level, LV30. A series of details appeared before his eyes. Night Cloak? Qin Feng muttered to himself. This was a cloak item, not classified as equipment, and provided no attribute boosts. Its only function was to hide the wearer's information, which was something Qin Feng could use. But Qin Feng looked at the street outside the tea house. As far as he knew, Su Mingyue's family wasn't particularly wealthy. Such item-based equipment, while not very useful, was extremely rare, and if traded at the market, it would be worth at least several 100,000 alliance coins. For Su Mingyue, it was definitely precious. She had so decisively given this cloak to him. Was it just out of classmate friendship? Qin Feng felt a stir in his heart and quickly sighed. Forget it. Next time they met, he would make it up to her. He remembered that Su Mingyue's profession was divine archer. If suitable items appeared in the upcoming lava dungeon, he could keep them for Su Mingyue. The night was enchanting. Qin Feng glanced at the time. It was only half an hour until midnight. The neon lights of Linen City flickered, and the places open at night illuminated the entire city. It's time to go. Qin Feng stretched lazily, put on his dark night cloak, and a wave of pitch-black mist immediately enveloped him. He focused his mind. Summon. Golden Crow. Sizzle. Sizzle. A scorching wave of space energy came. In the next moment, the sky brightened. The Linen City, originally glowing with neon lights, was suddenly covered by a fiery red glow. In the high sky, a huge firebird appeared out of nowhere, its wings spread wide, blocking the entire sky. The intense heat made people feel like they were burning, even from hundreds of meters away. The Golden Crow had arrived. Chapter 12, The Golden Crow Soars, Shocking Linen City. What is that thing? Damn. What a huge fireball. Bullshit fireball, look carefully, that's a bird. Holy shit. Is the world boss descending on Linen City? It's so big. At the Lord's mansion. Lu Tianquan had just gotten into bed when he immediately jumped up, staring at the enormous golden crow in the sky, his whole body in shock. As the lord of the city, he naturally knew this wasn't a world boss but a Beast Tamer's pet. Lu Tianquan widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the fiery golden crow burning in the sky. My god! What level of beast is this? Which Beast Tamer raised this ancient-level beast? It's causing such a huge commotion. I hope it doesn't cause any trouble. Lu Tianquan swallowed nervously, not daring to waste any time, and smashed the window, flying out. With such a huge disturbance, if this Beast Tamer had malicious intent, the entire Linen City would likely be destroyed. Although he was only a fourth turn, as the lord of the city, even if it meant death, he had to face this head-on. On the street. Su Mingyue stood still, her body bathed in the red glow of the fire. She looked up and just in time saw a figure in a black cloak, obscured by a thin mist, descending onto the head of the firebird. Ha! Who is that? The dark night cloak I gave to Qin Feng? Su Mingyue murmured, her red lips pressed lightly together, smiling. She had already sold the dark night cloak so quickly. Had he recovered his spirits? She narrowed her eyes, watching the massive golden crow in the sky. Is the other person also a beast tamer? But what level of beast is this? The aura is terrifying. Watching the professionals in the city staring up, as well as the city lord of linen, who had already rushed here at top speed. Qin Feng no longer stayed and, with a single thought, the golden crow spread its wings. Boom! A long tail flame streaked across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Senior! Lu Tianquan had just arrived when all that was left was a sea of red light. Had they left? Lu Tianquan breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the Beast Tamer had no malicious intent. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to protect Linen City. Although the highest-ranked Beast Tamers today were only 5th turn if it came to combat power. A Beast Tamer riding an ancient-level beast, even a 6th-turn professional wouldn't dare claim they would win. Golden level and ancient level were a fundamental change in quality. The standard for calling a Beast Tamer top tier was whether they had an ancient-level beast. Although above ancient level, there was also the legendary level. But in reality, the legendary level beasts were almost considered to have disappeared from the present era. Legendary beasts, as the name suggests, only existed in ancient times. In the present era, they were extinct. Lu Tianquan stared at the gradually disappearing tail flame, his tense mood finally relaxing. He suddenly remembered that among the new professionals awakened yesterday, there was apparently a Beast Tamer. But they were said to be an orphan. What a pity. Lu Tianquan shook his head, putting away his thoughts, and with a movement, disappeared from the spot. Dead volcano. A large number of professionals had already gathered here, forming small teams. The Lava Secret Realm had level restrictions on entry, and without forming a team, you couldn't enter. The Invincible team still lacks one member. Any Mage Sisters want to join? Within 7 days, my invincible team will definitely defeat the Lava Lord and obtain the Heart of Lava. Dressed in luxurious clothes, Joe Bye-Bye puffed out his round belly and looked around with a proud expression. Chapter 13, Entering the Lava Secret Realm. Brother Bye is invincible. My brother Bye is already level 55 after one promotion, this lava heart must belong to him. Stay humble, stay humble. Hearing the flattery from his team members, Joe Bye-Bye puffed his belly even higher. Although he said stay humble, his mind suddenly moved. A massive ice bear, standing nearly 3 meters tall, was summoned. This is the silver tier ice bear I specially contracted for this lava secret realm. As everyone knows, water defeats fire, and ice is the king of water. In this lava secret realm, it will definitely play an unimaginable role. If you want to enter, come quickly, only one spot left. A beast master in the eyes of the poor is a disaster, but for him, it's an excellent profession. Having contracted 3 silver tier beasts, he was almost invincible at his level. Brother Bye is awesome. Invincible, Brother Bye, how could the Lava Lord be a challenge for you? The 2 team members beside him immediately began another round of flattery. The surrounding team that had already formed turned to look at Joe Bye-Bye, their faces immediately darkening. At the beginning, beast masters were indeed unmatched by other professions. However, although they could not compete for the lava heart, obtaining other items in the secret realm was still not difficult. A mage girl, who didn't have a team yet, hesitated for a moment and was just about to walk towards Joe Bye-Bye and his team. Suddenly, the previously calm dead volcano shook violently. It's midnight, the lava secret realm is about to open. Someone spoke in surprise. As soon as the words fell, the volcano's mouth suddenly lit up, as if flames were about to erupt. A red glow surged out, growing brighter and brighter. Soon, a red whirlpool-shaped entrance appeared before everyone. A warrior wiped his sweat and asked in confusion, "Wait, why is it so hot?" Usually, when the lava secret realm opens, the temperature outside rises, but it shouldn't be this intense, right? Yeah, this isn't right, it feels like the sky itself is burning. What's going on? Holy crap! Look at the sky. It's really burning. My god. What is that? A meteor falling from the sky? No, there's someone on top of it. Holy shit. A firebird, someone's riding a firebird? Which beast master expert is descending? So hot. Help. I'm about to die from the heat. Holy crap. Move away, it's coming toward us. A group of professionals widened their eyes, and the screams echoed one after another. Boom. The giant firebird did not stop for a moment, crashing straight into the just-formed secret realm portal and disappearing before everyone's eyes. Holy shit? What did I just see? A huge firebird, no way, is this real? He went into the secret realm? The crowd stared at each other, stunned. Joe Bye-Bye's eyes were nearly popping out. As a beastmaster, no one understood that aura better than him. An ancestral level, absolutely ancestral level beast. What was even more crucial was that a beastmaster riding an ancestral level beast had entered the lava secret realm. Impossible? Not to mention the Great Qin Empire, but how many beastmasters in the entire world even have an ancestral level beast? Which one of them wasn't above level 5, a famous top-tier beastmaster? Now, you're telling me that a beastmaster who hasn't even reached 2nd promotion is controlling an ancestral level beast? Even Joe Bye-Bye, who prided himself on being well-traveled, couldn't help but doubt his own eyes. He glanced at the ice bear next to him, trembling on the ground, its white fur scorched and curled from the heat of the firebird, and fell into deep thought. Chapter 14, Every action leaves a mark. The noise is too loud. Qin Feng sighed. There was no choice. His beast companions were all ancient-level giant beasts, and even if he wanted to stay low-key, it would be difficult. However, he had no intention of hiding on purpose. Every action leaves traces. His abilities would eventually be exposed to everyone. Rather than shrinking back and restricting his growth, it's better to unleash everything, level up quickly, and accelerate his growth. A 100-level star-class beast that blocks the sky will naturally make threats stop in their tracks. Coming back to his senses, he sat upright on the golden crow's back, surveying the environment of the secret realm. This place was a valley, with red stones scattered everywhere, as if it was in the middle of the Flame Mountain. Hot waves surged, but were blocked outside by the golden crow. Fire Rock Beast. Level, LV 33. Skills, Throw Stone, Stone Explosion. Flame Spirit. Level, LV 47. Skills, Burn, Fire Attachment. Giant Stone Beast. Level, LV 40. Skills, Giant Stone Strike, Charge. With just a quick scan, a large number of monsters appeared in Qin Feng's sight. Suddenly, a huge stone was thrown at Qin Feng, but it was easily blocked by the golden crow. Caw! The golden crow let out a sharp cry, its fierce gaze dropping down to the monsters below. Sensing the Golden Crow's emotions, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. His gaze sharpened, and he said, "Start cleaning them up." Boom! Upon receiving the command, the Golden Crow spread its wings and shot down. Its body released an overwhelming wave of scorching heat without holding back. With a flap of its wings, a torrent of hot air poured down crazily. Minus 3,888. Minus 7,962. Minus 6,577. Minus 8,444. The terrifying damage values drained half the health on contact. Although the Golden Crow was only at level 1, its ancient bloodline still swept through the secret realm. Monsters fell one after another, like wheat being cut down, and experience points skyrocketed. Kill Giant Stone Beast, you gain 0 experience. Kill Flame Spirit, you gain 0 experience. Your level has reached the maximum, no more experience can be gained. The Golden Crow leveled up to level 5. The Golden Crow leveled up to level 8. The Golden Crow leveled up to level 15. The notifications kept refreshing. The Golden Crow's level rose steadily, and the damage it dealt became more and more exaggerated. At first, facing this group of monsters, it required 2 attacks, but now, a single flap of its wings and a wave of heat would instantly kill them. However, it was still too slow. Though the Golden Crow's heat wave was an area attack, only the center of the wave dealt high damage, and the further to the edge, the lower the damage. The effective attack range was not large. Qin Feng looked at the Golden Crow's skill panel. Meteor Fire, Golden Crow Flame. Meteor Fire summons a meteor fire rain to fall upon the world, causing large area damage. Cooldown, 12 hours. Golden Crow Flame, the scorching flames from within the Golden Crow, capable of melting ice and burning seas. Cooldown time, 3 days. Well, let's try the skill's effect. Use Meteor Fire. Qin Feng thought to himself. The Golden Crow instantly soared high into the sky, its body immediately engulfed in raging flames, every feather burning. The next moment, it flapped its wings, and it seemed as if the sky itself rained fire. Ball-sized flames fell from the sky, covering everything, almost threatening to blanket the entire secret realm. Boom! 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 Explosions! Half of the secret realm was nearly blown to pieces. The damage values piled up one after another. Different colored lights flashed continuously, signaling the dropping of treasures. Minus 34,576. Minus 31,667. Minus 41,302. Minus 33,879. The Golden Crow leveled up to level 30. The Golden Crow leveled up to level 33. Chapter 15, Advancement Complete, Ruler of Life. Feels good. The Golden Crow's damage is clearly much higher than that of the Abyss Dragon Python. But compared to that, its defense is much weaker. Qin Feng muttered to himself, looking at the pile of treasures scattered on the ground, in a great mood. However, his mission was to kill the Lava Lord and obtain the heart of the Lava Master. Based on his understanding of the Lava Secret Realm. When most of the small monsters in the Lava Secret Realm are dead, the Lava Lord will appear. Now, it should be enough. Qin Feng squinted, scanning his surroundings. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain rocks shattered. Right beneath Qin Feng's feet, a burning mountain peak suddenly stood up. A pair of flame-burning eyes locked directly with Qin Feng, who was hundreds of meters above. Human! It radiated a terrifying aura, its body and limbs made entirely of massive stones. Without hesitation, it threw a punch directly at Qin Feng. Boom! Without Qin Feng giving any order, the Golden Crow flapped its wings, exploding into a flash. At the same time, a panel appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Lava Lord. Level, LV 60. Category, Boss. Health, 100,000. Skills, Heavy Hammer, Sea of Fire, Charge. 100,000 health. Qin Feng murmured. For a second-tier class player, this amount of health was absolutely outrageous. Especially with this boss's high defense, the damage would be reduced significantly, making it even harder to defeat. Let's try Golden Crow's Flame. Qin Feng grinned and gave the order. Suddenly, the Golden Crow soared high into the air, its bright golden eyes shining brighter. In the next moment, the Golden Crow opened its mouth wide, and a ball of golden flame was immediately spewed out. Hiss! Hiss! Under the incredibly terrifying heat, the very space seemed to twist. The air itself showed signs of catching fire. The golden flame, like a meteor from the sky, with its scorching tail, slammed down at the Lava Lord. Boom! The fire struck the Lava Lord's head. Hisses! Like blazing fire melting ice, the Lava Lord's body began to melt at an incredible speed, starting from the head, dissolving into sand and blown away by the wind. Minus 117,280. Instant kill. The terrifying damage value left Qin Feng stunned. To be honest, the Lava Lord's defense was completely different from ordinary monsters, the gap was more than just a few times. But even in the face of Golden Crow's flame, it was still an instant kill. Such damage was absurd. Even a third-tier class player might not be able to withstand this blow, right? You killed the Lava Lord, reward, Heart of the Lava Lord. Your Golden Crow has reached level 39. You have a quest to submit. As the Lava Lord died, several notifications popped up one after another. Treasure scattered all over the ground. The gleaming lights dazzled the eyes. Qin Feng, riding the Golden Crow, began to rapidly collect them. You picked up item, Fire Elemental Magic Stone. You picked up equipment, Giant Stone Armor. You picked up item, Fire Elemental Spirit. You picked up equipment, Lava Shattered Mountain. He stored all the drops into his personal storage. Qin Feng then opened the quest panel again. Current quest, Profession Advancement, Sovereign of Souls. Quest requirement, go to the Lava Secret Realm, kill the Lava Lord, and obtain Heart of the Lava Lord. Quest status, ready for submission. Submit? Can I advance now? Qin Feng muttered, decisively choosing to submit. Profession Advancement, Sovereign of Souls, quest completed. Chapter 16, New Skills, Control in all directions. Current status updated. Profession, Sovereign of Souls. Level, first tier, level 30. Strength, 1050. Constitution, 1055. Agility, 1100. Spirit, 2590. Combat power, 2050. Passive skills, Invisible, Symbiosis. Skills, Enslave, Summon, Lifelock, Control in all directions. Beast Mastery, Abyss Dragon Python, Golden Crow. Evolution points, 60,533, 60535. Attributes have multiplied several times, and I gained 4 more skills. Also, my original contract skill became Enslave. Qin Feng looked at the changes on the panel, deep in thought. Normally, a class's attributes would grow after the first advancement, but it would usually only double at most. Skills typically granted only one new ability. But his stats had grown 6 or 7 times, and he gained 3 extra skills. Moreover, as far as he knew, a Beast Master's first tier skill should be Berserk, which was a skill to amplify summon beasts. But his skills were completely different. Qin Feng started examining them one by one. Symbiosis. Description, passive skill. Damage received by the Sovereign of Souls will be completely transferred to the summoned beasts. Completely? The first skill left Qin Feng dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes, almost thinking he was seeing things. Normally, Beast Masters had this skill too, but the damage transfer was only 50%, and the Master still took some damage. But his skill transferred 100% of the damage. As long as the beast is not completely dead, doesn't that mean I can never truly die? Unbelievable. Qin Feng was excited and continued reading. Life Lock. Description, forcefully locks the beast's health for 3 seconds. During this time, health cannot decrease. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Holy crap. This skill is also unbelievable. Qin Feng's heart raced. Although the time is only 3 seconds, facing some lethal damage, this is simply a godly skill. For example, the Assassin's high damage skill has an extremely long cooldown. As long as Life Lock is used to resist it. During the subsequent skill vacuum period, wouldn't it be easy to deal with? Invisible. Description, your attributes cannot be forcibly probed by higher level professionals. Enslavement. Description, with a thought, all things cannot resist. The success rate of the contract beast is 100%. Cooldown, none. 4 directions control. Description, all living beings in the 4 directions are at my command. After using it, you can forcibly control all non-hostile beings within a 100-meter range for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 30 days. Holy crap. Qin Feng was completely stunned. This career advancement is simply too exaggerated. These skills are all godly, one after another. Qin Feng looked at the 4 directions control skill. Although he didn't know the exact effect of this skill, just the 1-month cooldown showed that its power was absolutely not to be underestimated. And Qin Feng's gaze turned to the final evolution point. The original evolution point increased by 1 per second, but now it increased by 2 per second, doubling. This means that in about 6 days, the beast could evolve again. That is, to the ancient level. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, his breathing became heavier. Once he had an ancient level beast, his combat power would definitely grow to a terrifying level. As for the equipment obtained, that seems secondary. With his upgrade speed, even if he had suitable equipment, it would soon be outdated. It would be better to wait until the third or even fourth rebirth before preparing the right set of equipment. Chapter 17, The Seed of God Descends. The Dead Volcano. At the entrance of the lava secret realm. A large number of professionals stared at each other, and although half an hour had passed, no one dared to be the first to enter the secret realm. The oppressive feeling brought by the Firebird was too strong. Who knows if they would be killed immediately once they entered? It's out. At this moment, a red light suddenly burst from the entrance of the secret realm. Then, a scorching breath surged again, and a huge golden crow flew out. Everyone stepped back in unison, their faces filled with fear, not daring to make a move. From the opening of the secret realm until now, it had only been a little over half an hour. Did this person come out because they were no longer interested in the secret realm? The crowd was filled with confusion as they watched the golden crow's tail flame disappear into the sky, before finally reacting and rushing toward the lava secret realm in a frenzy. At this moment, however, there was a man with a horse face standing still in the crowd, looking up at the direction in which Qin Feng disappeared, his brows raised. An ancient-level beast? Which top-tier beast master has come here? He couldn't see through the person's aura. When he used his detection spell, it was as if the person didn't exist, unable to be observed. However, he wasn't foolish enough to think that this was a beast master who hadn't undergone a second rebirth. Within the Great Qin Kingdom, anyone who could control an ancient-level beast was at least a fifth rebirth level. Although the lava secret realm had a level restriction, there was a type of item that could break the realm's level limit and force entry. However, this item was extremely precious and wouldn't be used casually. He just didn't understand why a top-tier beast master would enter the lava secret realm. The treasures produced inside the lava secret realm weren't even as valuable as the item that could break the level restriction. Forget it. He shook his head, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow as he grinned. One beast master can't change anything. A swarm of ants can kill an elephant. Even under the sky cavern, a fifth rebirth beast master may not be able to leave unscathed. The horse-faced man gently raised his hand, and a dark blue symbol slowly appeared in his palm. Then, he directly lifted it towards the sky. This city, cherish the last moments. If you want to blame someone, blame the divine seed for arriving here, you are merely burial goods. As his words fell, the horse-faced man no longer lingered, and immediately vanished from sight. With the symbol lifted, a dark light flashed, as if a crack split the sky open. Great Qin Royal Palace. An elderly man, seeming to be in his twilight years, sat on the large chair. Though he was old, his eyes were bright, and an indescribable majesty surrounded him, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. Linen City? Has the divine seed of this generation descended into Linen City? He spoke, his voice deep, looking at the person beside him. Yes. Qin Wang, do you wish to find him? Beside the great Qin King, an elderly man holding a glowing book spoke up. As a nine-turn prognosticator, he had calculated the news of the divine seed. Unfortunately, even he could not accurately obtain the specific location and information of the divine seed. Only a rough area, which was already the limit. The great Qin King's eyes flashed, and he gently nodded. The Tower of Talents can be opened now. This time, let that item be brought out. That item? The old man's body trembled, revealing a shocked expression. After a few seconds, he collected his thoughts and respectfully replied, yes. Chapter 18 The Third Beast, the Ant Beast. Black Mountain Valley? In the high sky, Qin Feng looked down. In a valley, some professionals were hard at work killing monsters. Black Mountain Valley belonged to the naturally formed wild dungeon of the world, with dungeon monsters mostly around level 35 to 40. Qin Feng looked down below. Having completed his class advancement task, as a first turn, he could also level up again. This place happened to meet his leveling needs. Since that's the case, let's easily level up a bit. Qin Feng murmured to himself and gave the order. In an instant, the golden crow's wings shook. A scorching high temperature swept down. Boom! 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 Those professionals who were originally grinding monsters were all stunned. Although the golden crow's attack heat wave deliberately avoided them, the scorching ambience still made them sweat profusely, unable to tell whether it was from the heat or fear. Under the golden crow's attack, the entire valley was ignited by the heat wave and began to burn. Minus 18,999. Minus 21,300. Minus 20,533. You leveled up, gaining 10 free attribute points. You leveled up, gaining 10 free attribute points. You leveled up. Various prompt messages flooded the screen. After a wave of sweeping, Qin Feng checked his level. His level had risen from 30 to 45. Qin Feng nodded, collected the dropped treasures, and directly flew away from the place. Leaving a few professionals looking at each other, confused expressions on their faces. Back in Linen City. After resting at the inn for a few hours. The next morning, Qin Feng directly returned to the Beast Master Tower, entering the free contract room. The contract room of the Beast Master Tower can increase the success rate of beast contracts. But this effect was completely useless for Qin Feng. His main purpose for coming to the contract room was that it was quiet and undisturbed. In the contract room, Qin Feng placed the ant beast in front of him and carefully examined it. Only about 10 centimeters long, compared to the red bird and the black snake, this ant beast showed no hint of combat power. In fact, it seemed like it could be easily crushed underfoot. Historically, ant species are known for their numbers, with incredibly weak individual strength. Could it be that this ant beast, after evolving, would become a giant ant 100 meters long? Qin Feng shook his head, feeling a bit strange. Forget it, let's directly evolve and see the result. If it can also evolve to an ancient type, it wouldn't be a bad outcome. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Feng pointed out. Skill, enslave. In an instant, patterns emerged in the air, imprinting on the ant beast. In just 1 second, information echoed in Qin Feng's mind. You have obtained a new beast, ant beast. Current beast, ant beast. Grade, black iron. Level, LV1. Strength, 10. Constitution, 1. Agility, 2. Spirit, 10. Combat power, 10. Skills, none. Evolution points required for evolution, 1000. Current evolution points, 68,901,68903. Note, the first evolution can trigger a crit effect. This attribute point. Qin Feng looked at the attribute information in front of him and couldn't help but feel a bit powerless to complain. 2 agility, 1 constitution, truly fragile as hell. He even began to doubt how powerful this thing would be after evolution. Forget it, no need to think too much, let's start the evolution directly. Consuming 1000 evolution points, the ant beast begins to evolve. Chapter 19 Ant Beast Evolution. The first ancient grade, War Ant Queen. Boom. In the beast master space, the ground shook. Large swathes of gray dust covered the ant beast. Then the body of the ant beast began to swell, as if something was stuffed inside its small belly, causing it to bulge continuously. The body swelled, and the belly swelled along with it. Screech. Roar. In the beast master space, the golden crow and the abyssal dragon python both let out a roar at that moment. The sound conveyed a hint of fear, quickly backing away from the place. They are afraid? Qin Feng was shocked, unable to believe it. Just then, the shaking of the ground stopped. The ant beast had swollen to 100 meters in size, lying low to the ground, its massive belly resembling a pregnant giant, like an enormous rubber ball. Evolution completed. Ant beast War Ant Queen. Current beast, War Ant Queen. Grade, ancient grade. Level, LV1. Strength, 20,000. Constitution, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 250000. Combat power, 200,000. Skills, infinite reproduction. Evolution points required for evolution, 1 million. What the heck? Ancient grade? Qin Feng was taken aback. This luck is simply overwhelming. He originally thought it would take at least 6 days before he could have his first ancient grade beast, but unexpectedly it succeeded directly this time? It's just that this attribute, aside from spirit, isn't the strength, constitution, and agility a bit low? This attribute is even worse than the ancestral level golden crow, and compared to spirit, the other attributes are frighteningly low. And the skill is only 1, and its name is quite abstract. Infinite reproduction? Giving birth on the spot? Qin Feng was a bit confused. What kind of skill is this? He chose to view it. Skill, infinite reproduction. Effect, the queen enters war mode, reproducing ant beasts for battle. Cooldown, 72 hours. What the hell? It really is giving birth on the spot? Isn't that a bit abstract? Qin Feng felt a bit gloomy. This attribute and skill left him somewhat unable to understand. It's simply too ridiculous. Sigh. Letting out a sigh, Qin Feng exited the Beastmaster space. Next, he checked his personal space. This trip had great gains. The drop rate in the Lava Secret Realm was not bad. Moreover, he had almost wrapped up the entire Lava Secret Realm by himself, and his personal space was densely packed with treasures. Aside from some materials and items, there were also quite a few pieces of equipment. Qin Feng took out one piece of equipment to inspect. Lava Mountain Crusher. Category, Weapon. Grade, Golden Grade. Applicable class, Mage, Beastmaster, Priest. Usable level, LV60. Attributes, Strength plus 800, Constitution plus 200. Special effect, attack includes fire attribute splash damage. Special effect, when worn by a beast master, increases beast damage by 10%. Attached skill, heavy strike. Attached skill, summon lava lord, can summon lava lord to fight for 1 minute. This is a staff-type weapon, completely made of fiery red rock. The head has a volcanic stone embedded in it, very heavy, the whole thing weighs at least over 100 pounds. A combat-type staff? Ridiculous. Qin Feng spread his hands. As a beastmaster, he shouldn't be using a staff to play one-on-one, right? But that said, the attributes of this staff, as well as the special effects and skills it has, are still quite impressive. When he reaches level 60, it would be nice to use it first. Whoosh! At that moment, a deep alarm suddenly sounded. Chapter 20 The Sky Cave descends. Qin Feng was startled. Look up. Level 1 alarm. This alarm sound is only triggered when a city-destroying disaster arrives. What happened? Qin Feng suddenly stood up. At this moment, outside the contract room, various noisy sounds erupted, already in chaos. He opened the door and stepped out. He saw that the hall was already filled with people. They were all gathered at the entrance of the Beast Hall, looking up at the sky with terrified expressions. What is that? Seeing this, Qin Feng quickly stepped forward and looked up. Then he was suddenly shocked. Above the sky, a huge crack had appeared. This crack emitted a dark glow and was continuously expanding. In that crack, faintly visible, pairs of gleaming eyes greedily stared down below. Sky Cave. It's the Sky Cave. Someone screamed in terror, causing them to squat down on the ground. What? It's over. How could the Sky Cave appear in small Linen City? Even City Lord Lu is only at the 4-turn level, how can he stop millions of ferocious beasts? Everyone was in despair, fear reaching an extreme. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. The Sky Cave, he had heard the school teacher mention it before. Every appearance of the Sky Cave was an extremely terrifying disaster. Outside the planet, there exist countless otherworldly beings. Although every country has 9-turn powerhouses guarding the starry sky, they are still helpless against the vast number of otherworldly beings. Once a crack appears in the sky, those otherworldly beings surge in like cats smelling fish. At least in the hundreds of thousands, millions in number, dense and overwhelming. Even 5-turn and 6-turn professionals would feel their scalp tingle. Many ants can kill an elephant, it's not just a saying. Under the Sky Cave, it is not uncommon for level 50 ferocious beasts to surround and kill a level 100 professional. City Lord's Mansion. Lu Tianquang frowned deeply, his face as dark as possible. The high-ranking officials of Linen City had gathered here, looking tense. Damn it! How could the Sky Cave suddenly appear without warning? With our strength, we can't handle this at all, we can only wait for reinforcements. The alarm has been sounded, and the protective formation has been activated, but it can only last for 2 minutes at most. The strong from Shanghai City will take at least 20 minutes to arrive. 20 minutes is enough time for the otherworldly beings to wash Linen City in blood several times. We can't stop them, we completely can't stop them. The high-ranking officials discussed in dismay, all with grim faces. Even if we can't stop them, we must. Lu Tianquang suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with fierce light. No matter what, we must hold on as long as possible until reinforcements arrive. Before that, I will die in front of you. His voice was resolute, filled with a determination of certain death. Suddenly, he thought of the Beastmaster who controlled a beast of the ancestral level not long ago. However, as soon as the thought flashed through his mind, he dismissed it. Though an ancestral beast is powerful, one beast alone can't change anything. In the face of millions, even a top Beastmaster could only be exhausted to death. He could buy a little more time, however, with flying beasts, escaping wasn't difficult. How could he throw away his life for this? Recollecting his thoughts, Lu Tianquang no longer hesitated and directly smashed through the window, flying out. The remaining few exchanged glances, faces filled with worry. In the end, they took a deep breath, quickly stood up, and followed him out. Chapter 21, Endless Otherworldly Beings. Boom! At this moment, the crack in the sky had reached its limit. A loud noise erupted. Then, like rain, dark gray beings began to fall wildly from the crack. This scene was extremely terrifying. Countless dark gray beings cascaded down towards Linen City like a waterfall, covering the sky, dense and chaotic. Thud 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 thud. Above Linen City, a cyan protective shield unfolded. Countless beings landed on it, making a muffled thud 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 sound. As soon as the dark gray creature landed, it unhesitatingly began to frantically attack the city defense array. In just a few seconds, the entire city of Linen was completely covered. The brilliance of the array surrounding Linen was already crawling with outer domain beings, like a layer of black cloth, not allowing any sunlight to get through. It's over. Completely over. How can we fight this? It's too abnormal. Is this the Sky Cave? A disaster, an absolute disaster. Where should we run? Are we just waiting to die? Some people had already collapsed on the ground, their eyes blank. Linen was just a small city. The residents here were not very strong, mostly around the second transfer level, and even third transfer professionals were rare. More were newly awakened professionals. They had only heard their teachers mention such scenes before, never having seen them in person. Now, looking at the densely packed monsters covering the entire city, they were nearly scared to trembling, unable to muster any thoughts of fighting. Damn it! Lu Tianquan floated in midair, his scalp tingling at the sight before him, every hair on his body standing on end. Too many. Too exaggerated. And more monsters were continuously falling from the Sky Cave. The light of the city defense array was growing weaker, it would probably shatter in no more than a minute. City Lord, this. The high-ranking officials following him felt like their heads were about to explode. Even for them, it was the first time seeing the scene of the Sky Cave. In such circumstances, not to mention surviving, there might not even be bones left. Kill. Lu Tianquan's face twisted in rage, forcibly suppressing his fear. A long knife suddenly appeared in his hand as he charged out. Seeing this, a few others glanced at the crowd below, bit their teeth, and all unleashed their full strength to rush out. It's the City Lord and his team, can they succeed? There are too many, it's impossible to win. The City Lord and his team must have made the decision to die. What should we do? Just wait to die? Qin Feng frowned, his face gloomy. Claw Beast. Level, LV 55. Health, 10,000. Combat Power, 9,900. Winged Beast. Level, LV 45. Health, 6,000. Combat Power, 6,500. The information about the outer domain beings appeared before him. Among the same level, these beings completely crushed the monsters within Blue Star. Compared to combat professionals of the same level, they were not far behind either. Though he had the Golden Crow and the Abyss Dragon Python, there were simply too many outer domain beings. Not to mention the Golden Crow's skills were still cooling down. Even if he could release the meteor fire rain again, it would be utterly useless. He could kill 1,000 or 10,000, but could he kill 100,000 or 1,000,000? He was certain he would ultimately be completely exhausted. If the Golden Crow could evolve to the ancient level, perhaps he could give it a try. Wait. Ancient level? Qin Feng paused, thinking of something. With a thought, a series of information reappeared. Current Beast, War Queen Ant. Rank, Ancient Level. Level, LV1. Strength, 20,000. Constitution, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 250000. Combat Power, 200,000. Skill, Infinite Reproduction. Evolution value required for evolution, 1,000,000. Chapter 22, Summon. War Queen Ant. Ancient Level, War Queen Ant, can I give it a try? Qin Feng murmured in his heart. Although this War Queen Ant's attributes were a bit strange, it was, after all, of ancient level. He had heard from his school teachers that so-called ancient level beasts existed only in ancient times. Any ancient level beast was undoubtedly the strongest creature on the surface. Moreover, once a beast stepped into ancient level, it was given a whole new title, Great Fiend. Qin Feng pondered. To be called a Great Fiend was enough to show the terror of ancient level beasts. In the current situation, maybe he could give it a try. Even if he failed, with the Golden Crow, he could still escape this place. Thinking of this, Qin Feng resolutely took a few steps forward, squeezing out of the crowd, and gazed at the city defense array that was on the verge of collapse in the sky. With a thought, he lightly stepped, and his body instantly floated up. Boom! In a city filled with fear. In the gaze of horror. The overwhelming flames illuminated the entire city, the scorching heat instantly dispelling the chill brought by the foreign creatures. A golden crow with a wingspan of 100 meters let out a loud cry, descending into the air above Linen City. Above the golden crow, Qin Feng stood indifferently. He then commanded the golden crow to break through the city's defensive formation, appearing in the high sky. Ah! It's that beast master expert. We're saved. With this expert here, as long as we can hold on until support arrives, we'll be safe. Someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with joy. However, this person didn't celebrate for long before an older professional doused them with cold water, his voice bitter. It's useless, the sky pit is called a disaster because the number of foreign creatures is overwhelmingly large. Even a top-tier beast master controlling a devolution-level beast can't hold on for long. Yes, Lord Lu, who is already at the 4th turn level, can barely hold on for half a minute. An elderly professional chimed in, his aging eyes watching Lu Tianquan wielding his sword, his face showing signs of bitterness. In the sky, Lu Tianquan's hand gripping the sword was slightly numb, his body already bearing multiple wounds. Even with his 4th turn level, he could kill several monsters with a single strike, but facing the endless waves of attacks, he was already about to collapse. The other individuals beside him were in a more miserable state, with one person having completely lost their left arm. And it had only been less than a minute. Lu Tianquan's face showed sorrow, blood within his body burning fiercely. He was about to burn his life to fight. At that moment. Boom! Red light filled the sky, a scorching wave rushing down. His pressure suddenly lessened, and he looked up at the sky in shock. Is it that Beast Master Senior? Lu Tianquan exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect the senior to actually take action. After all, there were winged beasts in the sky pit, and with the slightest mistake, this senior might not escape. As if to confirm Lu Tianquan's thoughts, in an instant, countless winged beasts surged towards the golden crow. Although each flap of the golden crow's wings instantly killed large numbers of winged beasts, it was still futile. Within half a minute, it was wrapped in waves upon waves of black-gray winged beasts, with only a few red lights occasionally seeping out. Senior! Lu Tianquan's expression changed drastically, a touch of sorrow rising in his heart. Would even a top-tier beast master die here? His lips trembled, his heart extremely heavy. Qin Feng stood atop the golden crow, watching the overwhelming winged beasts, yet his emotions showed not a hint of fluctuation. The magical power within him surged, and he suddenly spoke. Summon! War Ant Queen! Chapter 23, Great Disaster. The terrifying War Ant Queen. Summon! War Ant Queen! As the voice rang out. Buzz. The space violently shook. In the air, it felt as if a special aura was pulsating. Lu Tianquan's blood-soaked figure shook violently. He felt his heart begin to uncontrollably race. Every hair on his body stood on end, his scalp tingling, an indescribable sense of palpitations engulfing him, rising a strong feeling of fear. What's happening? His facial muscles twitched, his pupils widening. As a 4th turn berserker, he had a keen sense of crisis. This feeling had never appeared in his career. It was a vicious aura, an unparalleled vicious aura. Almost instinctively, Lu Tianquan looked up. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. He saw that the countless winged beasts that had tightly wrapped around the golden crow were starting to stir. Then, one by one, shiny black giant ants, as long as a meter, with sharp teeth, emerged continuously, crawling onto the winged beasts and beginning to attack and gnaw wildly. These giant ants had overwhelming combat power compared to the winged beasts and other foreign creatures, and their numbers far surpassed them. The number of winged beasts was already astonishing. The number is as large as hundreds of thousands. But now, the giant ants crawling out from it are even more astonishing, surging out like a wave, one wave after another. Each winged beast is almost covered by 4 or 5 giant ants, and the giant ants continue to pour out, falling to the ground, starting to attack and gnaw at the alien beings on the ground. In the sky pit, dense alien beings are still falling continuously, but as soon as they land, they are covered by countless black shiny giant ants. In just a few seconds, they will be completely eaten up. The situation has turned upside down in an instant. Extreme Evil Soldier Ant. Rank, Ancestral Level. Level, LV1. Strength, 20,000. Physique, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 5,000. Combat Power, 20,000. Skill, Rebirth. Lu Tianquan's eyes widened. Wait a minute? Ancestral level? Is this the Beast Tamer Master's beast? How is that possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He felt like his mind had completely crashed. Being able to control an ancestral level is already a top Beast Tamer? But now, these countless ancestral level beasts, reaching millions, or even tens of millions, how exaggerated is that? This is completely impossible. City Lord? What is this? The alien beings have been completely suppressed, dying continuously. They are utterly relieved, but at this moment, they tremble in shock. The 3 transition high-level person who lost an arm even stabbed his own severed arm with a knife, doubting whether he was dreaming. In the sky, winged beasts fall endlessly, and the sky is illuminated by the red light reflected by the golden crow once again. At the same time, a gigantic ant queen radiating a terrifying ferocity appeared in sight. And those countless soldier ants falling actually come from the enormous abdomen of that ant queen in the sky. Is it reproducing? Reproducing ancestral level beasts? Lu Tianquan's scalp went numb. Not only Lu Tianquan, the others also felt their bodies stiffening, their hearts racing. That ferocity rushing towards them, along with the continuously reproducing extreme evil soldier ants, all indicate one thing. Ancient level. Great evil. The crowd in Linen City had already opened their mouths wide. God! What am I seeing? This is simply a miracle. The aging professional's face, filled with wrinkles, trembled, his hands shook, and his face was full of excitement. We survived? We survived. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, tears of excitement streaming down their face. You leveled up, gaining free attribute points. You leveled up, gaining free attribute points. You leveled up, gaining free attribute points. You have reached level 60, the second transition task has been issued. You have reached the first transition at level 60, killing monsters no longer grants experience. Killing winged beasts, the War Ant Queen has reached level 5. Killing winged beasts, the War Ant Queen has reached level 25. Killing claw beasts, the War Ant Queen has reached level 50. The leveling prompts kept coming in. Qin Feng's level and the War Ant Queen's level were both skyrocketing. Unbelievable. Qin Feng stood on top of the Golden Crow, his shock was no less than Lu Tianquang and the others. The terror of the War Ant Queen exceeded his imagination, the skill of infinite reproduction is truly outrageous. No wonder she is called Great Evil, the strongest creature on the surface must be her, right? The Sky Pit? More in number? Sorry, having more to bully the less is just my strong point. Chapter 24 New Task, The Path of the Nine-Turned Divine Being. In the sky, a blue thunder dragon emitting magical waves was flying at high speed. On the back of the thunder dragon, two people have serious expressions, gazing towards Linen City. It's been 3 minutes. Who is the current city lord of Linen City? What level? An old man in a white mage robe suddenly spoke, asking in a deep voice. His name is Lin Yuanzhou, a level 6 thunder mage. Master, the city lord of Linen City is named Lu Tianquang, he should have just reached the 4th transition not long ago. Beside the old man was another man in a mage robe. His name is Su Changying, originally, only his master needed to come here this time, but the celestial cave is too rare, and in order to gain knowledge, I brought him here. Just now, for transforms? Lin Yuanzhou's heart sank. Facing the celestial cave, even a 4-transform professional could only hold on for 2 minutes at most. The city of Linen is probably going to fall. He sighed inwardly and shook his head. The thunder dragon beneath his feet is a 7th tier spell he cast, already at maximum speed. But even at this speed, it would still take about 5 minutes to reach Linen. 5 minutes. By the time he arrived, there would probably be hardly a complete corpse left in Linen. In the city of Linen. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the head of the Golden Crow and opened the mission panel. At this moment, the otherworldly beings continuously dropping from the celestial cave had already become experienced babies, swiftly killed upon landing, posing no threat at all. Next, he only needed to wait for support to arrive and seal the celestial cave. Taking advantage of this time, he could just check the requirements for the second transformation mission. The mission panel unfolded. Current mission, The Path of 9 Transforming Deities, 1. Mission Introduction, the majesty of the deities cannot be infringed upon, the lurking bugs need to be exterminated. Mission requirements, eliminate the lurkers from distant countries and gain the temporary skill, Perception of the Gods. Mission duration, unrestricted. The Path of Deities? Qin Feng was stunned. What on earth? After evolving into the ruler of living beings with the first transformation, the second transformation mission directly turned into the Path of Deities? The Path of 9 Transforming Deities, 1? Does that mean there will be a total of 9 transformation tasks? 9 transformations are the limit for professionals, but I'm already at the first transformation. If I go through 9 more transformation tasks, won't that be 10 transformations? Above 9 transformations? 10 transformations of deities? Qin Feng's breathing suddenly became heavy, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. 2 full minutes passed before he calmed his excited emotions, fixing his gaze on the mission introduction. Lurkers from distant countries? Does this mean I've already been targeted? Qin Feng pondered internally. At the same time, the skill Perception of the Gods took effect. In an instant, his expression shifted, and he turned to look in one direction, sensing a wave of hostile aura. Moreover, within the celestial cave, there was even a trace of the exact same aura lingering. Qin Feng frowned. Is the celestial cave also the work of that lurker? Just as Qin Feng was puzzled, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. A blue thunder dragon appeared like a bolt of lightning, speeding towards this direction. Is support already here? Qin Feng said. As his voice fell, he turned his gaze into the distance. Since support has arrived, then he also didn't plan to stay any longer. The second transformation task cannot be delayed. If the lurker from another country leaves the Great Qin, completing the second transformation task will become even more difficult. Based on the aura detected by Perception of the Gods, that lurker should only be at the 3 transform level. With the abyssal dragon python and the golden crow, it is enough to slay him. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, and with a flap of the golden crow's wings, he vanished from his original spot. Chapter 25, Instant Kill. God, ruler of living beings. At this time, on a mountain summit, a man with a horse-like face stopped in his tracks, frowning deeply. He was waiting for the divine envoy to summon him back directly from the great Qin. However, just now, for some unknown reason, a strong sense of palpitation suddenly rose in his heart. His blood felt frozen, like he was being targeted by some monstrous force. It shouldn't be. He came here with the concealment technique personally applied by the divine envoy. There shouldn't be any way for the great Qin to detect him. But why does the sense of palpitations grow stronger, as if death is imminent? His face grew pale, and his heart raced as he looked into the distance. He saw the edge of a mountain peak glowing faintly red, and the red light was continuously expanding, growing stronger. There's something wrong. The man with the horse-like face displayed vigilance and instinctively wanted to turn and flee. At that moment, the sky suddenly turned black, and a strange bloody scent flooded into the nostrils. The horse-faced man changed his expression dramatically and quickly turned his head. Before him, a giant, pitch-black mouth with sharp fangs appeared out of nowhere. Boom! In the next second, a terrifying suction force came. The giant mouth closed with a snap, and the horse-faced man didn't even have time to resist before being swallowed whole. In the distance, behind a mountain peak, Qin Feng sat on the head of the golden crow, narrowing his eyes. It went quite smoothly. He murmured softly. Although the opponent was a level 100, an advanced class, their combat power was still lower than that of the Abyss Dragon Python. Furthermore, the opponent's attention was drawn to the golden crow, and the Abyss Dragon Python used the Devour skill as soon as it showed up. This created a situation where the opponent was killed in an instant. You have slain the lurking observer, the task is complete. A notification appeared on the panel. Qin Feng summoned the Abyss Dragon Python back and opened the task panel. The task panel unfolded. Current task, the path of the nine-turn deity, I. Task introduction, the majesty of deities cannot be infringed upon, the lurking bugs must be purged. Task requirements, kill the observer from a distant land, you have obtained a temporary skill, God's Perception. Task duration, unlimited. Task status, ready for submission. Would you like to submit? Is it done? Qin Feng decisively chose to submit, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As he submitted the task, a rich milky white light emerged around him, enveloping him completely. The path of the nine-turn deity, I. Task completed. Current status updated. Profession, deity, master of beings. Level, second advancement, level 60. Strength, 3300. Constitution, 3400. Agility, 3550. Spirit, 9000. Combat power, 6000. Passive skills, invisible, symbiosis. Skills, summon, insight, decree of beings, lifelock, control over all directions. Beasts, Abyss Dragon Python, Golden Crow, War Queen Ant. Evolution points, 124,887 124,890. Deity, Master of Beings? Qin Feng looked at the change in his profession name and murmured. The profession name has gained the prefix, deity, and the skills have changed. Also, the evolution points have increased from 2 points per second to 3 points per second. Qin Feng looked at the panel, sorting through the changes after completing the task. As for the increase in attributes, it was actually the least concerning aspect. Chapter 26, that senior, who masters an ancient beast. Insight. Skill effect, you can see through all disguises, hiding, and false things. Decree of beings. Skill effect, issue a decree to enslave all beings, the success rate is affected by your own spirit power and the combat state of the beings. Enslave all beings? Looking at the decree of beings skill, which had evolved from enslave, Qin Feng was stunned. Ordinary beast tamers usually contract beasts that are cultivated from beast eggs, which pose no hostility towards humans and can be contracted as beasts. If this condition is not met, completing a contract is absolutely impossible. However, the decree of beings in front of him targets beings? What are beings? Anything with life awareness can be called a being. Beasts are beings, monster beasts are also beings, and even humans are beings. Could it be that this skill can contract humans too? Goodness! This is truly outrageous. Qin Feng felt a buzzing in his brain. In Linen City. Master? Su Changgang looked at the ground covered in white bones, his face showing shock. What is this? The work of Lu Tianquang? He widened his eyes, fixing his gaze on the bloodied Lu Tianquang, incredulously asking. Lin Yuanzhou was also stunned, the ground almost piled into a small mountain of corpses was incredibly shocking. At this moment, although there were still foreign beings descending in the heavenly cave, their numbers were already very few. He waved a hand, dropping a dark cloud glowing with lightning to clear the remaining foreign beings. Then, he took out the sky-repairing stone to seal the heavenly cave. Only then did he focus his attention on Lu Tianquang. A series of information flooded his vision. Fourth transition berserker? Lin Yuanzhou shook his head decisively. Impossible, a fourth transition level would definitely be unable to contend with the heavenly cave. Moreover, it's the berserker profession. Even for me, during the fifth advancement, I cannot contend with the heavenly abyss. Lin Yuanzhou said. Since ancient times, the mage profession has been a top combat profession, especially since he is a thunder mage, his combat power is even stronger. But even he, when facing the heavenly abyss at the fifth advancement, could only ensure his own escape. Achieving such a level is completely impossible. Could it be that there are already sixth or even seventh advancement experts who have come here? He pondered in his heart, dissipating the thunder dragon beneath him, and approached Lu Tianquan. Senior. Lu Tianquan spoke respectfully. Lin Yuanzhou waved his hand and directly asked, has a sixth advancement expert been here? With your strength, you should not be able to kill all the beasts, the millions of beast tide. Hearing the question, Lu Tianquan was taken aback and said, Senior, a beast master senior passed by here and saved the entire Linen city. Beast master? Lin Yuanzhou frowned, and according to his knowledge, there was currently no beast master in the Great Qin Kingdom who had reached the sixth advancement level. Even at the fifth advancement level, a top beast master who controls a primal level beast should not be able to directly wipe out the million beast tide. Even if one was willing to pay any price, intending to sacrifice several beasts, it would be completely impossible. Could there be more than one who came here? He looked at Lu Tianquan again and asked, how many beast masters? Only one. Lu Tianquan chuckled bitterly. He knew the senior probably wouldn't believe him, and then added, that beast master senior controls an ancient level beast. Chapter 27, Mirror of Reflection. Nearly 10 million primal level beasts? What? What did you say? Lin Yuanzhou's eyes widened, and the sixth advancement aura almost got out of control. A wave of air behind him suddenly swirled, staring at Lu Tianquan in disbelief. That beast master senior controls an ancient level beast. Lu Tianquan had no surprise at Lin Yuanzhou's reaction and repeated his words again. Boom! In an instant, lightning exploded in the air. Lin Yuanzhou's eyes rounded, breathing rapidly. He didn't continue to question the truth of the matter. Instead, he reached out, and as if there were ripples in space, a round mirror appeared and gradually became clear. Skill, Mirror of Reflection. He wanted to see what happened directly. He believed Lu Tianquan would not deceive him. However, the idea of an ancient-level beast was too unbelievable, and he had to confirm it himself. As the image on the mirror of reflection appeared, the scene of Linen City appeared within. From the very beginning, cracks appeared in the sky, followed by chaos in the city, and fear spread throughout. Then, the city protection array opened, and overwhelming alien creatures descended. Lu Tianquan and others rushed out and began to fight desperately. Then a red light filled the sky, and the golden crow descended. Lin Yuanzhou frowned and looked at Lu Tianquan. This golden crow was clearly a primal level beast. How could it possibly be an ancient level? Sensing Lin Yuanzhou's gaze, Lu Tianquan spoke, Senior, please continue to watch. Lin Yuanzhou withdrew his gaze and continued to observe. With the appearance of the golden crow, a large number of alien beings seemed to have found a new target and instantly surrounded the golden crow completely. At that moment, a distinct earthy yellow aura spread within. The alien creatures originally surrounding the golden crow seemed to sense something and began to go wild. Immediately after, one by one, glossy black giant ants crawled out. More and more handless, within moments they completely covered all the alien beings, beginning to surge towards the ground. What is this? Lin Yuanzhou's expression changed. Even just through the mirror of reflection, he could clearly determine that these were not just one but a swarm of primal-level beasts. How many primal-level beasts had beast masters sought their entire lives, and here they could actually be described as a horde? Su Chang'an observed the scene before him, trembling all over. Feeling a chill, hard to believe. Although Lu Tianquan and the others were watching for the second time, the shock in their hearts remained undiminished. This scene is truly terrifying. Almost 10 million ancient-level beast masters? Lin Yuanzhou felt dry in his mouth, swallowing hard. At this moment, as countless beings from other realms were dying, the red light of the golden crow reappeared in the sky. Along with the golden crow, there appeared a huge black shadow floating in the sky, the War Ant Queen. And the endless ancient-level beastmasters were terrifyingly produced by this War Ant Queen. Ancient level. Great calamity. Just seeing the War Ant Queen for a moment, Lin Yuanzhou blurted out 5 words, his expression extremely shocked. Perhaps Lu Tianquan and the others did not fully understand how terrifying the ancient level was, but he was very clear. If an ancient-level beastmaster could be cultivated to the limit, it would barely be comparable to a 6th transition. Then, an ancient-level calamity, once cultivated to the limit, would have combat power not weaker than a 9th transition behemoth. The reason there are no 6th transition beastmasters in the world today is because one of the hard requirements of the 6th transition task for beastmasters is to have an ancient-level beastmaster. Chapter 28, The Purge begins, the land of Great Qin, not to be invaded. The mirror of light dissipated. Lin Yuanzhou looked at the direction where Qin Feng had last left, his emotions fluctuating. A beastmaster who can control an ancient-level beastmaster has the chance to step into the 9th transition in the future. No. They might not even need to step into the 9th transition. An 8th transition beastmaster, relying on this ancient-level beastmaster, would not be weaker than a 9th transition behemoth. In today's Great Qin, there are very few 9th transition behemoths. Half of them guard the starry sky, with only a handful left in the Great Qin. Meanwhile, the 10 countries outside are eyeing Great Qin with dissatisfaction over its dominant position. In recent years, they have frequently infiltrated within Great Qin's territory, waiting for a chance to cause trouble. If it weren't for the current lack of powerful figures in Great Qin, how could they let these rats act so wildly? Lin Yuanzhou's gaze turned icy. This beastmaster has an endless future, and once he grows, he will surely add another 9th transition power to Great Qin. Now, there are too many rats in the country, and he has not yet grown up, so being targeted may bring danger. Lin Yuanzhou furrowed his brows in thought. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he took a pitch-black token from his waist, looking at it. In the next moment, his face filled with wild joy. The token clearly conveyed a message. Purge begins. The land of Great Qin, no foreign enemies allowed to step in. At the same time, Su Changang and Lu Tianquan and others also received the order. Everyone's expression was filled with joy. Has Great Qin, after enduring for so many years, finally begun to fight back? Blood surged through Lu Tianquan's veins. He had been holding back a lot of anger, and without thinking, he knew that this time the heavenly cave was definitely caused by those rats. Usually, some small acts were one thing, but this time they even dared to create a heavenly cave within Great Qin's territory. Wanting to cut off Great Qin's foundation was like pulling teeth from a tiger. Do they really think Great Qin has no temper? At the same time, throughout Great Qin, every professional's job panel received a task. Task, Foreign Cleaning Plan. Task Type, Exclusive Task of Great Qin. Task Introduction, Kill the rats coming from foreign lands. Task Rewards, 100 merit for killing a first transition invader, 1000 merit for killing a second transition invader, 10,000 merit for killing a third transition invader, 50,000 merit for killing a fourth transition invader. Qin Feng looked at the suddenly added task on his panel with some surprise. Foreign Cleaning Plan? An exclusive task issued by Great Qin? Such tasks are rare, but usually, the rewards are exceptionally generous. Merit can be exchanged for various treasures in Great Qin's treasury. Whether for equipment, items, materials, ancient books, and various secret realm tickets are almost all exchangeable. Of course, items of different value require different merit points. Qin Feng opened the Great Qin National Treasury and looked inside. A series of treasure information immediately came into view. He randomly clicked on one introduction. Staff of the Lost. Type, Weapon. Grade, Gold. Applicable professions, Mage, Priest, Beastmaster. Usable level, LV 60. Attributes, Strength plus 700, Agility plus 300. Special effect, attacking has a 5% chance to make the target enter a lost state for 3 seconds, during which they cannot distinguish friend from foe. Special effect, wearing by Beastmaster increases beast agility by 10%. Attached skills, none. Required merit points, 2,000. 2,000 merit points can exchange for a gold grade staff? Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. No wonder that once a Great Qin exclusive task is released, it is usually completed quickly. This reward is indeed tempting. Chapter 29, Great Qin Merit. A level 60 gold staff, although it has no attached skills. However, this attribute would start at least at 1,000,000 in the auction house. 2,000 merit points correspond to killing 2 second-turn invaders. It is definitely a great value for the price. Qin Feng pinched his chin, his eyes wandering, when suddenly he was stunned. He saw a line of information prominently displayed in the top right corner of the Great Qin National Treasury panel. Current merit, 10,000. Ha! Qin Feng was taken aback. 10,000 merit points? He thought for a moment, was the watcher he just killed counted? Does this count? He was a bit confused, but quickly realized. It should be because he just completed the kill, and the task was issued immediately, so it was counted. Such situations had occurred before, but usually only with national tasks, so it is considered normal. Lucky. Qin Feng smiled. With 10,000 merit points, there are a lot more things to exchange, so he continued to browse. Blade of the Heavenly Guardian. Type, Weapon. Grade, Gold. Applicable professions, Warrior. Usable level, 100. Required merit, 5,000. Prayer of the Soul Binder. Type, Item. Usable level, LV1. Introduction, after use, can forcibly bind a profession below level 6 for 10 seconds. Required merit, 5000. Great Qin merit. Type, item. Usable level, LV1. Introduction, charged for 1 month, can protect the wearer from one fatal blow. Required merit, 100000. Revival scroll. Type, item. Usable level, LV1. Introduction, after use, can revive a living being that died within 1 minute. Required merit, 20,000. A variety of items dazzled Qin Feng. His gaze lingered on the revival scroll for a moment longer. Although he has the symbiosis skill, which can transfer damage to his beast, the damage his beast can withstand is also limited. Once the beast dies, the Beastmaster will also suffer a certain degree of backlash. Moreover, once a beast dies, it means the permanent loss of that beast, and new contracts cannot replace it. So for Qin Feng, revival items are crucial. Even if his beast dies, he can immediately use the revival scroll to bring it back. 20,000 merits, so he needs to kill more invaders. He smirked, his mind active. The Great Qin has issued a cleanup plan, which means there are many invaders within the Great Qin borders. Merit points are scarce, this is indeed a rare opportunity. Qin Feng's gaze was fiery as he looked again at the Great Qin merit. It can resist one fatal blow, and more importantly, it is not a one-time item like the revival scroll. If possible, perhaps he could exchange for the Great Qin merit. Relying on the triple guarantee of symbiosis, lifelock, and Great Qin merit. Even if someone targets him, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. 100,000 merit points, which is 10 third turn, or 2 fourth turn. Qin Feng murmured. Based on his current strength, even without using the ancient Great War Ant Queen. To kill a 4 turn, or even a usual 5 turn, shouldn't be a problem, but for a top tier 5 turn, it has to rely on the War Ant Queen. Chapter 30, the entrance token for the legendary secret realm. Thinking of this, Qin Feng opened the attribute panel of the War Ant Queen. He remembered that when he exterminated the beast tied in the heavenly cave, the War Ant Queen seemed to have undergone some changes during her upgrade, but at that time it was quickly overshadowed by various kill notifications, so he didn't pay much attention. Now, he could take a look. Current beast, War Ant Queen. Rank, Ancient level. Level, LV 77. Strength, 96,000. Constitution, 86,000. Agility, 86,000. Spirit, 326000. Combat power, 300,000. Skills, infinite reproduction, fierce demon ant worm. Evolution value required, 1 million. All 4 attributes increase by 1,000 points for each level. Ha! There's an extra skill? Qin Feng stroked his chin. So, when the ancient level increases, is there a chance to comprehend a new skill? Fierce demon ant worm? Qin Feng chose to view it. Skill, fierce demon ant worm. Skill effect, the Ant Queen reproduces one fierce demon antworm that exists for 30 minutes and can be controlled by the Beast Tamer. Cooldown, 24 hours. Reproducing a fierce demon antworm? Qin Feng noticed that unlike infinite reproduction, this skill only produces one antworm. Does this mean that this fierce demon antworm has extremely strong combat power? Fierce demon antworm, just the name alone is not to be underestimated. Closing the panel, Qin Feng sat on top of the Golden Crow, pondering slightly. The nearest second-level city to Linen City should be Shanghai City. He is now at 2 turns, and there aren't many dungeons suitable for leveling near Linen City. Moreover, he has a large number of items and equipment to deal with in his personal space. If he goes to Shanghai City, he should be able to sell them at a higher price. Furthermore, as a second-level city, there might be resurrection scrolls available for purchase in the trading hall there. Oh right, there's one more thing. Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. He opened his personal space and took out a round object that emitted a faint glow. This was an item that randomly dropped when he killed the 3-turn professional, and it was the only one. Although professionals have personal spaces, once they are killed, their personal space collapses, randomly dropping equipment and items. In most cases, it usually only drops 1 or 2 items, not everything. This round sphere was dropped from that 3-turn professional. Qin Feng checked the information. Dim Holy Light Sphere. Type, item. Usable level, LV 80. Item description, a light token from the City of Holy Light, can be used to enter the legendary level Secret Realm City of Holy Light. Entrance token for the legendary level Secret Realm? Qin Feng was delighted. The level of Secret Realms is the same as that of equipment. They are divided into Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Epic, Legendary, and Stellar. For example, the Lava Secret Realm is merely a Silver level Secret Realm. Compared to the legendary level Secret Realm, it falls several tiers short. Entrance tokens for legendary secret realms are extremely rare, they are worth something but often hard to find. Once they appear, they will surely be fought over by countless people. In a legendary secret realm, not only is the drop rate for epic and legendary equipment increased, but there's also a chance to drop fragments of divine artifacts and other treasures. The value is beyond words. Level 80, huh? Qin Feng looked at it for a while, suppressing his excitement, and put the dim holy light sphere back in his personal space. Without lingering any longer, he shook his wings of the golden crow and headed towards Shanghai City. Chapter 31, Goodness. Are the service staff all at 2 turns? Shanghai City. As a second-level city of the Great Qin Kingdom, Shanghai City is nearly 10 times larger than Linen City. The city is incredibly prosperous, with professionals coming and going. In Linen City, the 4-turn professionals who are already at the Lord level are common here, and there are quite a few 5 turns as well. Qin Feng had already put away the golden crow into the Beast Master space when he was still some distance from Shanghai City. He arrived in the city on foot. Here, the strong are countless. With his strength, he was still not strong enough to fly above Mountain Sea City without the city lord turning a blind eye. Walking on the street, Qin Feng looked around at the shops, and his mood suddenly lightened. There was no rush to level up, he planned to sort out the items in his personal space first. Trade houses in each city are usually located in the city center area. The city center is precious, and only wealthy businesses like trade houses can afford to set up there. With steady steps, Qin Feng walked while organizing the items in his personal space. The materials from the lava secret realm had little use for him, and he had quite a few pieces of equipment. Qin Feng took a look and directly ignored the bronze and silver level items. Besides the lava mountain shatter, there were also 2 pieces of golden level equipment. Lava shield bow. Grade, golden. Usable level, LV60. Applicable profession, divine archer. Attributes, strength plus 500, agility plus 400. Special effect, attack adds fire critical effect, causing additional fire damage. Attached skill, fire attachment. Fire attachment causes continuous fire damage to enemies for 3 seconds. Lava heavy blade. Grade, golden. Usable level, LV60. Applicable profession, warrior. Attributes, strength plus 800, constitution plus 300. Special effect, attacks have a 30% chance to cause an explosion effect. Attached skill, none. Golden equipment exploded from the lava secret realm is much better than ordinary golden equipment. Qin Feng planned to use the lava mountain shatter himself. Although Su Mingyue was a divine archer, her level should not be high right now. After a little thought, Qin Feng decided to keep it for now. Otherwise, the equipment he found later would be of a higher level and would be even less suitable for Su Mingyue. This lava shield bow would soon be usable for her. If necessary, he could always help her level up. Soon, Qin Feng stopped his steps. In front of him stood a magnificent, gigantic building. In the sunlight, the building sparkled with light, seeming to be made from some kind of extraordinary gem, exuding an air of luxury. The building was adorned with gleaming gold letters. Hurricane Trade House. The trade house is indeed a money pit. The cost to build this whole place must be close to 100 billion alliance coins. Qin Feng looked at the luxurious building and couldn't help but sigh, then stepped inside. As soon as he entered, a beautiful woman in a qipao approached gracefully. Qin Feng looked over and was even more shocked. Profession, Technique Master. Level, second transfer, level 61. Combat power, 4000. A series of information appeared in Qin Feng's eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. What a guy, even the service staff is at the second transfer level. Chapter 32, The Great One Who Broke Through the Lava Secret Realm? Hello, sir, welcome to Hurricane Trade House, I am your service advisor, you can call me Ching Ching. The qipao beauty's voice was like silver bells, she said with a smile. In fact, her surprise was even stronger than Qin Feng's. You see, as an technique master, she naturally had the ability to see through stats. At her second transfer level, even a third transfer would not escape her scrutiny. However, when she looked at Qin Feng, it was as if he did not exist at all, she simply could not see through him. She had only encountered this situation with fourth transfer professionals and above. But how old was Qin Feng? He looked to be just around 20 years old. A 20-year-old fourth transfer professional? 18 to awaken a profession, growing to fourth transfer in 2 years. Hiss. In this case, he must have a deep background or awakened a top combat profession. Either way, she had to treat him with caution. The qipao beauty made a conclusion in her heart. I have a batch of equipment and materials to sell. Directly say it. Okay, sir, please follow me. Lu Qingqing had a standard professional smile on her face, extending her hand forward to gesture, leading Qin Feng up to the second floor of the trading hall. Upon reaching the second floor, the two entered a room that exuded an ancient charm. In the center of the room, there was a round high platform, and behind the platform was a giant screen. Sir, you can place the items you wish to sell on the round platform, and the system will categorize them and provide a price. Lu Qingqing introduced. Qin Feng nodded, his mind stirring. In the next moment, various materials and equipment appeared out of thin air, directly piling up on the entire round platform. Although there was a hint of spatial magic on the platform, a few items still overflowed from it. No way? Lu Qingqing's eyes widened. She had noticed Qin Feng's use of the word a batch, knowing it would be a considerable number, but she never expected it to be this many. Moreover, quantity was secondary, the most critical thing was that she noticed all these items seemed to exude a similar aura. Essence of flame. Type, material. Description, essence of flame from the lava secret realm. Crimson rock. Type, material. Description, rare ore from the lava secret realm, containing fiery energy. Damaged flame chestplate. Type, armor. Grade, silver. Usable level, LV 55. Suitable profession, warrior, knight, archer. Attribute, constitution plus 400. Special effect, none. Lava heavy blade. Grade, gold. Usable level, LV 60. Suitable profession, warrior. Attribute, strength plus 800, constitution plus 300. Special effect, 30% chance of producing an explosive effect upon attack. Attached skill, none. These seem to all come from the lava secret realm, right? So many? Does this mean he has gathered the entire lava secret realm? She suddenly recalled the scene early this morning, when professionals from Shanghai City heading to the lava secret realm returned in defeat. It was said that a Beastmaster expert had appeared in this lava secret realm. In half an hour, he directly broke through the entire lava secret realm. The professionals who entered afterward didn't even get a sip of soup. She had originally not believed it, but now it seemed that the rumors were true. Chapter 33, Harvest. 70 million Alliance coins. Lu Qingqing looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. The lava secret realm had a level restriction for entrance to be under level 60. So, this person before her has not even completed his second class change? Does he have a skill or an equipment item that hides his level? No, wait. Breaking through the lava secret realm in half an hour under second class? What a joke. Lu Qingqing believed she had seen many top professionals. But even for a mage, especially an ice mage who had attribute dominance over the lava secret realm, equipped with full gold gear, it would still be impossible to break through the lava secret realm in half an hour. The more Lu Qingqing thought about it, the more confused she became, unable to understand. Qin Feng looked at Lu Qingqing, whose expression kept changing, puzzled, and asked, "Is there a problem?" Oh, no. No problem. Lu Qingqing's little face turned red, quickly suppressing her doubts and starting to check the data calculated by the system. Sir, there are 18 black iron level items, 25 bronze level items, 11 silver level items, and 1 gold level item, along with materials and a few props, totaling. Lu Qingqing clicked to calculate with her control device. 75 million Alliance coins. This number, if placed in Linen City, would definitely be a huge transaction, but in Shanghai City, it wasn't much at all. Qin Feng nodded, asking, "Do you have resurrection scrolls or similar items for sale?" Aside from selling these items, his main purpose for coming here was to buy resurrection-type props, so he directly inquired. "Yes, we do." Lu Qingqing nodded, then clicked a few times on her handheld controller. A series of item information instantly appeared on the screen behind the round platform. Revival scroll. Type, item. Usable level, LV1. Introduction, after use, it can revive a dead creature within a minute. Price, 50 million Alliance coins. So damn expensive. Qin Feng complained in his heart. Indeed, revival items are not cheap, all priced sky high. One revival scroll, transfer the rest into the Alliance card. Qin Feng said, handing over the Alliance card. Soon, the Alliance coins were credited. At the same time, a revival scroll suddenly appeared on the platform. Qin Feng checked the information, confirmed it was correct, and stored the item in his personal space. It was expensive, but saving his life was the most important. Walking out of the trading hall, Qin Feng suddenly thought. Could he contract a defensive-type beast? The higher the defense of the beast, wouldn't that mean his own defense was higher too? The abyssal dragon python was a balanced beast, its defense couldn't compare to pure defensive beasts. He didn't lack damage now, with the abyssal dragon python, the golden crow, and the war ant queen, his attack power was definitely not weak for a 6th-turn professional. The only issue was his survival ability. The combat power of the war ant queen was strong, but its defense was too weak. Since he was already being targeted, he couldn't let his guard down. This third-turn professional only stirred the heavenly cave. Next time, there might be fifth or sixth-turn professionals coming. If a fifth-turn professional targeted him, the high damage would probably overwhelm even the abyssal dragon python after a few hits. Even with a revival scroll and lifelock, it would be very difficult to cope. Especially since he was in the light while the opponent was in the dark. In direct confrontation, he might rely on the golden crow to keep distance and suppress using the war ant queen. But if it was an ambush, it might only take a moment for the abyssal dragon python to suffer heavy damage from symbiosis and die. Chapter 34, Heading to Xiangui Bay. Thinking in his heart, Qin Feng took out a map from his personal space and looked at it. This was given by the other party when he left the trading hall. The map showed that 100 miles east of Mountain Sea City, there was a sea area dungeon called Xiangui Bay. The monster levels ranged from LV 60 to LV 100. Most importantly, there would be turtle-type demon beasts. When it comes to defense, no kind of demon beast should be stronger than turtles, right? He could just try out the effect of the living creature decree skill. The next day. East gate of Mountain Sea City. Several huge teleportation stone tablets stood here. These were built by 7th turn mages, with teleportation magic applied, capable of teleporting up to 500 miles. They were built to facilitate the city's professionals to go to various leveling areas. Of course, a fee was charged. This teleportation stone tablet was also an important source of income for Mountain Sea City. At this moment, many professionals gathered by the teleportation stone tablet. They formed small teams in 3s and 4s. Miracle Forest, looking for level 80 mage professionals. Ghost Valley. Ghost Valley. Looking for a few hundred level great players to team up, profession not limited. Xiangui Bay, looking for 60 level professionals, shallow sea area leveling. The priest girl over there, come to our team, the dropped gear will be prioritized for you. Each small team called out to recruit, and the scene was bustling. Qin Feng looked around and walked toward the teleportation stone tablet belonging to Xiangui Bay. A few professionals waiting there immediately got up and looked at Qin Feng, slightly stunned. Profession? Level? Combat power? The panel can't be checked. Is it using a hidden skill or item? The leader murmured as he looked at Qin Feng. He didn't think it was because Qin Feng's level was too high to check the information. On one hand, Qin Feng looked too young. On the other hand, those 3rd turn and 4th turn great ones usually wouldn't go to a leveling place like Xiangui Bay. Friend, do you want to team up? The beasts in Xiangui Bay have tough skins and thick meat. Soloing them is hard work without reward. The leading person asked. No need. Qin Feng waved his hand in rejection, then walked directly forward, paying 1 million alliance coins, and stepped onto the stone tablet to begin the teleportation. At the moment he stepped in, Qin Feng suddenly felt like a surge of magic was swirling around him. His body was enveloped by a warm flow of air, feeling quite comfortable. 3 seconds later. Splash! A humid breath lingered at his nostrils, and the fresh sea breeze blew. Qin Feng opened his eyes. The scene before him was no longer Shanghai City, but instead, he was standing on a sandy beach by the sea. The air was fresh, the sea breeze was moist, and the blue waves crashed, giving off a vacation-like feeling. He was at the edge of Xiangui Bay, and it didn't even belong to the Xiangui Bay instance. At the seaside, there were occasionally some level 5 and level 10 beasts, posing very low danger. In fact, some professionals were indeed vacationing on this beach, enjoying life. Qin Feng took a deep breath of the moist sea breeze and looked out at the deep blue sea. The magic energy within him began to flow. Summon, Golden Crow. His eyes ignited with flames as he suddenly spoke. Boom! Flames covered the sky. Then a loud cry rang out, and the burning flames instantly transformed into substance, changing into a 100-meter golden crow that spanned the heavens. Chapter 35, Meteor Shower of Flames, Turtle-type Beasts. Under the pull of the hot aura, Qin Feng slowly landed on the head of the golden crow. The next moment, the golden crow's wings beat once. A fiery line streaked across the sky, flying deep into Xiangui Bay. Xiangui Bay wasn't far from the shore, and after just one flap, the golden crow hovered in the air. Through the blue sea water, various beasts could be seen lurking beneath the surface. Xiangui. Level, LV 70. Health, 100000. Combat power, 7000. Skills, Xiangui Iron Armor, Water Control. Sharp-Tooth Crocodile Turtle. Level, LV 75. Health, 100000. Combat power, 7500. Skills, Spiked Back Armor, Blood-Tooth Bite. As expected of turtle-type beasts, high defense and thick health. Qin Feng observed the beast panel, sighing. He remembered that in the Lava Secret Realm, the Secret Realm boss had only 100,000 health. To be clear, even though these beasts were higher level, they were just minor monsters. The health of minor monsters was already the same as a boss, let alone the boss here, the Qin King. But fortunately, after the Golden Crow leveled up, the original Golden Crow flame had its cooldown reduced from 3 days to 1 day, allowing it to be released again. Otherwise, while clearing out minor monsters would be easy, facing the Qin King wouldn't be that simple. Let's start with Meteor Fire, increase the intensity for the monsters here. Qin Feng grinned and commanded. In fact, this choice was also for a reason, since the minor monsters in Qin Bay were all in the water, the Golden Crow's heat wave attack would be weakened by the seawater, causing less damage. It was better to open with Meteor Fire to increase the intensity directly. Caw! As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Crow immediately took command. Its wings stretched out, and its originally fiery red feathers became even redder. Boom! In an instant, raging flames began to ignite on the Golden Crow, every feather was burning. Waves of heat rolled across the sky, and the air seemed to twist. In the next moment, as the Golden Crow flapped its wings, it was as if a rain of fire meteors fell from the sky. Boom 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 boom. Flames hit the water surface, and a violent explosion echoed. The originally calm water surface suddenly boiled and evaporated. In just a moment, the entire sea surface dropped by more than 10 centimeters. Minus 49,004. Minus 50,600. Minus 53,222. Minus 48,999. Damage values floated one after another, leaving Qin Feng slightly stunned. It didn't even score a one-hit kill? With the level increase of the Golden Crow, the skill damage had also increased. Although the seawater weakened some damage, he thought it should have been a one-hit kill result. As expected of turtle-type beasts, they really are tough. Qin Feng said to himself. However, he was not worried. The heavenly fire meteor does not cause instant damage, but rather inflicts continuous harm. One fireball meteor falls after another, unable to be killed by one, there's always another. Indeed, as fireballs fall one after another. The terrifying damage finally brought the lifespan of the Dark Turtle to an end. You have killed the Dark Turtle, gaining 30,000 experience points. You have killed the Shark-Toothed Crocodile Turtle, gaining 32,000 experience points. You have killed the Dark Turtle, gaining 31,000 experience points. You have killed the Blue Scale Sea Serpent, gaining 35,000 experience points. Chapter 36, Top Beast Tamer comes to blow up the sea because he's bored? You have leveled up, gaining 10 free attribute points. You have leveled up, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your Golden Crow has reached level 45. Your Golden Crow has reached level 50. As the white light of experience continuously surged, Qin Feng's level was rapidly climbing. However, compared to the very beginning, the leveling speed was much slower. Qin Feng stared at the seawater below, his internal mana surged, and suddenly he spoke again. Summon, Abyss Dragon Python. Boom! It was as if a deep sea bomb was thrown into the azure sea. A huge creature, entirely pitch black with a body like a dragon covered in scales, suddenly appeared. The dark shadow enveloped the sea, and a pair of lantern-like crimson eyes opened within it. The Abyss Dragon Python loved humid places, and unlike the Golden Crow, its attacks were not weakened by the seawater. For the Abyss Dragon Python, the sea actually increased its combat power by at least 20%. Roar! At the moment it descended into the sea, the Abyss Dragon Python opened its huge mouth and let out a giant roar. Dragon Roar, activated. Boom, 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 boom. The sea surged, like bombs exploding in succession. Waves surged high, dozens of meters tall, one wave after another, shaking the entire sea area. Minus 76,800. Minus 78,790. Minus 77,500. Minus 73,300. Terrifying damage values floated up. Originally, the Abyss Dragon Python's attack power was not as strong as the Golden Crow's. But in the water, the Abyss Dragon Python acted like a deep sea dragon. Under Dragon Roar, it suppressed the defenses of these sea creatures as if a true dragon had descended. Moreover, because the Golden Crow's damage was weakened by the seawater, the damage caused by the Abyss Dragon Python turned out to be much higher than that of the Golden Crow. On the shore, an old man, leisurely basking in the sun, suddenly got up. His eyesight was exceptional. He immediately spotted Qin Feng standing atop the Golden Crow far away in the sky. Which top beast tamer is so bored that they came here to blow up the sea at the Dark Turtle Bay? A hint of confusion appeared on the old man's aged face. He could naturally tell that the gigantic Golden Crow in the sky was a beast of ancestral level. The rain of fire that filled the sky had caused the entire sea surface to evaporate significantly. This beast is not high in level. Is he leveling up a beast? The old man shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. A fire attribute flying beast came to the Dark Turtle Bay to level up. Isn't this just a waste of time? At least have a water attribute beast, right? The old man shook his head helplessly, but just as the words fell, roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly reached his ears. At the same time, the previously calm sea surface began to churn again. Waves surged violently, even more terrifying than the effects caused by the golden crow. What is this? A dragon? No, there's only a hint of dragon might. It's not a true dragon, but a flood dragon? The old man's eyes widened suddenly. With a step, he walked into the air as if walking on solid ground, rising directly into the sky. He looked down, a huge black shadow was roaring in the sea, exuding a faint dragon might. Another ancestral-level beast? The old man was somewhat shocked, looking in disbelief at the man atop the golden crow. Damn it, has the Beast Tamer Association produced a second Beast Tamer who can control two ancestral-level beasts at the same time? I never heard old Joe mention it. Ancestral-level beasts are so hard to come by. As far as he knew, among the current Beast Tamers, only the president of the Beast Tamer Association possesses two ancestral-level beasts at once. Now, unexpectedly, a second one has appeared? Chapter 37, The Dark Turtle King with 1 million life points. The other party is surprisingly young. Qin Feng, although activating the concealment ability of the Dark Night Cloak when summoning the Golden Crow, found it completely useless against the old man. His appearance was easily seen through. This is too young, right? At most 20 years old? The old man squinted his eyes, murmuring to himself. Then, his gaze sharpened as he wanted to see through Qin Feng's attribute panel directly. However, the next moment, he was slightly startled. In front of him, a panel appeared. Occupation? Level? Combat power? I can't see through his occupation panel? The old man found it hard to believe. It is known that the highest level of beast tamers in the world today is only 5 transfers. Yet he is a 7 transfer professional. Below 5 transfers, even with hidden items, it is absolutely impossible to escape his scrutiny. Unless. The old man's brow furrowed. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, his eyes widened, and he quickly took out his phone, preparing to make a call. However, at the moment he was about to dial, he hesitated. The hidden occupation of beast tamers may, not necessarily. Just this alone cannot confirm 100%. Let's take another look. He said this while his gaze stuck firmly on that area. At this moment, with the appearance of the abyss dragon python, the seawater in the Qin Turtle Bay kept rolling, and the waves surged. Gradually, it actually formed a huge whirlpool. Is the Qin Turtle King about to come out? Seeing this scene, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. The Living Spirit's edict was perfect for an initial test on the Qin Turtle King. Qin Feng stared at the whirlpool below. The whirlpool grew larger and more frantic, beginning to rise into the sky, forming a huge water tornado. Roar! Along with an angry roar, 2 ghostly blue lanterns lit up first. Then, a giant turtle-shaped creature appeared on the sea surface. Those ghostly blue lanterns were the eyes of this giant turtle. Qin Turtle King. Category, Boss. Level, LV 100. Health points, 1 million. Combat power, 40,000. Skills, Qin Turtle Water Armor, Giant Water Tornado, Tsunami. 1 million health points? 40,000 combat power? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. As expected, it is a naturally defensive monster. Although 30,000 combat power was still inferior to the Abyss Dragon Python and Golden Crow. But currently, the Golden Crow and Abyss Dragon Python skills were on cooldown. Moreover, the Qin Turtle King's high defense and massive health meant that the damage would likely not be too high. But it doesn't matter, Qin Feng's goal was not to kill the Qin Turtle King. The magic in his body flowed, and the Living Spirit's edict had already opened. A piece of information appeared in his eyes. Target, Qin Turtle King. Current status, Furious. Success rate, 10%. Furious, huh? Qin Feng smirked. Then let's cool it down. As he spoke, the Golden Crow let out a cry first, flapping its wings to bring down a wave of heat. Next, the Abyss Dragon Python also roared, charging towards the Qin Turtle King. Even though their skills were on cooldown, the crushing power of their combat strength still formed a substantial suppression over the Qin Turtle King. However, the damage was quite pathetic. Minus 13,500. Minus 12,900. Minus 15,800. The barely over 10,000 damage value floated, hardly tickling the Qin Turtle King's million health points. Immediately after, the Qin Turtle King snorted out a plume of white gas from its nostrils. Its shell was instantly covered with a layer of transparent water flow. Qin Turtle Water Armor activated, and the damage value was further reduced. Minus 6,500. Minus 7,100. Minus 5,900. Minus 7,300. Chapter 38, The Living Spirits Edict's First Test, Golden Tier Qin Turtle King. Roar! The Qin Turtle King let out another fierce roar. Giant water tornado and tsunami activated simultaneously. The sea surface instantly went into chaos, 100-meter giant wave surged, and the water tornado connecting heaven and earth roared wildly, wanting to crush the abyss dragon python and golden crow. Add some more fire. Qin Feng was unbothered. Before him, the information of the Living Spirits Edict was changing. Target, Qin Turtle King. Current status, agitated. Success rate, 30%. Lava Lord. Qin Feng raised his staff. Lava, Shatter Mountain attached skill, summon Lava Lord to battle for 1 minute. Although, in his judgment, the Qin Turtle King's skills would not deal much damage to the Golden Crow and Abyss Dragon Python. But if it can be done without harm, that is the best. Boom! Under Qin Feng's control, the Lava Lord directly descended to the center of the water vortex. The water vortex instantly shattered, affected by the dual damage of the water vortex and the raging waves. In an instant, the Lava Lord's health had dropped by more than half. It barely managed to smash a heavy punch on the Qin Turtle King, and then its life hit zero, instantly dissipating. The Qin Turtle King swayed from the punch, its entire body dazed. The damage from this punch was secondary, the most important thing was that it had lost its skills. The clumsy giant falling from the sky had directly absorbed all of its skill damage and then disappeared. With the skills on cooldown, it meant that it could only passively take hits and be slowly ground down to death. Roar! The Qin Turtle King let out a mournful cry, desperately struggling to dive back into the water. However, entangled and dragged by the Abyss Dragon Python, it could never escape. Target, Qin Turtle King. Current status, stifled, panicked. Success rate, 80%. Almost there. Qin Feng smiled, an 80% success rate was already high enough to give it a try. Moreover, the cooldown time for the skill, Divine Mandate of Creatures, was only 10 minutes. If it failed, no problem, just wait a bit and try again. He raised his hand. Suddenly, between heaven and earth, a series of runes gradually gathered into a golden decree. On the decree, a majestic aura flowed, and a huge character control appeared, pressing down towards the Qin Turtle King. Roar! The Qin Turtle King looked at the gigantic golden decree and could only let out another mournful cry, getting completely covered within. Half a minute later, as the Qin Turtle King's aura grew weaker, a message suddenly appeared on the panel. Successfully enslaved the Qin Turtle King. You have obtained a new beast, Qin Turtle King. Qin Turtle King. Grade, Golden. Level, LV 100. Strength, 10,000. Constitution, 35,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 15,000. Combat power, 40,000. Skills, Qin Turtle Water Armor, Great Water Vortex, Raging Waves. Note, evolution requires 100,000 evolution points, first evolution may trigger a critical effect. Successful, Golden Grade, huh? Qin Feng looked at the information panel before him. A golden grade creature with over 30,000 constitution, once evolved to the ancestral level, the constitution will at least double. A level 100 defensive beast, even when facing an attack from a 5th rank professional, I would definitely have enough time to react. After controlling the Abyss Dragon Python to pick up all the dropped items, he summoned the Abyss Dragon Python back, preparing to return to Shanghai City and find a quiet place to complete the evolution of the Qin Turtle King. Chapter 39, Excitement of Association President Zhou Fu. Forcefully controlling the beasts of the dungeon? In the distance, Huang Sandao's old face could no longer hold itself together, his wrinkles trembling uncontrollably. This scene was definitely something that an ordinary beast master could accomplish. He no longer hesitated and directly dialed a number on his phone. Beast Master Association, Office. With a head full of white hair, Zhou Fu was flipping through a stack of documents. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone placed aside vibrated with sound. Zhou Fu picked up the phone and had a surprised expression. What is old Huang calling about this time? Another attempt to mock me? He shook his head, a somewhat helpless look on his face. He was of a similar age to old Huang, belonging to the same generation, but now old Huang was already a 7th rank, not far from the 8th rank. While he was stuck at the end of the 5th rank, his lifespan was coming to an end, he would most likely never break through and reach the 6th rank before he died. Sigh. He sighed and looked at the stack of documents on the desk, showing a glimmer of hope. This document recorded a secret realm. According to the record, this secret realm was formed from the Beast Master's space after the death of an ancient creature ruler. There were even ancient-level beasts remaining inside. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions of the secret realm, only a creature ruler could enter. The creature ruler, as a hidden profession of beast masters. It has been a long time since something like this has appeared. He even doubts whether there will really be a beast master in this era. Since the end of ancient times, beast masters have only been beast masters, and hidden professions have never appeared. Shaking his head, Zhou Fu answered the phone. Soon, an excited voice came from the other side. Old Zhou, do you still remember the hidden profession of beast master you told me about? Zhou Fu was stunned, frowning slightly. What? You're not going to tell me you've seen it, are you? Old Huang, this joke isn't funny, find a better excuse next time to mock me. What the hell, believe it or not, you guy. Huang Sandao stared wide-eyed, decisively hanging up the phone. He couldn't be bothered to chat, he knew Zhou Fu would definitely call back. If the Beast Master really appeared, it would be explosive news for all Beast Masters. That old Zhou fella didn't have much time left, and even if he was mistaken, he wouldn't let this chance slip by. Sure enough, on the other end. Zhou Fu listened to the sound of the call disconnecting, his expression changing continuously. He gripped his phone, pacing back and forth in the room. The hidden profession of Beast Master, did the Beast Master really appear? It hadn't appeared for 1,000 years, suddenly seeing it would be unbelievable for anyone, let alone him. He felt it was like a joke. Looking at the phone screen, Zhou Fu's expression kept shifting. But what if it was true? He wouldn't live much longer, and if the Beast Master really emerged, he would have a chance to step into the 6th transformation and go even further. Since ancient times, Beast Masters had been trapped at the end of the 5th transformation for too long. The appearance of the Beast Master meant that Beast Masters might break the limit, and for at least 1,000 years they wouldn't be stuck at the 5th transformation again. The brilliance of breaking limits would benefit all Beast Masters. He was filled with excitement and looked at his phone, dialing back heavily. It didn't take long before Huang Sandao answered the call. Old Huang, tell me, is what you said true? Zhou Fu's voice was extremely serious as he asked. Huang Sandao detected the seriousness and excitement in Zhou Fu's tone and replied gravely. It shouldn't be wrong. I can't see his profession panel, but he has 2 ancestral-level beast companions. More importantly, I saw him transform the boss of Qin Turtle Bay, Qin Turtle King, into his own beast. Chapter 40, The Expensive Sea Room. Transform the Qin Turtle King into his own beast? Zhou Fu's skin trembled, and his old eyes were filled with ecstatic joy. This was it. This was it. If Huang Sandao was indeed telling the truth, then this was exactly what was written in the ancient texts about the Beast Master. To dominate all living beings, the true power of a master. Qin Turtle Bay, I'm on my way. Zhou Fu didn't ask further and hung up the phone. He burst through the door and rushed out, and at the same time, a giant tiger with 3 heads and twin wings was summoned instantly, carrying Zhou Fu towards Qin Turtle Bay. Level 89, just 1 level away. Back in Shanghai City, Qin Feng looked at his profession panel with some regret. Although Qin Turtle Bay featured monsters ranging from level 60 to level 100, there weren't many that surpassed level 90. Most were between level 60 and 85. This led to the fact that even though he had almost cleared the entire Qin Turtle Bay, he had only reached level 89. He was one slight step away from level 90 and the 3rd transformation. However, there was no need to rush, for him, the strength of beasts was the top priority. Observing the sea tower. Qin Feng stopped, looking at the luxurious building in front, and walked inside. He needed a quiet place to evolve the Qin Turtle King. As soon as he stepped inside, a special aura made Qin Feng feel a wave of relaxation. The indoor arrangement was extremely exquisite, with special patterns carved on the walls. And that aura that made Qin Feng feel relaxed. It is something that seeps out from the patterns. This is a special item made from a secret realm, effective in restoring spirit. Although there were many people in the lobby on the 1st floor, it did not seem noisy. I need a sea room. Qin Feng arrived at the front desk and said. He had learned last night that the rooms in this sea viewing tower are divided into 4 levels: mountain, river, lake, and sea. Among these, the mountain level is the lowest, and the sea level is the highest. Different grades of rooms come with different magical arrays. For example, the sea room not only has soundproofing, calming, and protective arrays but also has some temporary attribute enhancements. Of course, the price is also very high. Okay, the sea room is 2 million alliance coins per day. The beautiful receptionist answered with a smile. Swipe the card. Qin Feng handed over his alliance card. This price was indeed outrageous, his entire fortune would only be enough for a little over 10 days. However, this was not the time to save money, he could still afford the 2 million. Ding! Payment successful. With a prompt sound, the receptionist returned the alliance card to Qin Feng, along with a blue room card engraved with ocean patterns. Sir, your room card, it's the 1st room on the 9th floor. Qin Feng nodded and walked towards the elevator. Arriving on the 9th floor, Qin Feng checked the room number. After confirming it, he swiped the card and walked in. The sea room is large, equipped with all kinds of facilities, and has a huge single-sided floor-to-ceiling window that offers a direct view of the nearby sea. Qin Feng looked around and entered the bedroom, closing the door. After sitting down, he closed his eyes, and his spirit directly entered the Beast Master space. Inside the Beast Master space, 4 beasts were each in their own corner. The Black Turtle King was suppressed by the aura of the other 3 beasts, shrinking and appearing quite restrained. Even though there would be no fights between the beasts, the suppression of the aura still caused the Black Turtle King to firmly tuck its head into its shell. Chapter 41, The Black Turtle King's Evolution, Ancient Level Sky Connecting Black Tortoise. Seeing the Black Turtle King's appearance, Qin Feng instantly felt amused. He shook his head and opened the Black Turtle King's panel. Black Turtle King. Tier, Golden Level. Level, LV 100. Strength, 10,000. Constitution, 35,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 15,000. Combat Power, 40,000. Skills, Black Turtle Water Armor, Great Water Tornado, Overturning Waves. Note, evolution requires 100,000 evolution points. The first evolution can trigger a critical hit effect. Soon, you won't be afraid anymore. Qin Feng murmured to himself, then spoke solemnly, Start evolution. Consuming 100,000 evolution points, the Black Turtle King starts its evolution. Splash! A sound of seawater, unknown where it came from, echoed. It was like the waves crashing, surging, and billowing. Along with the sound came a strong, moist sensation. Taking a gentle breath, it felt as if his mouth and nose were instantly filled with briny seawater. At this moment, the entire world felt like a towel soaked with water, making one feel as if they were in the ocean. Qin Feng sensed something unusual in his body, raised his arm to look, and found that his arm was already covered with dense droplets of water. It wasn't raining, yet these droplets appeared out of nowhere, as if squeezed from the air. Roar! The Black Turtle King had unknowingly poked its head out, greedily drinking in the moist air. As it breathed, the moisture around its body grew denser, gradually forming a huge water ball that wrapped it inside. Qin Feng looked, and within that giant water ball, the Black Turtle King was still greedily sipping water. The water ball expanded gradually, and within it, a small ocean was forming. Waves crashed against the shore, rolling fiercely, the surging seawater roared, casting darkness over the world, a scenario of the ocean's end. After an unknown amount of time, a deafening roar broke through the ocean, coming from within the water ball. Following that, the water ball quickly shrank. Endless seawater madly surged into the body of the Qin Turtle King, and his body continuously swelled and expanded. 1,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 5,000 meters. 10,000 meters. Boom! The water ball completely vanished, and an incredibly huge, turtle-shaped creature with a black snake on its back landed on the ground. Evolution completed, Qin Turtle King Sky-Reaching Xian Wu. Current tamed beast, Sky-Reaching Xian Wu. Grade, Ancient Level. Level, LV 100. Strength, 150000. Constitution, 400000. Agility, 150000. Spirit, 200000. Combat Power, 450000. Skills, Sky-Reaching Barrier, Deep Sea Tide, Sea Dragon Tornado. Next evolution requires evolution points, 1,000,000. 400,000 Constitution? Ancient Level? Qin Feng's heart raced violently. Before the evolution began, he had a suspicion. The Qin Turtle King's first evolution might directly reach the ancient level. After all, the Qin Turtle King started at gold level, and with the chance of critical hits, the possibility of reaching the ancient level compared to other tamed beasts must be much higher. However, at that time, it was merely a fleeting thought, and he did not seriously consider it. But unexpectedly, his thought actually came true. Ancient level, a whopping 400,000 Constitution. If he encountered a 5-turn job holder, he feared that even the Sky-Reaching Xian Wu's defense would not be broken. Chapter 42 Half-Step 7-Turn Peak Perfection? Heaven-Defying. Qin Feng felt excited inside. As the Qin Turtle King evolved into the Sky-Reaching Xian Wu, its health value skyrocketed from 1 million to nearly 10 million. It seems that below 7-turn, there shouldn't be any threat to me. The defense of the Sky-Reaching Xian Wu would definitely be a headache even for 6-turn job holders. Qin Feng thought. According to what he knew, the maximum combat power of 6-turn job holders rarely exceeded 300,000. Even some hidden professions reaching 400,000 were considered top 6-turn. But compared to the Sky-Reaching Xian Wu, there was still some gap. His current strength was roughly equivalent to a top 6-turn, or perhaps half-step 7-turn? Half-step 7-turn early peak perfection? Qin Feng suddenly grinned, feeling a bit amused. This statement was indeed a bit abstract. This wasn't a fantasy novel. Exiting the tamed beast space, Qin Feng calculated his current state. He was now level 89 in the 2nd turn, just 1 level away from the 3rd turn. Qin Feng suddenly thought. At level 80, it seemed he could contract another tamed beast again? As this thought flashed through, he shook his head. Leveling up too quickly was also a headache. There were endless things to do every day. Unlike his classmates, who were probably still carefree, grinding through dungeons at levels 20 or 30. Sigh, so envious. Qin Feng couldn't help but express his feelings. Returning to thoughts, he took out the glowing orb from his personal space. Dull Holy Light Orb. Type, Item. Usable level, LV 80. Item description, a light certificate from the City of Holy Light, used to enter the legendary level secret realm, City of Holy Light. Now, he was already at a level to enter this legendary level secret realm. However, he thought for a moment. He decided to wait until after the third turn to explore the legendary level secret realm. His understanding of the legendary level secret realm was very limited, only some superficial knowledge. But what he could confirm was that the difficulty of the legendary level secret realm was extremely high. It was like a small world, and one not only had to guard against the dangers within the secret realm. They also had to guard against the job holders entering. Under the lure of huge benefits, killing for treasure was not rare. Putting away the dull holy light orb, Qin Feng's gaze shifted, checking his current evolution points. Current evolution points, 205,410, 205,413. Evolution points were his foundation. After the second turn, his evolution points had risen from the initial 1 point per second to now 3 points per second. 3 points per second meant nearly 260,000 evolution points per day. In about 4 days' time, he could reach the first 1 million. And according to the evolution requirements of the tamed beasts, it showed. The golden level evolution requires 100,000 evolution points, and the ancestral level evolution to ancient level requires 1 million evolution points. However, evolving from ancient level to stellar level still requires 1 million evolution points. Surprisingly, the demand for evolution points did not increase at all. This made Qin Feng a bit curious. According to reason, the stellar level is a completely transcendent level. It shouldn't be so simple. Or perhaps. Qin Feng opened the professional panel of the celestial Xuanwu. He looked at the final introduction. Next evolution requires evolution points, 1 million. The introduction did not clearly state that the next evolution is stellar level. Could it be that he misunderstood, and the next evolution does not represent stellar level? Or, besides 1 million evolution points, does evolving to stellar level require some special materials? Chapter 43, Cave View. Fierce God Ant Bug. Shaking his head, Qin Feng temporarily set aside this thought. After all, this idea was merely a guess. To verify it specifically, he would need to wait until his evolution points reached 1 million. However, it is not far away. 1 million evolution points is only a matter of a few days. The main task now should be the merit task of the Great Qin. With a thought, a piece of information appeared before his eyes. Task, Foreign Purification Plan. Task type, exclusive task of the Great Qin. Task description, eliminate the rats from foreign lands. Task reward, killing a first turn invader rewards 100 merit, killing a second turn invader rewards 1000 merit, killing a third turn invader rewards 10,000 merit, killing a fourth turn invader rewards 50,000 merit. Regarding this task, Qin Feng actually had a thought. The invaders infiltrating the Great Qin would surely disguise themselves in various forms to hide their true selves. Whether it is through items, skills, or equipment, there exists the ability to conceal one's identity. Perhaps among the people brushing past him in the streets, there are indeed invaders. Some high-level concealment methods are not easy to see through. Unless relying on high-level eye practitioners or certain special items, complete identification of invaders is impossible. However, Qin Feng's gaze flickered slightly. Cave View. Skill effect, you can see through all disguises, concealments, and falsehoods. Under Cave View, all disguises are as bright as lights in the night. Qin Feng smiled. He stood up, walked to the window, and admired the flow of people below. On his pupils, a trace of golden light had quietly appeared. Cave View activated. Name, Lu Dazhuang. Profession, Knight. Level, second transfer 77th level. Country, Great Qin. Strength, 4,000. Physique, 10,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 5,000. Combat power, 8,000. Name, Zhou Wen. Profession, Assassin. Level, third transfer 95th level. Country, Great Qin. Name, Yamashita Nakano. Profession, Assassin. Level, third transfer 106th level. Country, Coco Country. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. The effect of the Cave View skill was quite powerful. All information appeared incredibly clear under the Cave View. Though he had already anticipated it, the fact that even names could be seen so clearly surprised him. Yamashita Nakano, Coco Country? Qin Feng murmured. If one were to say which country among the 10 foreign nations held the deepest grievances with the Great Qin, it was undoubtedly this Cocoa country. Then let's start with you. As soon as the words fell, the mana within him flowed. A tiny ant bug, only the size of a finger segment, with wings on its back, completely black and exuding a dangerous aura, appeared with a spatial ripple. Fierce God Ant Bug. This was a new skill understood by the War Ant Queen. Compared to the extreme shock in numbers brought by infinite breeding, the effect of this skill seemed to be more ordinary. Even the body of the ant bug was quite small. Qin Feng carefully observed the ant bug before him. Its body was slender, only 2 or 3 centimeters long, with eyes like tiny red beans, glowing with a scarlet luster. Despite its tiny size, it exuded an unspeakable sense of danger. Chapter 44, Thrift and Savings, the Traditional Virtue of Great Qin. After watching for a while, Qin Feng opened its panel information. Doom Ant. Rank, Ancient Level. Level, LV 70. Strength, 300000. Constitution, 30,000. Agility, 200000. Spirit, 10,000. Skill, none. Combat power, 300000. Ancient level? Qin Feng instinctively exclaimed. He never expected that this Doom Ant was actually ancient level. To know, even the War Queen Ant is only ancient level, how could it breed ancient level bugs? But also makes sense. The skill of infinite reproduction for this wicked soldier ant is already a primal level. Since it does not excel in numbers, ancient level seems reasonable. Thinking this, Qin Feng gradually suppressed the shock in his heart. This Doom Ant excels in strength and agility, and with its small size, it is quite suitable for the current needs. Although the Doom Ant exists for only half an hour, it is completely enough. With these attributes, not to mention the mere 3 turns, even 5 turns have no capability of resistance. Swish. Qin Feng opened a crack in the window. With a slight thought, the Doom Ant turned into a dark shadow and flew out. On the street, Nishiyama Nakaya was pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing around, feeling a bit irritated. Pa! He spat on the ground and stepped over it. He came to Great Qin a day ago. According to the orders of the King of Cocoa Kingdom, for every resource grabbed in Great Qin, Cocoa Kingdom would have certain rewards. Not only Cocoa Kingdom, but also other countries have professionals fighting for resources in Great Qin. For a long time, Great Qin has not taken action. He treasured his life, after all, Great Qin was a dominant power, facing any country alone meant destruction. Although the 10 countries are united now, one cannot predict Great Qin's intentions. Therefore, he watched for several years and realized that under the pressure of the 10 countries, Great Qin had become like a toothless tiger, no threat, so he dared to infiltrate Great Qin's territory. He never imagined that just a day after entering Great Qin, after a nap, the sky would collapse. Great Qin immediately sealed its borders and began to purge these invaders. This was simply the ultimate bad luck. He came just to take a nap, without doing anything at all. They are directly not letting him live? Damn it! Nishiyama Nakaya only wanted to curse. He shook his head, and suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw a small bug fall onto his neck. The next moment, his vision went black. His body seemed to deflate in an instant. There was no time to resist, let alone channel any magic. He had just seen the bug, and his flesh and blood were directly drained, consciousness disappearing in an instant. Only a dried human skin remained, slapping against the ground with inertia. You killed a 3-turn invader and gained merit, 10,000. On the rooftop, Qin Feng stood by the window, observing the restless crowd below, his expression showing no signs of surprise. For mere 3 turns, if they could react to the attack of the ancient-level Doom Ant, that would be strange. His pupils sparkled with golden light. Under insight, a series of information reappeared. Qin Feng licked his lips, killing just one was certainly not enough. The half-hour existence of the Doom Ant must not be wasted. Thrift and savings are the traditional virtues of Great Qin. Chapter 45, Frenzied Slaughter. The breaking limits brought by the leader. As Qin Feng selected the target again, the Doom Ant began a slaughter-like scene on the streets of Shanghai City. You killed a 3-turn invader and gained 10,000 merit. You killed a 4-turn invader and gained 50,000 merit. You killed a 3-turn invader and gained 10,000 merit. You killed a 2-turn invader and gained 1,000 merit. One by one, the invaders fell like dried corpses. Great Qin has been invaded for many years, and the number of invaders from various countries infiltrating Great Qin is definitely not small. Under the attack of the Doom Ant, people continued to die on the streets. However, fortunately, after the professional dies, the panel can no longer hide and will directly appear before everyone. This is what prevented too much chaos from occurring. In contrast to the people of the Great Qin nation, the invaders were in complete panic. As they watched their fellow invaders fall one after another, they could find no enemy at all. This feeling was far more terrifying than death. It was as if a grim reaper lurked in the shadows, silently swinging its scythe, harvesting one life after another. And soon, it would be their turn. On the other side. Inside the inn. Huang Sanao and Zhou Fu sat together, and across from them was an old man, Lin Yuanzhou. You mean to say he has already tamed an ancient-level beast? Zhou Fu was even more shocked. From Lin Yuanzhou's description, it was clear that he was talking about the same person Huang Sanao had seen. That is to say, this beast master had successfully tamed an ancient-level beast? This was simply too unbelievable. In his view, ancient-level beasts were already impossible to appear in this world. The materials needed to evolve a golden-level beast into an ancient-level beast were extremely rare and expensive. Countless fifth-turn beastmasters had gone bankrupt trying to evolve their golden-level beasts into ancient-level ones, spending nearly billions, and still failing. The issue with ancient-level beasts was no longer about money, but about the inability to gather the evolution materials. The Beastmaster Association had only discovered traces of beastmasters from ancient relics over hundreds of years. It was speculated that there might still be living ancient-level beasts within them. However, only beastmasters could enter the ruins and perform secondary contracts with any ancient-level beasts inside. Yes, there is no mistake. Lin Yuanzhou replied affirmatively. That terrifying scene still sent chills down his spine as he recalled it. Ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Hearing Lin Yuanzhou's answer, Zhou Fu suddenly burst into wild laughter. He had been holding back for too long, thinking he would be trapped in this fifth turn forever. Now, a glimmer of hope had appeared. He believed Lin Yuanzhou would never lie to him, even though he had yet to meet the person and was unsure if he was truly the Beastmaster. But that no longer mattered, all he needed was a leader who could break the fifth turn limitation. One reason many Beastmasters were stuck at fifth turn, unable to reach sixth turn, was the lack of an ancient-level beast. Once this person reached sixth turn and completed the limitation task involving the ancient-level beast, the demand for ancient-level beasts and the other Beastmasters' sixth turn quests would completely disappear. By then, several fifth turn Beastmasters at their limit would directly advance to sixth turn, successfully extending their lives. This was the breaking limits effect that the leader would bring. Breaking limitations, the pioneers paved the way for the successors. Chapter 46, Half an hour, over 400,000 merit points. What a pity. Half an hour quickly passed. As a slight spatial fluctuation occurred, the grim ants silently vanished. The golden light in Qin Feng's pupils gradually faded, and he let out a soft sigh. In just half an hour, over 20 invaders had died under his grim ants. His merit points soared from 10,000 to 433,000. However, the only thing he felt a bit regretful about was that the experience points gained from killing professionals were not much. At level 89, even after killing so many professionals, he still hadn't reached level 90. Sigh. Qin Feng sighed, opened the Great Qin Treasury. Current merit points, 433000. Looking at the merit points in front of him, Qin Feng's momentary regret vanished. With 400,000 merit points, he could exchange for a vast number of items. His gaze wandered, selecting a specific item to click on. Great Qin Merit. Type, Item. Available level, LV1. Description, charges for a month, can protect the wearer from one fatal damage. Required merit, 100,000. Exchange. Qin Feng did not hesitate at all and directly chose to exchange. Consumed 100,000 merit points, successfully exchanged for a Great Qin National Order *1. Current merit points, 333,000. In an instant, with a flash of black light, a completely black, round badge-like item appeared directly in Qin Feng's palm. Great Qin National Order. Qin Feng carefully examined it for a moment, then immediately chose to use it and wore it. Although the Great Qin National Order belongs to the item category, it is actually very similar to equipment, only without any attribute bonuses. After wearing it, Qin Feng continued to scroll down through the treasures of the Great Qin National Treasury. A few minutes later, his gaze suddenly paused, noticing an item. Essence of the Sun. Category, Material. Description, a mysterious essence from the core of the sun, filled with indescribable fiery energy, can be used for crossing tribulations of beast tamers above level 100. Required merit, 100,000. Essence of the Sun? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. The level of a tamed beast is different from that of a practitioner, level 100 is the limit. Once reaching level 100, to grow again, besides evolution, the only way is to cross tribulations. As far as he knew, only ancestral level and above tamed beasts could cross tribulations. Ancestral level beasts can cross tribulations 3 times, while ancient level beasts can cross tribulations 9 times. With each crossing of tribulation, the attributes of the tamed beast will significantly increase. For example, his current level 100 Celestial Turtle has a total combat power of 450,000, which is only equivalent to a top-tier 6-turn practitioner or an ordinary 7-turn practitioner. But if it survives 9 tribulations, the combat power of the Celestial Turtle can reach close to a top-tier 9-turn. At that time, it would be the true strongest creature on the surface. However, crossing tribulations for tamed beasts is not guaranteed to succeed. As the number of tribulation crossings increases, the success rate gradually decreases. Along with the scarcity of materials and the high prices, cultivating an ancient level 9 tribulation tamed beast will be an extremely terrifying number. His gaze swept over the essence of the sun, thought for a moment, and then fixed on another item. Experience pill. Category, medicine. Usable level, LV 30. Description, an experience pill refined by an alchemist, using it grants directly 50,000 experience points. Required merit, 1,000. Chapter 47, The Tower of Talents opens. 1,000 merit points, that is acceptable. Qin Feng murmured to himself and chose to exchange. He was only one step away from level 90, and 50,000 experience points were just enough to directly level up. A spatial fluctuation came, and Qin Feng stretched out his palm. Amidst the flicker of white light, a milky white pill suddenly appeared in the palm of Qin Feng's hand. Without hesitation, he directly put the pill into his mouth. Although the milky white pill appeared solid, like candy, it melted instantly, turning into a wave of gas flowing into Qin Feng's body. As a surge of milky light emerged, several prompt messages appeared as well. You consumed an experience pill, experience points plus 500,000. You leveled up, gained 10 free attribute points. You have reached level 90, the 3-turn task has been issued. Your level has reached the maximum limit of 2 turns, you will no longer gain experience points. As the prompt messages appeared, Qin Feng opened the task panel. Current task, The Path of Divine Beings, 2. Task description, The Prestige of the Divine Being. Task requirements, suppress the Tower of Talents, bring a bit of the Divine Being's shock to the talents. Task duration, unlimited. Tower of Talents? Qin Feng looked at the task panel in front of him. The so-called Tower of Talents is a 100-story treasure tower within the borders of the Great Qin. The treasure tower opens once a year, and each time for 7 days, anyone under the age of 20 can participate. After 7 days, different rewards will be given based on the rankings. However, it seems that the Tower of Talents hasn't opened this year yet, right? Every opening of the Tower of Talents issues tasks to all practitioners of the Great Qin. Apart from the rewards for the top 100. Every participant will have a basic participation prize. Qin Feng remembered that his task panel had never shown this task before. However, just as his thoughts arose, suddenly, the task panel flashed. Task, Hero Ranking. Task type, Exclusive task of the Great Qin Kingdom. Task requirement, go to the Hero Tower and compete for your own position as a hero. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear? Qin Feng's face showed a moment of surprise, but he quickly returned to normal. After all, it is a divine task, having some foresight is reasonable, right? Qin Feng comforted himself and then clicked to open the task details to check the task rewards. Task, Hero Ranking. Task type, Exclusive task of the Great Qin Kingdom. Task requirement, go to the Hero Tower and compete for your own position as a hero. Task basic reward, 1,000 merit points. Task ranking rewards, rank 50 to 100, reward 20,000 merit points, 1 piece of golden equipment. Rank 30 to 49, reward. Rank 20 to 29, reward. Third place reward, 200,000 merit points, profession-specific epic set. Second place reward, 500,000 merit points, profession-specific epic set, profession-specific talent skill book. First place reward, 1 million merit points, profession-specific legendary set, profession-specific talent skill book, divine authority fragment. As Qin Feng's gaze moved downward, his pupils suddenly shrank. First place reward, divine authority fragment. Although the other rewards were impressive, they were completely overshadowed by the last reward. Divine authority fragment? Qin Feng muttered softly, his expression shocked. Chapter 48, Hero Tower Reward, Divine Authority Fragment. He stared at the words Divine Authority Fragment for a long time. Finally, Qin Feng came to his senses, confirming he wasn't mistaken. However, a Divine Authority Fragment? Is this really something that will be offered at this Hero Tower event? The so-called Divine Authority is said to be a true object of the divine. Even if it's just a fragment, it is absolutely something that any professional would go crazy for. Even an 8 transformation or even a 9 transformation giant would be no exception. But isn't the Divine Authority just perfect for my 9 transformation divine path? Qin Feng's mouth lifted up, joy rising in his heart. The Hero Tower restricts entry to professionals under 20 years old. Professionals awaken at 18, being under 20 means they have only 2 years of awakening. In 2 years, even the top professionals, backed by strong forces, can only reach a limited level. It's time to give them a little shock from the divine. Shanghai City. Top villa area, the Feng family. In the hall, a woman with long, slightly curly red hair stood still, looking at the task panel in front of her, slightly dazed. This time, the first place reward at the Hero Tower is actually so outrageous? Feng Honyu's face showed shock, disbelief. Oh? Across from Feng Honyu, a middle-aged man sitting in a chair opened his eyes. Honyu, what kind of reward could make you feel it's outrageous? Feng Gingshan spoke with a smile. As the top family in Shanghai City, the Feng family has power spreading across several surrounding cities. Their family treasury holds countless treasures. Feng Hongyu, as his daughter, is also a top genius of this generation, supported by the family's power. There are indeed very few treasures that could shock her. Divine authority. Feng Hongyu suddenly spoke. Then she gently waved her hand, and the task panel immediately appeared in front of Feng Jingshan. Task, Hero Ranking. Task Type, Exclusive Task of the Great Qin Kingdom. Task Requirement, go to the Hero Tower and compete for your own position as a hero. Task Basic Reward, 1000 Merit Points. Task Ranking Rewards, Rank 50 to 100, Reward. Rank 30 to 49, Reward. Rank 20 to 29, Reward. Third place reward, 200,000 merit points, profession-specific epic set. Second place reward, 500,000 merits, profession-specific epic armor set, profession-specific talent skill book. First place reward, 1 million merits, profession-specific legendary armor set, profession-specific talent skill book, divine authority fragment. Feng Jingshan looked at Feng Hongyu with a puzzled expression. He did not quite understand what Feng Hongyu meant by the sudden mention of divine authority. However, as Feng Hongyu waved her hand, the genius task panel appeared before Feng Jingshan. His expression changed drastically, and he stood up from his chair in an instant. Divine authority fragment? He was shocked, completely not expecting that this item would be placed here. Indeed, the first place in the Genius Tower is a top talent with limitless potential. But potential is ultimately just potential. Who among those who could step into the 8th and 9th turns was not a top genius before? Divine authority is such a precious treasure, even he had only heard of it but never truly seen it. There was no way this could be handed to these so-called geniuses. Feng Jingshan's complexion changed again and again. After taking a few deep breaths, he spoke, Hongyu, notify everyone, call for a family meeting. Chapter 49, Qin Shang, Divine Messenger. Tianjing. In a large courtyard. Divine authority fragment? I didn't expect the great Qin King to bring out this item. An old man in a grey-white robe sat in the main seat, his voice deep. Grandfather, don't worry, I will secure first place this time. On the left side, a short-haired Qin Shang suddenly spoke. He was extremely handsome, his expression not changing much, filled with unparalleled confidence. Father, no matter the intention of the great Qin King in offering the divine authority fragment as a reward. With Shanger here, the divine authority must belong to us this time. A tall middle-aged man next to the old man spoke. As Chen Shang's father, no one knew his child better than him. Yes, with Shanger's strength, no contemporary genius can compare. That's right. Trust in Shanger. The others chimed in agreement. The old man in the grey-white robe, Chen Xingyue, glanced at the crowd and shook his head slightly. It's good that Shanger has confidence, but this genius tower may not be so simple. He stood up, his gaze profound. How precious is the divine authority? The great Qin King offering the divine authority fragment as a reward likely means there is a predetermined candidate. Predetermined candidate? The tall middle-aged man, Chen Xiao, responded with surprise. With a predetermined candidate, yet the divine authority fragment is placed in the genius tower task as a reward. What kind of operation is this? Wouldn't it be better just to give it directly? Does the great Qin King believe that the first place in the genius tower will definitely be taken by this person? Is he so confident in this predetermined individual? Moreover, regarding Qin Shang's information, the great Qin King is aware. Knowing Chen Shang's information, yet still choosing to place the divine authority fragment in the genius tower task as a reward. This indicates that in the eyes of the great Qin King, that person must far exceed Qin Shang, even to the extent that Chen Shang poses no threat at all to him? How is that possible? Chen Shang's profession is a top hidden profession, divine messenger. In other words, his ability is to borrow the power of the divine. With the Chen family backing him, he has now reached the 4th turn level. He couldn't fathom anyone who could stabilize and suppress Shanger before the age of 20, especially someone who poses no threat to Shanger at all. Impossible, Uncle Yu, how can there be someone in this world who can completely crush Shanger? Yes, Shanger's profession as a divine messenger is truly a top-tier profession. You must be mistaken. Even if the great Qin King truly has a predetermined candidate, it must be Shanger. The others who heard Chen Xingyue's speculation all voiced their refutations, unable to accept it. Chen Shang's gaze gathered, and he also looked towards Chen Xingyue. That mention of a predetermined candidate also startled him. In the eyes of the great Qin king, is that destined person far superior to his existence? Since the day of his professional awakening, his career path had been incredibly smooth. In the same level, he could completely crush his opponents. Even if the other side was also a top combat profession, they posed no threat to him at all. He could not understand why there would be anyone whom the great Qin king valued so highly. Could it be that someone could completely surpass him, the divine messenger? For the first time, Chen Shang's heart wavered regarding his own strength. Chen Xingyue waved his hand to signal for silence. To be honest, even he could not fathom who could be valued by the great Qin king more than Shanger. The divine messenger profession had been a rare top profession for hundreds of years. In theory, there should be no one stronger than Shanger. Chapter 50, Imperial Palace. The terrifying white-browed old man. However, he knew in his heart that if his guess was true, then the destined person could not be Shanger. Although he had not entered the Imperial Palace for a long time, if Shanger was valued by the great Qin king, he should have been notified. Forget it. Chen Xingyue suddenly stood up. It's been a long time since I've seen the great Qin king, it's time to pay a visit. On the other side, in Shanghai City, Zhou Fu, Huang Sandao, and Lin Yuanzhou sat across from each other. Watching the commotion in the streets gradually return to normal, the tea on the table went from full to empty and back again. Is that kid sleeping during the day? Zhou Fu was getting quite anxious. He couldn't wait to see Qin Feng. Never mind, let's not wait anymore, let's just go knock on the door. We are not being rude. He stood up suddenly and said. However, just as he stood, before Lin Yuanzhou and Huang Sandao could say anything, a hand had already pressed on his shoulder, followed by a calm voice coming from behind him. Don't hurry, don't hurry. In an instant, Zhou Fu's face changed drastically. As a fifth-level beast master, someone could come up quietly behind him, and he hadn't noticed at all? Instinctively, he wanted to summon his power, but he found that under the pressure of that hand, the flow of his power in his body had completely stagnated and he couldn't summon it at all. What kind of technique is this? Zhou Fu looked up in fear to see Lin Yuanzhou and Huang Sandao's faces mirrored his own terror. Both of them also felt their power flow stagnate at that moment and could not summon it. At that moment, they were no different from ordinary people. Who are you? Huang Sandao asked in shock. Standing opposite him was an old man with white hair and beard. The old man's white eyebrows hung down like dragon whiskers, connecting with a large patch of white beard. His aged face looked very gentle, radiating an aura of transcendence. Hearing Huang Sandao's question, he smiled slightly and took out a pitch-black token from his bosom. In the center of the token was engraved a dark golden character, Emperor. The moment they saw the token, the expressions of Huang Sandao and the others instantly changed. The reason is simple, the Emperor token represents the Great Qin Imperial Palace and those beside the Qin King. Although Huang Sandao was the city lord of Shanghai City, he had never actually seen anyone from the Imperial Palace, only aware of its existence. As for Zhou Fu, the president of the Beast Master Association, he had never seen one at all. We meet your honor. The three quickly reacted and tried to bow. However, because of the aura of the white-browed old man, they were unable to kneel, only able to clasp their hands in salute. The white-browed old man waved his hand. Go back, the matter of that young friend has been taken over by the Imperial Palace. The three were stunned, looking at each other, somewhat dazed. Even if that person was the ruler of living beings, it shouldn't warrant the Imperial Palace sending someone in person, right? They exchanged glances but did not dare to speak more. Decisively turned and left. Wait a moment. The old man with white eyebrows suddenly spoke. He then looked at Zhou Fu. You are Zhou Fu? The president of the Beast Tamer Association? Yes, my lord, it is I. Zhou Fu replied respectfully. Is the key to the ancient beast ruins with you? As soon as the white-browed old man said this, Zhou Fu instantly understood. He quickly took out a silver-white, disc-shaped key, the size of a finger, from his personal space and handed it to the old man. The old man with white eyebrows nodded. This thing is of no use to you. You may choose one item from the treasury of the Great Qin, now go. Chapter 51, Evolution Value of 1 million. Hearing the reply, Zhou Fu dared not linger any longer. The three quickly left the place. Watching them leave, the old man with white eyebrows asked for a pot of tea, sat down leisurely, and wore a gentle smile as he gazed at the ocean viewing tower across from him. Old Huang, why did people from the Imperial Palace come? The three continued moving until they returned to the city lord's mansion of Shanghai City, where Zhou Fu expressed his confusion. Even if it's the ruler of beings, it shouldn't warrant a personal visit from the Imperial Palace, right? Huang Sandao also wore a puzzled expression, shaking his head. Is there something else we don't know? Just the ruler of beings and an ancient-level beast tamer shouldn't have alarmed the imperial palace. Lin Yuanzhou also shook his head. Forget it, let it be. Since the imperial palace is taking charge, it's only a matter of time before he reaches the 6th transformation and completes the limit breaking. We can just wait. Zhou Fu decisively cast aside his thoughts, no longer entangled in this matter. The key to the ancient beast ruins had already been handed over, and there was nothing else for him to do but wait for the limit breaking to prolong his life. In the ocean viewing tower, inside the room, Qin Feng lay back on the soft bed, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Ever since his vocational awakening, he had not rested properly. In just a few days, he had crazily leveled up, hardly stopping at all. Now, he could finally relax a bit. As for the matter of the Tower of Elites, he was not in a hurry. The Tower of Elites was open for a total of 7 days, and the rule was territorial occupation. As long as one was at the corresponding tower level when the final day ended, they could be counted in the rankings and receive rewards. So, Qin Feng was not in a rush. These days, he could take a break, while waiting for his evolution value to grow, and see if he could evolve his first stellar-level beast. As the moon rose and set, 3 days quickly passed. In addition to resting, Qin Feng also visited the trading hall during these days. He had looted quite a few items from the Xian Turtle Bay. After selling all of them, he purchased some teleportation scrolls and various items for backup. Returning to his room, Qin Feng opened his panel and looked at his evolution value. Current evolution value, 1123003. 1 million evolution value was enough. He thought for a moment and opened the panel information of the Heavenly Turtle. Current beast, Heavenly Turtle. Grade, Ancient Level. Level, LV 100. Strength, 150000. Vitality, 400000. Agility, 150000. Spirit, 200000. Combat Power, 450000. Skills, Heavenly Barrier, Deep Sea Fury, Ocean Dragon Twist. Next evolution required evolution value, 1 million. With the current attributes of Heavenly Turtle, it could withstand any threat within the 6th transformation. Even facing the 7th transformation, it had a certain level of self-protection ability. If the War Ant Queen was also considered, he even had the strength to slay ordinary 7th transformations. And now, it had been less than 10 days since his vocational awakening, his combat power had risen at a swift pace. However, one must remain vigilant. His current strength, although rising quickly, was still not enough in the face of true powerhouses. In the future, he could encounter top-tier 7th transformations, or even 8th or 9th transformation giants. He had already attracted the attention of the 10 countries outside, and they would surely not allow him to grow unchecked. Although Great Qin had currently closed its borders, no one could guarantee that others wouldn't find other means to enter. Chapter 52, Abyss Dragon Python Evolves, Ancient Level Black Dragon King. One must not be too careless. Qin Feng gazed at the attributes of the Heavenly Turtle, his eyes resting on the last piece of information. Next evolution requires evolution value, 1 million. Although he has 2 ancient-level beast companions, if he had to choose one to evolve, it is clear that the Heavenly Turtle would be the best choice. After all, only by being alive can there be output. Start evolution. He spoke decisively. Although he did not know if the evolution could be completed, he decided to give it a try. Once successful, a star-level defensive beast would make him truly invincible. As his voice fell, a series of messages appeared. Evolution failed. Evolution value has been returned. Please select an ancient-level beast to evolve again. Current evolution value, 1123233. As expected, it didn't work. Qin Feng sighed slightly. Although he had already anticipated this, when the situation was indeed presented before him, it still made him feel a bit regretful. After all, once evolution succeeded, his combat power would soar again, making him truly fearless of any threat. However, luckily, although the evolution failed, the evolution value did not disappear, so he could evolve another ancient-level beast. 2 ancestral-level beasts, Abyss Dragon Python and Golden Crow. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng decisively chose the Abyss Dragon Python. The reason for choosing the Abyss Dragon Python was not particularly special, but simply because its attributes were more balanced, capable of both defense and attack. With a thought, the attribute panel immediately unfolded. Abyss Dragon Python. Grade, Ancestral Level. Level, LV 75. Strength, 54500. Constitution, 57970. Agility, 49100. Spirit, 46990. Combat Power, 80,000. Skills, Dragon Roar, Devour. Next evolution requires evolution value, 1 million. Start evolution. His spirit sank into the beast companion space. Qin Feng stared at the abyss dragon python before him and spoke slowly. Consuming 1 million evolution value, evolution begins. As the message appeared, the evolution value transformed into dots of white light, rushing toward the abyss dragon python, gradually wrapping the abyss dragon python completely, forming a massive ball of light. The light ball floated in the sky, and with a rumble, the sound of thunder erupted. The originally milky white light ball's color began to deepen rapidly. From white to gray, then from gray to black, gradually transforming into a completely pitch-black sphere. At the same time, large clouds began to gather, dark and oppressive, filling the entire sky. Clouds from dragons, winds from tigers. As the sky was completely covered by dark clouds, a loud dragon roar instantly resounded. Roar! The pitch-black sphere began to expand, gradually merging with the dark clouds. Then it began to spread continuously until it fully became one with the dark clouds. Boom! Again, the sound of thunder erupted. Amidst the flickering lightning, a dragon-like creature, whose length was unknown, could be seen weaving through the dark clouds. It danced and swirled, moving in all directions, then slowly extended a massive head. The dragon's might radiated, revealing a fierce appearance. Evolution complete. Abyss Dragon Python Black Dragon King. Current Beast Companion, Black Dragon King. Grade, Ancient Level. Level, LV 75. Strength, 250000. Constitution, 225000. Agility, 185000. Spirit, 180000. Combat Power, 330000. Skills, Overwhelming Dragon Might, World Destruction Dragon Breath, Endless Abyss. Next evolution requires evolution value, 1 million. Chapter 53, The Beast Companions in the Great Qin's Treasury. Black Dragon King? After evolution, the skills have also changed. Exiting the Beast Companion space, Qin Feng looked at the brand new 3 skills on the Black Dragon King's attribute panel, and instantly felt very pleased. Although he could not evolve his first star-level beast, having one more ancient level was still good. After all, one should not be overly anxious, once the mission at the Tower of Talents ends and he completes the 3rd advancement. He could start working on the Beast Companion's tribulations. It was estimated that the materials needed then would also be astronomical, and he would still need to accumulate slowly. However, the combat power of a 9 tribulations ancient level beast was already equivalent to that of a 9 advancements professional. What kind of combat power would a star-level beast possess? Qin Feng felt a bit puzzled. In fact, although the star level has always been listed among the beast companion tiers, no one has ever truly understood the combat power of a star-level beast. Even in ancient times, there were no records regarding star-level beasts at all. Everything humans have learned about beast taming lacks a stellar-level explanation. It is only known that such a level exists, but no one knows its specific combat power. However, it is recorded in ancient texts. The ancient level is referred to as the strongest creature on the surface, so the stellar level must be beyond the surface? Qin Feng's heart stirred as he raised his head, looking out the window towards the sky. His gaze seemed to pierce through the firmament, looking beyond the starry sky. Countless alien beings, the size of planets, wandered in the cold, silent expanse of space, where planets were devoured and destroyed. To them, a planet was merely a rich-flavored chocolate ball. He shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Don't think too much. When my strength is enough, I will naturally know. Qin Feng came back to his senses. There is still time. I can contract another beast. But what type of beast should I choose? That's a question. Although he could directly go to the wild instances to forcibly enslave a beast with the spirit law. If it were a common type, it wouldn't be of much use to him. Flying beasts include the golden crow, balanced types feature the black dragon king, defensive ones are the sky-soaring xuanwu, and combat types include the war ant queen. If he were to choose again, could he consider a boosting type? Or maybe a control type, or a stealth type? Qin Feng kept pondering. But where to find such a type of beast? It seemed he had no clues at all. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed as he thought of something and directly opened the Daqin National Treasury. He remembered he still had quite a few merit points. There should be various categories of beasts in the Daqin National Treasury, right? As his thoughts rose, the Daqin National Treasury panel unfolded. Current merit points, 332,000. Over 300,000 merit points, more than enough. Qin Feng smiled and directly opened the treasure category of the Daqin National Treasury, selecting the Beast series. Immediately, a dazzling array of all kinds of beasts was displayed before Qin Feng. A wide variety, including some beasts he had never even heard of. His eyes quickly scanned and he directly spotted at least 3 golden tier beasts. In the Daqin National Treasury, black iron tier beasts were surprisingly the rarest, only 2 remaining. Their prices were also extremely low. Qin Feng casually clicked on one of them and took a glance. Fire Demon. Tier, Black Iron. Skill, none. Required merit, 100. The Fire Demon. Just by the name, it should be a fire attribute beast. Although the price was low, needing only 100 merit points. But it didn't hold much value for Qin Feng. He skimmed past this beast and continued to look down. Ice Bear. Tier, Silver. Skill, Ice Hammer. Required merit, 2000. Crimson Python. Tier, Silver. Skill, Crimson Flame. Required merit, 2000. Earth Bull. Tier, Bronze. Skill, none. Required merit, 500. Qin Feng kept flipping through. Most of the beasts were not what he wanted. Like that Earth Bull, it should belong to a more defensive type of beast. But even if it evolved to the ancient level, it could never match the sky-soaring Xuanwu. Just a waste. He shook his head and continued looking further down. Suddenly, a beast caught his attention. Qing Lian. Tier, Silver. Skill, Recovery. Required merit, 3000. Recovery? Qin Feng paused for a moment. This skill was clearly one that only boosting-type beasts could possess. And while common silver-tier beasts only required 2000 merit points to exchange, this Qing Lian required 3000? Items in the Daqin treasury would certainly not raise prices for no reason. The rarity of items explains their value, indicating that this Qing Lian is quite precious. Moreover, as a recovery-type beast, it was exactly what he needed. Qin Feng decisively chose to exchange. Consumed 3000 merit points, exchanged for silver-tier beast Qing Lian. Exchange successful. With the panel information appearing. A flash of light passed, and before Qin Feng appeared a crystal box. Inside the box lay a lotus flower emitting a faint blue glow, placed in the center. A blue light spreads around the lotus flower, looking quite beautiful. Qin Feng points with a finger. Living Spirit Law activates. Mysterious runes gather in the world, instantly forming a decree shining with golden light. Then, it envelopes the blue lotus within. As the decree descends, the connection between Qin Feng and the blue lotus begins to deepen. In just a few seconds, the blue lotus completely disappears and appears in the beast space. On the panel, a piece of information pops up. Contract successful. You have successfully contracted a silver-level beast Blue Lotus. Current beast, Blue Lotus. Tier, Silver level. Level, LV1. Strength, 100. Constitution, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 2000. Combat power, 500. Skill, Recovery. Evolution value needed for evolution, 20,000. Note, the first evolution will trigger a critical strike effect. Among the four-dimensional attributes, attack, constitution, and agility are all just 100, yet spirit is as high as 2000? Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Qin Feng sighed, then clicked to check the skills. Skill, Recovery. Effect, restores the target's wounds to 3 seconds earlier, up to a maximum of 50,000 health points. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Restore 3 seconds back? Maximum recovery of 50,000 health points? A silver-level beast having this skill is quite outrageous. To understand, the boss of the Lava Secret Realm, the Lava Lord, only has 100,000 health points. This skill is equivalent to directly restoring half of the health. Of course, this skill needs to face sudden damage to exert its greatest effect. If it's just slowly wearing down, then its effect is limited. Chapter 55 Evolution. The fourth ancient level, Transformative Blue Lotus. Then let's see the effect after evolution. Qin Feng glanced at his remaining evolution value. Current evolution value, 124190. To evolve from silver to gold requires 20,000 evolution points, which is more than enough. Immediately, Qin Feng's consciousness sank into the beast space, and he slowly spoke, begin evolution. Consuming 20,000 evolution points, the blue lotus begins to evolve. As the evolution points transformed into spots of white light surged into the blue lotus. The blue light enveloping the blue lotus grew stronger. The lotus petals swayed, and the blue light spread out into the surroundings. The blue light emitted a rich life essence, drifting throughout the beast space. Unlike previous beast evolutions where other beasts would hide, this time, where the blue light spread, all beasts peeked their heads out, greedily sucking in the air. It seemed that the blue light was some incredibly delicious delicacy to them. Qin Feng could feel the joyful mood of the beasts, they were particularly excited. As the blue light spread more abundantly, the entire world was wrapped in blue light. Qin Feng looked at the blue lotus. At this moment, the blue lotus was entirely concealed by intense blue light, making its form indistinguishable. But Qin Feng could sense an incredibly strong life essence emerging beneath that blue light. Suddenly, a thick beam of blue light flashed. In the world, a gigantic shadow of the blue lotus appeared. This shadow of the blue lotus reached to the heavens, connecting earth and sky, filled with an indescribable vitality. It gracefully extended its form, dancing with the wind, like a fairy twirling, showering down a tremendous life force with its movements. Inside the beast space, the originally barren world suddenly flourished with greenery, dead trees bloomed flowers, and it was a lively scene of thriving life. As time passed, the blue light gradually dissipated. A blue lotus half a person tall reappeared before Qin Feng. At the same time, a series of information also emerged. Evolution complete. Blue lotus transformative blue lotus. Current beast, transformative blue lotus. Tier, ancient level. Level, LV1. Strength, 1000. Constitution, 1000. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 500000. Combat power, 200000. Skills, source of life, rebirth transformation. Next evolution requires evolution value, 1 million. Ancient level? Qin Feng's eyes widened. This is too lucky. Originally, he thought that having another ancestral level beast would be great. Unexpectedly. Is it really another ancient level creature? If so, let's calculate. Heavenly Turtle, War Ant Queen, Black Dragon King, Creation Blue Lotus. A total of 5 summoned beasts, 4 of which are ancient level. Once the evolution value accumulates enough again, the Golden Crow can also evolve into an ancient level. At that time, with 5 ancient level beasts in hand, facing the 7 turns, we won't be afraid at all. Qin Feng continued to look at the attributes of the Creation Blue Lotus. Among the 4-dimensional attributes, strength, physique, and agility all have only 1000, but spirit has reached a staggering 500,000. This attribute is even more extreme than his, War Ant Queen. However, after all, it is an auxiliary summoned beast, mainly for healing and recovery, so it makes sense. As for the final combat power, it's a bit outrageous. Although combat power is just a rough assessment based on attributes. But how could this, Creation Blue Lotus, possibly have combat capabilities? Chapter 56, Source of Life, Rebirth Creation. After a slight complaint, Qin Feng's gaze continued to slide down and focused on the skill section. The original recovery skill had already disappeared. It was replaced by 2 new skills. Skill, Source of Life, Rebirth Creation. He began to check them one by one. Skill, Source of Life. Effect, friendly units within range recover 10% of their health per second, lasting for 1 minute. Cooldown, half an hour. Skill, Rebirth Creation. Effect, revives a target that has died within 1 hour, restoring it to its optimal state. Cooldown, 1 day. Passive effect, Rebirth, the death of the Beast Master will automatically trigger the rebirth effect, reconstructing the body and entering a weakened state. Cooldown, 30 days. Qin Feng's breathing became a bit rapid. These 2 skills are more amazing than the other. First, let's talk about the Source of Life. Recovering 10% of health per second for the target, lasting 1 minute. This means that under the effect of Source of Life, his summoned beasts effectively gain 6 extra lives out of nowhere. Take Heavenly Turtle as an example. His Heavenly Turtle currently has approximately 10 million health points. Under the effect of Source of Life, the health value would directly soar to 60 million. Not to mention the already outrageous defense of the Heavenly Turtle. Just this health value alone could make anyone's scalp tingle. More importantly, the effect of this Source of Life is a range effect. It's as if all his summoned beasts gain 6 extra lives out of thin air, simply absurd. Now let's talk about the second skill, Rebirth Creation. If the first skill is just shocking, then the second skill is heaven-defying to Qin Feng. Revives a target that has died within 1 hour, restoring it to its optimal state. You should know that revival skills are extremely precious. Ordinary revival skills, even if they revive someone, can at most restore 10% of their health. This means that although they are revived, they almost lose their combat capability. But this, Rebirth Creation, is completely different. Reviving and restored to optimal state? What is optimal state? It not only means 100% health but also no injuries and all skills have cooled down. Once revived, they can fight again in full strength, and just released powerful skills can be used again, simply exaggerated. And what excites Qin Feng even more is not just this, but the passive effect of Rebirth Creation. Passive effect Rebirth. When the host completely dies, the rebirth effect will automatically trigger, randomly selecting a location, reconstructing the body and entering a weakened state. You should know that all revival skills can only revive other targets and cannot be used on oneself. When you die, you can only hope for others to rescue you. But the function of this skill is that when you die, and no one is there to revive you, you are completely plunged into death, your body begins to dissipate, and after digitizing, the passive effect Rebirth will take effect. Randomly select a location to begin physical reorganization and revitalize. Under the effect of this skill, it means he can almost completely stop worrying about death. During the activation of this skill, he is fearless of any threat. Of course, the specific manifestation of weakness after reorganization is still unknown. Naturally, he would not seek death if he can avoid it. Chapter 57, Blessing of Life, Qin Feng Shock. Against the Heavens. So against the heavens. After Qin Feng exited the beast space, he could hardly contain his excitement. If having the heavenly turtle still left him with worries about death. Now, with Xinglian evolving into creation Xinglian, all his worries will be swept away. Next, he can display his strength without any hesitation and enhance his power at the fastest speed. Even if he is targeted again, he is completely unafraid. Not to mention whether those who target him have the strength to kill him with 4 ancient-level beast companions. Even if they do, he also has life creation as his backing, so he is utterly fearless. Tianjing. Chen family courtyard. New divine power? Chen Shang sat cross-legged on the bed, and suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of blue divine light flashed by. He felt a new divine power, a force completely different from the other 4 powers. He lowered his head and carefully sensed the divine revelation that was conveyed in his consciousness. In his mind, vast blue light filled the air. It was as if a layer of blue mist had risen, boundless and infinite. Around him, magnificent blue light surged, constantly swirling around his body. What a magnificent life aura! A hint of shock arose in Chen Shang's heart. In his mind, that boundless blue mist began to solidify. As time passed, the blue mist gradually transformed into blue light, and then the blue light turned into a swaying blue lotus. Chen Shang's breathing gradually became urgent, quicker and quicker. With each breath, a wisp of blue mist would be exhaled. Suddenly, Chen Sheng opened his eyes wide, his irises completely covered by blue light. After a full minute, the blue light gradually receded, and his eyes returned to their original state. Life aura, new divine power. Chen Shang's eyes lit up with joy. As of today, he has comprehended 5 divine powers. Devouring power, divine fire power, avatar power, indestructible power, and now, life power. As long as he comprehends one more, he can complete the 4-turn mission and achieve the 5-turn. Each of the 5 divine powers is an incredibly powerful force. Although he cannot fully wield the divine power, it is still enough to make him completely invincible within the same level, and even possess the strength to reverse cut the 5-turn with the 4-turn. Every additional comprehension of a divine power is a qualitative improvement to his strength. Chen Shang stood up and looked at his panel. A new skill appeared on the panel. Skill, Blessing of Life. Effect, within 30 seconds, every time your health decreases, it will automatically restore 50% of the reduced value. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Chen Shang's gaze trembled, a bit startled. This skill looks ordinary, but it is actually extremely exaggerated. Every time his health decreases, it will restore 50% of the reduced value. Assuming health is 100, if an opponent's attack deals 100, then he will recover 50. If the opponent continues to deal damage, and his health decreases by 50, he will again recover half to 25. This means that for 30 seconds, regardless of how the opponent attacks, he will not die. Although his health will continue to decrease, it will never hit 0. Even after 30 seconds, his health will be extremely low. But during the 30 seconds of Blessing of Life, he is completely undying. A skill that maintains invulnerability for 30 seconds? Chen Shang's eyes widened. Chapter 58, The Appointed Candidate of the Great Qin King. Chen Shang's eyes widened. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Truly worthy of divine power. If it weren't for his profession as a divine messenger, he probably wouldn't have encountered such terrifying skills at just 4 transformations. However, Chen Shang came back to his senses and recalled his grandfather, Chen Xingyue's speculation. Especially since his grandfather returned from the Qin King's palace, he had completely confirmed that guess. The great Qin King indeed already had a chosen candidate. Even with his divine messenger profession, did the great Qin King still think that person surpassed him? Or even far surpassed him? Why? Even in the first 2 years after his profession awakened, when he couldn't perceive any divine power. With just his basic talent, he already had combat power comparable to top-tier professions, and since a few days ago, when he first sensed divine power, his combat power has soared. He could already suppress top-tier professions. Until recently, with 5 types of divine power, the gap between top-tier professions and himself was like the gap between ordinary and top-tier professions. Even the top-tier profession, Thunder Mage, was completely no match for him. He possessed an absolute ability to suppress top-tier professions. Yet in the great Qin King's eyes, was this still not enough? What profession could hold such weight in the great Qin King's mind? Chen Shang couldn't understand and was completely lost. His heart fell into chaos, his expression revealing a bit of confusion. Half a minute passed. Chen Sheng took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic emotions within, his eyes regaining firmness. All right. No matter what genius it is, this time the genius tower will reveal itself. I hope you won't disappoint the great Qin King's expectations. And don't disappoint my expectations. Time slipped by like a gap. At noon. In the sky, the blazing sun burned like fire. It's the 7th day. The old man with white eyebrows raised a cup of tea to his mouth, savoring it with a smacking sound. The aroma of new tea is still the best. He looked at the sea dew tower across from him, suddenly shook his head. This kid sure has patience. Today is already the last day of the Genius Tower's opening. If you don't go up, old man will have to go up and get you. The white-browed old man spoke slowly, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. He scanned the streets of Shanghai City. Since the Great Qin King issued the clearing plan, the various insects accumulated within the borders of the Great Qin Kingdom have been mostly cleaned up. Although they hid very well, the profession holders only needed to form a high-level eye-technique profession to make most invaders know where to hide. At least, at this moment in Shanghai City, he had not seen any traces of invaders. Of course, to say completely cleaned out is obviously impossible. There are naturally still some fish that slipped through the net. And those remaining fish probably won't wait quietly to die. Now the Book of Heaven Taoist has already counted the detailed information of divine seeds. The prophets of the 10 nations shouldn't be too far from the Book of Heaven Taoist. When the time comes, these remnants will likely pose a threat to the divine seeds. However, a trace of killing intent passed through the old man's gaze. If these remaining remnants hid honestly, that would be fine. But anyone daring to show up, he wouldn't mind sending that group of mice to meet their god. The white-browed old man swallowed the tea in his mouth, and a breath of air rushed into the sky, immediately splitting the clouds to create a huge gap, like a long knife cutting through the heavens. The momentum of the 9 transformation giant head was undoubtedly revealed. Chapter 59, Heading to the Genius Tower. It's time to set off. Qin Feng stretched lazily. Today is already the last day of the Genius Tower, it's time to go. Shanghai City is very far away from the place where the Genius Tower is located, and if riding on the Golden Crow, it would take quite a bit of time. However, fortunately, Shanghai City has a dedicated teleportation array to the Genius Tower. It can indeed be used. Qin Feng walked out of the sea-watching tower, feeling the scorching sun in the sky, and took a deep breath. He had lived in the sea-watching tower for 7 days, spending a total of 14 million alliance coins, a truly absurd price. However, he had sold some items he acquired in the Xiangui Bay during his stay, which prevented him from facing financial strain and embarrassment. The teleportation array of the Tianjiao Tower is located in the center of Shanghai City, not too far from this sea-watching tower. Qin Feng stepped forward, casually grabbing a quick bite along the way, and soon arrived at the teleportation stone tablet. The ancient-looking teleportation stone tablet stood majestically on a round platform. At this moment, many people were stepping into the teleportation stone tablet, heading toward the Tianjiao Tower. Qin Feng walked over, following the crowd, and stepped in. To his surprise, the teleportation stone tablet actually charged no fee for the teleportation, it was completely free. It is known that the teleportation stone tablet requires regular maintenance, and each maintenance incurs a significant cost. Was this move made to allow every professional to participate in the Tianjiao Tower? The teleportation fees are usually not low. For some poor professionals, this fee could completely extinguish their hopes of participating in the Tianjiao ranking. Qin Feng thought to himself. At this moment, spatial fluctuations arrived, and teleportation began. Space twisted and spun. Everything around sank into darkness. About a minute later. In the dark space, faint lights started to appear, gradually growing brighter. Along with this came the sounds of chatter entering his ears. Until the spatial fluctuations completely stopped, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. In front of him stood a massive tall tower, towering with 100 floors, standing nearly 500 meters high. Next to the high tower, there was a ranking list. It recorded the information of professionals on each floor, allowing professionals to challenge freely. Qin Feng stepped forward to take a look. Tianjiao Tower 100th floor, Wang Lon, profession, Dual Blade Knight, level, 4th transformation, 130th level. Tianjiao Tower 99th floor, Bai Lin, profession, Starcaster, level, 4th transformation, 137th level. Tianjiao Tower 98th floor, Su Lang, profession, Storm Mage, level, 4th transformation, 129th level. Tianjiao Tower 97th floor. Qin Feng stood in front of the leaderboard, looking at the ranking information before him. From what he could see, the top 5 professionals in the Tianjiao Tower were basically all at the 4th transformation level. This level of professionals posed absolutely no pressure to him. However, he wondered if there were more exceptional talents yet to make their appearances. After all, there should be many who shared his intention to come later to conquer the Tianjiao ranking. At this moment, the area below the Tianjiao Tower was already crowded with people, all discussing the Tianjiao ranking. The reward for this time's first place on the Tianjiao ranking is terrifying. It's a fragment of divine authority. I wonder who will snatch it. Who is the current first place in the Tianjiao Tower? Wang Long? The one from the Wang family in Qinghe City? Qinghe City is just a third-tier city. If it produces a first Tianjiao, even the city lord would be honored. First Tianjiao? It's just that the few real Tianjiao haven't arrived yet. Take that Feng Hongyu from the Feng family in Shanghai, the fire mage. She's not someone Wang Long can compare to. Chapter 60, Thunder Mage, Lei Zhenghao. Fire mage, a truly top-notch profession. Not just a top-notch profession, furthermore, she has the support of the Feng family behind her. Her level has already reached the limit of the fourth transformation. So, it's highly probable this Feng Hongyu will seize the first place on this Tianjiao ranking. The crowd discussed, holding Feng Hongyu in high regard. Just then, a voice filled with disdain suddenly broke in. Feng Hongyu? If this were in the past, she might indeed be able to seize first place on the Tianjiao ranking, but this time, she doesn't qualify. Doesn't qualify? The crowd turned to look at the speaker. A top-notch fire mage doesn't. What profession do you think is qualified enough? The man shook his head. You are not in Tianjing, so naturally, you do not know that a true prodigy has emerged in this generation of Tianjing. The gap between a top-tier profession and him is as immense as the gap between an ordinary profession and a top-tier profession. His voice carried a hint of admiration. Being from Tianjing, in their generation, the name Chen Shang was like a mountain, pressing down on them, unbreakable by anyone. Prodigy? The gap between a top-tier profession and him is as immense as the gap between an ordinary profession and a top-tier profession? The crowd was taken aback for a moment. But soon, one person couldn't help but laugh out loud. Put. Ha ha ha. Brother, could you at least think a bit before you boast? The gap between a top-tier profession and him is as immense as the gap between an ordinary profession and a top-tier profession? You can actually say such a thing? When speaking, there should be evidence. You can't just make things up at random. Ha ha ha. That's right, you almost scared me. I thought such a profession really existed. You look so serious, I nearly believed you. Even if you've taken basic vocational classes, you shouldn't have such delusions, haha. Listening to the crowd's mocking tone, the man did not get angry. Instead, his eyes showed a look as if he were watching a fool. Making things up? Evidence? Hey, I wonder if this counts as evidence. He stood up straight, his body shaking. In an instant, a tremendous magical power surged forth. The profession information panel appeared before everyone's eyes without reservation. Profession, Thunder Mage. Level, 4th transition, 145. Laughter came to an abrupt stop. The crowd looked at the man before them as if they had seen a ghost. Top-tier profession, Thunder Mage? Thunder Mage, Tianjing, you are Lei Zhenghao from the Lei family of Tianjing? Someone recognized the man before them. Suddenly, the scene fell into eerie silence. Evidence? Lei Zhenghao's identity was the best evidence of all. Thunder Mage and Fire Mage are both top-tier professions. He could say such words, naturally, he could not be spouting nonsense. In other words, what Lei Zhenghao said could very well be true. The gap between a top-tier profession and him is as immense as the gap between an ordinary profession and a top-tier profession? Hiss. A profession that can surpass top-tier professions? What is that? It's simply unimaginable. Perhaps, the reason they offered fragments of divine authority as rewards this time is because of the prodigy that Lei Zhenghao mentioned? The number one they want to compete for has already been internally decided by that prodigy? Chapter 61, Chen Sheng arrives, the internally decided person is not him? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. A profession that surpasses top-tier professions? Interesting, I wonder what the specific combat power is like. While Qin Feng was pondering in his heart, not far away, the teleportation stone tablet flickered, and a figure walked out from it. This person had a head of fiery red, slightly curled long hair, a delicate face, and a tall figure, walking with a strong aura. It's Feng Hongyu. Someone spoke up. Feng Hongyu walked over and looked at Lei Zhenghao, who was standing aside. I heard that a prodigy has emerged in Tianjing, right? She directly asked, evidently already aware of this matter. Lei Zhenghao scoffed. What? Do you want to compete with him for the first place? Isn't it possible? On the path of a professional, if you've lost the will to fight, it's better to go back, give up early, and raise pigs at home. Feng Hongyu shot a sideways glance at Lei Zhenghao, her tone carried a hint of provocation. Clearly, she intended to mock Lei Zhenghao's timid heart when facing that person. Lei Zhenghao's expression changed for a moment but quickly returned to normal, not overly affected by Feng Hongyu's words. The ignorant are fearless, Feng Hongyu. If you see him, you will know that even among talents, there are still gaps. Ha! All I know is, before me, there will never be an unbreakable mountain. Feng Hongyu coldly snorted, no longer continuing the argument, directly stepping into the Genius Tower. As Feng Hongyu just stepped into the Genius Tower, the teleportation stone tablet shook again. A short-haired man walked out from it. Chen Shang. Lei Zhanghao's voice was low as he looked at the man. Chen Shang walked forward and nodded to Lei Zhanghao, as a form of greeting. At this moment, his mind was occupied by that so-called predetermined person, looking around, searching for the possible predetermined person. However, Lei Zhanghao looked at Chen Shang with a sneer. Ha. Chen Shang, why make it so troublesome? Is it to make us drool over the fragment of divine authority placed in this Genius Tower task by the great Qin King? If I'm not mistaken, the reason the great Qin King brought out this fragment is because of you, right? In this generation, who can be your opponent, Chen Shang? As the predetermined person, don't you feel disgusted by this? Lei Zhanghao looked at Chen Shang with disdain. The profession of divine messenger had no rivals for him, the fragment of divine authority was privately awarded to him by the great Qin King. Why pretend as if it were a fair competition, suggesting that others lacked strength? Pah! Disgusting. Having just been teleported over, Chen Shang suddenly felt a bit dazed by Lei Zhanghao's outburst of insults. Predetermined? He murmured. After a moment, he realized that Lei Zhanghao had taken him for the predetermined person of the great Qin King. Chen Shang gave a bitter smile and shook his head. You guessed wrong, I am not the predetermined person. Not you? Lei Zhanghao was taken aback, frozen. Then who could it be? He knew Chen Shang's character. If Chen Shang were truly that predetermined person, he would absolutely not deny it. After all, being predetermined meant being valued by the great Qin King, it was the utmost glory. Though Lei Zhanghao spoke with disdain, it was only because the predetermined person was not him. If he were that predetermined person, he would probably be happier than anyone, even opening a new page in the family genealogy with himself as the head. Chapter 62, Is there another hidden genius? Chen Shang shook his head, looking at the sky with a hint of bitterness in his tone, saying, I also don't know. How is that possible? Lei Zhanghao still found it hard to believe. In this generation, who can be your opponent, Chen Shang? If the predetermined person is someone else, who can surpass you, Chen Shang, in the Genius Tower? Could it be that the great Qin King wants you to let others win? Impossible, the great Qin King would never do such a thing. Lei Zhanghao firmly rejected his own idea. What kind of person was the great Qin King, not to mention the great Qin King would never engage in such lowly acts. Even if it were true, if Chen Shang let others win, then what about him? With his strength, aside from Chen Shang, who could ensure victory against him? Even Feng Hongyu, being a top profession, the two could only barely match, it was hard to say who would lose and who would win. Chen Shang did not answer, he too could not figure it out. Seeing Chen Shang like this, Lei Zhanghao stopped pressing. Forget it, after today, the answer will be revealed. I want to see who exactly can be stronger than you, Chen Shang. Lei Zhanghao left this sentence, then turned and walked into the Genius Tower. After Lei Zhanghao entered, Chen Shang first glanced at the Genius rankings. Genius Tower level 100, Wanglong Profession, Dual Blade Knight, level, 4th turn 130th level. Genius Tower level 99, Bai Lin Profession, Star Sorcerer, level, 4th turn 137th level. Genius Tower level 98, Su Lang Profession, Storm Mage, level, 4th turn 129th level. Genius Tower level 97. Current challengers, Feng Hongyu, Lei Zhanghao. Genius Tower level 33, Feng Hongyu Profession, Heavenly Fire Mage, level, 4th turn 148th level. Genius Tower level 1, Lei Zhanghao Profession, Thunder Mage, level, 4th turn 145th level. Chen Shang shook his head, there was only Feng Hongyu among the challengers. Currently, the first place is Wang Long. This person, he has an impression, he cannot be the chosen one of the great Qin King. And the one breaking into the tower, Feng Hongyu, he also knows, equally cannot be the chosen one. In other words, that person hasn't arrived yet? Or he has already arrived, but has not started breaking into the tower? Chen Shang was pondering in his heart, looking around, his gaze swept past and lingered on Qin Feng for a moment, then directly moved on. Then he shook his head, no longer entangled, and directly headed towards the Hero Tower. Being entangled is meaningless, first take the 100th floor, then he will naturally meet him. Once Lei Zhanghao and Chen Shang entered the Hero Tower, the crowd that had been silent for a long time began to discuss again. The chosen one? In other words, this time in the Hero Tower, the great Qin King has long anticipated the person who will take the top spot? The fragment of divine power, is it prepared for that person? And that previous one should be the monster that Lei Zhanghao spoke of, right? An apex tier professional surpassing the highest tier? What kind of profession is that? But, if he says he is not the chosen one? Then who would it be? In other words, there is someone stronger than him? Hiss, is that true? This time in the Hero Tower is so exaggerated, the previous top-tier professionals were already the limit. This time, one freak is not enough, there's even a hidden freak? Chapter 63 Beastmaster? Turns out to be someone who just collected participation awards. The chosen one? Qin Feng's gaze revealed a hint of doubt. No wonder this time the Hero Tower would offer divine power fragments as rewards, it turns out this is the reason? However, I wonder if the great Qin King has accounted for my existence as an anomaly. Qin Feng's lips curled up as he refocused his gaze on the leaderboard of the Hero Tower. Current Tower Breakers, Feng Hongyu, Lei Zhenghao, Chen Shang. Hero Tower 41st floor, Feng Hongyu Profession, Fire Mage, Level, 4th Transfer 148th Level. Hero Tower 11th floor, Lei Zhenghao Profession, Thunder Mage, Level, 4th Transfer 145th Level. Hero Tower 13th floor, Chen Shang Profession, Divine Messenger, Level, 4th Transfer 150 Level. As his gaze swept past, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. Chen Shang Profession, Divine Messenger. Is this the one that Lei Zhenghao spoke of, a profession surpassing the apex profession? Divine Messenger? For some reason, the moment he saw this profession, Qin Feng suddenly had a strange thought. He opened his task panel and looked over. Current task, Path of the Nine Transformation Divine, 2. Task description, the prestige of the divine. Task requirements, suppress the Hero Tower, bring a bit of divine shock to the heroes. Task duration, unlimited. Path of the Nine Transformation Divine Messenger? Qin Feng whispered, savoring the taste within, the strange thought in his heart growing stronger. Would his profession have any connection with him? After all, one is a mission aimed at growing towards the divine path of the divine, and the other is a profession divine messenger. It's hard not to let one think crookedly. Qin Feng's expression was strange, ultimately shaking his head, brushing away the weird thought in his mind. This idea is really a bit absurd, obviously unlikely. Watching the progress of the three on the hero list rapidly rise. Qin Feng waited a little longer, noticing that the teleportation array had no movement, and no one continued to enter the Hero Tower. He then took a step, walking into the Hero Tower. As Qin Feng stepped into the Hero Tower, information about Qin Feng also appeared on the leaderboard. Someone else has entered. Which family's hero is this? Wait? Not a hero. Some people saw Qin Feng enter and hurriedly looked at the hero leaderboard. Suddenly, a new name appeared clearly above. Current Tower Breakers, Feng Hongyu, Lei Zhenghao, Chen Shang. Hero Tower 43rd floor, Feng Hongyu Profession, Fire Mage, Level, 4th Transfer 148th Level. Hero Tower 15th floor, Lei Zhenghao Profession, Thunder Mage, Level, 4th Transfer 145th Level. Level, for turn 145. Sky Talent Tower, 2nd layer, Chen Shang Occupation, Messenger of the Gods, Level, for turn 150. Sky Talent Tower, 1st layer, Qin Feng Occupation, Beastmaster, Level, 2 turn 90. 2 turn 90, Beastmaster? I thought it was some genius, turns out it's just someone here for participation. Even those on the 1st layer of Sky Talent Tower are at least 3 turns level. A 2-turn Beastmaster should be out of here soon. I just wonder when that predetermined person mentioned by Lei Zhenghao will show up. I really want to see what kind of occupation can receive such favor from the great Qin King. Chapter 64, come on. Summon your strongest beast. Inside the Sky Talent Tower. On a round mirror surface that gives off a faint ripple, a series of information is reflected. Name, Qin Feng, Occupation, Beastmaster, Level, 2 turn 90. This is the original mirror, capable of manifesting the information of the occupations? Qin Feng looks at the wall in front of him, where the mirror flows like water waves. However, my current occupation should be God Ruler of Beings. Does this original mirror only show the occupation at the time of awakening, the occupation granted by this world? Qin Feng murmurs softly. No, certain occupations can be enhanced or changed through special items, yet they can also be manifested by the original mirror. Qin Feng ponders, recalling the King Dragon of the 100th layer of Sky Talent Tower. As far as he knows, the King Dragon's Dual Blade Knight is not the initial occupation. Instead, it evolved and enhanced from the warrior occupation through a special item. The Dual Blade Knight occupation was specifically explained by a teacher in the occupation class. In this case, could it be because of the evolution points that the original mirror manifests my occupation as Beastmaster? Qin Feng feels he has an answer in his heart. The change of his occupation was initially caused by evolution points evolving from a one-turn task. His evolution points seem to be an unexpected product, not belonging to this world. However, showing himself as a Beastmaster just fits perfectly. Qin Feng lifts the corners of his mouth and looks at the nearby stairs, stepping up. Sky Talent Tower, first layer. To the outside world, each layer of the Sky Talent Tower is only 5 meters tall, with a small space. But once inside, one finds this space is a world of its own. Above head, there is a sky high enough to reach 10,000 miles, though there are no sun or moon, the sky is bright, as if entering another world. At this moment, Wang Hao sits on the ground in a very frustrated manner. He was originally at the 4th layer of Sky Talent Tower, although he was still at the bottom, he was not completely last. He didn't expect a genius to push him out of the Sky Talent Tower directly. Who knew that just now, 3 geniuses stormed into the tower, pushing him from the 4th layer straight down to the 1st layer. If another genius comes, he is afraid he will be pushed out of the Sky Talent Tower, completely losing the chance for rewards. Wang Hao is extremely depressed, looking at the nearby blue vortex light group, feeling a bit nervous inwardly. However, at this moment, the light group suddenly flickers, and a man cloaked in black suddenly appears in front of him. Wang Hao's heart skips a beat, and he quickly stands up. No way, I just said it and he comes? He feels a bit dizzy, looking at the water ripple mirror next to the blue vortex entrance. Challenger, Qin Feng, Occupation, Beast Master, Level 2 Turn 90. A 2 Turn 90 Beast Master? Wang Hao is dumbfounded, then breathes a sigh of relief. Goodness, that gave him a scare. He thought his luck was so bad that 3 geniuses coming in wouldn't be enough. He thought another one would push him directly out of the Sky Talent Tower. Fortunately, it's just someone here for participation. The Beast Master occupation relies on beasts for battle, though it has an advantage among ordinary occupations, it is not so obvious against geniuses like them. Especially since his level is much higher than the other parties. Even if the other party has tamed a gold-level beast, there is no possibility of winning against him. Of course, speaking of winning against him, there isn't completely no chance. If the other party had a primal-level beast, it could be done. But how is that possible? How many beast tamers in the world have ever tamed a primal-level beast? The funds required to evolve a gold-level beast to a primal level could even amount to a 6th turn master. Moreover, more importantly, to evolve a gold-level beast to a primal level, the tamer must reach 4th turn to unlock the evolution. In other words, before reaching the 4th turn, even if you gather the evolution materials, you cannot evolve the beast. Of course, there is another way to possess a primal-level beast before the 4th turn. That is to directly sign a contract with a primal-level beast without evolution. However, not to mention that no initial primal-level beast has appeared in the world for 100 years. Even if you have overwhelming luck and truly encounter one, the success rate of a 2nd turn tamer contracting a primal-level beast is less than 1 in 100,000. Not to mention it is a fool's dream, it can be considered as difficult as climbing to the sky. Wang Hao shook his head and looked at Qin Feng, waiting for his withdrawal. The rules of the Genius Tower state that as long as you enter the challenge area, it counts as participation. You can decide whether to fight according to your strength. If you feel your strength is insufficient, you can directly withdraw and still receive a basic participation prize. Wang Hao's gaze lingered on Qin Feng for a moment, then prepared to sit down. His profession is greatsword fighter, though not a top-tier profession, it is considered an upper-class one. Moreover, his level has reached 3rd turn, level 112. According to his thoughts, Qin Feng should directly give up and withdraw from the Genius Tower. However, in the next second, his brow furrowed slightly. He saw Qin Feng unexpectedly walking slowly towards him. Wang Hao revealed a look of surprise and frowned, saying, "You're not withdrawing? You should be able to see the gap between us." Qin Feng stopped in front of Wang Hao, raised an eyebrow, and said, "The gap between us? I can indeed see it." He affirmed Wang Hao's words, but his meaning was completely different. "Then you? Oh. I understand." Wang Hao's tone changed, as if he realized something, and said, "You want to sharpen your combat skills through a battle with me, right? After all, besides the Genius Tower, it is hard to find a tamer with combat power that completely surpasses yourself but won't pose a life threat to you for combat practice. Then I will satisfy you." After he finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled. Rich magic energy flowed, and a large heavy sword appeared abruptly in his palm. He slightly turned sideways, holding the sword with both hands, and the strong pressure from a 3rd turn professional spread through the space. "Rest assured, I won't hold back. As a show of respect, I will go all out so you can fully feel the gap between us." Wang Hao stared at Qin Feng, his aura continuously rising. As a greatsword fighter, the moment he held the sword with both hands, he was constantly accumulating power. He just waited for the opponent to approach and then strike out a blow filled with unmatched strength. This strike is something that even ordinary 4th turns would not dare to handle head-on. Wang Hao's voice was loud as he suddenly shouted, "Come on! Summon your beast! Summon your strongest beast!" Chapter 65, I bet on the first place of the Genius ranking, 100 layers. "Come on! Summon your beast. Summon your strongest beast. With this loud shout ringing in his ears, Qin Feng felt Wang Hao's rising aura and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Then, he suppressed the plan he originally had to summon the Golden Crow. Casting a somewhat strange glance at Wang Hao, he asked, "The strongest beast, are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." Wang Hao replied without hesitation. He felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. Could it be that the opponent intends to hold back? Facing a 2-turn against a 3-turn, to have such a thought is simply foolish. If the two are life and death rivals, the other is undoubtedly seeking their own doom. All right. With Wang Hao's affirmation, Qin Feng immediately no longer hesitated, his palm slightly raised. Boom! Lightning struck in broad daylight. In the next moment, the sky turned dark. Dark clouds swept across the horizon, with flashes of lightning. A dragon-like creature, blocking the sun, appeared in the sky, its massive head emerging from the clouds, coldly gazing at Wang Hao. A terrifying dragon might enveloping the heavens. Crack! Wang Hao's heavy sword, which had been gathering power for a long time, fell uncontrollably to the ground. His entire aura dissipated immensely. Dazed. He was utterly dazed. Under the gaze of that gigantic creature, his body trembled uncontrollably. The overwhelming dragon might mixed with a terrifying fierce energy made his body's hair stand on end, his skin numb, and his scalp ready to burst. He swore. He had never seen such a terrifying creature, even the world boss had never given him such a powerful sense of pressure. This feeling was like his life and death were no longer in his own grasp, with just a slight opening of its mouth, he would completely fall. This thing is that guy's summoned beast? Wang Hao's neck stiffly turned to look at Qin Feng not far away. Is this real? I'm not dreaming, right? Wang Hao pinched the meat of his arm hard. A clear pain came, confirming he was not dreaming. Damn it! What level of summoned beast is this? An ancient level? No. This aura is definitely not that of an ancient level summoned beast. Then, a terrifying thought flashed through Wang Hao's mind, cold sweat instantly pouring out. Ancient level? Ancient level summoned beast? A 2-turn beast master controlling an ancient level summoned beast? This. How is that possible? Did you cheat? Such a thing is too unimaginable, even happening right in front of him makes it hard for him to believe. But no matter how hard he tried to accept it, the gigantic creature blocking the sky and the terrifying aura suffusing the atmosphere couldn't be mistaken. More importantly, there was this attribute panel appearing before him. Current summoned beast, Black Dragon King. Rank, Ancient Level. Level, LV 75. Strength, 250000. Constitution, 225000. Agility, 185000. Spirit, 180000. Combat Power, 330000. Ancient Level Black Dragon King, over 300,000 combat power. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? Wang Hao looked at Qin Feng, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. I surrender. Please, withdraw the supernatural powers. Wang Hao's voice trembled slightly. He suddenly understood why Qin Feng repeated those two sentences. I can indeed see the gap between us. The strongest summoned beast, are you sure? In other words, you mean there's a huge gap between us. Damn. If you had said you controlled an ancient level summoned beast earlier, I would have withdrawn directly. There was no need for you to exert such effort. Even summoned an ancient level beast. What am I capable of? Wang Hao suddenly looked at Qin Feng with a hint of resentment in his eyes, feeling a bit broken down. Seeing that Wang Hao had surrendered, Qin Feng no longer hesitated and gently waved his hand. Black Dragon King was instantly recalled into the beast space. At the same time, a ray of light dispelled the darkness. As the dark clouds gradually dispersed, the sky instantly regained its brightness. The pressure brought by the Black Dragon King disappeared, and Wang Hao's forced aura dissipated, completely losing control of his body. With a thud, he fell to the ground, his legs soft, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. His face pale, gasping for breath, his gaze at Qin Feng was as if he had seen a ghost. A full minute passed before he finally regained his senses and slowly propped himself up to stand. He looked at Qin Feng, his eyes still not yet dispelling the terror, his lips pale. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "May I ask, is that truly an ancient-level beast master?" Although he already believed it in his heart, he still wanted to hear a clear answer from Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at him and nodded. Yes, an ancient-level beast master, the Black Dragon King. He did not deny it, since it had already been summoned. Qin Feng had no intention of hiding it any longer. Hearing Qin Feng's answer, Wang Hao's lips curled into a dry smile as he clasped his fists toward Qin Feng and decisively left the Tower of Talents. He knew in his heart that it would not be long before all the talents in the Tower of Talents would be shocked by this beast master. Outside the Tower of Talents. He's out. Someone is coming out. A sharp-eyed person was the first to spot the figure walking out from the Tower of Talents. It's that Beast Master, right? After all, he's only a second level, just winning a participation prize. Coming out is very normal. No. It's not that Beast Master, it's Wang Hao from the first layer of the talent list. When Wang Hao completely walked out of the Tower of Talents and his figure clearly appeared in front of everyone, some people widened their eyes and shouted in surprise. What? Wang Hao? What's going on? How could it be Wang Hao? He is a third level, 112 level, heavy sword fighter. How could he be pushed out of the Tower of Talents by a mere second level Beast Master? Yeah, what's going on? Even if that Beast Master has contracts with 2 golden level beasts, he shouldn't be a match for Wang Hao, right? The onlookers exchanged glances, unable to believe it. Could it be that he was let through? Is the other party from some major force that promised Wang Hao benefits? It feels possible, otherwise, it doesn't make sense. The crowd discussed among themselves. Until Wang Hao walked up to them, one person suddenly asked, Wang Hao, what benefits did they promise you? How could you willingly give up your ranking in the Tower of Talents? You must know that the ranking in the Tower of Talents not only comes with task rewards but also with glory. For the top 100 talents of the younger generation, this title makes it easy to join certain forces. This shows that the benefits promised by the other party must be enormous. Benefits? However, upon hearing the question, Wang Hao, who still looked a bit pale, was momentarily stunned. But soon, he realized, were they doubting if he let it go? Ha ha. He couldn't help but smile, looking at the ranking list of the Tower of Talents, and suddenly said, how about we make a bet? A bet? Bet on what? The person who asked didn't react in time, and the onlookers also looked confused. Wang Hao pointed at the ranking list of the Tower of Talents. Aren't you suspecting that I let it go? Let's bet on how far this Beast Master can go in the Tower of Talents. The person who asked finally understood. Ah, so this is the bet, good. I wonder what you, Wang Hao, mean? Seeing him agree, Wang Hao revealed a smile and slowly extended a finger. I bet, Tower of Talents first. 100 layers. Chapter 66, sorry for the trouble, I feel a bit embarrassed. I bet, Tower of Talents first. 100 layers. As soon as Wang Hao said this, the whole place instantly fell into dead silence. The onlookers exchanged glances, looking at Wang Hao as if he were a fool. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Put. Ha 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 ha. First, a burst of laughter rang out, and the scene suddenly erupted into waves of laughter. Ah ha ha ha, what did he just say? I must have heard it wrong? Tower of Talents first, 100 layers? Ha ha ha. A second level Beast Master dares to fantasize about being first in the Tower of Talents? Does he take us for fools? Don't even talk about 100 layers, I bet he can't even get past the second layer. Exactly, the occupant of the second layer is Su Bin, and his personality is the most rigid, he would definitely not be bribed. Yeah, Wang Hao can't think others would be like him and give in for a bit of immediate benefit, right? As the mocking sounds reached his ears, Wang Hao seemed oblivious, and the smile on his lips grew even brighter, even the pale color of his face gradually faded. Since you are so confident, why don't we make a big bet? Oh? I wonder how big a stake you, Wang Hao, can afford? A young man with a black mole on his chin stepped out from the crowd, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. His name was Li Shan, and he was the one who first questioned Wang Hao's abilities. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a flicker of joy in his heart. The fish had taken the bait. He slowly extended one finger. 10 million. 10 million alliance coins, I bet he can reach the 100th level of the Tower of Heroes. Though I, Wang Hao, am not a top-tier powerhouse, I have saved up some money. How about we play a game? At this, Li Shan let out a pft and laughed out loud. 10 million alliance coins? Wang Hao, is that what you call a big bet? What does that amount to? If you ask me, how about 100 million? What about that? You should be able to come up with that much, right? Li Shan's words were filled with provocation. In his estimation, 100 million was Wang Hao's limit. Even if he could come up with it, it would surely cost him dearly. They both belonged to the same secondary city, and he had never liked Wang Hao since childhood. If he had a chance to take advantage of Wang Hao, he certainly wouldn't miss it, especially since it was Wang Hao himself offering the opportunity. Sure enough, as soon as Li Shan said this, Wang Hao's expression revealed hesitation and struggle. Seeing this, Li Shan seized the moment to add more fuel to the fire. What's wrong? You, Wang Hao, can't even put up this little bit? If that's the case, I think you should hurry and go back, tuck your tail between your legs, and hide, so you don't embarrass yourself. As Li Shan's words fell, Wang Hao suddenly raised his head, looking at him with rage. You! Li Shan, who says I can't come up with it? Fine, 100 million it is. I'm in. His face flushed, a mix of anger and shame, but deep down, he was already overjoyed. Only he knew how terrifying that so-called second-tier Beastmaster was. Good. Li Shan decisively made the bet, seemingly afraid Wang Hao would back out. At this moment, the onlookers also began to stir. No way, it's boring if it's just the two of you. Let us place bets too. Yeah, we want to join in. I bet 5 million that the Beastmaster won't get past the 20th level, otherwise I'll lose. 20th level? I bet 10 million on 10 levels, and if he surpasses 10, then I lose. I think you two are being too conservative. 50 million, I bet the 5th level, and if he surpasses that, then I lose. Hearing everyone's words, Wang Hao was ecstatic and nearly laughed out loud, but on the surface, he pretended to struggle. After a moment, he gritted his teeth. All right. I, Wang Hao, accept. What a bold spirit. Li Shan laughed heartily. To avoid anyone playing tricks, I will personally provide a contract scroll, let's all sign the contract. Saying this, he raised his hand. A scroll emitting a blue glow appeared in the palm of his hand. This was a very ordinary contract scroll, capable of writing contract contents on its own and allowing multiple parties to sign. Once the contract was voluntarily signed, it could not be broken, or else the signer would face heavenly punishment. As Li Shan finished writing the contract content, everyone actively signed the contract. Wang Hao did not hesitate and quickly completed his signature. The next moment, the contract scroll automatically shattered, transforming into spots of blue light that merged into the bodies of everyone who signed. Ha, the contract is in place. Wang Hao, this time you might have to spend a lot. Li Shan laughed heartily, completely delighted. 100 million was certainly not a small number for him. More importantly, with the other people's bets, the total would amount to at least 200 million alliance coins. Wang Hao would not just lose a layer of skin, he might need to rely on his family's power to pay it back. He walked up to Wang Hao, wanting to pat him on the shoulder and see the forlorn, angry look on his face. However, as he stopped, he saw Wang Hao looking up at him. In his eyes. Yet there was not a trace of loneliness or anger, but rather a fullness of sarcasm. This feeling was like watching a jumping clown. Jumping clown? Li Shan was stunned, followed by a thick sense of confusion. Why is he looking at me with that kind of eyes? What right does he have to look at me like that? He should be feeling angry, outraged. What does your look mean? Li Shan asked. Nothing? Wang Hao laughed heartily, then raised his hand and patted Li Shan's shoulder. I mainly feel bad for making you spend, sorry about that. Spent? You mean I spent? Li Shan, level, second transformation, level 90. I can't believe this. He was also stunned. Li Shan's face was dark as he looked at Wang Hao, who was leisurely sitting beside him. The smile on his face and his relaxed demeanor deeply irritated Li Shan's nerves. Don't be too happy too soon. Wang Hao, I understand why you believe a mere second transformation beast master can become number 1 on the genius list. If I'm not mistaken, he must have used some means to contract a retrogressive level beast, right? While this is hard to believe, it is not completely impossible. Top-tier luck combined with a top-tier opportunity can indeed allow a second transformation beast master to successfully control a retrogressive level beast. His voice was low as he changed the subject. Unfortunately, you are not aware that this time, a profession surpassing the top tier has appeared in the Genius Tower. While a retrogressive level beast is indeed formidable, a second transformation level is still incapable of undergoing beast tribulation and is not top tier retrogressive. Of course, even so, he could still have a chance against a top tier, 4th transformation combat profession. But, as he spoke, his gaze fell on the name on the genius list. Chen Shang, profession, divine envoy, level, 4th transformation, 150. Compared to this person, even retrogressive level beasts can only face defeat. He looked at Wang Hao, his voice firm, his eyes filled with confidence. However, in his imagination, Wang Hao's expression did not change. He simply yawned, stretched out his finger, and scratched his ear. Are you done? Wang Hao pouted, showing no panic, not even glancing at the genius list. What a joke! Although he indeed did not know that this time a profession surpassing the top tier had appeared. But what does it matter? No matter your profession, in front of the Black Dragon King, there is only one result: kneel obediently. An ancient level fierce beast, can it be taken lightly? Li Shan clenched his fists tightly. Wang Hao's demeanor made him feel like he was hitting cotton, completely ineffective. No matter what he said, the other party didn't care at all, seemingly convinced that the Beast Master would win. Li Shan was furious, his eyes glued to Wang Hao. When you see the end, you'll know how naive your thoughts are. At that time, he would humiliate Wang Hao severely, grinding his face into the ground. Time ticked by. Inside the Genius Tower, on the 97th floor. After another opponent conceded, Qin Feng stood still. The Genius Tower had automatically restored his body to its optimal state. Within this Genius Tower, to ensure fairness, there is a powerful characteristic. Every time a battle ends, the Genius Tower automatically restores both parties to their best condition, facilitating the next fight. This best state refers not only to stamina but includes all aspects such as skill cooldowns. Under this feature, each battle allows both sides to fight at full strength without holding back. When one side's life value hits 0, the Genius Tower automatically applies a healing effect and intervenes to end the fight. However, in these more than 90 levels, Qin Feng felt no thrill from fighting at all. As long as he summoned the Black Dragon King, the opponent would automatically concede, without exception. Though this process was boring, it saved him a lot of effort. After all, these so-called geniuses, even when fighting, couldn't make him take it seriously. The Black Dragon King could easily blow away a swath of enemies. Who will be on the next floor? He murmured softly, recalling the 3 people outside. Qin Feng had seen the genius list and remembered their names. Feng Hongyu, profession, Flame Mage, level, 4th transformation, 148. Lei Zhenghao, profession, Thunder Mage, level, 4th transformation, 145. Chen Shang, profession, Divine Envoy, level, 4th transformation, 150. If all goes well. It couldn't be that Chen Shang. As for specifically who it is between Feng Hongyu or Lei Zhenghao, we'll have to wait and see. With a gentle smile, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance and stepped inside. Chapter 68, I don't have a habit of holding back, be careful. Outside the Genius Tower. Professionals, who were always watching the Genius rankings, had their eyes wide open, breathing rapidly. At this moment, the money they lost was already thrown to the back of their minds. They stared intently at the Genius rankings, their faces filled with shock. On the Genius rankings, the clear rankings came into view. Genius Tower level 100, Chen Shang profession, Divine Messenger, level 150 at 4th transition. Genius Tower level 99, Feng Hongyu profession, Fire Mage, level 148 at 4th transition. Genius Tower level 98, Lei Zhenghao profession, Thunder Mage, level 145 at 4th transition. Current challenger, Qin Feng. Genius Tower level 97, Qin Feng profession, Beast Tamer, level 90 at 2nd transition. 97. He actually reached level 97? What's going on? How does the 2nd transition Beast Tamer have this fighting strength? Are you sure the Genius Tower rankings display isn't wrong? At this moment, no one doubted that Qin Feng had relied on the interests of the Genius Tower. It's a joke, to buy all geniuses with money would require astronomical numbers. Moreover, not all geniuses can be bought with money. Which of the geniuses from major forces really needs money? Could it be, just as Li Shan said, this Beast Tamer has contracted a primeval beast? What kind of shocking fortune is this? The next level is Lei Zhenghao from the Tianjing Lei family, a top-level Thunder Mage at 4th transition. I wonder how this Beast Tamer will fare against him. A level 145 Thunder Mage, a top profession focused on killing, and his level is already close to the 4th transition limit. His real combat power might not be weaker than some 5th transition professionals. However, if he really has a primeval beast, it's hard to say either of them could win. The crowd stared at the rankings, discussing fervently. At this moment, Li Shan also spoke up. The Thunder Mage's killing power is the strongest. Moreover, since Lei Zhenghao comes from the Tianjing Lei family, since his profession awakened, he has been arranged by family elders for various combat training. A primeval beast is indeed powerful, but in my opinion, Lei Zhenghao has greater odds. That makes sense. Lei Zhenghao's combat power is formidable, plus he has rich combat experience, giving him at least a 70% chance. Impressive, Brother Li's analysis is reasonable. The onlookers all agreed, acknowledging Li Shan's words. Seeing this, a satisfied expression appeared on Li Shan's face. Although he was betting on the ultimate Chen Shang, he naturally wouldn't miss the chance to give Wang Hao a little advice beforehand. However, just as their words fell, a disdainful sneer suddenly echoed. Your analysis sounds great, why not take a good look at the genius rankings first? Wang Hao's voice was lazy, filled with ridicule. The genius rankings? Li Shan was taken aback. The crowd also stopped discussing and looked over. Genius Tower level 97, Lei Zhenghao, profession Thunder Mage, level 145 at 4th transition. Current challenger, Qin Feng. Genius Tower level 98, Qin Feng, profession Beast Tamer, level 90 at 2nd transition. Holy crap! He's already at level 98 in the Genius Tower? How long has it been? 1 minute? A top level 4th transition Thunder Mage lost in just 1 minute? This is just too exaggerated. The crowd was completely stunned. In their eyes, the battle between the two should have been evenly matched at least. Even if Lei Jianghao would lose, it should have been after at least half an hour, but who would have thought, in just 1 minute, the battle had ended. That Beast Tamer, he can't be controlling 2 primeval beasts, can he? 2 primeval beasts? This. Someone wanted to argue, but when they opened their mouth, they couldn't say a word. You must know, in this world, only the president of the Beastmaster Association, Zhou Fu, could control 2 ancestral beasts at the same time. Some level 5 Beastmasters had to work extremely hard just for their first ancestral beast. Now, you say a mere level 2 Beastmaster has actually managed to possess 2 ancestral beasts at once? How can anyone believe that? But if you don't believe, how do you explain the ability to solve the problem of a top-level level 4 Thunder Mage in just 1 minute? 1 ancestral beast is already a top child of fortune, too. Is this the gap between people? Everyone smiled bitterly and sighed in their hearts. Like Lei Jianghao, Feng Hongyu, Qin Feng, and others, they did not feel jealous. Top professions are pure talent, they had nothing to be jealous about. Yet, this level 2 Beastmaster, whose level is similar to theirs, aroused a twinge of jealousy in their hearts. To control 2 ancestral beasts at level 2 is not talent, it's pure luck. 2 ancestral beasts? Li Shan slightly turned his head to glance at Wang Hao. No wonder you have such confidence, this is your support, right? Unfortunately. Chen Shang also has the power to crush Lei Jianghao, 2 ancestral beasts are not necessarily invincible. After saying this, Li Shan did not say anything more, quietly watching the talent ranking, waiting for the result. Wang Hao listened to the guesses of the crowd and couldn't help but shake his head. 2 ancestral beasts were indeed their limit of imagination. Unfortunately, they still underestimated that person. On the 98th floor of the Talent Tower, Lei Jianghao furrowed his brow, watching the man step by step walk toward him. Level 2, rank 90, Beastmaster? He murmured softly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. To come this far, is this person truly blessed with great fortune? How could he control an ancestral beast? In an instant, he had a guess. Then, his mouth curled up. That's interesting. In battles arranged by the family's elders, there were Beastmasters, but gold level was the limit. This is my first time facing an ancestral beast. Just right, I also have a skill in lightning transformation, let's see how it goes. Come. Don't let me down. As he spoke, Lei Jianghao suddenly pointed his finger to the sky. Boom. His internal magical power surged, turning into violet lightning shooting into the sky within moments. No chanting was needed, a gigantic lightning python flashing with purple lightning appeared above the horizon. This was a skill he had used countless times, already reaching perfection, with the ability to activate instantly. Lei Jianghao stood on the head of the lightning python, slowly approaching Qin Feng, grinning widely. How about my lightning python? Come, summon your ancestral beast, don't let me down. Ancestral beast? Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. As soon as he spoke, Lei Jianghao was stunned, thinking, could it be that I guessed wrong? But without an ancestral beast, how could he have made it this far? He furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. Just as he was about to ask again, he saw Qin Feng casually raise his hand. A voice floated out. But an ancient level should also suit your taste, right? In the next moment, the colors of heaven and earth changed. Boom! Black clouds covered the sky, blocking all light. As the lightning flickered, a gigantic dragon head slowly emerged from the clouds. A pair of cold, emotionless vertical pupils approached the lightning python, gazing at Lei Jianghao. In an instant, Lei Jianghao's complexion changed wildly, reaching the peak of shock. Compared to the giant dragon head emerging from the black clouds, the lightning python beneath him looked like a worm. Moreover, at this moment, the lightning python beneath him was actually trembling, and the form condensed by the lightning showed faint signs of dissipating. Is it a rank suppression? Lei Jianghao's mouth opened, his body slightly shaking. Ancient level, Black Dragon King? This time at the Talent Tower, a monster has arrived. I concede. A dry voice issued from Lei Jianghao's mouth. Qin Feng nodded and recalled the Black Dragon King. The black clouds dispersed, and light returned. The lightning dragon beneath Lei Jianghao also dissipated, and his body swayed a few times. Slowly sat down on the ground. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, he pushed his hands against the ground and let out a burst of wild laughter. Qin Feng frowned, confused, but saw Lei Jianghao laughing uncontrollably, very happy. I know, ha ha ha. That predetermined person is indeed not you, Qin Shang, ha ha ha. This time, let you, Qin Shang, feel the taste of failure, feel the sensation of falling from the clouds. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. He kept laughing, tears streaming down his face, yet he still couldn't stop. Until the hint of failure echoed inside the Tenjia Tower. A flash of light swept by, transporting Lei Jianghao from the 98th floor to the 97th floor, and his laughter finally faded from Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng shook his head, not delving into the reasons, and moved his feet, stepping into the next level. 99th floor of Tenjiao Tower. Qin Feng stood calmly, facing a woman with fiery red hair, Feng Hongyu. Oh? Feng Hongyu's beautiful eyes moved, revealing a hint of surprise. Level 90, second transformation, Beast Master? You actually defeated Lei Zhanghao? She was astonished in her heart, stepping forward towards Qin Feng. I'm curious, how did you win against Lei Zhanghao? Even for me, defeating Lei Zhanghao is extremely difficult, with a risk of failure. Even if you control a beast of ancestral level, defeating him would also be very difficult. As she spoke, Feng Hongyu had already arrived at Qin Feng's side. She leaned closer to him, her gaze filled with deep curiosity. As Feng Hongyu's body approached, Qin Feng clearly sensed a fragrance swirling in his nose. He instinctively wanted to step back half a step, but Feng Hongyu moved her feet, getting even closer. I am of similar strength to Lei Zhanghao. If you can defeat him, then you should be able to defeat me. However, I don't have the habit of holding back. Be careful now. As the last three words left her mouth. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He saw Feng Hongyu, who was originally close to him with a fragrance, suddenly erupt with fierce flames all over her body, and then a palm pressed onto Qin Feng. Chapter 69 Desolate Skyfire, damage reduced by 1? Boom! Terrifying flames surged, completely enveloping Qin Feng. At the same time, Feng Hongyu's figure swiftly retreated, chanting something under her breath, starting to incant. 3 seconds later, a gigantic fireball appeared in the sky. Feng Hongyu pointed at it, and the huge fireball instantly smashed towards Qin Feng. Boom boom boom. Like a meteor falling. The sound of explosions spread, firelight illuminating the world. Qin Feng's figure was completely submerged in the flames. He can't even summon his beast? A hint of doubt appeared in Feng Hongyu's beautiful eyes. Although she had the element of surprise, gaining the upper hand, a competent beast master shouldn't be unable to summon their beast by the time she released her second ability. How did Lei Zhanghao lose to such a beast master? Without summoning a beast, relying solely on the physical body. With just a mere second transformation, even with the defense reduction of a beast, plus damage transfer skills, this blow would be enough to take his life to 0. Feng Hongyu was extremely confident. Without summoning a beast, the personal attributes of a beast master were very weak. But why hadn't the Tenjiao Tower announced the end of the battle yet? Could it be? Feng Hongyu frowned, looking at that spot. The flames slowly dissipated, and a figure gradually walked out from within. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he stepped out. Not bad, you have some skill. He praised, intentionally approaching through questioning, then launching a sneak attack, which truly surprised him. Although this was not a very honorable tactic, while in the Tianjia Tower, the two were enemies. To apply honorable methods to an enemy would let the enemy teach you what darkness truly means. This strike, if any other beast master had been in her position, even if they were the same fourth transformation, they would probably face a dire end. It's just a pity she encountered me. Skill, Symbiosis. Description, passive skill, the damage suffered by the creature's master. Completely transferred to the beast. Under Symbiosis, I fear no ambush. You, how is it possible? How can you be unhurt? Feng Hongyu was stunned, utterly unable to understand. Not to mention Qin Feng, a mere 2-turn beast master, even a 4-turn knight renowned for defense could not remain unscathed after taking her 2 skills head-on. No rush. Qin Feng waved his hand, offering no explanation. The skills you used just now shouldn't be your strongest, right? I can give you another chance. I know that the stronger the mage, the longer the chant needed for their skills. I'll give you time. Within 3 minutes, you can attack freely. If you can hurt me, I will admit defeat. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Feng Hongyu with calm eyes. Although Feng Hongyu's ambush did not hurt him, it did make him slightly displeased. Moreover, he wanted to see just how strong the final attack of a top-tier 4-turn professional could be. The 4-turn, level 148, Fire Mage had power comparable to some 5-turn professionals, and he wondered if she could break through the defense of the Heavenly Turtle. You! Are you underestimating me? Feng Hongyu's pretty face showed a hint of anger, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Even if you control the top-tier defensive ancestor-level beast, you have no right to be so arrogant in front of me. Flames flickered in her beautiful eyes. Although I don't know how you did that just now, you will definitely regret your arrogance now. As her words fell, Feng Hongyu stretched her arms and began to chant softly. In an instant, the air became dry. It seemed that the moisture in the world had been completely evaporated. The fire elements drifting in the air began to appear. Countless burning fire elements floated between heaven and earth. Starry dots, endless, the entire world seemed to be engulfed in flames. The next moment, these infinite flames, suffused throughout the heavens and the earth, seemed to respond to a summons, all converging towards Feng Hanyu, attaching themselves to her body. As the fire elements stuck to Feng Hanyu increased, with a loud boom, flames suddenly ignited on her body, transforming her into a gigantic fire figure. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. A body technique magic? Quite rare. Typically, mages focus on long-range attacks, avoiding close combat, as their bodies don't have the advantage compared to other professions. Yet this body technique magic turned this notion on its head, wrapping magic around her, making each attack like a powerful spell being released. That a woman like Feng Hanyu could cast such a spell truly surprised him. As thoughts raced, Feng Hanyu had already completed her chant. Her eyes, covered by flames, gazed at Qin Feng as her red lips parted slightly. "I'll blow you up." With that, she stomped her foot hard. The ground seemed to collapse as if struck by a meteor, creating a deep pit engulfed in flames. At the same time, Feng Hanyu, engulfed in flames, leaped forward, delivering a punch right to Qin Feng's face. Boom! This punch held immense force, mixed with fierce flames. But when it landed on Qin Feng's face, it merely caused him to sway slightly, leaving not even a scratch. Feng Hanyu's pupils widened in shock, disbelief etched on her face. Yet she did not ponder longer, turning to launch another whip kick at Qin Feng. Boom! 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 Continuous attacks fell like a storm. Each strike was not weaker than that of an ordinary 5-turn professional. However, the more she attacked, the more her heart raced, the more fear she felt. Despite her relentless assault, Qin Feng stood unmoving, not even summoning his beast. Standing there like an unbreakable shield, no attack could harm her in the slightest. How is this possible? How can this be? Feng Hanyu stepped back a few paces, breathing slightly heavier. The look of shock in her eyes was about to overflow. Not to mention that Qin Feng is a beastmaster, she even doubts that Qin Feng is a 5-turn knight. Even a 5-turn knight would find it hard to match Qin Feng's current performance. This is truly a hard resistance against all her attacks, it's simply too terrifying. I don't believe I can't hurt you. Feng Hangyu's flames gradually faded away as she stared with beautiful eyes and chanted once more. A complex chanting sound rose from her mouth. Time flowed little by little, and this time her chant was even longer than the previous two. The sky glowed red, as if something was about to come from beyond this world. Feng Hanyu's chanting grew increasingly urgent, her face gradually pale. After a full minute, her chanting finally stopped. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a weary smile. Skill, extinguishing heavenly fire. In the next second. Boom! The sky was completely engulfed in flames. A dark purple dragon-shaped flame appeared in the sky. The entire sky was lit ablaze with purple fire, and the space seemed to twist under the unbearable high temperature. Qin Feng watched with great interest, a look of surprise on his face. This strike was not weaker than the Golden Crow's Golden Crow flame, it might even be stronger. This time, I don't believe I still can't hurt you. Feng Hanyu's voice rang out. Instantly, the purple dragon in the sky swooped down towards Qin Feng with terrifying force, crashing directly onto him. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions rang incessantly. As the purple dragon descended, everything touched by its purple fire was ignited. The scorching heat was already trending towards boiling space. Even with heaven-piercing Xuanwu's terrifying defense, this explosion still caused some damage. Qin Feng was astonished, but Feng Hanyu was even more shocked. This was the strongest skill she could cast, taking a full minute to complete. And now, this extinguishing heavenly fire had indeed affected Qin Feng, but the damage value left her utterly dumbfounded. -1. -1? Feng Hanyu gaped, almost doubting her own eyes. The ultimate magic she prepared for a whole minute now tells me it only caused 1 point of damage? Is this a joke? What kind of monster is he? Feng Hanyu was stunned. How to fight this kind of monstrous defense? The key is, extinguishing heavenly fire isn't a one-time damage spell. But on the other side, it only caused slight damage in an instant of explosion, with no subsequent damage breaking through the defense at all. I'm not fighting anymore. Feng Hanyu completely gave up, sitting on the ground, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Feng. Her gaze carried 3 parts curiosity, 3 parts surprise, and a few parts disbelief. How on earth did you do that? She spoke. Chapter 70, Heaven-Piercing Xuanwu, Mayfly Shaking Tree. Amidst the burning purple fire, Qin Feng slowly walked out. His clothes fluttered, looking relaxed, without even a speck of dust clinging to him. Not bad, to break through defenses, this strike likely rivals a full power hit from a 5-turn professional. But you're clearly only a 2-turn. Feng Hanyu looked at Qin Feng, who walked out of the flames, puzzled. 2-turn? You're right. Qin Feng nodded. But you should know, the level is not the main factor affecting a beastmaster's fighting power. Feng Hongyu frowned. The fighting power of a beast master comes from the beasts. Even if you are controlling a defensive back-tier beast, it should not be possible to reach such extent. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng raised the corners of his mouth, looking at Feng Hongyu, and slowly spoke. But when did I say I'm controlling a back-tier beast? Boom! At this remark, Feng Hongyu felt as if a thunderclap exploded in her mind. She instantly turned her head, mouth agape, staring at Qin Feng. What did you just say? Qin Feng did not answer but simply smiled, saying lightly, come. Splash! First, a clear sound of waves came from nowhere. As the air began to grow humid, the once burning purple flames extinguished completely. An indescribable pressure filled her body. At that moment, Feng Hongyu felt as though she was lost at sea. Thick seawater crashed against her body, making it difficult for her to breathe. She could even hear the roaring waves surging beside her. Fear showed in her eyes. Was the pressure already making it hard for her to move? Boom! Before the fear could fade from her eyes, a loud noise accompanied a tremendous sight. In the world, an enormous creature, towering tens of thousands of meters, suddenly appeared. It looked like a giant turtle, its limbs resting on the ground, each massive foot like a giant pillar reaching up to the sky, radiating immense power, while its dark shell emitted an immortal glow. On its shell, a huge black snake wriggled, its eyes filled with a fierce and intimidating aura, staring down at Feng Hongyu from above. Sky-reaching Xuanwu. Grade, Ancient Level. Level, LV 100. Strength, 150,000. Constitution, 400,000. Agility, 150,000. Mind, 200,000. Combat power, 450,000. Skills, Sky-reaching barrier, deep-sea fury, oceanic tornado. Ancient level. Sky-reaching Xuanwu? Feng Hongyu's red lips parted slightly, her delicate body trembling as terrifying data unfolded before her. Under the gaze of two enormous eyes, she felt as small as an ant. The four giant pillars could take her life with a single step. In the shadow cast by the massive body of the sky-reaching Xuanwu, Feng Hongyu stiffly turned her head, gazing at the figure in the distance. In her mind, her actions played out like a slideshow. No wonder. Lei Zhanghao lost. She forced a bitter smile, suddenly recalling a phrase, the mayfly shaking a tree. I concede. Outside the Genius Tower. The Genius rankings changed. Genius Tower Level 100, Qin Feng Profession, Divine Messenger, Level, 4th Transition Level 150. Genius Tower Level 98, Feng Hongyu Profession, Fire Mage, Level, 4th Transition Level 148. Genius Tower Level 97, Lei Zhanghao Profession, Thunder Mage, Level, 4th Transition Level 145. Current Challenger, Qin Feng. Genius Tower Level 99, Qin Feng Profession, Beast Tamer, Level, 2nd Transition Level 90. Feng Hongyu has fallen to Level 98. That Beast Tamer, is he going to reach Level 100? It's incredible, this round of the Genius Tower is truly exciting. If a second transition Beast Tamer reaches the peak of 100 levels, overshadowing a crowd of geniuses, that would be big news. 100 levels? Right now, level 99, second in the Genius rankings, is already enough to make headlines. However, he should not be able to hold the top of the Genius Tower. The Qin Feng is not weak compared to Lei Zhanghao and Feng Hongyu. That's right, he cannot be Qin Feng's opponent. Li Shan stared at the Genius rankings, speaking slowly. If I was only guessing before, now I can be sure, he is definitely not a match for Qin Feng. At these words, the people around became interested. Why is Brother Li so certain? After all, he defeated Lei Zhanghao in under a minute, there's not much difference compared to Qin Feng. Yeah, the other two also fell in about a minute against Qin Feng, the gap between the three isn't that big. Haha, around a minute to defeat? I wonder if you all noticed how long that Beast Tamer took at Genius Tower Level 99. Li Shan spoke, not waiting for anyone to answer, extending 5 fingers. At least 5 minutes, which is more than 5 times the time compared to facing Lei Zhanghao. And is there a significant power gap between Lei Zhanghao and Feng Hongyu? Not really, they are quite evenly matched, with only slight differences. But it is precisely this slight difference that created a time gap of 5 times. What do you think? When he said this, the onlookers fell silent. Indeed, the combat power difference between Lei Zhanghao and Feng Hongyu is not large. How could there be such a clear time difference? Yes, the two faced Qin Feng, and both retreated within a minute, but now there is such a difference. Why is that? Could it be that Lei Zhanghao let his guard down? Someone voiced a guess, but was quickly dismissed by another person. How is that possible? Lei Zhanghao is extremely proud. With his status as a genius, he would absolutely not let his guard down. Brother Li, what do you think? Someone asked Li Shan. Li Shan raised his head, revealing a look as if he had already figured out the reason, and said, what that brother just said is correct. With Lei Zhenghao's personality, it is absolutely impossible for him to let his guard down. However, while Lei Zhenghao would not let his guard down, he may still become careless due to the level of the Beast Master. Just think, facing a top-tier 4-turn against a 2-turn, it is inevitable to become careless. That Beast Master took advantage of this point, catching Lei Zhenghao off guard and summoned an ancestral-level beast to launch a sneak attack, which is how he managed to defeat Lei Zhenghao in 1 minute. And when he faced Feng Hongyu, Lei Zhenghao's defeat made Feng Hongyu vigilant, which caused that Beast Master to spend more time to win. After Li Shan finished speaking, the surrounding crowd showed expressions of understanding. Although this explanation seemed a bit forced, it was indeed a relatively reasonable explanation. I see, Brother Li's analysis is on point. So, even if that Beast Master really commands 2 ancestral-level beasts and can defeat Lei Zhenghao and Feng Hongyu, his actual combat power is still inferior to Qin Shang. That's right, so everyone need not worry. Betting on the 100th floor will definitely not lose. Thank you, Brother Li. Although I do not care about this little money, it is naturally good to earn some. Chapter 71, If you see a deity, why not bow? Several miles away from the Tower of Geniuses. By a stream, an old man in a white robe, with 2 white brows hanging down like dragon whiskers, was quietly fishing with a rod. The stream was clear, and beneath the calm surface, fish circled around the bait, observing. The old man with white brows appeared calm as he watched the movements of the fish. Suddenly, the fishing line trembled violently. A fish over a meter long stopped hesitating and bit into the bait, getting hooked firmly in its mouth. Seeing this, the old man with white brows smiled, but his gaze drifted to the sky. The fish is hooked. As he spoke, he pulled slightly, and the 1 meter long fish flew into the bucket at his feet. Not bad, it's a big fish. The 100th floor of the Tower of Geniuses. Chen Shang's expression was calm, his gaze fixed on the entrance. He had been waiting for the one who could be chosen by the great Qin King. Time passed by the second. Suddenly, a wave came from the blue vortex at the entrance. Chen Shang's eyes sharpened as he looked over. Qin Feng stepped out slowly, meeting Chen Shang's gaze. The two's eyes locked, both observing each other, without speaking at first. As time went on, Chen Shang's brows gradually furrowed. 2-turn, Beast Master? The challenger's information from the Tower of Geniuses clearly displayed Qin Feng's information. He was slightly startled, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. Why do I feel a sense of fear and an inexplicable familiarity from this mere 2-turn Beast Master? Chen Shang's brows furrowed deeper, unable to understand. On the other side, Qin Feng also felt a trace of surprise, but unlike Chen Shang, his surprise came from the task panel. Just now, the moment his gaze met Qin Shang's, a task suddenly appeared on his task panel. Triggered task, a deity's believer. Task description, as a deity, one must have loyal believers, please gain your first believer. Task requirement, show divine power, gain believers, if you see a deity, why not bow? Task duration, unrestricted. A deity's believer? Gain my first believer? Qin Feng blinked, feeling a bit lost with this task. He looked at Chen Shang across from him, sizing him up. Was the believer mentioned in the task panel referring to him? This task was simply absurd. Qin Feng silently complained in his heart. Chen Shang's face grew increasingly ugly. Deep within him, an inexplicable fear of Qin Feng was intensifying, making him feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He had never felt this way before, not even in front of his uncles. It felt as though he was not facing a person, but a true god, a force of nature. If he acted against him, it would be an act of rebellion, an ant defying the heavens. This feeling was unacceptable to him, his body trembling lightly. Finally, Chen Shang stepped forward, preparing to speak first. At that moment, Qin Feng's voice rang out first. Since you see a god, why do you not bow? The cold voice was like a divine command, violently piercing into Chen Shang's ears. Boom! At this moment, Chen Shang's body shook violently, completely frozen. He suddenly looked up, his pupils trembling wildly, staring at Qin Feng with disbelief. Since you see a god, why do you not bow? This sentence felt like it pierced through his flesh, crashing into his soul. He stood there, as if a fierce storm was raging in his heart, unable to calm down. Was it really effective? Qin Feng's gaze narrowed, looking again at the task panel. Task requirement, show divine power, gain followers, since you see a god, why do you not bow? Show divine power, gain followers? Was it asking him to display his strength? Understanding this, Qin Feng looked at Chen Shang, who was in shock, and no longer hesitated. He focused his gaze, and his internal power surged wildly. In an instant, the colors of heaven and earth changed. Boom! Dark clouds gathered, and the world was engulfed in darkness. Amidst the flashes of lightning, a giant black dragon emerged from the clouds, exuding a cold aura. Crash! The world seemed to plunge into the sea, with howling winds and towering waves surrounding him. A colossal creature, several thousand meters in size, crashed to the ground, legs like heavenly pillars, back supporting the sky. Screech! A firelight suddenly ignited in the densely clouded sky. Then, fiery clouds quickly spread, covering the area. A flame giant bird, 100 meters long, hovered in the sky like a great sun rising above. Sizzle! On the ground, a dusty breath vibrated outwards. The earth shook madly, an indescribable ferocity spreading through the air. In an instant, a giant ant, hundreds of meters long, with an enormous belly and radiating terrifying ferocity, appeared on the ground. Buzz! Spatial fluctuations appeared, a green light emerged. Where the green light passed, stones cracked like blooming flowers, and withered trees regained life. Between heaven and earth, it was as if a god of life had passed, flowers and grasses thrived, bringing peace. As the green light coalesced, a blue lotus slowly appeared, swaying gracefully, like a fairy dancing, exuding a rich aura of life. Black Dragon King. Heavenly Xuanwu. Golden Crow. War Ant Queen. Creation Blue Lotus. At this moment, the 5 mighty beasts appeared together. This was the first time Qin Feng summoned 5 mighty beasts at once. 1 ancestral-level beast, plus 4 ancient-level beasts, created an overwhelming presence, making even the talented tower tremble faintly, with cracks appearing in space. In front of Qin Shang, it was like 5 thunders striking down, his palms sweating, and his pupils shaking wildly. Devouring power. Indestructible power. Divine fire power. Avatar power. Life power. He finally understood where that familiar feeling had come from. The 5 mighty beasts corresponded to 5 divine powers. So, the one standing before him was the god who granted him power? Since you see a god, why do you not bow? This sentence echoed continuously in his mind. Qin Shang bitterly smiled, swallowing hard, his face pale, body shaking, as if he had lost all strength, and he thudded to his knees, bowing to Qin Feng. Chapter 72, The First of the Talents. Qin Feng walked slowly to Qin Shang's side. Behind him, 5 mighty beasts loomed, blocking the sky, radiating a terrifying aura. Qin Shang knelt on the ground, slowly lifting his head, his eyes as if he were seeing a deity. Outside the Tower of Talents. 10 minutes have passed. That Beast Tamer actually lasted 10 minutes under Qin Shang? Incredible! Could he actually defeat Qin Shang? Hard to say. Controlling 2 ancient-level beasts, defeating Qin Shang isn't impossible. Everyone was buzzing with discussions. Li Shan's face gradually grew darker. In his mind, that Beast Tamer should have been defeated in just 2 minutes, and at most, he would last 5. But now, a full 10 minutes had passed. 10 minutes was enough to show that their strengths were extremely close, even on par. He clenched his fists, cold sweat beginning to seep from his palms. He had wagered 100 million alliance coins, and if Qin Shang lost, it would be a significant loss for him. Li Shan's tense gaze was fixed on the leaderboard, waiting for the result. At that moment, the leaderboard finally changed. The onlookers' expressions intensified, their attention converging on the display. 100th floor of the Tower of Talents, Qin Feng profession, Beast Tamer, level 90, second transition. 99th floor of the Tower of Talents, Qin Shang profession, Divine Messenger, level 150, fourth transition. 98th floor of the Tower of Talents, Feng Hongyu profession, Fire Mage, level 148, fourth transition. 97th floor of the Tower of Talents, Lei Zhenghao profession, Thunder Mage, level 145, fourth transition. The rankings updated, clear data displayed before everyone. In an instant, the venue fell into an unprecedented silence. People exchanged shocked glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even though they had suspected it earlier, when this result appeared, they still found it hard to believe. The 100th floor of the Tower of Talents. That Beast Tamer really made it to the 100th floor. Even Qin Shang couldn't defeat him? Impossible. How can this be? Li Shan seemed to go mad, collapsing to the ground, his eyes red. What's impossible? Wang Hao smiled as he walked forward, looking down at Li Shan, and said, a mere 100 million alliance coins, you can't afford to lose that, right? You. Li Shan glared at Wang Hao, gritting his teeth. Wang Hao, don't celebrate too early. It's not over yet, the leaderboard isn't finalized. I haven't lost. Oh? Is that so? Do you think anyone else will conquer the tower and reach the 100th floor? Wang Hao shook his head and laughed. That's right. Li Shan seized this opportunity like a lifeline and said, there is another designated person. When that designated person arrives, they can definitely suppress the Tower of Talents and occupy the 100th floor. Designated person? Hearing this, Wang Hao frowned slightly, not understanding. The onlookers seemed to suddenly remember something and started speaking. Yeah, there's also that designated person mentioned by Lei Zhenghao. That's right, how did we forget him? Chen Sheng himself said that the designated person is not him, so it must be someone else. The designated person has not arrived yet. There are still 6 hours left until the leaderboard is finalized at 12. It seems that this Beast Tamer won't be able to hold on to the top position after all. Li Shan's eyes regained their shine. Wang Hao, just wait for that designated person to arrive, and I will make you bow your head in defeat. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and did not respond. He had full confidence in Qin Feng. With an ancient-level Black Dragon King, he even had the strength to crush a 6-transition opponent, and in 7 transitions, no one could contend with Qin Feng. However, he also wanted to know if the designated person Li Shan spoke of truly existed. He had plenty of time, waiting was all he needed. Time ticked by, and the sky gradually darkened. Wang Hao stood by, remaining silent the whole time. Meanwhile, Li Shan started to feel restless, his expression becoming increasingly anxious as he kept glancing at the time. 5 hours. 4 hours. 3 hours. Li Shan's face was as dark as coal, and his mood was restless. 1 hour left, only the last hour remains. Why hasn't the appointed person arrived yet? He paced back and forth, trying to ease the anxiety inside him. The crowd was also filled with doubt. Wait, it's the last hour, right? Does that appointed person really exist? With Lei Zhenghao's identity, he shouldn't be making up lies, right? Yeah, besides, Chen Sheng's words at the time seemed to confirm the existence of an appointed person, it shouldn't be fake. But there's less than an hour left. Even if the appointed person comes now, won't it be too late? The crowd was discussing. Just then, someone cautiously said, "What if our guess is going in the wrong direction?" Wrong direction? What do you mean? The crowd looked at him. What I mean is it possible that the appointed person truly exists but is already inside the Tianjiao Tower? Already inside the Tianjiao Tower? The crowd was taken aback. Yes, we are saying, is there a possibility that the Beast Master is the so-called appointed person? As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Yes, is it possible that the Beast Master is the appointed person? How did they overlook this Beast Master? Being able to surpass Qin Sheng only proves that this Beast Master is indeed the appointed person, right? Hearing this guess, Li Shan was also completely dumbfounded. He planned everything but never anticipated that the mere second-tier Beast Master would be the appointed person. Time passed, and as midnight approached, the Tianjiao ranking was determined, everything settled, and Li Shan's last shred of luck was completely shattered. In an instant, his face turned pale, and his mood fell like a roller coaster, from hell to heaven, then from heaven to hell, completely sinking into despair. Above the clouds, a person was hidden in the void, coldly watching the crowd below. His aura was retracted, like a venomous snake lurking in the dark, waiting for the right moment. Until a figure slowly walked out of the Tianjiao Tower, his gaze sharpened and found the target. The Tianjiao ranking reward should be able to be claimed now, right? Qin Feng walked out of the Tianjiao Tower and opened the task panel to look. Task, Tianjiao ranking. Task type, exclusive task of the Great Qin Empire. Task requirements, go to the Tianjiao Tower and fight for your place in the Tianjiao ranking. Task base reward, 1000 merit points. Task ranking rewards, rank 50 to 100, reward. Rank 30 to 49, reward. Rank 20 to 29, reward. Third place reward, 200,000 merit points, career-specific epic set. Second place reward, 500,000 merit points, career-specific epic set, career-specific talent skill book. First place reward, 1 million merit points, career-specific legendary set, career-specific talent skill book, divine authority fragment. You have obtained first place in the Tianjiao ranking, task completed. Do you want to submit? Chapter 73, 7 Turns, Madness Poison Assassin. Looking at the first place reward, Qin Feng's heart burned with excitement. 1 million merit points, career-specific legendary set, career-specific talent skill book, and finally the divine authority fragment. Each of these had a tremendous attraction for him, enough to greatly enhance his strength. Submit the task. Qin Feng spoke decisively. Task successfully submitted, Tianjiao ranking. Your ranking is, first in the Tianjiao ranking. You have received rewards, merit points plus 1 million. You have received rewards, Legendary Meteor Gold, Legendary Meteor Wood, Legendary Meteor Water, Legendary Meteor Fire, Legendary Meteor Earth, Legendary Meteor Wind, Legendary Meteor Thunder. You have received rewards, Random Beast Master Talent Skill Book. You have received rewards, Divine Authority Fragment. As the task was submitted, suddenly, a large number of rewards instantly entered his personal space, making Qin Feng in a great mood. He opened his personal space and first checked the equipment. Meteor Gold. Category, Weapon. Grade, Legendary. Applicable profession, Beast Master. Available level, LV 90. Attributes: Spirit plus 10,000, Physique plus 10,000. Special effect: Attack comes with a penetration effect. Special effect: When worn by Beast Tamers, increases beast damage by 20%. Accompanying skill: Meteor. Set effect: Meteor set, beast attacks will deal an additional 10% true damage. Meteor Wood. Category: Armor. Grade: Legendary. Applicable profession: Beast Tamer. Available level: LV 90. Attributes: Spirit plus 10,000, Physique plus 10,000. Special effect: Attack comes with a life steal effect. Special effect: When worn by Beast Tamers, increases beast life by 20%. Accompanying skill: Meteor. Set effect: Meteor set, beast attacks will deal an additional 10% true damage. Meteor Water. Category: Pants. Grade: Legendary. Applicable profession: Beast Tamer. Available level: LV 90. Attributes: Spirit plus 10,000, Physique plus 10,000. Special effect: Attack comes with a corrosion effect. Special effect: When worn by Beast Tamers, reduces beast skill cooldown by 20%. Accompanying skill: Meteor. Set effect: Meteor set, beast attacks will deal an additional 10% true damage. Meteor Fire. Category: Necklace. Grade: Legendary. Applicable profession: Beast Tamer. Available level: LV 90. Attributes: Spirit plus 10,000, Physique plus 10,000. Special effect: Attack comes with a critical hit effect. Special effect: When worn by Beast Tamers, increases beast critical hit by 20%. Accompanying skill: Meteor. Set effect: Meteor set, beast attacks will deal an additional 10% true damage. This attribute truly deserves to be part of a legendary set. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. This trip has truly been rewarding, and he couldn't wait to go back to collect other task rewards. After all, it's not just the rewards from the genius ranking, there's also the completion of the third transfer task, and that, Divine Believer, task. However, it is unfortunate that the teleportation stone can only transmit one way, and he cannot return to Shanghai City through it, he can only find another way. Without hesitation, Qin Feng focused his thoughts. Spatial fluctuations came, and the sky was suddenly illuminated by flames. A gigantic golden crow, 100 meters long, appeared out of nowhere, spanning the sky. Qin Feng floated up, and under the pull of the scorching heat, landed on top of the golden crow. In the next moment, in the astonished gaze of the crowd, the golden crow flapped its wings, and flames streaked across the sky. Inside the Genius Tower, Fan Hongyu, Lei Zhanghao, Chen Shang, and others also emerged one after another. Looking at the disappearing figure in the sky, their expressions were complex. The golden crow was extremely fast, disappearing from the range of the Genius Tower in an instant. Ilao Mountain. A place 100 miles away from the Genius Tower. Here, mountains towered, and giant trees soared, filled with the scene of a primitive forest. The golden crow let out a screech and stopped. The reason for stopping was not intentional on Qin Feng's part, but because a figure appeared before the golden crow. That person was shrouded in darkness, suspended in midair, radiating a chilling aura. Qin Feng? That person spoke coldly, as if confirming. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately felt a sense of vigilance. He could sense the hostility from the other party, and the fact that his name was called clearly meant they were coming for him. He didn't respond, instead his eyes tightened, and a layer of golden light quietly covered his pupils. Dongguan, activated. Song Bing. Professional, Venomous Assassin. Level, Tier 7, 223. Combat Power, 650,000. Affiliated Nation, Storm Nation. A clear data panel appeared before him. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. A Tier 7 Venomous Assassin with combat power of 650,000? An invader from the Storm Nation? But why is this person targeting him? Is it to hunt down geniuses, or for some other reason? Just as Qin Feng was puzzled, Sang Bing nodded slightly. Although the panel information is hidden, the aura is unmistakable, it's you. His voice was calm as he gazed at Qin Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant. In a moment, Qin Feng clearly felt a strong sense of crisis hitting him. Without even having time to react, he was stabbed by a blade. The damage value instantly emerged. -125000. You have entered a poison state, losing health points, 12,500 per second. Damage transfer has taken effect, the damage you receive is automatically transferred to your beast, the sky-soaring Xuanwu. A series of messages appeared on the panel simultaneously. Qin Feng frowned deeply. This blow had already confirmed to Qin Feng that the opponent came with the intent to kill. 7 transformations, they truly think highly of themselves. With such strength, he would probably need all his beasts to have even a glimmer of hope. However, Qin Feng felt a bit puzzled as to why these people were paying so much attention to him. First the celestial cave, then the 7 transformations, was it all to kill him? Chapter 74, Space Seal, Semi-Divine Artifact, the Heaven-Suppressing Steel. In the dark of night. Just as Qin Feng was filled with doubts, the opponent had already struck and retreated, stepping on the void, watching Qin Feng with great interest. A mere 2 transformations, yet you survived my strike, you truly are a seed of the divine. No wonder Lord Divine Messenger must kill you. If you grow up, the great Qin might really stabilize the 10 kingdoms. As he spoke, Sang Bing shook his head lightly. Unfortunately, today you will surely be buried here. Oh really? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's gaze slightly sharpened. From the opponent's words, his doubts received some explanation. A seed of the divine? Is it because of my 9 transformations of the divine path mission? The so-called divine messenger, is that referring to a certain outsider with prophetic abilities? A top-level seer predicted his unique profession and wished to erase him preemptively? No wonder. With this doubt resolved in his heart, he looked at Sung Bing with a calm gaze and suddenly raised an eyebrow, asking, "You are so confident you can kill me?" If it were before, he might have felt some nervousness, but now, with the triple guarantees of Great Qin National Merit, Revival Scroll, and Symbiosis. In addition to the terrifying defensive power of the sky-soaring Xuanwu and the assistance of the fortunate Blue Lotus, even with 7 transformations, it would take some effort to kill him. Even if he really couldn't hold on, he still had the rebirth of fortune from the fortunate Blue Lotus as a fallback plan. However, he was not willing to easily expose his trump card. Sung Bing raised his head, as if he had heard something ridiculous. Do you really think you have a chance to escape? With just 2 transformations, even if you have sky-soaring means, you're still on a dead end. A sinister smile curved his lips as he suddenly said. Is your reliance on your beast? How about this, I will give you a chance to try summoning your beast. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly. Although he did not know what trick the opponent was playing, he did not hesitate. His internal energy began to flow as he directly shouted, "Come!" As his voice fell, the space trembled. However, to Qin Feng's surprise, the beast he imagined did not appear. This realm seemed to be under some restriction. The spatial tremors quickly ceased, plunging into stillness. The space was locked down, unable to summon the beast? Qin Feng's pupils constricted as he looked at Sung Bing. How is it? In the void, Sang Bing stood with his arms crossed, sneering coldly. The next moment, the space in front of him slightly twisted, and a steel appeared out of thin air, slowly rotating in mid-air. The steel was only the size of a palm, entirely black, with the word seal inscribed on it. As the steel spun, the surrounding space seemed to be covered with an impenetrable black barrier. Originally, I wouldn't bother using such means against a mere 2 transformations, but the Lord Divine Messenger ordered me to treat your beast with special regard. I had no choice. To ensure nothing goes wrong, I can only comply. Now, do you still think you can leave alive? Song Bing's expression was mocking, standing confidently. Forget it, there's no point in saying more. I've grown tired of hiding for several days since the Great Qin sealed the country. By killing you, the Lord Divine Messenger will use the divine artifact to break the seal and summon me back. Rest in peace. After the last sentence was spoken, he raised his hand, ready to strike. And just as he was about to move, Qin Feng let out a slight sigh. A 7th turn practitioner, yet still needing to seal the space to restrict my ability to summon my beasts. To kill me, they are truly putting in a lot of effort. Qin Feng shook his head gently. However, I have another method, which should be no less than summoning beasts. This is my first attempt, although I do not know the effect, I can't just sit and wait for death. As his voice fell, Qin Feng looked at his skill panel. Control of the 4 directions. Skill description: all living beings in the 4 directions are at my command, can forcibly control any non-hostile being within a 5,000 meter range for 1 minute. Cooldown time, 20 days. With the increase of his level, this skill had also undergone some changes. The cooldown time was reduced, and the range increased from the initial 1,000 meters to 5,000 meters. Qin Feng lowered his gaze, not in a hurry to use it. Just as he said, this control of the 4 directions skill was his first use, and he did not know its specific effect. The space was sealed, preventing him from summoning his beasts. He had only one chance, so he had to maximize the skill's effect. He raised his hand and gently grasped, and a staff glowing with radiant brilliance appeared in his palm in an instant. Falling Star Gold. Category: Weapon. Grade: Legendary. Applicable class: Beast Master. Required level: LV 90. Attributes: Spirit plus 10,000, Physique plus 10,000. Special effect: attacks inflict penetration damage. Special effect: when worn by a Beast Master, increases beast damage by 20%. Attached skill: Falling Star. Set effect, Falling Star set, beast attacks will generate an additional 10% true damage. As Falling Star Gold appeared. At the same time, he equipped the other pieces of Falling Star gear onto himself. Wearing the legendary Falling Star set, a series of enhancements instantly covered his panel. Gold, attacks gain penetration effect, beast damage increases by 20%. Wood, attacks gain lifesteal effect, beast's health increases by 20%. Water, attacks gain erosion effect, beast's skill cooldown reduced by 20%. Fire, attacks gain burning effect, beast's critical hit chance increases by 20%. Earth, attacks gain slowing effect, beast's defense increases by 20%. Wind, attacks gain knockback effect, beast's speed increases by 20%. Thunder, attacks gain paralysis effect, beast's damage penetration increases by 20%. Falling Star set, beast attacks will deal 10% true damage. Looking at the panel, a smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips, and the surging magical power within him began to flow. He raised his head and slowly spoke, control of the 4 directions. Boom! In an instant, the world suddenly trembled. In a split second. Roar! 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 Countless roaring sounds echoed through the sky. All living beings within a 500-meter radius of Ileo Mountain began to awaken. It was as if countless invisible hands had appeared out of nowhere, fiercely grabbing all the living beings within the 500-meter range. In the dark night, just 200 meters away from where Qin Feng and the others stood, the white-browed old man stood in the air, calmly watching the two. He was not in a hurry. With his strength, he could easily save Qin Feng when he faced life and death dangers. Not willing to risk life, he did not plan to intervene. Divine seeds needed to undergo refinement. A true divine can't grow in a greenhouse. 7th turn, this should be the highest level invader within the borders of the Great Qin. He spoke leisurely. In any country, 8th and 9th turns are the backbone and wouldn't easily venture out. 7th turn is likely the limit. To kill a divine seed, a 7th turn is not enough. A half-artifact Jintian monument was even brought along. How cautious. The white-browed old man chuckled. Unfortunately, the lockdown of the Great Qin cannot stop the transmission of items. Item transmission is based on the rules of this world, and no one can stop it. Otherwise, the Great Qin would not have allowed the Jintian monument to appear here. The beast summoning space is locked, and with only one golden crow, it cannot allow the divine seed to practice in battle. The white-browed old man sighed. After all, he was a beast master. Unable to summon his beasts, his strength was reduced by more than half. He hesitated for a moment, lifting his foot, pondering whether to take action. At that moment, the voice of Qin Feng also came through. I have another method that should be equal to summoning beasts. The old man with white eyebrows was taken aback, halting his steps. A method not inferior to summoning beasts? He felt puzzled and continued to observe. Starfall set? Is he going all out? Is he going to fight without summoning beasts? He could not understand. The skills of beast masters are all related to summoning beasts. Rare are there any independent skills, and even if there are, their effects are not remarkable. The old man with white eyebrows showed confusion, and his internal magic began to mobilize, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, Qin Feng's voice resonated again. For directions control. Chapter 75, For directions control, all beings of the 4 corners, all used by me. For directions control. As this voice emerged, it felt like it had triggered some kind of cosmic rule. The heavens and the earth trembled wildly. Immediately after. Roar! 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 One after another, immense roars echoed from the region of Ileo Mountain. At this moment, all life within 5 kilometers of Ileo Mountain was awakening, as if summoned by something. Countless pairs of eerie green eyes lit up in the darkness, one after another, emanating terrifying auras from near to far. The ground trembled, and the giant trees swayed. Even more terrifying, the old man with white eyebrows could distinctly feel. In the realm between heaven and earth, it seemed that an invisible giant hand grasped his soul, attempting to force him to serve it. This feeling was extremely terrifying. At that moment when the hand grasped him, he felt as if he had become a marionette, unable to control himself. That state was hard to describe, like he had transformed into a beast controlled by a certain beast master. All actions were controlled by him. The old man's face changed wildly. He could hardly imagine. If it weren't for the insufficient strength of that giant hand, would he even be controlled by it? What kind of astonishing skill is this? He widened his eyes, his 2 white brows swaying like dragon whiskers in the wind, unable to maintain a calm demeanor. At this moment, Sang Bing's face had also changed dramatically, filled with terror. After the command of 4 directions control was uttered, he clearly felt that everything around him seemed to undergo earth-shattering changes. Even the very heavens and earth seemed to reject him. Within the Ileo mountain range, countless eyes were staring at him with fierce hostility. Eternal Wood Spirit. Level, LV 150. Combat Power, 130,000. Storm Eagle. Level, LV 200. Combat Power, 330,000. Mountain Coiling Dragon Python. Level, LV 230. Combat Power, 470,000. Mountain Moving Ape. Level, LV 270. Combat Power, 600,000. Ileo Mountain is an extremely terrifying wild dungeon. Every being within possesses extremely terrifying combat power. Looking at the countless pairs of eerie green eyes, a single glance revealed numerous panels of information before him. The lowest combat power among them was even 130,000. The highest, the mountain moving ape, reached a terrifying 600,000. With such combat power in such numbers, he could be said to be completely unable to resist. Are you kidding me? Song Bing's hairs stood on end, utterly stunned. In the Ileo Mountain area, all beings are supposed to be neutral. As long as one does not attack first, they shouldn't become hostile. Why does it feel like these beings are about to rush at him and tear him apart in the next second? His face twitched as he looked towards Qin Feng. What the hell? What kind of method is this? The target of these beings was clearly him, seemingly ignoring Qin Feng entirely. At this moment, Qin Feng was not feeling well either. The skill, for directions control, placed too much mental pressure on him. Compared to controlling just a few beasts, this skill could control a number at least in the tens of thousands. Moreover, the stronger the being, the greater the mental pressure it exerted on him. Although the introduction of the skill, for directions control, stated it could control beings for 1 minute. But he estimated that in at most 30 seconds, several beings would slip beyond his control. And this was still under the effect of the legendary Falling Star Suit. Without the Falling Star Suit, he feared he would lose control in just 10 seconds. In fact, at the very beginning of the skill, he sensed an extremely powerful being within a 5,000-meter range. This being surpassed all the beings he currently controlled combined. Its terror was several times stronger than any being he had ever seen. He had tried to control this being with 4 directions control. However, the opponent simply struggled once and easily broke free from his control, leaving him unable to manipulate it. Otherwise, even without the beings within the 5,000-meter range of Ileo Mountain, this one being alone could easily kill this 7th transformation professional in just 1 second. Ileo Mountain, a place of great terror. Qin Feng's gaze tightened. Although he felt a bit regretful for not being able to control the strongest being, it didn't affect the outcome. Just the beings within the range of Ileo Mountain were already enough to tear apart this invader in front of him. He looked up. Song Bing was staring intently at him, his eyes bloodshot with veins spreading out. How is this possible? How could you have such power? The Divine Messenger's information is wrong. You cannot be at the 2nd transformation. An ordinary beast master should not have such ability. How did you do it? His voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief. He had never witnessed such great power over tens of thousands of beings. No. Not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it. This power was too against the natural order. It shouldn't belong to a professional. Dead men don't need to know so much. Qin Feng's gaze was icy, and he did not answer Song Bing's questions. 10 seconds had already passed, and he could no longer release 4 directions control again. Time was running short and could not be wasted. Kill. As soon as Qin Feng said this, tens of thousands of beings from Ileo Mountain set their sights on Song Bing. Song Bing's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to escape, several branches were already entangling his body. Immediately after, a level 270 mountain-moving ape leaped forward first, its fist as huge as a mountain smashing down, directly sending Song Bing into Ileo Mountain. Countless beings howled and pounced madly. Chapter 76, The Heavenly Veil of 51 Fleas. Storm Kingdom. In the Great Hall, a short, wrinkled old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Before him, a small section of deep, dark starry sky appeared in the void. Several stars flickered with different glimmers, connected by lines of light that intertwined. Suddenly, one star flickered a few times and then completely extinguished, vanishing from the celestial phenomenon. Watching this scene, the old man's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Sang Bing is dead?" Upon hearing this, a man in imperial robes beside him frowned. Song Bing is already at the 7th transformation, and there is a heaven-suppressing tablet sealing the beast master space. Even so, he was unable to kill that divine seed? The old man gazed at the starry phenomenon, equally puzzled in his heart. The star phenomenon shows that the divine seed's level indeed has not reached the 3rd transformation. With the heaven-suppressing tablet sealing the beast master space, he should have no chance at all. Where did the problem arise? Does the divine seed possess abilities I did not calculate? The old man looked at the starry phenomenon, his hands moving within it, trying to obtain more information, but he found nothing. As a 9-transformation astrology divine messenger, it was rare for him to make a mistake in his calculations. Could it be that someone else intervened? The man in the imperial robe asked. No, according to the information, Sang Bing did indeed die at the hands of the divine seed. The old man shook his head, rejecting this conjecture. This is truly troublesome. Upon hearing this, the man in imperial robes waved his sleeve. Currently, our 10 nations are united, with dozens of 9 transformations. Is this divine seed really capable of turning the tide? The national war is about to start. If we do not kill this person, we will have no chance of victory? The old man looked at the man in imperial robes and lightly sighed. Heavenly Veil 50. One has escaped. Without the seed of the divine, when the war begins, the Qin dynasty will surely crumble, but nothing is certain, and there is always a glimmer of hope. And the seed of the divine is that escaped one, the only hope for the Qin dynasty. The old man's gaze was profound as he reached out to stir the stars, and after a moment, a brilliantly shining star suddenly appeared before him. Fortunately, there is still a backup plan to use. This time, the seed of the divine will surely have no way to survive. The means left behind by the nation 100 years ago can now come in handy. Ilao Mountain. On the Golden Crow, Qin Feng sat calmly. 60 seconds had passed, the hidden soldiers had fallen, and the area below had once again returned to calm. He finally relaxed his heart. The power of the 4 directions control exceeded his expectations, forcing living beings to serve him. This ability was indeed tyrannical. However, he also knew that being in the area of Ilao Mountain gave him an advantage. If they were in another place, it would be difficult to achieve such an effect. He focused his spirit and slightly opened his palm, revealing a palm-sized black stone tablet in his hand. Heaven-suppressing tablet. Category, Treasure. Grade, 9. Available level, LV1. After glancing at it, Qin Feng decisively put it away in his personal space. Everything concluded, Qin Feng looked around to roughly confirm the direction of Shanghai City, then prepared to leave. At that moment, a voice suddenly drifted from behind him. To kill a 7th turn with a 2nd turn, you truly have opened my eyes. Qin Feng was startled and quickly turned around, only to see a white-haired old man with long brows standing before him. His expression changed drastically. He had not noticed when this old man had appeared. Moreover, the old man was standing on the back of the Golden Crow, which seemed completely unaware. More importantly, even though the old man's aura was restrained, Qin Feng could sense the terrifying power concealed within his body. Without any hesitation, his eyes instantly covered in a layer of golden light. Insight was activated immediately. White Emissary. Profession, All-Law Swordsman. Level, 9 turn 283rd level. Combat power, 6,310,000. Affiliated country, Qin Dynasty. A series of information directly appeared before Qin Feng, making his heart tremble greatly. A 283rd level 9-turn giant? How many 9 turns does the entire Qin Dynasty have? And now, one actually stands before me? A combat power of 6,310,000, how terrifying. With such strength, if he were to turn against him, he would have no power to resist. Even if he could unleash the 4 directions control again, it would still only be like an insect trying to shake a tree. Young friend, there is no need to be nervous. The old man with white brows spoke with a smile. I come by the order of the King of Qin, and I mean no harm. Hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback. The order of the King of Qin? The old man with white brows stroked his white beard and said. That's right, the Book of Heaven Seer has prophesied that the seed of the divine will descend upon the Qin dynasty. I have come this time not only to ensure your safety on the journey to the Tower of Talents but also to bring you to meet the King of Qin. Meet the King of Qin? The words of the old man with white brows, combined with the words of the previous 7th turn invader, finally made Qin Feng understand. His profession's uniqueness had already been calculated by that seer of the Book of Heaven, seeing him as the seed of the divine. Not only the seer of the Book of Heaven but also prophetic individuals from the 10 foreign nations had calculated his existence and wanted to erase him early. The 7th turn invader just now came from the Storm Nation. However, this 9th turn giant in front of him just said, ensuring my safety during the journey to the Tower of Talents? That means that since arriving at this Tower of Talents, he has been hidden by my side? Qin Feng's heart stirred as he suddenly thought of the extremely terrifying creature he sensed when using 4 directions control. He had attempted to manipulate that creature but failed. Now that he thought back, the aura of that creature actually bore some resemblance to that of the 9th turn giant in front of him? No way? Qin Feng's expression suddenly became a bit strange. The being he just tried to control was him? In other words, he was actually trying to manipulate a 9-transformation giant head? It's simply ridiculous. Qin Feng's thoughts drifted, his gaze flickering slightly. After a moment, he waved away his distractions and focused on the old man with white brows across from him, nodding in agreement. Okay, shall we go now? The old man with white brows smiled and spoke, "There's no rush, we can first go to Tianjing, and after it gets light, we can proceed. Young friend can recall your beast, and I will take you there." Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and complied. With a thought, the golden crow instantly vanished, retrieving back into the beast space. The next moment, the old man with white brows extended his hand and lightly tapped, causing the void before them to suddenly crack open, directly tearing a gap and forming a spatial rift. Then, in Qin Feng's shocked gaze, the old man with white brows had already taken hold of him and stepped into it. Chapter 77, The Land of Silence, Awakening of the Dry Corpses. As the two stepped in, the spatial rift instantly closed. There was no pain as imagined. Stepping into the spatial rift, Qin Feng felt as if his body had completely lost its weight. The sense of time vanished. It felt like several days had passed, yet it also seemed like just a moment. "We've arrived." The old man's aged voice came through. At the same time, a cacophony of sounds entered his ears, and Qin Feng opened his eyes. Flashing neon lights filled his vision. Although it was already late at night, there were still professionals coming and going on the streets, almost indistinguishable from daytime. Compared to the extravagance of Shanghai City, Tianjing's buildings were more imbued with an ancient aura. Most buildings bore mottled patterns, as if weathered by time, filled with an indescribable heavy atmosphere. The old man with white brows led Qin Feng into a building, which soared into the clouds, towering beyond measure. Qin Feng looked up and saw several large characters written on the building. Shitian Tower. What an imposing name. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Entering the building, the old man with white brows approached the front desk and took out a black card, handing it over. Room for Tian-sized, 2 rooms. Upon seeing the black card, the staff member was immediately taken aback. Not daring to be slack, they quickly took out 2 room cards and handed them over. Your room cards, turn left next door, rooms Tian 8 and Tian 6 on the top floor. The staff member lowered their head, showing a respectful demeanor. Black card users in Shitian Tower are exceedingly rare. Each one is truly a top figure, not someone they can offend. The old man with white brows nodded, accepting the room cards, and led Qin Feng to a nearby door marked with the character Tian. With a swipe of the room card, the door opened, revealing a teleportation array. Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise as he stepped onto it. In just 3 seconds, the environment changed, and the two stepped out of the teleportation array. Rooms Tian 8 and Tian 6 faced each other. The old man with white brows handed the room card to Qin Feng, chuckling. "You can rest here for now. After it gets light, I will take you to meet the Qin King." Qin Feng nodded in response and then entered the room. After resting briefly, Qin Feng sat in the room, sorting through his recent gains. Aside from the harvest from the Tower of Talents, his evolution points had once again reached 1,000,000. He opened the panel to look. Current evolution points, 118,8566. The other 4 beasts have all reached the ancient level, with only the golden crow still at the ancestral level. Next, I must complete the evolution of the golden crow. Qin Feng murmured softly to himself. The beasts are his main source of combat power. Evolving the golden crow must be the first priority. He lowered his gaze, his consciousness sinking into the beast space, opening the attribute panel of the golden crow. Current beast, golden crow. Grade, ancestral level. Level, LV81. Strength, 60900. Constitution, 52100. Agility, 60500. Spirit, 56,000. Combat power, 90,000. Skills, Heavenly Fire Meteor, Flames of the Golden Crow. Evolution points required for next evolution, 1,000,000. Looking at the panel before him, Qin Feng slowly spoke, "Begin evolution." Consuming 1,000,000 evolution points, the golden crow begins evolution. 1,000,000 evolution points transformed into white light and completely fused into the body of the golden crow. In an instant, as the white light merged into the body of the golden crow, its form seemed to swell slightly. Immediately, flames began to burn furiously all over its body. As if an endless source of scorching fire was constantly being released from within, bursting outward. Caw, the golden crow let out a cry and soared high into the sky. Its body hovered in midair, engulfed in raging flames, making it impossible to recognize its original shape. At this moment, the golden crow had completely transformed into a massive fireball. The fireball continued to expand, and the sky began to burn as well. A strong crimson hue enveloped the sky, turning the Beastmaster space into a land of flames. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the fireball appeared to reach its limit. The colossal fireball that covered the heavens and the earth suddenly erupted. At the same time, a being of intense brightness, all ablaze with divine fire, appeared before Qin Feng. Evolution complete. Golden Crow, Great Sun Golden Crow. Current beast, Great Sun Golden Crow. Rank, Ancient Level. Level, LV81. Strength, 300,000. Constitution, 185,000. Agility, 305,000. Spirit, 250,000. Combat power, 400,000. Skills, Great Sun Descends, Scorching Heaven Divine Fire. Next evolution requires evolution points, 1 million. 5 ancient level, all completed. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Next, he would focus on one of them and quickly meet the conditions for evolution to stellar level. As long as he obtained the first stellar level beast, he would no longer fear the 9-turn giants. At this moment, in the land of silence, a decaying aura filled this region. The trees were dry, life was severed, and everywhere was engulfed in ruin. Caw, caw. A mound of earth sat here, with dry branches scattered upon it. The grave soil had been completely tainted by the aura of the abyss, appearing a filthy black color. Suddenly, this grave mound, which had existed for an unknown duration, abruptly shook a few times. Then, with a hiss, a withered arm suddenly shot out from within. This arm was covered in bluish-black corpse spots, with tattered clothing still intact, creating a horrifying, zombie-like appearance. In the next moment, this arm began to move, pressing strangely against the mound. Then, with a forceful push, a figure, utterly withered and skin stretched over bones, slowly stood up from the grave mound. Its body had no color, skin dry, and covered in corpse spots, looking nothing like a living person. Yet, it was indeed walking. Its head slightly raised, a wisp of ghostly green flame flickered in its hollow eye sockets. Finally, is it time? Awaken me. It struggled to open its mouth, the words coming out in pieces, as if it were adapting to this long-dormant, dried-up body. It paused, feeling the information conveyed in its mind. As the information gradually became clear, the ghostly green flame in its eye sockets gently flickered. Divine Light Seed, Great Qin. Understood. The broken voice emerged, as it lifted its withered leg. With a series of creaking sounds, it slowly walked outward. Chapter 78, Memory, I am waiting for you. Inside the room, Qin Feng withdrew his consciousness from the Beastmaster space, exhaling deeply, then opened the task panel. Current task, 9-turn Divine Path, 2. Task description, the prestige of the divine. Task requirements, suppress the genius tower, and bring a sense of divine shock to the geniuses. Task duration, unlimited. Task status, completed. Submit? Submit the task. Qin Feng said. As his voice fell, a brilliant light radiated around him, and a mysterious power began to surge from within. Task submission successful, 9-turn Divine Path, 2. Current status has been updated. Occupation, pseudogod. Level, 3-turn 90 level. Strength, 15,000. Constitution, 85,000. Agility, 15,000. Spirit, 110,000. Battle power, 50,000. Passive skills, invisible, symbiosis, absolute control. Skills, insight, life law, lifelock, for directions control. Beasts, Black Dragon King, Golden Crow, War Queen Ant, Heavenly Mysterious Tortoise, Creation Green Lotus. Evolution points, 189,887 189891. The evolution points have increased again, from 3 points per second to 4 points per second. And the profession has changed? False god? Qin Feng's gaze tightened. The increase in evolution points was expected and not worth too much attention. But the profession of false god made him pause slightly. Since his profession awakening, although each job change brought a shift in his profession, this false god profession clearly exceeded the range of ordinary professions. Does this title of false god mean he is already moving towards becoming a deity? False god? So what will the next profession change be? A deity? Qin Feng murmured, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart. Aside from the attribute increase from this profession change, there was another extremely bizarre occurrence. That is, upon completing the job change, an extremely chaotic mass of memories was violently shoved into his mind. This memory was like complex lines, all tangled together, impossible to untangle. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, his thoughts moved faintly to touch this part of the memory. However, just as his consciousness made contact with this part of the memory, the huge, complex memory instantly exploded like a raging fire in his mind. Hiss. An indescribable intense pain filled his brain, causing Qin Feng's pupils to instantly dilate, and he let out an uncontrollable cry. This flame spread extremely fast, even beginning to extend along his consciousness, aiming to burn everything of his original memories. Though he quickly retracted his consciousness, the pain still lasted a full minute before gradually dissipating. Hoo-hoo! Qin Feng lay back on the ground, pupils constricting, gasping for breath. This memory was too complex and vast. Upon contact, it was like a wildfire, threatening to consume his original consciousness. Had he not cut off the connection with that memory in time, he might have turned into a fool at this moment. Qin Feng panted heavily, fear creeping into his heart. However, this contact was not without gain. Within that memory, he caught a glimpse of a phrase. I am waiting for you. I am waiting for you? Qin Feng slowly sat up, his brow furrowing as he softly murmured, savoring the meaning of this phrase. A minute later, he gently shook his head, abandoning the thought of further exploring this memory. Only 4 words, the information was too sparse to comprehend, better to wait until he could fully absorb this part of the memory before investigating it more deeply. Qin Feng's gaze lowered as he looked at his skill panel. This time, the job change had brought some changes to his skills. Absolute control. Skill effect, passive. You have completely mastered your beasts, unable to be influenced by any power, every word and thought is a divine decree. Absolute control? Qin Feng looked at the skill description. Every word and thought is a divine decree? The summoning skill has disappeared, meaning he no longer needs to summon. With just a word or thought, he can directly call upon his beasts? Also, if he cannot be influenced by any power, does that mean, just like the ability of the Heaven-Binding tablet, his beast space cannot be locked down anymore? Qin Feng contemplated, understanding the implications. It's quite troublesome to lock down the beast space. This skill truly suits his desires. Taking a breath, Qin Feng opened his personal space. For this Celestial Tower task reward, besides 1,000,000 merits and a legendary grade set, there were also 2 items he hadn't yet checked. With a flick of thought, a shimmering skill book appeared before him. Talent Skill Book. Profession, Beast Master. Available level, LV1. Introduction, after use, there is a 50% chance to randomly comprehend a talent skill. Randomly comprehend a talent skill? Qin Feng looked at the skill introduction and muttered a phrase. Talent skills are extremely rare skills, with only a probability of 1 in a million to comprehend them during the awakening of a profession at the age of 18. Every professional who can comprehend talent skills possesses formidable combat power. Even if their profession is ordinary, with a talent skill, they can still have strength comparable to top professions. Usually, the chance to comprehend a talent skill exists only at the initial awakening of a profession. Once the profession awakening is completed, there is no possibility of comprehending talent skills by oneself, only through external assistance. And the talent skill book serves as this external force. However, talent skill books are exceedingly rare, and despite only having a 50% probability, their market price remains outrageously high. With a firm grip, Qin Feng did not hesitate for a moment and decisively chose to use it. The talent skill book instantly melted, seeping into Qin Feng's body like a puddle of water. Soon, a series of information appeared on his panel. You have used the talent skill book. Your luck is through the roof. Congratulations, you have comprehended the talent skill, Breaking Limits. Talent skill, Breaking Limits. Skill effect, you have broken the barriers of your profession, you can learn skills from other professions. Looking at the skill introduction, Qin Feng was initially taken aback but soon understood. Being able to learn skills from other professions. At first glance, this skill seemed a bit useless, but if one thinks carefully, it actually holds great value. As a beast master, he does not need to engage in direct combat with others. However, he can use this talent to learn skills from support professions to enhance his beast status. Or learn the stealth skills of assassins to hide himself, which is also a good choice. Chapter 79, Descend, Is She a Woman? With the comprehension of the talent skill completed, Qin Feng reopened his personal space and retrieved the last item. This was a diamond-shaped fragment the size of a palm. The fragment emitted a 7-colored light, filled with a mysterious aura. Divine Authority Fragment. Category, Divine Weapon. Usable level, LV1. Description, a fragment produced after the shattering of divine authority, containing terrifying divine power. Qin Feng frowned slightly. This divine authority fragment currently has no apparent specific use, and he did not know how to utilize it. Perhaps multiple fragments are needed to piece the divine authority back together before it can yield its effects? He contemplated lightly in his heart and eventually decided that he could ask about it when he meets the great Qin King tomorrow. Who? Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng stretched his body and prepared to rest. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, reminding him of something else. He opened the task panel, and a task appeared before his eyes. Task, Followers of the Divine. Task description, as a divine being, you must have loyal followers, please obtain your first follower. Task requirement, display divine power, gain followers, since you've seen the divine, why not bow? Task duration, unlimited. Task status, completed. Submit? This task was suddenly triggered when he met Chen Shang on the 100th floor of the Talent Tower. At that time, when his 5 beasts appeared, and Chen Shang knelt in worship, the task was already completed but was never submitted. Staring at the task panel, Qin Feng said softly, Submit. As the voice fell, a series of information scrolled across the panel. Task submitted successfully, Followers of the Divine. Task completed. Successfully gained a follower, you have activated the skill, Faith. You have activated the skill, Descend. Skill, Faith. Skill effect, you can harvest the faith of your followers, and faith points can be used to shape your divine identity. Faith, shape divine identity? Qin Feng murmured, these terms were somewhat unfamiliar but not difficult to understand. He guessed that the subsequent parts of the Path of the Nine-Round Divine might come into play. He continued checking the skill introduction for Descend. Skill, Descend. Skill effect, you can check the status of your followers at any time. Can check the status of believers at any time, and can briefly descend using the bodies of believers? Qin Feng repeated it again. After a slight contemplation, he planned to give it a try. Immediately, he closed his eyes and gently moved his mind. The ability of observation for Descend took effect. In an instant, Qin Feng felt as if he had entered a void space. His consciousness seemed to have detached from his body, rising higher and higher, entering an indescribable space. In this space, time and space no longer existed. With one step, he could reach thousands of miles away in an instant. With a glance, he could see through all things in the world. What a magical feeling! Qin Feng marveled in his heart. Around him, several tiny stars orbited. However, most of them were dim, lacking any brilliance. Only one had a faint glow shining brightly. Qin Feng raised a finger and lightly tapped it. Immediately, a clear image appeared in his consciousness. A hazy mist rose up. In the hot spring bath, a delicate white little leg first stepped in. Then, a smooth naked body gently lay down, submerging into the bath. What the heck? A woman? As this scene just appeared, Qin Feng was instantly shocked. His mind became chaotic, unable to maintain focus, and he uncontrollably exited the Descend observation state. What's going on? How could it be a woman? Qin Feng could hardly believe his eyes. He clearly remembered that Qin Shang was a man. How did he suddenly turn into a woman? It made him lose control and swear directly. His heart raced wildly, he felt a bit dazed. This was a bit too outrageous, right? On the other side. Qin family courtyard. Inside the room. A misty water vapor lingered in the room. In the large hot spring bath, Qin Shang took off her clothes and stepped in. She submerged her entire smooth body in the water, with only her head remaining above the surface. She bowed her head, crossed her arms, and her eyes were calm, lost in thought. Suddenly, Qin Shang frowned slightly and abruptly raised her head. Who? She sensed something. Although it was an extremely subtle feeling, she still noticed it. Such a familiar aura, could it be him? Qin Shang was puzzled in her heart. Then, she shook her head slightly. The Qin family courtyard had almost no one who could intrude. She must have been too nervous. As the night faded, the sky brightened. Qin Feng walked out of Qitian building with the old man with white eyebrows. The imperial palace was not far from Qitian building. Soon, under the guidance of the old man with white eyebrows, Qin Feng arrived in front of a very ancient and heavy palace. The characters, Imperial Palace, seemed like divine scripts, exuding a very imposing aura. The two entered, and along the way, the pavilions and towers, mountains and waters shocked Qin Feng greatly. Before long, their footsteps came to a stop. We have arrived. The old man with white eyebrows said softly. Before them, the characters, Qin Wang Palace, came into view. You're here? Please enter. Without waiting for the two to speak, a gentle voice had already emerged from within. Yes. The old man with white eyebrows had a solemn expression, slightly bowed, and led Qin Feng inside. Upon entering the hall, Qin Feng looked up. He saw an old man dressed in a black dragon robe, wearing an imperial crown, sitting on the dragon throne, looking at him with a kind smile. I pay my respects to Qin Wang. Qin Feng's heart raced slightly, appearing respectful, as he clasped his hands in greeting. This was his first time meeting the great Qin Wang, the highest ruler of the great Qin state. If he said he wasn't excited, that would surely be impossible. No need for excessive courtesy, please sit. The great Qin Wang chuckled, his expression benevolent. Yes. Seeing this, Qin Feng nodded in response. He sat down next to the old man with white eyebrows, who also sat at his side. Was it inconvenient for me to suddenly invite you here this time? The great Qin Wang's voice was gentle, looking at Qin Feng with kindness. Nothing is inconvenient, your highness need not worry. Qin Feng spoke. Hee, that's good. You should already know the purpose of this invitation, right? Do you have any questions to ask? If so, feel free to inquire. The great Qin Wang looked at Qin Feng and asked softly. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment. Then he spoke directly. Back to King Qin, I indeed have a question. Speak without hesitation. Chapter 80, The Nine-Turned Corpse Demon. Qin Feng organized his thoughts and asked, this time, the first place in the Tower of Heroes is rewarded with a fragment of divine authority. I have examined this fragment, but I do not know how to use it. Hearing this, the great Qin King Tian smiled slightly and explained. The fragment of divine authority still retains some divine power. You can immerse your consciousness into it for comprehension. However, this kind of comprehension is not achieved overnight, it requires a long time. Do not be greedy for speed. Immerse my consciousness for comprehension? Qin Feng murmured, understanding a little. The great Qin King nodded and continued speaking. That is one point. Secondly, the fragment of divine authority needs to be repaired using divine power, but I do not know much about this part. You will likely need to experiment yourself. The divine authority is originally an item belonging to the divine. Although it is just a fragment, it can only exert its power in your hands, you need to explore it yourself. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly. Thank you, King Qin. He recalled the Tower of Heroes and the person that Lei Jianghao had guessed would be the designated one. The King of Qin took out the fragment of divine authority, clearly prepared for him. The great Qin King waved his sleeve lightly and said, no need for such courtesy, your growth is also a good thing for great Qin. The 10 nations abroad are watching covetously, and great Qin has little time left. Only you can grow quickly. When the national war begins, great Qin will have a glimmer of hope. National war? Qin Feng murmured. That's right. Your rate of growth has already exceeded my expectations. By the time the national war begins, you can play a decisive role. You might not even need to reach the 5th turn, and great Qin can revive its national fate. If you can truly break the limits of the profession in the future and step onto the path of divinity, then great Qin may possibly revive the glorious legacy of the first emperor. A hint of longing appeared on the great Qin King's withered face. His ancestor, the first emperor, once pacified various nations and built the starry Great Wall to block the foreign demons. But after thousands of years, he had fallen to such a state, how could he be resigned? Qin Feng displayed determination and nodded. Bai Su will arrange a residence for you in Tianjing. If you wish, you can stay there. If you need anything, you can contact Bai Su, he will arrange it. The great Qin King said. Thank you, King Qin. Qin Feng cupped his hands and bowed slightly. The old man with white eyebrows, Bai Su, also slightly bowed, then took Qin Feng away from the imperial palace. Tianjing, Yunnan Bay Villa area. Villa number 1. The villa is incredibly large, with mountains and waterways, situated in Tianjing's top villa district. As the two entered, Qin Feng took a deep breath. An incredibly pleasant feeling instantly surged into his heart, he felt as if his spirit had been restored. Clearly, there is a spiritual recovery formation or a magical stone in this place. Bai Su handed the key to Qin Feng, and also took out a silver-white, round object and handed it to him, saying, this is the key to the ancient living ruins, a relic transformed after the ruler of ancient living beings passed away. There may be ancient-level beast masters within, which should be of some use to you. Qin Feng looked at it, and information appeared in his eyes. Key to the ancient living ruins. Description, can be used to enter ancient relics, the ancient living ruins, where ancient-level beastmasters may exist. Usable level, LV1. Ancient-level beastmasters may exist? Qin Feng was slightly startled and thanked him, accepting the item. With the skill, Living Spirit License, this ancient living ruins holds considerable importance for him. I will take my leave now. If there is a need. Bai Su nodded, just about to leave, when suddenly alarm surged in his heart, and his expression changed dramatically, sensing an unusual aura. This was an incredibly strong aura that made him feel a slight fear. 9-turn giant head? Who? He suddenly looked up and shouted sharply. The 9-turn momentum fully unfolded, and an incredibly sharp aura shot straight into the sky. Like a wild blade unsheathing. Qin Feng's expression changed as well. He too sensed the dangerous aura, something far beyond his ability to resist. The aura, that's right, it's him. The fragmented words drifted through the air. The next moment, as Qin Feng stood in shock, a figure slowly emerged from the air before him. This figure was eerily strange, its clothes rotten, with only a few scraps clinging to its body. Its exposed skin was covered in large patches of dark, corpse-colored blotches, its cheeks withered, revealing the black-gray bones beneath. In the hollow eye sockets, 2 greenish ghostly flames flickered, like the body of someone long dead. A thick, suffocating aura of death filled the air, engulfing the entire space. Golden glimmers flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Activated. Name, Village Slayer. Occupation, Corpse Demon. Level, 9-turn, 290th level. Combat power, 7.5 million. Country, Coco. A 9-turn Corpse Demon? A combat power of 7.5 million? Qin Feng's gaze darkened, his heart struck with fear. Compared to Qin Feng, Bai Su's shock was even greater. How could a 9-turn corpse demon appear inside the Great Qin Kingdom? Under the country's sealed state, the 10 foreign nations couldn't possibly have the power to send a 9-turn demon into Great Qin without being detected. Damn! Bai Su's face darkened. In the very first moment, he sent the information to the king of Great Qin. This power was beyond anything he could match. Even if they had the same combat power, he had no confidence in defeating the corpse demon. Moreover, the other side's combat power was 1,000,000 higher than his. This was already a crushing state. Leave. Bai Su's eyes locked on the corpse demon across from him. He stretched out his hand, and a pitch-black spatial rift appeared before him. Then, with a forceful motion, he tried to push Qin Feng into the rift to teleport them away. However, as soon as he made a move, the dense death aura surged toward them. Under the overwhelming gray death energy, the spatial rift immediately shattered. At the same time, Qin Feng felt his body stiffen, completely unable to move. His magical energy, blood, even his heart began to stop. It wasn't just him, even Bai Su was in no better shape. As the primary target of the intense death energy, his body was even more rigid, with blade energy bursting within him, trying to sever the control of the death aura, but it was all in vain. Divine Seed. The withered corpse demon spoke again. Its hollow greenish flames flickered rapidly as it walked toward Qin Feng. Chapter 81, The Divine Seed is dead, I choose a country to bury. Bai Su, seeing this, began to struggle violently. His entire body trembled with blade energy, trying to break free from the grip of the death aura. The Divine Seed was of vital importance, it absolutely could not be allowed to fall into danger. His body shuddered, and a torrent of brilliant white light, as bright as the stars, surged from him. In an instant, a piercing divine light erupted from his eyes, and he instantly broke free from the control of the death aura. A violent burst of white light exploded in the air, transforming into a sky-high blade of light that tore through the death energy and shot upward. Bai Su reached out and gripped it, as though holding an unparalleled heavenly blade, slashing downward with all his might. The massive blade of light descended, and the space was torn apart. The withered corpse demon, however, merely saw its greenish flames flicker slightly. Then, it raised its withered claw, gathering gray death energy, and lightly clenched its hand toward the blade of light. Boom! The massive blade of light instantly shattered. In the next moment, a dry, thin claw shot out from the corpse demon's hand, ripping through Bai Su's chest and squeezing his heart. Boom! His heart exploded. Bai Su's body softened, and he collapsed uncontrollably. Seeing this, a surge of intense flame rose in Qin Feng's chest, his gaze fixed on the dry corpse. But even with his 5 ancient-level Beast Tamers facing the overwhelming power of Jiu Zhuan, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, with no chance of victory at all. His body was completely unable to move, and his consciousness was gradually fading away. It is over. Broken and intermittent words floated from the mouth of the corpse demon. In its hollow eye sockets, eerie green flames flickered as it stretched out its dry claws and made a slight grasp toward Qin Feng. Under the enormous gap in power, there was not the slightest obstruction, and Qin Feng's life value was instantly reduced to 0. In that moment, Qin Feng decisively gave up the damage transfer effect of symbiosis. The damage from Jiu Zhuan could no longer be resisted by transcendent Xuan Wu. Even if he risked all his beast companions, it was just like a moth to the flame. It would be better to abandon this absurd plan and face death directly. He still had one last safeguard: the rebirth effect of Creation Blue Lotus would allow him to be reborn. At the moment of death, Qin Feng looked calmly at this emaciated corpse. His body slowly turned into a pile of mud and sand, scattering in the wind. In the Beast Master space, the Creation Blue Lotus emitted a faint blue light, and the 9 petals of the lotus quickly withered. Thick azure light rose up, enveloping the entire Beast Master space. Boom! In the next moment, the Beast Master space collapsed. Under the wrapping of azure light, all beasts disappeared. Boom! The colors of heaven and earth changed. At the moment Qin Feng's consciousness faded away, a voice that suppressed endless anger and was filled with immense authority suddenly rang out. Rat! As the voice fell, a frail figure wearing a black dragon robe and a crown slowly appeared before the corpse demon. Occupation: Emperor. Level: Jiu Zhuan 300. Combat power: 20 million. The terrifying attributes made the corpse demon tremble in fear. I did not expect that there would be 9-turn corpse demons within the territory of the Great Qin. It was my miscalculation that gave you an opportunity. The Great Qin King's voice was deep, with anger spreading within him. Kokoko country, huh? Humph. His voice was extremely grim as he gazed at the emaciated corpse demon. I do not know how long you have been lurking in the territory of the Great Qin. Since you do not wish to live, then let us begin your journey. As the Great Qin King's voice fell, the eerie green ghost fire in the corpse demon's hollow eye sockets intensely flickered, and the body moved as if to disappear from the current space. However, the great Qin King merely raised his hand gently to grasp. The corpse demon's body instantly froze, and then the great Qin King slightly exerted force. With a loud bang, the corpse demon's body exploded, turning into dust and vanishing. Kakoko country. A short old man gazed at the stars before him. Among the stars intertwined with light, a once bright star suddenly became dim. Then the brilliance faded completely, turning into a completely black stone. Seeing this scene, the old man instantly rejoiced. It succeeded. As his voice emerged, several crowned individuals standing beside him revealed expressions of joy. Did the seed of the deity finally die? It was indeed not easy. It required the activation of the hidden Jiuzhuan that had been concealed for 100 years to succeed. Where is Morong? Prepare to use the world-breaking cone to open the border restrictions and let him return. The king of Kakoko country spoke decisively. The old man nodded in response and reached out to stir the stars. Soon, a bright star was turned up. Yet in an instant, this star that originally emitted light instantly extinguished, completely turning into a black stone. The short old man was stunned. Morong is dead? Dead? The king of Kakoko country was dazed for a moment. Was it done by the great Qin King? Within the territory of the great Qin, aside from the Jiuzhuan guarding the starry sky, the only one capable of killing Morong should only be the great Qin King. Forget it, being able to kill the seed of a deity, it is worth everything. The king of Kakoko country lightly waved his sleeve and ceased to speak further. With the death of the corpse demon, the great Qin King extended his hand and waved a wisp of ethereal light. Wherever the light covered, everything began to revive anew. Baisu's heart healed once again, and a new heart slowly beat within his chest. Blood began to flow throughout his body, and life revived again. Soon, half a minute passed. Ah! Baisu suddenly let out a cry, standing up. His body erupted with blade energy once more, and just as he intended to release it, he noticed the great Qin King beside him. King Qin, the seed of the divine? Baisu hurriedly bowed and instinctively asked. King Qin's brows furrowed deeply, suppressing a strong anger within. The dim light had almost covered the entire space, but it was still completely useless. This ray of dim light could fully revive any creature that had died within a day, but at this moment it had no effect at all. This meant that the seed of the divine was completely dead. The 9 turns against the 3 turns, the corpse demon completely erased the soul of the seed of the divine to avoid being revived. The 10 nations. King Qin suddenly raised his head to gaze into the distance, his sight seemingly able to penetrate endless distances, directly targeting the 10 nations beyond. A great hatred surged up in Baisu's heart, his eyes about to burst with rage, and the blade aura within him was subtly becoming uncontrollable. He deeply understood the importance of the seed of the divine. With the death of the seed of the divine, it meant that the great Qin had completely lost hope in the national war and would inevitably face the siege of the 10 nations, leading to its total downfall. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. After a minute, King Qin slowly withdrew his gaze. Baisu. King Qin. Hearing the voice, Baisu quickly responded. Summon the 2 from beyond the stars. With the seed of the divine dead, I will choose a nation for its burial. King Qin's voice was calm, with no trace of emotion audible. But a hint of brutality hidden in his withered eyes made one feel chilled to the bone. Summon the people from the stars? Upon hearing this, Baisu instantly looked up, his expression slightly changed. But soon, he no longer hesitated and decisively responded. Yes, King Qin. Chapter 82, King Qin's Desire to Annihilate a Nation. In the Chen family courtyard. Chen Shang, dressed in white, furrowed her brow slightly. Just now, the 5 divine powers within her body stirred simultaneously in an instant. Immediately after, the originally surging divine power inexplicably weakened significantly. What's going on? Her expression changed slightly, showing some confusion in her gaze. This weakening of divine power did not come from a reduction in her control over it, but rather an abnormality of the divine power itself. A tall figure suddenly flashed through Chen Shang's mind. Then, she suddenly stood up, a hint of anxiety flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Chen Xingyue walked out from the side, his expression grave. Grandfather? Chen Shang spoke. Shenger, notify everyone and hold a family meeting. Chen Xingyue said in a deep voice. Shortly after. In the Chen family courtyard, the conference hall. Once all were present. Chen Xingyue sat in the main seat, his expression dark, and slowly spoke. King Qin has issued an order, summoning me to the palace. This palace visit has an uncertain duration. During my absence, Qin Xiao will represent the family. Do you have any objections? To the palace? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, seemingly surprised. They had no objections to Chen Xiao representing the Chen family, as he was Qin Sheng's father and an 8th-turn powerhouse, the most qualified to represent the family. However, they were somewhat puzzled by Qin Qingyue's sudden summon to the palace. After a long time, a tall middle-aged man spoke up. "Uncle Yu, we have no objections to the representation, but why did King Qin summon you to the palace suddenly? Is there a major event happening?" Chen Xiao also frowned, asking, "Father, is there something important about this palace visit?" Chen Qingyue's gaze swept across everyone as he slowly spoke. "The seed of the divine has died, and King Qin is furious. This time I return to the palace to confront the 10 nations directly." "The seed of the divine has died?" Everyone's faces showed confusion. Chen Sheng suddenly raised her head, looking at Chen Qingyue, her heart uncontrollably beating like a drum. Feeling Chen Sheng's gaze, Chen Qingyue gently nodded. "The seed of the divine is the designated person from the Tower of the Talents this time. The Book of Heaven's Seer once predicted that without the seed of the divine, the great Qin kingdom may face the risk of collapse in this national war. Now, the national war is about to begin, yet the seed of the divine has been assassinated. King Qin is already enraged, and not just I, all 9 turns will be summoned back. Without the seed of the divine, the great Qin kingdom could face the risk of collapse in the national war?" With these words, everyone was immediately shocked and understood the severity of the situation. Chen Xiao's expression was solemn. Looking at Chen Qingyue. "Father, is the Qin king coming to seek punishment this time? Punishment makes no sense." Chen Qingyue gently shook his head and slowly said, "The national war has not started, and the 10 nations are not united as one. This time, the Qin king wants to destroy the country." After the meeting, Chen Qingyue headed straight for the imperial palace. Chen Shang walked out of the conference hall, looking up at the sky and gazing at the heavens. Chen Xiao stepped forward, looking at Qin Shang, and asked, "Saint, do you have something to say?" He had already noticed Chen Shang's unusual expression. She seemed to have different opinions about the divine seed matter. Hearing this, Chen Shang withdrew her gaze and turned to Chen Xiao. After a moment of silence, her eyes were calm as she softly spoke, "He is still alive, he will never die." In Shanghai City, in the Feng family. "The Qin king summons?" Feng Dingshan showed astonishment, looking at his father. Fan Lu nodded lightly. Although his body was aging, a strong fighting spirit burst forth. Pulling teeth from the tiger's mouth of the 10 nations, the great Qin must make a statement. "What more can my aging body do for the great Qin? Even death would be no regret." On the starry Great Wall, 2 tall figures stood coldly, their eyes icy, exuding a terrifying aura. In the distance behind them were countless alien beings separated by the starry Great Wall, watching from afar, not daring to step in. Suddenly, the 2 figures moved their expressions slightly, receiving a recall message at the same time. Seeing this, they looked at each other. Then, without any hesitation, their bodies moved and they directly disappeared above the starry Great Wall. Chapter 83, As long as there is a blood bar, even the gods will be killed to show him. In the Cocoa Kingdom. Inside the Great Hall. Something's not right. Something's not right. A short old man frowned, staring at the star map in the void before him, murmuring constantly. On the star map in the void, 8 stars shone with intense brilliance, uncontrollably emerging from the star map. As these 8 shining stars appeared, the entire star map began to tremble subtly. "Divine Messenger, what is happening?" The king of Cocoa, Miyamoto Shishuan, saw this scene and hurriedly asked. The other kings also looked shocked, staring at the old man. "The star map is disturbed, indicating that 8 ninth-turn beings are approaching?" The short old man said solemnly, suddenly speaking out. A glimmer of light flashed in his small eyes. "What? 8 ninth turns? How could there be so many ninth-turn giants?" Miyamoto Shishuan was startled, his face instantly becoming serious. After all, Cocoa Kingdom only had a total of 4 ninth-turn giants. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the National Defense Formation. Cocoa Kingdom is not very large, resembling a giant island on the ocean. If they did not respond immediately, the arrival of 8 ninth turns might risk the extinction of Cocoa Kingdom. The other kings also showed shock. Yes, 8 ninth-turn giants are indeed too outrageous. Could it be that the great Qin king has come here to seek punishment? But how many ninth turns does the entire great Qin have? Excluding those guarding the starry skies, even adding the great Qin king, there are only 7 at most. Could it be a mistake? The short old man squinted his eyes, feeling the same doubt. The star map before him was buzzing and trembling, the 8 stars growing brighter, even somewhat dazzling. He extended his withered arm, wanting to stir the star map to obtain detailed information. But at the moment his arm extended. Boom! The sound of a terrifying explosion rang out. The Great Hall shook violently, the entire star map affected, instantly collapsing. The entire Cocoa Kingdom felt as if an earthquake had occurred, and the ground even started to crack. Miyamoto Shishuan's expression changed wildly. At the moment the loud explosion sounded, he sensed that the national defense formation had directly broken apart. One strike shattered the national defense formation? He did not dare delay, his body swayed, and he directly disappeared from the Great Hall. The other kings also changed dramatically, showing expressions of shock, and simultaneously rushed out of the hall. At this time, within the Cocoa Kingdom, a huge collapse had already occurred in the city. With one strike, it not only broke through Cocoa Kingdom's national defense formation, but countless professionals have died directly. Numerous professionals trembled, cried, and stared in fear at the terrifying figures in the sky. What's happening? Is it an enemy attack? The Nine-Turn Giants. It's the Nine-Turn Giants. How can the Nine-Turn Giants be here? Where's the king? Quickly report to the king. Why can't we revive? The revival scroll isn't working. Has even the soul been shattered? Run. They are coming to kill us, run. We can't escape. We must unite and protect our nation. With even a sliver of health, we can defeat these monstrous giants. Well said. You go first. I won't go. Baka. Fear spread through every corner of the city, with cries echoing endlessly. In the void, 8 terrifying figures stood in the air, their cold eyes filled with a chilling aura, watching the professionals below as they cried and fled. The king of Great Qin wore a black dragon robe, his withered face showed no joy or sorrow, his gaze calm. He was about to act again when suddenly, he sensed something and looked towards the void before him. The void twisted suddenly. With an angry look, Miyamoto Shirshian stepped out from it. Then, 9 figures dressed in different imperial robes followed. King of Great Qin. Miyamoto Shirshian was furious, scanning the collapsed buildings and the dead citizens below, a flame of rage burning in his heart. The other 9 kings also looked surprised, completely unprepared for the king of Great Qin to come here to fight directly. Even with 8 Nine-Turn Giants, what of it? They had 10 nations united, with dozens of Nine-Turn professionals. Was the king of Great Qin not afraid? Ing Tian, what do you want? Miyamoto Shirshian shouted in anger, the pressure of the Nine-Turn erupting as he glared at the king of Great Qin. With the 10 nations united, he was not afraid of Great Qin. I have come here for one thing only, to destroy your kingdom. The king of Great Qin's gaze swept over the 10 kings, his black dragon robe fluttering without wind, and he spoke, choose one nation to accompany the seeds of the gods to the grave. You may choose one nation to accompany the seeds of the gods to the grave. As soon as these words were said, the 10 kings were utterly furious. How arrogant, how outrageous were these words? It was as if they were nothing at all. Miyamoto Shirshuan's gaze swept over the 7 people standing behind the king of Great Qin. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly his whole body shook as he saw an old man behind the king of Great Qin. You! Zhou Zhan? Instantly, Miyamoto Shirshuan's face changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. As soon as he said this, the other 9 kings also reacted, looking towards the king of Great Qin's back. The old man smiled slightly, his lips curving into a grin. Beside him stood a tall man with a face like steel, also grinning as he looked at them. Zhou Zhan? Feng Xuanguang? Immediately, their pupils enlarged, their faces filled with disbelief as they stared at the king of Great Qin. These 2 were the guardians of the starry sky for Great Qin, beyond doubt. King of Great Qin, how could you withdraw the guardians of the starry sky? Are you trying to bring about Great Qin's total destruction? If beings from beyond invade, it would be a terrifying disaster. Great Qin would be the first to perish, and then they would follow. Ing Tian, even if the seeds of the gods die, the national war begins, and Great Qin only risks overturning its national fortune. It can still choose to rely on us, it won't be destroyed. Yet your actions now, once the beings from beyond invade, do you want the entire earth to be utterly destroyed? The 10 kings were terrified to the extreme. They only wished to use the national war to swallow Great Qin's 1,000-year fortune, not to ruin the nation alongside it. If Great Qin's fortune were to overturn, the result would be that all professionals could not level up, and lives and powers would decline. But by relying on them, they could still survive for a while. However, the actions of the king of Great Qin were truly an act of national suicide. The king of Great Qin looked calm and spoke. The starry Great Wall can block for an hour. You must choose a nation. Once it is destroyed, I shall leave. His voice held no emotion, yet carried an undeniable sense of authority. You! The kings of the 10 nations looked extremely grim. They never imagined that the king of Qin could be so insane. Either choose a nation, or everyone will perish together. I give you 1 minute to decide. Qin has no habit of relying on other nations. Destroy one nation, and the other 9 cannot absorb the fortunes of Qin. Qin still has hope. If all 10 nations remain, then Qin will drag all 10 nations down with it. You all, make your choice. The king of Qin's words sounded like commands from the heavens, his black dragon robe rustling fiercely. The crowd's eyes widened in anger, yet they had no way out. After a long silence, they simultaneously turned their gaze towards the king of Coco Nation, Miyamoto Shirquan. It was not that they wanted Coco Nation to be destroyed, but they just happened to be within its borders. Moreover, it was Coco Nation's 9 turns that had killed the seed of the Qin god. So, their first reaction was to look at the king of Coco Nation. Baka! Miyamoto Shirquan's face flushed red, filled with immense anger. What do you mean? The 9 kings said nothing, their eyes shifting back to the king of Qin. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura exploded around the king of Qin. His gaze lowered, his palms suddenly flipped. Boom! Like the descent of heavenly might. The terrifying power felt as if the heavens were crushing down, turning the city below into ruins in an instant. With one strike, countless professionals perished, and a city was flattened. Miyamoto Shirquan trembled all over, his eyes bloodshot. At the same time, the 7 behind the king of Qin also moved. Bai Su's long eyebrows, like dragon whiskers, fluttered in the wind, his whole body exuding a blade aura that shot into the sky, forming a terrifying heavenly blade. He grasped with his hand, angrily chopping down. This strike was without reservation, extremely sharp. Boom! Without the protection of the National Defense Formation, the giant island where Coco Nation stood was nearly cleaved in half by this blow. The blade aura swept through, completely obliterating a city, wiping out all living beings. Immediately afterward. Boom boom boom. Countless terrifying forces fell down, and one city after another of Coco Nation was continuously destroyed, countless lives lost, and Miyamoto Shirquan gritted his teeth, yet dared not move an inch. The king of Qin gazed at the lives continuously dying below, his eyes showing no change. Indeed, there were perhaps many innocent people in Coco Nation, but being born in this nation was their fate, it was destined they would face this calamity. The king of Qin looked down at the last remaining city of Coco Nation. Miyamoto Shirquan's skin had become stiff, his face as pale as paper, his lips trembling slightly. It's over. The king of Qin spoke coldly. Then he reached out his palm again, lightly flipping it. In an instant, heavenly might returned. Boom! As if the heavens were collapsing, an invisible force pressed down. Just as he was about to completely destroy Coco Nation. At that moment, a light suddenly rose from below, gradually forming an illusory figure. This figure was extremely large, raising one hand. With a boom, the power of the heavens was directly blocked. Stop! The illusory figure spoke, its gaze fixed on the king of Qin. Ancestral spirit? Seeing the apparition, Miyamoto Shirquan was instantly overjoyed. His excited old tears flowed, and he knelt down directly. The king of Qin's expression slightly changed, gently furrowing his brows as he looked at the illusory figure. He recognized this figure, it was the portrait left by his ancestor, Emperor Shi, a figure from ancient times. The first mystic of Qin, Su Fu. Chapter 85, Su Fu. I wish to see you. Su Fu? You have indeed not died. The king of Qin's eyes shone brightly as he spoke in a deep voice. At the end of the 9 turns, life lasts but 10,000 years. You have truly found the elixir of life. Upon hearing this, the giant figure shook its head slightly, a hint of regret in its expression. Immortality, how ethereal it is. I've simply lived a little longer. Compared to the methods of Shi Huang in later times, this is merely a lowly way. Kid, retreat now, and I can spare your life. You have reached the end of the 9 turns. Having glimpsed a corner of the 10 turns, one should understand that even if it is merely a projection, the power I now possess is absolutely beyond your means to rival. The king of the Great Qin, with a solemn face, looked at the phantom of Su Fu and shouted. To attempt the might of the 10 turns, I would die without regrets. As soon as the words fell, his black dragon robe suddenly trembled, and with a wave of his hand, a terrifying wave surged forth between heaven and earth, as if a calamity was about to descend. Boom! In the next moment, a huge wave of 1,000 feet rose up instantly over the sea. In the sky, thunder flashed, and countless bolts of purple lightning erupted continuously, creating rumbling sounds. The king of the Great Qin narrowed his eyes slightly and pressed down with his palm. In an instant, the 1,000-foot wave came crashing down towards Su Fu's phantom. The purple lightning in the sky also rained down furiously like raindrops, as if doomsday had arrived. However, facing such a terrifying scene, Su Fu showed no change in expression and calmly said, as insignificant as dust. He slowly raised his hand, creating a stance as if to support the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the crashing waves and the thunder, they could not harm him in the slightest. If you seek death, I will fulfill you. Su Fu coldly snorted. Immediately, he pointed his hand from afar. In an instant, the earth shook, and the space continuously twisted, as dark cracks in space began to emerge one after another. The king of the Great Qin clearly sensed an incomparably dangerous aura approaching him. There was no way to avoid it, no way to escape. Boom! In the next moment, the space before him suddenly split apart. Like a piece of torn cloth, revealing a pitch-black crack in space. This crack extended far and wide, directly spreading onto his body. An indescribable aura suddenly descended, as the space warped as if it wanted to rip his body apart. Great Qin King! Qin Wang! Several exclamations rang out simultaneously. Yet, facing such terrifying power, the face of the Great Qin King gradually revealed a hint of disdain. Clang! A sword cry resonated like a dragon's roar. At the King of Great Qin's chest, a sword emitting a strong golden light appeared out of nowhere, blocking the attack for him. However, even so, it still left a horrifying wound on the King of Great Qin's body, nearly cleaving him in half. Divine Sword Tai. Seeing this scene, Su Fu murmured, a hint of nostalgia visible in his eyes. The Tai sword itself is a divine artifact, and coupled with its long companionship with the First Emperor, it was not surprising that it carried the aura of the First Emperor and blocked his blow. But that was only one blow. He wanted to strike again, but at that moment, a mocking voice came from the Great Qin King's mouth. Su Fu, do you know the First Emperor is still searching for you? On Tai, there remains the aura of the First Emperor, he has already sensed you. As the words fell, the figure of the Great Qin King was already rapidly retreating, followed closely by the other 7 nine-turn giants, and in an instant, they vanished from this place. At this moment, in a certain space, a tall figure clad in a black robe, with a stern face, stood tall. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and abruptly raised his head. Tai sword, Su Fu? He spoke, gazing ahead. His eyes seemed to transcend space, reaching 1,000,000 miles away. In an instant, a phantom appeared as if it were directly reflected in his pupils, causing a flicker of change in his expression. After a long time, he coldly uttered, Su Fu. Lonely desires to meet you. At this moment, as the words of the Great Qin King reached his ears, Su Fu's face changed wildly. He suddenly lifted his head, and in his gaze, it seemed he saw a tall figure in a black robe, exuding a solemn aura, gazing toward him. This glance pierced through space, as if facing the First Emperor directly. Su Fu felt every hair on his body stand on end, and he was terrified to the extreme. Though it had been 10,000 years since their last meeting, feeling the aura of the First Emperor again still made him feel as if he faced the heavens. His phantom suddenly dissipated. In a desolate place, Su Fu's real body, sitting cross-legged on the ground, jumped up in an instant. At the same time, a voice also entered his mind at this moment. Su Fu. I want to see you. This sentence was like a divine decree, overwhelmingly solemn. In an instant, Su Fu was drenched in cold sweat, his face filled with panic, his heart almost bursting out of his chest. He didn't dare to respond at all. With a movement, he vanished from the spot. Kokoko Kingdom. Miyamoto Shirshian stared blankly at the place where his ancestor had disappeared. There was still some lingering confusion in his expression. Things happened too quickly, the continuous surprises left him somewhat dazed. However, at least Kokoko Kingdom had preserved its last city, and had not been extinguished. On his aged face, there was finally a hint of color returning. Did the King of the Great Qin leave? The hearts of the 9 kings finally relaxed. Although Kokoko Kingdom suffered heavy losses, at least it was not destroyed, a small blessing amid misfortune. They looked at Miyamoto Shirshian with a touch of pity in their eyes. After a long silence, the King of the Storm Kingdom, Fengshan, spoke. The King of the Great Qin ultimately did not achieve his goal of annihilating a nation. This can be considered a good thing. The other kings nodded slightly upon hearing this. But the King of the White Eagle stared at the place where the King of the Great Qin and others had left, frowning slightly, and asked in confusion. However, the Great Qin Kingdom is to the east. Why did the King of the Great Qin head west? At these words, everyone was stunned. West? The King of the Storm Kingdom, Fengshan, murmured with a frown. Suddenly, his expression changed wildly. He abruptly looked up and shouted. No, the west is the territory of my Storm Kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared in a flash. Chapter 86, What I Do, is the Will of Heaven. In the Storm Kingdom, the territory was now engulfed by a terrifying celestial might. Countless professionals looked up at the 8 horrifying figures in the sky, their faces revealing despair. At this time, above the Storm Kingdom, an aged 9th transformation stared from afar at the King of the Great Qin and others, trembling. The Storm Kingdom, like Kokoko Kingdom, had only 4 9th transformations. 2 of them guarded the starry sky. Within the kingdom, the Storm King was absent, leaving only him here. King of the Great Qin, do you really wish to carry out this complete annihilation? Fenggu's face was full of wrinkles, trembling, his voice unable to hide the fear within. The King of the Great Qin stared at him, his gaze cold, and spoke. Since I have declared to annihilate a nation, I will annihilate it. After speaking, he pressed down with his hand. Boom! The terrifying celestial might descended. In an instant, a city turned to ruins. Bai Su and others did not hesitate and decisively took action. The terrifying magical waves rampaged across the territory of the Storm Kingdom. Boom! 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 In a moment, lives perished. Under Fenggu's watchful gaze, the entire Storm Kingdom collapsed completely. Fenggu swayed, looking at the scene of complete annihilation before him, tears streaming down his aged face. He gazed in despair, his knees buckled, and he collapsed directly into the void. I advised the Storm King. I advised him. His voice trembled as he cried out. How could the king of the Great Qin be a person who would let it go after pulling teeth from a tiger? At this moment, the king of the Storm Kingdom, Fengshan, finally returned, and upon seeing the scene in front of him, his eyes turned bloodshot instantly. Ying Tian, how dare you? He stared at the king of the Great Qin, gritting his teeth, his eyes nearly bursting. Do you have grievances? The king of the Great Qin lightly waved his sleeve, speaking indifferently. Fengshan's face showed anger, staring fiercely at the king of the Great Qin. Ying Tian, you are bullying us too much. Carrying out this complete annihilation, are you not afraid of retribution? The king of the Great Qin coldly snorted, a hint of majesty flashing in his eyes. What I do is the will of heaven. If there is retribution, I shall bear it alone. Fengshan gritted his teeth in hatred, staring at the king of the Great Qin, and after a long time, he lowered his hands, fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, his voice trembling as he spoke. The Storm Kingdom has perished. Does the king of the Great Qin not leave, and still wants me to ask you to leave? Leave? Upon hearing this, the king of the Great Qin's gaze was calm, and he spoke indifferently, since I am to annihilate a nation, I have no habit of leaving any survivors. As soon as this was said, Fengshan raised his head instantly, his pupils violently trembling as he stared at the king of the Great Qin. What do you mean? You are going to kill us? Don't forget, the Storm Kingdom also has 9 revolutions guarding the starry sky. Do you want beings from outside the domain to invade? The king of Great Qin lowered his gaze and said. If you all die, Great Qin will naturally send 9 revolutions to guard the starry sky. No need to worry. You. Fengshan was completely panicked. Great Qin has a total of 9 revolution giants, which indeed gives him the confidence to say this. His expression kept changing, breathing rapid. Suddenly, his figure began to slowly fade away, leaving only a remnant shadow in place, his real body disappearing without a trace. The king of Great Qin's expression did not change at all, he merely looked up at a point in the void and reached out his hand to grasp. In the next moment, Fengshan's fleeing figure suddenly reappeared. He felt the terrifying oppressive force between heaven and earth, as if being grabbed by a colossal invisible hand, and his face instantly showed fear. He wanted to scream, but he could not make a sound at all. Boom! 4 protective lights appeared in succession, but they were of no use. His body shattered completely, dying utterly. The gap in battle strength between him and the king of Qin was already vast, and with the destruction of the Storm Kingdom, lacking the blessing of national fortune, his strength had further diminished greatly. Before the king of Great Qin, even with protective tools, he was no different from an ant. Fenggu saw this scene, his expression numb, his gaze was blank, not moving at all. Behind the king of Great Qin, the white-haired Zhouzhan slowly walked out, gazing at Fenggu. You can be buried together. As soon as the words fell, Zhouzhan took a step forward, his white hair swaying in the wind. He reached out his hand, and a golden spear appeared in his palm. Then, an overwhelming force surged into the spear, and Zhouzhan's body moved slightly, swinging with all his might. Slash! The golden spear swept through the void, tearing open space with terrifying power. Boom! The spear pierced Fenggu's heart, directly nailing him to the void. Chapter 87. So, are you still alive? The surroundings fell into silence. A few kings silently watched the scene before them. 9 revolutions died before them, yet no one dared to step forward to stop it. The king of Great Qin's determination was resolute, without destroying the country, he would not give up. Moreover, they did not care. At that time, the 9 nations united could safely devour the national fortune of Great Qin. Without one country, although Great Qin's national fortune would not completely collapse, relying on that bit of remaining national fortune, Great Qin already had no chance for a comeback. The once dominant power would entirely become history. Therefore, extinguishing a country to quell the anger of the king of Great Qin was not a problem, as long as the country destroyed was not theirs. However, if the king of Great Qin used the threat of an outer domain invasion to want to destroy another country, they would absolutely not agree again. They were not fools, extinguishing one country could be understood, but if he wanted to take action again, it was clearly with other intentions. They understood the principle that if the lips were gone, the teeth would be cold. The king of Great Qin swept his gaze over the 8 kings present, knowing in his heart that there was no chance to destroy another country. Then, he coldly snorted and turned to leave. In Great Qin, Tianjing. At this time, a blue mist began to rise. The entire Tianjing was shrouded under a hazy blue mist. Especially in the imperial palace, the blue mist was even thicker, so dense it seemed ready to drip with water. Everyone returned, the king of Great Qin and others looked at the blue mist that spread throughout Tianjing, unable to help but frown. What a majestic life force! Bai Su showed surprise and exclaimed. The king of Great Qin gazed at the blue mist before him, also feeling puzzled. Suddenly, his eyes focused as he looked up. He saw a familiar figure suddenly appear in the thick blue mist, slowly walking out from within it. As this person appeared, the rich blue mist instantly became much lighter. Then, the mist formed a suction force, turning into a huge vortex, rapidly pouring into this person's body. In less than half a minute, the blue mist completely disappeared. A bit of color gradually appeared on that originally pale face. With the thick fog no longer obscuring him, the person's appearance immediately became clear to everyone. He stood tall, handsome in looks, it was Qin Feng. Looking at the figure before him, Bai Su's face instantly stiffened, standing frozen in place. He slightly turned his head, gazing at the Great Qin King beside him. The Great Qin King's expression was calm, his aging face showed no change, as if he had expected this all along. But despite that, Bai Su still caught a fleeting moment of embarrassment in the Great Qin King's eyes. Qin Feng slowly walked closer, cupping his hands in a salute to the Great Qin King. I greet the Great Qin King. His voice, though weak, was remarkably clear. As Qin Feng approached, his voice reached the Great Qin King's ears, and he finally opened his mouth, a complex light flashing in his eyes. He said softly. So, you are still alive? Yes. Qin Feng gently nodded, feeling a bit confused by the Great Qin King's gaze. Even if his resurrection was a bit unexpected, wasn't that look a bit much? Moreover, Qin Feng sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the 7 people beside the Great Qin King, and his heart skipped a beat. Including Bai Su, the aura from these few was undoubtedly all at the 9th level. And among them, at least 4 possessed an aura even stronger than Bai Su's. His counting the Great Qin King, there were a total of 8 9th level giants? What kind of event requires 8 9th level giants to take action together? Could it be that an enemy nation has attacked? Chapter 88, The War of Nations begins. The Great Qin King was silent for a while. After a long time, a look of helplessness appeared in his eyes. As long as you are alive, that's good. Even though he didn't know how Qin Feng came back to life, it didn't matter. The divine seed was not dead, and instead of that, the 10 nations found an excuse to destroy a nation. It was undoubtedly profitable. Bai Su stepped forward, looking at Qin Feng, his dragon beard slightly trembling, a strange emotion crossing his face. He spoke, you came back at just the right time, timing couldn't be better. Qin Feng was slightly stunned, not quite understanding. Just as he was confused, a resounding voice from heaven and earth suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. Detection of the Storm Nation's extinction, the war mission is activated in advance. Note, the war mission is divided into multiple stages. Failure at any stage will cost national luck, while victories will gain national luck enhancement. The first stage mission will be released at midnight. Please prepare well, nations. As this voice from heaven and earth appeared, Qin Feng's expression instantly froze. The Storm Nation was destroyed? The war mission was activated ahead of time? Wait, let's put the war mission aside for a moment. How long has it been since he died? And the Storm Nation has disappeared just like that? His gaze involuntarily turned to the few 9th level giants before him, and he felt a bit dazed. Does that mean the reason so many 9th level giants gathered was because during the short time he was dead, the Great Qin King took the 7 9th level giants and directly destroyed the Storm Nation? Qin Feng's eyes widened, his gaze shifting to the Great Qin King. His heart was filled with shock. Such a thunderous means truly befits the Great Qin King. No wonder Bai Su's gaze towards him was so strange. Qin Feng sorted through the thoughts in his mind and roughly understood what had happened. First, he was attacked and presumed dead. In a rage, the Great Qin King summoned the 9th level giants to destroy a nation, only to return and find him alive. Bai Su was right. He indeed returned at just the right time. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. Meanwhile, the Great Qin King's gaze sharpened slightly as he also heard that voice. So the war is about to begin? He murmured softly, then looked towards Zhou Zhan and the others, saying in a deep voice. Bai Su, follow me back to the palace. The rest of you go to the starry sky, eliminate the remnants of the Storm Nation, and leave 2 to guard the original position in the starry sky. Hearing this, Zhou Zhan and the others straightened their expressions and decisively responded, yes. As the words fell, several of them quickly set off, disappearing from the spot. The national war is about to begin. The upcoming struggle for national fortune will determine the future of Qin and cannot be delayed. Moreover, with an hour approaching, they also needed to quickly return to the starry sky Great Wall to guard against threats from beyond. As several of them left, the king of Qin withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feng, with a trace of warmth appearing in his eyes. Let's go, follow me back to the palace. Qin Feng nodded and then followed the king of Qin, along with Bai Su, towards the imperial palace. Author's note: Dear adults, I'm sorry. I've been really busy with work lately. I return home after work and it's already past 10. The speed at which I write isn't fast. I can barely write a little to publish in an hour. I know you adults are anxious, and I'm sorry for the delay these past 2 days. However, starting tomorrow, it shouldn't be so busy, and I will try to maintain 2 updates with 4,000 characters. Thank you for your understanding and patience. I apologize once again. Chapter 89, The Key to 9 Turns in 10 Turns. Imperial Palace. The king of Qin sat on the dragon throne, watching Qin Feng with gentle eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke, Your aura seems a bit unstable. The national war is about to begin, you need to recover quickly. Feel free to ask for anything you need. He did not inquire about how Qin Feng was revived. Prying into such matters was not his habit and would likely provoke Qin Feng's annoyance. Qin Feng nodded gently and looked at his status bar. A tag labeled, Weakened, appeared before his eyes. This was the side effect brought by the skill, Rebirth and Creation. However, Qin Feng did not panic. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the king of Qin and asked, Qin Wang, could you tell me what a national war mission is? Hearing this, the king of Qin slightly nodded and explained. A national war mission is essentially a battle for national fortune. The side that fails will lose national fortune, while the victorious side will gain it. National war missions occur every 1,000 years, and for 10,000 years, Qin has never lost. The king of Qin's expression revealed a hint of pride, his gaze intensifying as he suddenly changed the subject and said, However, because of this national war will be different. Different? Qin Feng's eyes showed confusion. Exactly. The king of Qin looked at Qin Feng and said, Qin has been undefeated in national war missions for 10,000 years, and our fortune has accumulated to a terrifying extent. At the same time, the national fortunes of the other countries have also declined to the extreme. Therefore, this national war mission will no longer be the usual chaos of many nations, but a unified effort of many nations to resist Qin. If Qin loses, the national fortune will collapse, and the various nations will divide it. If Qin wins, it will completely swallow the national fortunes of all nations, unifying Qin on this star. At that time, Qin can be called the Divine Nation and will obtain the qualification to open the Divine Realm. Hearing this, Qin Feng's expression stirred as he heard an unfamiliar term. Divine Realm? Qin Feng murmured, his eyes showing confusion. He noticed that when the king of Qin mentioned this term, Bai Su beside him revealed an almost fervent excitement in his expression, and his body seemed to tremble slightly. The king of Qin's eyes shone with light as he slowly stood up, clasping his hands behind his back, revealing a hint of longing in his expression. Great demons at the 1,000 level, 9-turn giants. Once reaching this level, it means reaching the limit of a professional's life, with no path forward, one can only wait for death to arrive. And the Divine Realm is the key to breaking this limit. A key to advance from 9 turns to 10 turns. The expression of the king of Qin was solemn. From ancient times to the present, immortality has been the ultimate pursuit of every human being. Even though he has reached the end of 9 turns and can live for 10,000 years, he still cannot escape death in the end. However, 10 turns offer a means to extend life and even the only path to seek immortality. The king of Qin's gaze was filled with yearning. Whether it was Su Fu or Shi Huang, they have both entered 10 turns. But they did so through a different method, not through national fortune to open the Divine Realm. And he wants to truly enter 10 turns with the Divine Realm as the gateway. Ascending to the 10th transformation. At that time, not only he, but within the Great Qin, the 9th transformation would no longer be the end. In the future, if there is a chance to meet the first emperor. He could also say one thing, after 10,000 years, Great Qin is unified, and the descendants have no regrets towards the first emperor. P.S. Working overtime again, damn it, I'm sorry, I'll resign tomorrow. Chapter 90, State, Weak, Can Evolve. With the words of the king of Great Qin falling, Qin Feng's eyes showed contemplation, digesting the information within the words of the king of Great Qin. National fortune struggle, does Great Qin face the many nations alone? Divine Realm, the key to ascending to the 10th transformation, immortality? His thoughts stirred, his gaze slightly sharpened. Immortality, what a temptation. However, although Great Qin is currently strong, facing 9 nations at once, the odds of victory are still very small. Just as the king of Great Qin said, if victorious, Great Qin will unify and open up the Divine Realm. But if defeated, I fear Great Qin will have no chance of turning the tide again. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng raised his gaze to the king of Great Qin and asked, King Qin, what are Great Qin's odds in this national war? The king of Great Qin looked at Qin Feng, his eyes calm, and said, without you, Great Qin would surely be defeated. But your existence is the only hope for Great Qin in the national war mission. Me? Qin Feng was taken aback for a moment. That's right. The king of Great Qin gently nodded, slowly speaking, though I do not know the specific mission details of this national war, you are indeed the only variable. Hearing this, Qin Feng fell into thought, realizing something. Bai Su once said that a celestial book Taoist calculated his existence, calling him a seed of divinity. So, could it be that he calculated he would be the only hope in the national war mission? And the king of Great Qin's purpose in seeking him should be for this national war mission? Just as the 10 nations desperately wanted to assassinate him. Only by burying him would the 10 nations gain confidence in winning the national war mission. Thinking of this, Qin Feng nodded slightly and said, I understand. After speaking, his gaze firmed and he took a deep breath. He and Great Qin are one. If Great Qin fails, the national fortune will be severely damaged, and it will likely bring great impact to him as well. Therefore, he must do his utmost to win this sliver of hope for Great Qin. Then, his thoughts moved slightly, and the profession panel gradually unfolded before his eyes. Profession, Pseudo-God. Level, 3rd Transformation, Level 90. Combat Power, 20,000. Current state, weak, 7 days, In the weak state of rebirth and transformation. His own attributes were reduced by more than half, and his combat power dropped from 50,000 to 20,000. Not only him, but Qin Feng felt that even his summoned beasts also had diminished combat power, and now they were hardly stronger than the ancestral level. Qin Feng frowned slightly. The national war would open tonight, and 7 days of weakness was far too long for him. Is there a way to shorten this time? He pondered in his heart and tried to open the detailed description of weakness. State, weak. Description, side effect, the current body has been restructured and needs time to recover. Remaining time, 7 days. Note, can evolve, evolution points needed, 100,000. Qin Feng was stunned. Can evolve? What on earth? This thing can evolve? P.S. I resigned yesterday, and my boss held me for a long talk, asking me to wait until someone is hired before departing. Seeing some readers asking about my salary situation, I can only say, monthly income of 2008, every day laughing happily. Last night I didn't finish writing, now I'm sneaking a half-hour break in the bathroom, updating secretly. Chapter 91, Weak, Evolution, Calamity. Looking at the panel in front of him, Qin Feng was lost in thought. Besides the summoned beasts and the initial profession, this is the third thing he found that can evolve. However, he wondered what effects would come from evolving the weak state. Qin Feng pondered, his mind rising with some guesses. The weak state belongs to a negative state. Could it become a beneficial state after evolution? It can't be that the originally 7-day, weak state could evolve into 14 days, right? That would be too ridiculous. Thinking about it, Qin Feng opened his attribute panel to check his evolution points. Current evolution points, 358,566 358,570. More than 300,000 evolution points. Qin Feng's heart stirred, no longer hesitating, decisively choosing to evolve. In an instant, a piece of information suddenly appeared on his panel. Consumption of 100,000 evolution points, evolution completed. Weak, 7 days, evolves into weak, permanent. Current status, weak, permanent. Next evolution requires evolution points, 100,000. Qin Feng? What the hell? It's definitely not 14 days, you directly evolved me into permanent? Are you serious? I wanted to evolve my status, but you upgraded the time for me? Qin Feng was stunned, even doubting if he had read it wrong. He stared at the panel information for a full minute before he reluctantly accepted reality with a head full of confusion. He took a deep breath, slightly calming his emotions, then turned his gaze back to the last line of information. Then, without hesitation, he chose to continue evolving. Consumption of 100,000 evolution points, evolution completed. Weak, permanent, evolves into strengthened, permanent. Current status, strengthened, permanent. Introduction, your status has been strengthened, gaining a 20% overall enhancement. Next evolution requires evolution points, 100,000. Strengthened? 20% overall enhancement? Qin Feng exhaled, his tense heart finally relaxing. The weak state disappeared, and his body felt distinctly lighter, along with a strange surge of strength. He checked his attribute panel. Combat power jumped from 20,000 in the weak state to 60,000. Moreover, it wasn't just him, his beast-taming attributes had also significantly increased. However, can the current state continue to evolve? Qin Feng's mouth slightly lifted. With 100,000 evolution points, he had just enough to evolve once more. Then let's continue to evolve. He murmured in his heart. As his thoughts landed. In the next moment, a feeling completely different from the previous 2 evolutions burst forth in his mind. Unlike the calmness of the first 2 evolutions. At this moment, there was a thunderous roar echoing in his spiritual world. Then, thousands of heavenly thunders formed in his mind, crashing down furiously, as if a calamity was descending. Boom 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 boom. Spirit trembling, soul shaking. Until the thunder calmed, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his expression slightly shaken. At the same time, a series of information also appeared. Consumption of 100,000 evolution points, evolution completed. Strengthened, permanent, evolves into Tribulation, 1. Current status, Tribulation, 1. Introduction, you have completed the first tribulation, and your strength has significantly increased. Next evolution requires evolution points, 1 million. Tribulation, 1. Looking at the status information in front of him, Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then his thoughts moved. The attribute panel slowly unfolded before him. Profession, Pseudogod. Combat power, 100,000. Current status, Tribulation, 1. Combat power had doubled, and the introduction for this Tribulation, 1, was, completed the first Tribulation. So the next evolution will turn into the second Tribulation, right? Qin Feng focused his gaze, suddenly remembering something, his thoughts moving again, and he reopened the Beast-Taming attribute panel. P.S. Under my sharp words, the little author successfully resigned, the waiter doesn't work, so be it. Starting tomorrow, the short and powerless will leave me. The terrifying day 4 is about to begin. Okay, back to work, standing firm for the last day. Chapter 92, Level 100 Transformation Green Lotus, /Sever Life. As Qin Feng's thoughts landed, the Beast-Taming attribute panel slowly unfolded. Current beast, Celestial Turtle. Grade, Ancient Level. Tribulation, First Tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 145,000. Next evolution requires evolution points, 1 million. Sure enough, Qin Feng's spirit shook intensely. The Tribulation 1 in his status also affects the beasts. Moreover, with the boost from the first tribulation, the combat power of Celestial Turtle soared by 1 million. That means for every additional tribulation, the combat power grows by 1 million? It seems that even without 9 tribulations, merely after 5 tribulations, he will. His beast was already no weaker than an ordinary 9 transformations. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy as he checked the attribute panel of the other beasts again. Great Sun Golden Crow. Rank, Ancient Level. Tribulation, First Tribulation, not activated. Level, LV 81. Combat power, 400,000. Not activated? Qin Feng frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. His Great Sun Golden Crow was only level 81, while the requirement for beasts undergoing tribulation was to return to ancestry at 100 levels. This meant he needed his beast to reach that level before the tribulation effect could be activated. The tribulation in his own status could directly affect all his beasts. Once reaching the 5th tribulation, all 5 beasts must achieve it simultaneously, equivalent to 5-9 transformation giants. Such combat power might still be insufficient against kings from various nations with national fortune boosts or top-level 9 transformations. But against ordinary 9 transformations, even if he met that corpse demon again, he would definitely have the strength to fight. With 1 million evolution points, at his current rate of gaining evolution points, he could begin evolving again in just 3 days. For him right now, raising all beasts to level 100 was the top priority. Moreover, Qin Feng had another guess. He once saw Essence of Sun in the treasury of the Great Qin. Beasts normally required this kind of material for tribulation. So, in the current situation, could he still use tribulation items to conduct tribulation on his beasts? One portion of Essence of Sun required 100,000 merit points, and he had more than enough. If he could use it, he could quickly raise one of his beasts to the 5th or even 9th tribulation. Suddenly, Qin Feng looked up at the Great Qin King. He seemed not to need merit points, as there were opportunities to gain rewards. The Great Qin King looked gentle, feeling the change in Qin Feng's gaze and aura, and felt a bit surprised at his recovery speed. Then, he lightly waved his sleeve and said, "Do you have any needs? You can speak freely." Qin Feng nodded decisively, organizing his words before saying, "Qin Wang, I indeed have 2 requests. One is to quickly raise the level of my beasts, and the other is the materials for their tribulation." Upon hearing this, the Great Qin King chuckled. The first one is easy to handle. As he spoke, he moved his thoughts, and 5 round and radiant pills emitting a strong white light appeared in his palm. He handed the pills to Qin Feng, saying, "These should be sufficient." Qin Feng took the pills and looked over. A series of messages appeared before his eyes. Extreme Experience Pill. Category, Pill. Usable Level, LV1. Description, a pill containing 100 million experience points, refined by an 8 transformation alchemist. 100 million experience points? Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Then, without any hesitation, he fed all the experience pills to his beasts. Your great son Golden Crow used Extreme Experience Pill, gaining 100 million experience points, level raised to 100. Your Black Dragon King used Extreme Experience Pill, gaining 100 million experience points, level raised to 100. Your Creation Green Lotus used Extreme Experience Pill, gaining 100 million experience points, level raised to 100. Your Creation Green Lotus comprehended a new skill, /cutting life. A stream of messages kept appearing on the panel. Qin Feng's gaze narrowed as he noticed one message. Creation Green Lotus comprehended a new skill? He opened the attribute panel. Creation Green Lotus. Rank, Ancient Level. Tribulation, First Tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat Power, 140,000. Skills, Source of Life, Rebirth Creation, /cutting life. Next evolution requires evolution points, 1 million. /cutting life? An attacking skill? Qin Feng's eyes sparkled. After all, the Creation Green Lotus was a support-type beast, and it surprised him to comprehend an attacking skill. He chose to check, and a detailed introduction appeared before him. Skill, /cutting life. Skill description: the Creation Green Lotus swings its lotus leaf to strike, unavoidable. Unstoppable, it forcibly reduces the opponent's health limit by 50%, lasting for 24 hours. Cooling time, 24 hours. Wow! Qin Feng's eyes widened. This skill is a bit exaggerated. Forcibly cutting the health limit by 50% is simply a divine skill. You should know that damage to health can be restored with medicine and items. But under the effect of cutting life, a damaged health limit cannot be restored with items or medicine at all. No wonder it's an auxiliary Beastmaster attack skill, it truly defies the heavens. How is it? The Great Qin King looked at Qin Feng with a gentle expression and asked, if it's not enough, Great Qin has quite a lot in stock. As he spoke, he slightly flipped his palm, and several round pills emitting dense white light appeared in his palm once again. Qin Feng's eyes brightened, he didn't hesitate and decisively took them, then cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Qin Wang. The Great Qin King nodded gently and continued, as for your second request about the materials for crossing tribulations for Beastmasters, there are some, but not many. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved in the void. 3 different lights suddenly appeared in the air. Essence of the Sun. Category, Material. Description: material for Fire Element Beastmaster Tribulations. Essence of the Moon. Category: material. Description: material for Water Element Beastmaster Tribulations. Fragment of Time. Category: material. Description: material for Time Element Beastmaster Tribulations. P.S. Bosses, when I said 4,000, I meant 4,000, not 4, not 40,000, and definitely not 400 million. Chapter 93, Lucky Dice, Skill Book. 3 rays of light hovered in the air. Different information appeared before Qin Feng. The Great Qin King watched Qin Feng and spoke. The materials for crossing tribulations are relatively rare. Currently, these are all in our Great Qin treasury. However, I will send people to search. If there are new materials for crossing tribulations later, I will keep them for you. Thank you, Qin Wang. Qin Feng nodded, his expression slightly joyful. He raised his hand and swept through, putting the 3 different lights into his personal space. You have obtained Essence of the Sun *7. You have obtained Essence of the Moon *9. You have obtained Fragment of Time *4. Essence of the Sun and Essence of the Moon can be used for the tribulations of Great Sun Golden Crow and Heavenly Turtle. However, the Fragment of Time made a hint of doubt arise in Qin Feng's heart. Time Element Beastmaster? He had never seen one and had never even heard of it. Time has always been the top power of laws since ancient times. To be called a Time Element Beastmaster, it must be an existence that touches the laws of time. If he could control such a Beastmaster, the improvement to his strength would be immeasurable. Unfortunately, such Beastmasters are rare, one cannot be overly obsessed. Qin Feng set aside his thoughts and did not dwell on it. The Great Qin King saw Qin Feng had put away the cross-tribulation materials and spoke again. The success rate of crossing tribulations for Beastmasters is not high. If you want to cross tribulations, it's best to do it under the enhancement of a Lucky Master's skill. Lucky Master can increase a certain amount of luck value, which can slightly improve the success rate of crossing tribulations. Lucky Master? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. He looked at the Great Qin King and suddenly asked, Qin Wang, does the Lucky Master have a skill called Lucky Dice? He remembered that in the vocational class at school, the vocational teacher had talked about this profession. The Lucky Master can enhance the luck value of the vocationalists through skill blessings. In theory, this profession should be quite popular. But the problem is that the skill of this profession provides a high luck boost for itself, while the blessing on others only produces a small boost. This makes the profession look somewhat useless, caught in an awkward position, neither up nor down. Hearing Qin Feng's question, the great Qin King slightly nodded and said with curiosity, yes, there is this skill. The lucky dice has a chance to gain a very high luck boost, but this skill is only effective for the lucky master himself. Cannot be imposed on others. It seems I wasn't mistaken. Hearing this, Qin Feng's mouth suddenly curved up as he looked at the King of Qin and asked, King of Qin, do you have the lucky dice skill book here? Lucky dice skill book? The King of Qin felt even more confused inside. This skill book isn't too rare, and there is indeed stock in the treasury of the Qin dynasty. However, Qin Feng is not of the lucky master profession, so what use does he have for this skill book? The King of Qin frowned slightly, about to say something. Suddenly, his gaze shook, a thought flashed through his mind, and he turned sharply to look at Qin Feng. You comprehended the limit break talent? He almost blurted it out, his eyes slightly shaking. Seeing Qin Feng nod, the shock in the King of Qin's heart grew stronger. How domineering the limit break skill is! If we were to rank all talent skills from high to low, then limit break is undoubtedly the undisputed first among all talents. You could say it leads by a sheer cliff. The combination of skills from different professions complements each other, producing effects that are absolutely powerful. Even, in the eyes of the King of Qin, this should not be a talent that professional players can possess. Breaking the rules of heaven and earth, not being limited by the barriers of professionals, is something that should belong to deities. Chapter 94, Sudden Rise in Luck, Skyward Xuanwu, Third Trial. The King of Qin's eyes shook, and there was a hint of joy on his ancient face. For him, the stronger the divine seed, the more advantage the Qin dynasty would have in national war tasks. He slightly extended his hand, and a skill book emitting white light appeared in his palm. Lucky Dice. Category, Skill Book. Available Profession, Lucky Master. Available Level, LV30. Description, used to comprehend the skill Lucky Dice. Qin Feng looked at the information in front of him, reached out to take the skill book, and a hint of excitement showed on his face. Then he directly chose to use it. The skill book emitting soft white light instantly turned into tiny sparkling lights and merged into his body. Qin Feng clearly felt a special power surge from his palm and then spread directly to his brain. His mind became clear, and a six-faced die slowly took shape in his head. You have used the Lucky Dice skill book. Limit break talent activated. You have successfully learned the Lucky Master skill, Lucky Dice. Lucky Dice. Skill description, used to gain varying degrees of luck enhancement. Cooldown time, 1 hour. I've succeeded. Qin Feng murmured, a slight smile appearing on his face. He extended his palm, his internal power surged, and in an instant, a die shining with 6 colors floated above his palm. Qin Feng pinched it with his hand and gently threw it toward the sky. The die kept spinning in the sky. At the same time, the 6 faces representing different luck values kept changing in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Red, orange, green, cyan, blue, purple. The 6 colors shone alternately. A few seconds later, the color changes gradually slowed, the lucky dice slowly stopped spinning, and a bright blue light erupted. You rolled the lucky dice, your luck is fantastic, luck value increased by 50 points, lasting for 30 minutes. Pretty good luck. The King of Qin looked at the intense blue light, and a gentle voice came. Qin Feng was also delighted, not expecting such good luck on his first use of lucky dice. 5,000 points of luck value is already excellent. However, the luck value can only last for half an hour, so it cannot be wasted. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then slightly closed his eyes, and his consciousness quickly sank into the beast control space. In front of him, several gigantic beasts were resting. He focused his consciousness in front of Skyward Xuanwu. Gazing at the enormous beast before him, a powerful and weighty aura surged toward him. No longer hesitating, the beast control panel slowly unfolded before him. Skyward Xuanwu. Trial, First Trial. Consume 1 Taijin essence to unlock the second trial. Begin the tribulation. Qin Feng slowly uttered a few words. You have used the essence of the moon, your heavenly tortoise begins its tribulation. Current luck value, 5,000, the success rate of the beast's tribulation is raised to 50%. As the panel information emerged. In the next moment, the once gigantic, heavenly tortoise rapidly shrank in size. In no time, it transformed into a small turtle, only the size of a palm. A huge water sphere engulfed it, within which roiling waves created a miniature ocean world. In the rolling ocean, countless fierce beasts with savage odors swam around, searching for food. The little turtle desperately swam, seeking nourishment, slowly growing larger. Sometimes hiding among seaweeds, sometimes lurking between rocks. In this ocean world, time passed at an unfathomable rate. Until the tiny turtle once again grew into the dominating, heavenly tortoise, the massive water sphere suddenly burst. An even vaster presence appeared before Qin Feng. Roar! For giant pillars hit the ground, and the heavenly tortoise let out an excited roar, shaking the skies. Consumed essence of the moon, the heavenly tortoise's tribulation was successful. Current tamed beast, heavenly tortoise. Grade, ancient level. Tribulation, second tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 2,450,000. Phew. Qin Feng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, suppressing his inner surprise, and glanced at his status. Current luck value, 5,000. Remaining time, 21 minutes. One tribulation took 9 minutes? Qin Feng murmured to himself. The tribulation process for taming a beast felt like living a whole new life, growing from infancy to a ruler of its domain. For him, it was 9 minutes, but for the heavenly tortoise, it had been countless years. Qin Feng's gaze softened, his body floated in the air, reaching out to gently stroke the top of the heavenly tortoise's head. However, with a body towering tens of thousands of meters, the head was immense. Qin Feng's touch felt like a tiny bug hopping lightly. Continue. Qin Feng retracted his hand and slowly spoke. With 20 minutes of remaining luck, he could proceed with 2 more tribulations. Unfortunately, taming beasts could not happen simultaneously. Otherwise, he could also subject the golden crow to tribulation together. He sighed lightly. As his words fell, the panel information reappeared. You have used essence of the moon, your heavenly tortoise begins its tribulation. Current luck value, 5,000, the success rate of the beast's tribulation is raised to 50%. Water elements surged, and the giant water sphere reappeared, the ocean world within, where the heavenly tortoise once again transformed into a small turtle swimming in the turbulent waves. Time passed, the little turtle grew day by day. However, this time, the little turtle clearly had bad luck. Just as it began to grow, it was targeted directly by a monstrous shark. Despite its early warning, trying desperately to escape, it still could not succeed. The shark's sharp teeth crushed the turtle shell and swallowed it whole. Consumed essence of the moon, the heavenly tortoise's tribulation failed. Roar. The water sphere shattered, the heavenly tortoise let out a reluctant roar, landing on the ground. Watching the panel notification, Qin Feng's expression did not change much. He raised his hand to stroke the heavenly tortoise's head, soothing its feelings. Then spoke again, start the tribulation. Splash. The sound of waves returned. Soon, the water sphere burst apart. The giant pillars struck down again, and the heavenly tortoise appeared before him, a more formidable presence overwhelming him. Consumed essence of the moon, the heavenly tortoise's tribulation was successful. The heavenly tortoise comprehended a new skill, reverse kill shell. Current tamed beast, heavenly tortoise. Grade, ancient level. Tribulation, third tribulation. Combat power, 3,450,000. Skills, Heavenly Barrier, Deep Sea Fury, Sea Tornado, Reverse Kill Shell. Chapter 95, National War Stage 1, Awakening God. Reverse Kill Shell? Qin Feng looked at the skill on the Heavenly Tortoise's panel and clicked on the description. Reverse Kill Shell. Skill effect, the Heavenly Tortoise condenses killing intent onto its shell. At the moment of injury, 50% of the damage received is returned, lasting for half an hour. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Damage return? Qin Feng's eyes slightly narrowed. Although it's only 50% damage return, it should work wonders against certain high-output classes. And there's another point. Qin Feng opened up the other skills of the Heavenly Turtle. Heavenly Barrier. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Deep Sea Fury. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Ocean Tornado. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Looking at the skill panel before him, Qin Feng's gaze shifted slightly. He remembered that at the very beginning, the cooldown times for all his beast-taming skills were extremely long. It was common for them to take 1 or 2 days, but now they had significantly shortened. Is it because of the effects of going through the tribulations? Qin Feng guessed in his heart. Thinking of this, he opened the skill panels of the other beasts to check. Scorching Heavenly Flame. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Indeed? Qin Feng suddenly understood a bit. Currently, for beast taming skills, apart from the Creation Green Lotus S Cut Sever Fate and Rebirth Creation S Rebirth passive, the cooldowns for the other skills were generally between 1 to 2 hours. Even the Rebirth passive of Rebirth Creation changed from 30 days to 10 days now. He put away the skill panel. Qin Feng glanced at his luck status. Current luck value, 5,000. Remaining time, 2 minutes. Time is running out. A hint of regret showed in Qin Feng's eyes. Once the beast taming undergoes tribulations, everything that happens in the tribulation space changes at any moment. If he starts tribulations again, once the luck value disappears after 2 minutes, everything in the beast space will be affected. He didn't have many tribulation materials, so he needed to use them carefully and not waste them. The cooldown for the lucky dice is not long. It's best to undergo tribulations again after getting high luck value next time. Calming his mind, Qin Feng felt a slight movement and exited the beast space. Within the imperial palace, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The king of Qin was about to speak when suddenly, a voice of heaven and earth echoed in everyone's mind. The national war task has officially begun. Task introduction: the 1000-level great demon, the 9-turn giant, the path of the professionals has come to an end. Qin has accumulated national fortune for 10,000 years, seeking the path of 10 turns. However, the accumulation of national fortune is still lacking a final push. Qin looks down on the various nations, issuing a holy decree. Today, Qin wishes to borrow the national fortunes of various countries to carry out an absolute extinction, taking the Earth Star as one to open our Qin's path of 10 turns. Various nations accept the decree. Note: Qin is ambitious. All nations are urged to do their utmost to defend their homes and country. Note: the starry road is closed. Extraterrestrial beings have been isolated. All nations can withdraw from 9 turns and give their all. First phase task issued: Awakened Divinity. Awakened Divinity. Task introduction: collect divine power, build a divine altar, and summon the deities belonging to your own nation. Note: after the task begins, world bosses will randomly descend worldwide each day. Defeating world bosses will earn divine power. World bosses do not count as final kills, they are calculated based on the national damage value. The higher the damage value, the more divine power gained. Task begins. Chapter 96, Enter My Buddha's Teachings, Glimpse Eternity. With the emergence of this voice, Bai Su's expression was strange, and he couldn't help but complain, this national war task really draws aggro. Although the unification of Qin is indeed the goal of the King of Qin, being presented this way through the national war task gives quite a villainous vibe. The King of Qin's expression was serious as he slowly spoke: the starry road is blocked, and the extraterrestrial beings are isolated. The guardians of the starry sky return, the 9 nations will gain 18 9 turns. The first phase task is a contest for top-tier professionals, those below 8 turns almost have no ability to participate. Qin Feng nodded. The total number of 8 turn and 9 turns across the 10 nations is hundreds, those below 8 turns have nearly no chance to intervene. Even if there's an opportunity to intervene, under the 8th turn, professionals are probably also hard to break the defense in front of the world boss. Bai Su, issue an order to gather all professionals above the 8th turn of Qin and prepare for battle. After speaking, the eyes of the King of Qin turned again to Qin Feng. For the first stage mission, what you can do should not be much. Your treasury permissions have been opened, and all items in the treasury can be taken freely. Just grow as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Qin Feng gently nodded in response. Songhong City. Qian Family Courtyard. In the night, the courtyard is brightly lit. Clap, 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 clap. An old man with a pale face and no beard, dressed in a monk's robe, gently taps a wooden fish, his smooth bald head reflecting a faint light under the illumination. Suddenly, his wooden fish paused slightly, and he opened his eyes. In his murky gaze, a faint light flickered. Has the first stage mission started? The order from the King of Qin? Ha! He stood up slowly, his head turning slowly to look at a dark room nearby. Then, he walked steadily forward, approaching carefully. The dark stairs stretched downwards, a faint smell of blood wafting gently from within. The old man sniffed, took a deep breath, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face, as if all the fine lines were smoothed out. After that, he no longer hesitated, stepping on the stairs, slowly descending. The stairs were long, and in the pitch-black environment, one could not see their fingers. The old man did not hurry, just walked slowly. The bloody scent in the air grew stronger with his footsteps, and a deeper sense of joy covered his face. Another minute passed. First, a faint glimmer of fire appeared. Then, the old man's footsteps halted, and he completely arrived at the bottom of the dark room. What came into view was a huge pool. The pool full of blood plasma emitted a disgusting odor that almost formed a dazzling blood mist above the pool. On the other side of the pool, there were casually piled up shriveled human skins, like a heap of torn rags, indistinguishable by gender and appearance. Behind the blood pool, there was a Buddha statue with a mouth stretched to the roots of the ears, its eyes slightly lowered, seemingly gazing at the full pool of blood plasma, smiling gently. Compassion. Compassion. The corners of the old man's mouth similarly stretched open, his face revealing joy, he softly spoke. As soon as his words fell. On both sides of the dark room, several figures sitting on the ground also opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes filled with joy, murmuring, "Compassion. Compassion." The old man nodded in satisfaction, stepping forward, walking to the center of the blood pool, slowly sitting down, completely immersing his body in the blood plasma, only his head remaining exposed. A deep joy appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and swallowed a large mouthful of blood plasma, his throat rolling. Qin will perish, chaos will begin. Enter my Buddhism, glimpse everlasting life. The old man's eyes suddenly widened, shouting loudly, letting out bursts of mad laughter. Then, the people on both sides of the darkroom also widened their eyes, bloodshot, crazily breathing in the bloody scent in the air. "The Qin will perish, chaos will begin. Enter my Buddhism, glimpse everlasting life." Clatter! Amidst the sounds of mad laughter, from a small mountain formed by shriveled corpses, a head that could still be somewhat recognized rolled down, landing in a corner. In the room, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, and suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, a sense of anxiety abruptly rising, causing him to frown slightly. Chapter 97, The Road to the Nine-Turn Divine Being, 3. In the room, Qin Feng reached out to touch his heart, his brow gently furrowing. Ever since he returned from the palace, he had always felt an uneasy sensation. This feeling was hard to describe but constantly lingered in his heart, making it difficult for him to calm down. Why do I feel such a strong sense of restlessness? He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anxiety within him, looking confused. Is it because there will be a problem in the national war? Or is it another reason? Qin Feng murmured. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head, no longer thinking too much, and took out a large pill that emitted a shimmering glow. Then, he gently placed it in his mouth. You used an extremely rare experience pill and gained 100 million experience points. You leveled up. You have reached level 120, and the 4th transfer quest has been issued. Your level has reached the 3rd transfer limit, and you will no longer gain experience points. Who? Feeling the surge in levels after taking the experience pill, Qin Feng's heart finally calmed a bit. That strange irritation had no clear source, so there was no need to dwell on it. The urgent task was to quickly increase his strength. He relaxed his furrowed brow, and the task panel opened up before him. The Path of 9 Transformations, Divine Being, 3. Task requirement, control 7 ancient level beasts. Task duration, unlimited. 7 ancient level beasts? Qin Feng muttered to himself. He currently had 5 ancient level beasts. At level 120, he could contract 2 more beasts, using evolution points to raise them to the ancient level. This task requirement was not difficult, it just needed some time. He sat cross-legged on the ground and pondered for a moment, yet he did not choose to open the Great Qin National Treasury to select new beasts. Instead, with a slight mental move, a silver-white disc-shaped item appeared in the palm of his hand. Key to the Ancient Ruins of Beings. Description, can be used to enter the ancient ruins of beings, where ancient-level beasts may exist. Gazing at the silver-white disc in his palm, the panel's information came into view. If he were to select beasts from the treasury, with his current evolution point upgrade speed, it would take about 6 days to evolve 2 beasts to the ancient level. But if ancient-level beasts indeed existed in these ancient ruins, it could save a lot of time. Moreover, evolution points could also be used for tribulations, providing an even greater boost to the beast's combat power. Gazing at the silver-white disc before him, Qin Feng did not rush to proceed. Instead, he checked the time and then began to channel his internal magic power. A brightly glowing 6-colored die slowly floated into view. The cooling time for the skill Lucky Die was only 1 hour, allowing for another use. For him, the tribulation for beasts was obviously much more important. Whether it was contracting new beasts or quickly leveling up to the 4th transfer, it was not as significant as the beast's tribulation, as gaining the first star-level beast would provide a huge boost. Therefore, he did not intend to waste any moment on the opportunity to use the Lucky Die. Time management must be done well. Qin Feng reached out, pinched it, and gently tossed it. The 6 colors flickered as the Lucky Die spun rapidly in the air. The 6 colors changed quickly. A few seconds later, the speed of the Lucky Die began to slow down. Soon, the orange light shone brightly. Instantly, information appeared on the panel. You rolled the Lucky Die, your luck is average, and your luck value increased by 200 points for 30 minutes. Chapter 98, Ancient Ruins of Beings. The 7th Ancient Tribulation. Looking at the information before him, Qin Feng sighed. 200 points of luck can only slightly increase the success rate. It was not worth taking risks with the tribulation. It would be better to wait until he at least drew a blue luck level, or at the very least, a cyan luck level. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a waste of tribulation materials. The orange light on the die gradually faded away. Qin Feng closed his eyes to regain a bit of focus. Then, gripping the key to the ancient ruins of beings tightly, he softly said, "Use." As soon as he spoke, the silver-white disc in his hand erupted with brilliant light. Under the illumination, a silver-white vortex slowly appeared. Qin Feng stood up and stepped into it. As Qin Feng stepped in, the silver-white vortex closed instantly. Space twisted, time shifted. Soon, a faint decayed aura rushed into Qin Feng's nostrils. He opened his eyes, and his gaze trembled slightly. Before him lay a desolate, rotten land. And directly in front of him was a massive skeleton. This skeleton stood hundreds of meters high, seated on a decayed throne. Around him, there were 4 giant beasts with withered breaths quietly coiling, staring at the suddenly appearing Qin Feng. Is this a dead beast, master? Qin Feng raised his eyes, a sense of emotion rising in his heart. He could feel that among the beasts surrounding this corpse, only one was ancestral level, while the other 3 were ancient. Moreover, although the 3 ancient beasts were in a withered state, the aura they emitted was extremely terrifying, at least not weaker than his own, heavenly turtle, which was already at the 3rd tribulation. Such figures, do they ultimately escape death? Qin Feng sighed lightly, shifting his gaze to the giant beasts on either side. Mountain-moving sacred ape. Rank, ancient level. Tribulation, 7th tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 7,800,000. Status, near death. Erosion disaster. Rank, ancient level. Tribulation, 4th tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 4,400,000. Status, near death. Mother Earth tree line end. Rank, ancient level. Tribulation, 4th tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 4,500,000. Status, near death. Water polluting beast. Rank, ancestral level. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 80,000. Status, near death. 3 ancient, 1 ancestral. More importantly, one of the ancient beasts had already reached the 7th tribulation, with a combat power close to 8 million. If he added his own state boost, it would be the 8th tribulation. Looking at it this way, if he successfully formed a contract, perhaps before the national war ended, he could successfully obtain his first star-level beast. Qin Feng's eyes showed joy, excitement swelling in his heart. He slightly bowed to the corpse, and after a few seconds, straightened his body. Though it was just a corpse before him, he should pay this respect to inherit the legacy left by the predecessors. Standing straight, Qin Feng no longer hesitated, his gaze fixed first on the huge mountain-moving sacred ape. Then he gently reached out, a rapid flow of power circulating within him. Divine Order of Beings activated. Chapter 99, 9 Tribulations Bone Corpse, Yuchanlong. In the sky, golden light quickly gathered. In an instant, a huge golden decree was formed. The decree spanned the horizon, descending upon the giant mountain-moving sacred ape. Golden light illuminated, a series of information instantly emerged. Target, mountain-moving sacred ape. Current status, near death. Success rate, 50%. Even in a near-death state, the success rate is still only 50%? Qin Feng murmured, narrowing his eyes, staring at the massive, sturdy sacred ape. The mountain-moving sacred ape's dry fur flickered slightly as it looked up at the golden decree descending from the sky, then glanced at the nearby skeleton. It made no move, seemingly waiting for something. Qin Feng looked puzzled. Even though these beasts were in a near-death state, they still had the strength to resist and shouldn't be waiting so quietly. Just as he was filled with doubts, the previously lifeless skeleton sitting on the throne suddenly trembled, and 2 ghostly green flames ignited in its eye sockets. Then Qin Feng distinctly felt a powerful momentum surging from the skeleton, reviving. Is he still alive? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise, the golden decree in the sky paused, disbelief on his face. Setting aside the issue of lifespan, just the fact that this body had completely lost all flesh and blood, leaving only bones, made it unlikely to harbor any life. But how to explain the current situation? Qin Feng's eyes shook, and a layer of golden light instantly covered his pupils. Insight activated, and information surged forth. Name, Yuchanlong. Bone corpse. Rank, ancient level. Tribulation, 9th tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 10 million. Status, near death. Ancient level bone corpse? Beast? Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. The information appearing before him shocked him immensely. A human-shaped corpse, yet now transformed into a fierce beast? 9th tribulation, 10 million combat power. Even without sensing any malice from this bone corpse, it still caused Qin Feng's body to instantly tense up. This bone corpse actually has a name, Yuchanlong? A strange guess suddenly emerged in Qin Feng's mind, and he stared at this bone corpse in shock. At that moment, the bone corpse seemed to have fully awakened, its head slightly turning to look at Qin Feng. The ghostly green flame in its eye sockets flickered as it slowly spoke, the one who comes after. Its voice was faint, carrying a touch of weakness. As it awakened, the dry-furred mountain-moving sacred ape let out a low howl. At the same time, the other 3 beasts around it also began to move. The branches of the mother tree swayed gently, the fog surrounding the corruption beast flickered slightly, and the water-stomach beast lightly patted its round belly, producing muffled sounds. Though their actions were different, they all expressed a unique sense of nostalgia. Seeing this, the bone corpse extended its skeletal hand to gently stroke and soothe the emotions of the beasts. It seemed to sense something, lifting its gaze towards the golden decree spanning the sky, with ghostly flames flickering in its eyes. After a long time, its voice resonated again. The decree for living beings. Its voice was deep, as if reminiscing. How many years has it been, yet I still awaited? It turned its head, directing its gaze towards Qin Feng. Are you confused? He. You must be puzzled why a former sovereign of 9 transformations has transformed into such a state. It is indeed puzzling. It lowered its head to look at its own dried skeletal body, its voice imbued with a sense of longing and lament. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, completely confirming his inner suspicions. Sovereign of 9 transformations. An ancient being that had reached the 9 transformations had actually turned into a beast of its own within his beast space? Chapter 100, The Deity, the Imposter. Qin Feng was in shock. Such a thing was simply unbelievable, hard to accept. After quite a while, Qin Feng finally suppressed the shock in his heart and slightly bowed towards the gigantic bone corpse. Senior. Yu Changlong's skeletal hand waved lightly, its skull revealing no emotion, slowly speaking, you must be quite curious why I have become like this, right? He. The path of 10 transformations is too difficult. I have also considered other ways to step into 10 transformations, but in the end, it was all in vain. I dedicated my whole life, yet I couldn't even raise a single star-level beast. How tragically pitiful. It looked at the round-bellied water-stomach beast beside it, gently stroking it. As my lifespan drew to a close, with no options left, I had only one method. That is to abandon the path of a profession, forsake my human body, to transform into a beast and forcefully extend my life, barely surviving here. At the same time, waiting for the one who comes after. Yu Changlong's voice was deep, continuing, your ability to enter here indicates that you share the same fate as I, a sovereign of living beings, and will face the same dilemmas as I did. Reaching 10 transformations is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. They sever the path of professionals and won't let you tread easily. And the road of beasts to reach 10 transformations is even harder. If you can't raise a star-level beast, there is almost no chance. You should know by now, in this day and age, wanting to nurture a star-level beast is completely impossible. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng slightly furrowed his brows, not particularly concerned with Yu Changlong's mention of raising a star-level beast. For him, the star level wasn't difficult, just needed some time. However, those who sever the path of professionals, in Yu Changlong's words, piqued his interest. Who are they that sever the path of professionals? He asked. Yu Changlong raised its head, feigning a look of reminiscence, and the ghost flames in its eye sockets flickered violently. They are the deities. To us, they are indeed deities. Deities? Qin Feng's brow furrowed even deeper. However, he didn't dwell on this for too long and continued to inquire. If the stars are unified. To open the divine realm, can one really achieve the 10th transition? This is precisely what the current king of Qin is attempting to do. But if, as Yu Changlong claims, someone is blocking the path of the practitioners, not allowing them to step into the 10th transition, then can the so-called opening of the divine realm truly pave the way for the 10th transition? Unified within the stars? Opening the divine realm? Ha! Ha ha ha! Yu Changlong seems to have heard a tremendous joke, bursting into laughter. After several minutes, his laughter gradually faded, and then, a faint green flame danced in his eyes as he looked at Qin Feng. On the skull head, there was no expression, but it faintly revealed a hint of mockery as he spoke, softly saying, during the time of the first emperor's unification, he never attempted such a thing. How daring is this generation of the king of Qin to have such wild ambitions? Opening the divine realm is indeed feasible. But, do you know about the role of a pretender? Pretender? Qin Feng slightly nodded. This role, though rare, he had indeed heard of. Among the gods, there exists a pretender. Yu Changlong said. Qin Feng remained silent, furrowing his brows, waiting for Yu Changlong to continue. After a moment, Yu Changlong's voice rang out again. Since you can ask this, then the national war mission must have already started. Unified within the stars, opening the divine realm, this is the rule of this world, and it can indeed pave the way for the 10th transition. Even the gods cannot break the rules of heaven and earth. However, at this point, Yu Changlong's tone took a sudden turn, and his skull head slightly opened its mouth, saying, how can you be certain that this national war mission is truly descended by the rules of heaven and earth? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression changed suddenly, frozen in place. A gentle breeze swept through the world, a faint fishy smell entered his nostrils, causing a hint of unease to rise within him. He. Yu Changlong's skull shook, letting out a sneer. The way of the great, 50, heaven's evolution, 49, one slips away. No matter how they block, there will ultimately be a way to enter the 10th transition. Even gods cannot cover everything. But they do not need to cover everything, they only need this path of the 10th transition to be within their control. And for that pretender, while unable to cover the tasks of heaven and earth, faking the tasks of this world is not a difficult matter. Chapter 101, Contracting Yu Changlong, has the ancient level become just a big cabbage? As Yu Changlong's words fell, the world fell into a brief silence. Blocking the path of practitioners, faking the tasks of heaven and earth? Which means, this national war mission is very likely to be fake. As a breeze blew, Qin Feng's breathing became slightly hurried, his heart pounding like a drum. From Yu Changlong's words, he gathered two pieces of information. Besides the information about the fake tasks of heaven and earth, there is also the profession of the gods. In other words, the so-called gods are just like them, also practitioners? Or perhaps, after the 10th transition, practitioners can be called gods? Qin Feng thought of his own profession task. From his profession task, it does seem to be so, he just doesn't know what kind of path lies after the 10th transition. And the reason they blocked the path of practitioners, preventing more from becoming gods. Is it due to a lack of resources, or is there another reason? Qin Feng sorted through his thoughts, and suddenly a radical idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that for the gods, all practitioners are, in essence, their resources? If even one steps into the 10th transition, would a practitioner resource be lost? Or even lead to competition with them? Thus, they are desperately trying to block the path to the 10th transition, stopping practitioners from stepping into it? Qin Feng's brows were deeply furrowed. This conjecture, though somewhat extreme, is not out of the realm of possibility. If so, when he is about to enter the 10th transition, it might not be too smooth. Though he is still some distance from the 10th transition now. It won't be long before he might be able to cultivate an astral-level beast. At that moment, it was uncertain whether it would attract the attention of the so-called gods. Qin Feng pondered, paused for a moment, shook his head to dispel his thoughts, and focused his mind on the present. The ultimate goal of the national war mission is to unify within the star and open up the divine realm. So, beneath the false national war mission, that God clearly could not truly allow the great Qin to open up the divine realm. Thus, there are only two outcomes. 1. The false national war mission is an impossible task, and the great Qin will surely fail, even leading to national extinction. 2. If the national war mission succeeds and the great Qin unifies, what awaits them is not the opening of the divine realm, but some unknown disaster. Regardless of the outcome, the fate of the great Qin is obviously extremely dangerous. Qin Feng's expression was serious as he looked at Yu Changlong and said, "What do you need me to do?" Upon hearing this, Yu Changlong picked up a rotten branch, and the ghostly fire in his eye sockets became more vigorous. He gently squeezed the branch in his hand, and it instantly turned to powder and scattered. After saying so much, my aim has always been singular, which is 10 transformations. I forsake my human form, abandon the path of a professional, and willingly transform into a beast master, all in order to embark on the road of 10 transformations. Qin Feng showed a look of confusion, with a beast master's body, to embark on 10 transformations? Yu Changlong's enormous skull lightly nodded. Exactly, professionals have 9 transformations, and beast masters have 9 calamities. Once one progresses further, entering the stellar level, it will be indistinguishable from 10 transformations. As soon as I reach the stellar rank, I will have my way to return to the path of a professional, truly becoming a 10 transformation deity. As he spoke, Yu Changlong's massive skeletal frame slowly stood up, the ghostly fire in his eye sockets burning even more fiercely. He gazed at Qin Feng and said slowly, "I need to form a contract with you to assist me in reaching the stellar level. As I said, to reach 10 transformations on the Beastmaster path, it is necessary to control a stellar beast. In this era, you alone cannot cultivate a stellar beast, and even cultivating an ancient beast is already impossible. So, for you, my existence is also your only chance to reach 10 transformations in the future. Moreover, after I enter the stellar level, I may help you cultivate a truly stellar beast that belongs to you. In the future, even if I return to the form of a professional and leave, you can still strive for 10 transformations, how about that?" As his words fell, Yu Changlong looked at Qin Feng, waiting for his response. In his view, under these conditions, there was no way Qin Feng would refuse. 10 transformations, for a professional, absolutely holds an extraordinary temptation. It is not only a path to become stronger but more importantly, only by stepping into 10 transformations can one truly possess the possibility of eternal life. In fact, this is indeed the case. Qin Feng did not intend to refuse, he had come here precisely to form a contract with the beast. Yu Changlong, currently an ancient 9 calamity corpse, although he has not yet entered the stellar level, absolutely holds significant help for him. This deal is clearly a win-win situation. After just a moment of thought, Qin Feng decisively nodded his agreement. Seeing this, Yu Changlong took a step forward, looking up at the golden edict spanning the sky, and opened his bony mouth. "Let's begin." Qin Feng stepped forward, and with a thought, he quickly shifted the spirit edict originally intended for the mountain-moving Saint Ape. Target, bone corpse. Current status, near death, obedient. Success rate, 100%. A series of information emerged. The next moment, the spirit edict shining with intense golden light directly enveloped Yu Chanlong's skeletal body. The gigantic edict completely wrapped Yu Chanlong, erupting with dazzling golden light. Soon, a series of information immediately appeared in front of Qin Feng. Successfully contracted beast, bone corpse. Current beast, bone corpse. Rank, ancient level. Calamity, ninth calamity. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 10 million. Skills, Sky Splitter Bone Claw, Ultimate Murderous Intent, Soul Severing Bone Sword. Status, Near Death. The giant body of Yu Chanlong also disappeared between heaven and earth, appearing in Qin Feng's Beast Master Space. Qin Feng slightly closed his eyes, his consciousness immediately sinking into the Beast Master Space. Within the huge Beast Master Space. As soon as Yu Chanlong's enormous withered skeletal body appeared, he looked around in shock. Just this glance made the ghostly green fire in his eye sockets jump violently. 5 huge beasts each coiled up, exuding a terrifying aura. Ancient level, Great Sun Golden Crow, Ancient level, Heavenly Turtle, Ancient level, War Ant Queen, Ancient level, Black Dragon King, and even an Ancient level, Creation Green Lotus? His skeletal mouth trembled, making a crunch sound, and if he had a tongue, he might have bitten it off. You must know, even in the ancient era, he had only managed to nurture 3 ancient level beasts after countless years. He had never even seen an ancient level category like Creation Green Lotus. What era is this? Are ancient level beasts as common as cabbages? Chapter 102. Are you saying that all the remaining ancient level beasts in the world are with you? A trace of confusion appeared on Yu Chanlong's withered face. He clearly remembered that at the end of his lifespan, ancient level beasts were almost extinct. Why is it so different from what he imagined now? Yu Chanlong looked left and right, finding it hard to believe. At this moment, Qin Feng's consciousness sank into the Beast Master Space, hovering in front of Yu Chanlong. Senior! He called out. Hearing the voice, Yu Chanlong turned to look at Qin Feng, paused for a moment, and pointed around with his skeletal hand, asking somewhat uncertainly. What era is it now? Are ancient level beasts so common? His voice was low, even containing a hint of confusion. After nurturing beasts for tens of thousands of years, the changes in time made him feel strange. You don't even have a single beast below ancient level? His bony claws shook, and for a moment, he felt like the clown was me all along. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback, thought for a moment, and explained, Senior, you misunderstood. In this era, ancient level beasts are almost extinct. Extinct? Then what are these? Yu Chanlong's skeletal head turned again, looking towards the several coiling giant beasts, carefully sensing it was indeed ancient level beasts. Qin Feng stroked his chin, pondering how to explain. A few seconds later, he softly said. Perhaps these could be the only remaining ancient level beasts in the world. Yu Chanlong? Are you saying that all the remaining ancient level beasts in the world are with you? Do you take me for a fool? Yu Chanlong stepped forward toward Qin Feng, his huge skeletal head leaning in closer, the ghostly fire in his eye sockets flickering, staring at him as if trying to see right through him. Something's off. Something is seriously off. This guy is a bit strange. The remaining ancient level beasts in the world? Such talk is better suited to deceive ghosts. The key is, this kid is too young. He even suspects that in his lifetime, this kid might not need him to nurture even one stellar level beast. This kid already has 5 ancient level beasts now, although stellar level is difficult, it's not completely impossible. But this is just too unbelievable, isn't it? Yu Chanlong shook his skeletal head. Could it be that times have really changed? Are ancient level beasts now everywhere? After all, this kid doesn't even have a single beast of the ancestral level. He was filled with doubts, completely unable to understand. Qin Feng felt Yu Chanlong's emotional changes as he allowed Yu Chanlong to stare at him. In front of him, the last line of Yu Chanlong's attribute panel displayed a message. Evolution points needed for evolution, 1 million. Just one glance, and Qin Feng decisively closed the panel display. 1 million evolution points. Yu Chanlong was currently at the 9th tribulation of ancient level. The next evolution will surely be at the stellar level. He currently does not have enough evolution points, but even if he did, he does not plan to use the evolution points to evolve Yu Chanlong to the stellar level. Although he has a strong desire for a stellar level beast, he is not foolish. If he directly evolves Yu Chanlong to the stellar level and then runs away, wouldn't he be losing a lot? After all, according to his words, once he reaches the stellar level, he will have a way to return to the path of being a professional and break free from his control. At that time, a loss is secondary. What is more important is that his biggest reliance, the evolution points, will be exposed in front of Yu Chanlong. This is obviously unacceptable to him. Chapter 103, Acting Like a God, Fox Borrowing a Tiger's Power? The flickering feeling of ghost fire in Yu Chanlong's eyes gradually weakened. After staring at Qin Feng for a while, he withdrew his gaze and asked, "When are we going out?" He originally wanted to directly tell Qin Feng about what he needed to evolve to the stellar level. But now, he wants to first see if this era is really as he thought, a magnificent prosperous age. Hearing this, Qin Feng slightly clasped his hands and said, "Senior, please wait a moment, I still need to contract another beast." Yu Changlong nodded, pausing for 2 seconds before saying, "Then let's go. Although I have not cultivated a stellar level beast, these few beasts are decent enough for you to use." Qin Feng replied. Then his figure faded and disappeared into the beast space. The timing is just right. Qin Feng opened his eyes, feeling the cooling time of the mandate of creatures, and murmured softly. Since the mandate crossed the sky, the cooling has already begun to count, and now it has completely finished cooling. Looking at the few giant beasts in front of him, he did not waste any more time, magic instantly surged. A huge golden mandate once again crossed the sky, exuding an aura of majesty. 3 ancient level, 1 ancestral level. Qin Feng's gaze once again focused on the mountain-moving holy monkey. Although he already has enough offensive beasts, that giant ancient tree should fit him better. However, the mountain-moving holy monkey is currently at the 7th tribulation of the ancient level. Compared to the Mother Earth tree, which is only at the 4th tribulation, being able to quickly have the first stellar level beast is clearly more cost-effective. Target selected, the golden mandate's light shone, and a series of information appeared before him. Target, mountain-moving holy monkey. Status, near death, docile. Success rate, 80%. It seems because of Yu Changlong, the current state of the mountain-moving holy monkey has changed slightly, and the success rate has directly risen to 80%. With a thought, Qin Feng swiftly lowered the golden mandate, wrapping the mountain-moving holy monkey within it. Intense golden light shone, and the ancient monkey, wrapped in the golden mandate, quickly shrank. In less than a minute, it transformed into tiny specks of golden light and completely disappeared. At the same time, a piece of information also surfaced before Qin Feng's eyes. Contract successful. Current beast, mountain-moving holy monkey. Rank, ancient level. Tribulation, 8th tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 8,800,000. Status, near death. Next evolution requires evolution points, 1 million. From the 7th tribulation to the 8th tribulation. Qin Feng murmured. The tribulation in his own status took effect. He only needs to complete one more tribulation to evolve to the stellar level. With his current rate of increase in evolution points, just 6 days will be enough. By then, it will be a piece of cake to deal with the 9 nations in front of a stellar level comparable to the 10th transformation. The only thing to pay attention to is the divine being that Yu Changlong mentioned. Although the battle power at the stellar level is comparable to the 10th transformation, the true battle power of that divine being is still in doubt. Being able to forge worldly tasks, even at the stellar level, may not be able to withstand its might. Qin Feng frowned slightly, but he did not dwell on this more. Eventually, he will have to face it. The soldier comes to block, the water comes to cover, there will always be a solution. He took a deep breath and opened his task panel. Current task, the path of the 9 turns divine, 3. Task requirement, control 7 ancient level beast companions. Task duration, unlimited. Task status, completed. Submit? Submit. Qin Feng whispered. As his voice fell, a usual pearly white light surged instantly on him. Mysterious power filled his body, making him feel a wave of comfort. Task completed. Profession, demigod. Level, 4 turns 120 levels. Combat power, 500,000. Current status, catastrophe, 1. Talent, breaking limits. Passive skills, divine disguise, symbiosis, absolute control. Skills, divine vision, divine oracle, edict of life, lifelock, lucky dice. Evolution points, 155,555 155560. Demigod? Looking at the changes in the profession panel, Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Combat power had risen to 500,000, and evolution points had increased from 4 points per second to 5 points. Moreover, the skills had undergone significant changes. The former invisibility had now turned into divine disguise. Perception became divine vision, and universal control became divine oracle. Divine disguise. Skill effect, you have mastered the art of disguise, in the eyes of others, you are no different from a deity. Divine vision. Skill effect, from the gaze of the divine, past events, disguises, and concealments are all visible in a single glance. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Divine oracle. Skill effect, the decree of the divine mouth, wherever it is spoken, all must obey under the divine will. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Note, the more targets selected, the stronger the effect, but the duration becomes shorter. Looking at the skill effects before him, Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. After the skill changes, the strength had skyrocketed. Divine vision, compared to the previous perception, now had the ability to see the past. Though he did not know how far into the past he could see, the effect was undoubtedly extremely powerful. And Divine Oracle's effect was even more formidable. Under the divine will, all must obey. This sentence alone had already said everything. Moreover, the cooldown time was only 24 hours. Compared to the old universal control, which could take half a month or even a month, this was a qualitative change. However, the only thing that puzzled him was the effect of the skill Divine Disguise. You have mastered the art of disguise. In the eyes of others, you are no different from a deity. Qin Feng muttered softly. This means helping oneself to pretend to be a deity, to act fierce? Chapter 104, The Rage of the Divine Needs to be Soothed. Qin Feng savored the meaning within, pondering in his heart. Half a minute later, he shook his head, brushing away the thoughts in his mind, and chose not to think much for now. Looking up at the three giant beasts before him, their auras faint, he flipped his palm, and a pearl-white pill, radiating a soft glow, appeared in his palm. Extreme Experience Pill. Category, Pill. Usable Level, LV1. Introduction, a pill containing 100 million experience points. Looking at the experience pill in his hand, Qin Feng decisively put it into his mouth and used it directly. You have used the Extreme Experience Pill, gaining 100 million experience points. You leveled up. You reached level 141. As the experience pill was consumed, the panel information appeared. Qin Feng did not hesitate and decisively took out another experience pill, putting it in his mouth. You have used the Extreme Experience Pill. You leveled up to 150 levels, the 5-turn task has been issued. Your level has reached the 4-turn limit, you will no longer gain experience points. Ha! Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Compared to grinding dungeons to level up, the feeling of skyrocketing levels through taking pills was extremely enjoyable. Now at level 150, he could again undergo beast contracts. However, the Edict of Life was still in cooldown and needed to wait a moment. He stood still, thoughts slightly moving. The task panel gradually unfolded before him. The Path of the 9 Turns Divine, 4. Task Introduction. Compared to the previous clear task requirements, this time the task was obviously a bit confusing to him. However, it was only for a brief moment. At the moment Qin Feng's eyes swept across the task panel, his heart felt as if it sensed something and began to beat wildly. An indescribable sense of restlessness quickly spread in his heart. At the same time, a faint yet somewhat regretful and unwilling voice suddenly rang in his mind. Qin Feng. The voice was a bit intermittent, filled with complex emotions. The owner of the voice seemed to lack any strength, the words were weak and tiny, like a whisper. But this extremely small voice appearing in Qin Feng's mind was like a heavy hammer smashing down, plunging him into a momentary daze. Su Mingyue? Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. This voice was very familiar to him. After all, as an orphan in the past, Su Mingyue was the only one among all the classmates who showed him kindness. Even until now, he still wore the dark night cloak on his body. What happened? Qin Feng's expression was extremely grim. Su Mingyue's voice came from the past. At that moment, she was already burnt out. And now? His heart raced, and without any hesitation, he decisively gave up the plan to continue contracting beasts, directly exiting the ancient life ruins. The space shifted. In the room, as soon as Qin Feng's body steadied, he directly called out, Golden Crow. Boom! As soon as the voice came out, it was as if a sun rapidly rose in the night, illuminating the darkness with a bright red glow. Qin Feng's body fell onto the head of the Golden Crow, his gaze fixed in one direction. Instantly, the Golden Crow's wings trembled, and in an instant, transformed into a meteor, disappearing from sight. Chapter 105, Suddenly, a madman sharpens his knife at night. In the Imperial Palace. The king of the Great Qin suddenly looked up, gazing at the golden red color in the sky, his aged eyes slightly squinting. Behind that golden red color, he sensed an urgent emotion. Is something happening? The king of the Great Qin murmured to himself. The Golden Crow, like a giant sun, crossed the horizon. Incredibly dazzling, as it passed, people looked up in shock. Qin Feng frowned deeply, feeling the surging restlessness within his heart. As the Golden Crow progressed, that restlessness grew stronger, seemingly nearing its source. Soon, when the restlessness in his heart reached its peak, the Golden Crow hovered in the sky. A scorching temperature enveloped, like a great sun crossing the heavens, completely illuminating the dark night of Songhong City. Qin Feng looked down. A luxurious, brightly lit courtyard came into view. Above the courtyard, covered by a special rune formation, the moment he stopped, several gazes turned towards him. Some were from the people in the city, others were from the Qin family courtyard. Who is here? A voice suddenly came from a distance. Then, an elderly man stepped through the sky, standing before the golden crow and gazing at Qin Feng. His entire body radiated with aura, only at the seventh turn. But facing the ancient-level golden crow, he showed no fear at all. I am Chen Hongan, the city lord of Songhong City. I wonder what brings you here, senior. As he spoke, his gaze darkened slightly, staring at the ancient golden crow before him. Though he felt shock in his heart, he was not nervous at all. The Qin family courtyard had a 9-turn existence, a mere ancient-level beast of the first tribulation was nothing to fear. He mobilized his magical power, looking at Qin Feng on top of the golden crow. In just a moment, information appeared before his eyes. Profession, God. Level? Combat power? Qian Hongan? His expression changed drastically, his body shook, and his magical power almost went out of control. How could this be? His pupils dilated, overwhelming fear surged in his heart, and he unconsciously took a step back. Deep within, an urge to kneel began to rise uncontrollably. He was forcefully stopped. Qin Feng said nothing, just carefully sensed the various auras below. He had already determined that the source of the calling was within the Qin family courtyard. However, he could not sense Su Mingyue's aura at all. His gaze swept over Qian Hongan in front of him, and an indescribable sense of disgust rose in Qin Feng's heart. Then, his pupils suddenly burst with golden light, swiftly covering his entire eyes. Divine sight activated. At the moment the golden light covered his eyes, everything in front of Qin Feng changed instantly. On Qian Hongan's aged body, a rich blood aura surged forth, and information unfolded in an instant. Qian Hongan. Profession, Buddhist. Level, 7 turn 231. Combat power, 830,000. Affiliation, Abyss Buddhist Temple. The panel appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. At the same time, under Qin Feng's divine sight, an even denser blood aura erupted within the Qin family courtyard. Crimson color, like a surging tide, nearly became solid. It could even rival the scorching golden light of the great sun golden crow, equally intense. The sky and the ground formed two distinct colors, dividing the world in half, emanating a terrifying aura. A thread of causality entwined within the Qin family courtyard. Under divine sight, the past reappeared. Compassion, compassion. In a pitch-black darkroom, an old man with a pale face and no beard, dressed in a monk's robe, sat in a pool of blood, softly reciting. Behind him stood a giant eerie Buddha statue, its mouth stretched into a terrifying smile reaching the ears. Blood mist spiraled, continuously drifting into the monk's robe and the statue, the blood gradually decreasing. Until the blood pool was halved, the monk looked displeased. At this moment, on one side of the dark room, dozens of bodies lay on the ground, unable to stand, their faces filled with terror. The monk gently waved his hand, and heads flew up one by one. A large amount of fresh blood surged into the blood pool like a tide, filling the void. Su Mingyue showed despair, her body slightly trembling, her dry lips weakly parted, and a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Qin Feng. The broken words were uttered, sharp pain surged from her neck, her head flew up in an instant, her consciousness began to gradually fade until she completely fell into darkness. Compassion, compassion. As the blood pool was replenished, the monk recited again, his skin trembled, revealing a thick joy, and he closed his eyes. Boom! The sky trembled. At the moment the recollection ended, the mana within Qin Feng began to surge violently. The restlessness within him transformed into endless brutality, crashing madly against his chest. He had never felt so urgent, so out of control, wanting to kill. The brutal energy within him surged like a raging sea, wildly controlling his emotions. Black Dragon King Heavenly Xuanwu War Queen and Creation Blue Lotus Mountain Moving Holy Ape Bone Corpse. The 6 ancient level beasts descended in an instant. Qin Feng gazed below, his flesh trembling and twitching. He wanted to kill, he wanted the entire Qian family courtyard to accompany him to the grave. Chapter 106, Asking the City Lord of Songhong City for Justice. The brutal aura continued to spread. The 7 ancient level Beast Tamers descended, spanning the sky. Under the terrifying aura, the space seemed about to shatter. If it weren't for the ancient level beasts being able to float in the air, the entire Songhong City would probably be completely crushed. Qin Feng's gaze was icy as he looked at Qian Hongan across from him. Abyss Buddhist Temple? He said coldly. On the attribute panel, this person's affiliation had changed. It should have displayed the emblem of the Great Qin Kingdom but changed to the Abyss Buddhist Temple. He did not know what kind of organization the Abyss Buddhist Temple was, but from his surrounding blood aura, as well as from divine sight, that monk who cultivated with a pool of blood, he could tell this was by no means a normal organization. Betraying Great Qin, choosing to join the Abyss Buddhist Temple, and using the people of Great Qin as nourishment. He deserved to die. Feeling Qin Feng's icy gaze, as well as the terrifying aura emanating from the 7 gigantic beings above. Qian Hong'an's body was frozen, his complexion had changed drastically, and everything before him had gone beyond his expectations. A total of 7 ancient-level beast masters stood before him, each of their auras no weaker than that of the great sun golden crow. Among them, one presence was extremely terrifying, seemingly just one step away from reaching a stellar-level existence. Ancient Ninth Tribulation? Qian Hong'an looked at the skeletal figure, his pupils filled with fear. Moreover, what was even more important was, how could this person in front of him utter the name of the Abyssal Buddha Temple? In this world, aside from the king of Qin, there should be no one left who knew the name of the Abyssal Buddha Temple. Qian Hong'an's thoughts were in chaos, filled with extreme terror. He was just about to escape. But he saw the massive skeletal figure extending its claws, directly gripping his body, halting all of his magical power. Under that immense power, he was almost completely crushed. Ah! Qian Hong'an let out a horrific scream, blood vessels already bursting on his body. In Sunghong City, countless professionals looked up at the sky, all showing expressions of terror. The lord of Sunghong City represented the Qin nation. Yet now, he was being gripped in the palm of a skeletal beast master, with no ability to resist. In the midst of national war, was an enemy attack coming? Many professionals watched in fear, gripping their weapons, ready to strike. At that moment, in the sky, an old man in a white robe, whose eyebrows resembled dragon whiskers, suddenly stepped through the heavens. As he arrived near, he waved his hand. A pitch-black token engraved with the character Emperor instantly flew out, expanding in the wind, bursting with dark light, enveloping the entire Sunghong City. The king of Qin has decreed to ask for the crime of Sunghong City's Lord Qian Hong'an. No one else shall move. Bai Su's voice resonated like a great bell, rapidly spreading throughout every corner of Sunghong City. As the words emerged, the originally terrified and tense professionals in the city all felt their emotions relax, their magical power calmed. That emperor's decree represented the Qin imperial palace. Though they did not know what had happened. If it wasn't an enemy attack, then there was no need to strike. Moreover, with the king of Qin's order in place, they naturally dared not defy it, everything would be handled by the imperial palace. Bai Su approached Qin Feng's side, his gaze sweeping over the terrifying creature spanning the sky, and his aged face could not help but twitch a few times. 7 ancient-level beasts. More importantly, 2 of them had auras that were even above his own. Incredible. This speed of enhancement was like a cheat. He let out a slight sigh, turning his gaze to Qian Hong'an, who was held by the giant skeleton with only his head exposed, then his white brows slightly furrowed. In fact, the king of Qin sent him here, and there was no so-called questioning of crimes. But after he arrived, Qian Hong'an had already been injured by Qin Feng. So he naturally had to stand on the same front as Qin Feng, stabilizing the populace in the name of the king of Qin first. Questioning crimes, how can one know without asking if there are any crimes? He did not believe that Qin Feng would act without reason, such a massive setup and decisive means must have his reasons. Moreover, at this moment, looking at Qian Hong'an, he felt an inexplicable sense of dislike welling up within him. As a 9-turn giant, no feeling could be without cause. His eyes flickered as he stared at Qian Hong'an, and panel information began to appear. Occupation, Buddhist disciple. Level, 7 turn, 231st. Combat power, 830,000. Affiliation, Abyssal Buddha Temple. Buddhist disciple? Abyssal Buddha Temple? Bai Su's aged face changed, a sharp aura suddenly bursting forth. Looking at Qian Hong'an, his eyes were now filled with a fierce killing intent. He also did not know what kind of organization the Abyssal Buddha Temple was, but such a change in affiliation had only one possibility: treason. In the midst of national war, to commit an act of treason. Such should be killed. He then turned his gaze towards the brightly lit Qian family mansion. No wonder. No wonder the king of Qin issued the decree, the Qin family's 9-turn had yet to respond. Haha, have they all committed acts of treason? Very well. A good Qian family. Bai Su's gaze grew colder, his entire being like a heavenly blade unsheathed, his white beard and brows flying upwards. Just as he was about to take action. As he was about to step into the large courtyard below, a hand suddenly grasped his arm. Qin Feng slightly shook his head at Bai Su, saying nothing, his gaze fixed on the eerily silent Qian family courtyard below. In his eyes, covered in golden light, the bloodthirsty energy of the Qin family courtyard grew increasingly intense, faintly echoing with the sound of a Buddhist chant. The bloodthirsty aura threatened to solidify, revealing glimpses of a fierce Buddhist figure. Even with the 7 ancient beasts hovering in the sky, their terrifying presence pervasive, the Qin family courtyard remained utterly still, with not a single person stepping out. Ha! Qin Feng let out a cold snort. No one coming out? Then they might as well not come out. He flipped his hand, throwing out a palm-sized black stone tablet that directly merged into the space. The space within the Qin family courtyard immediately shook, transforming into an iron plate, completely sealed off. Then, Qin Feng's gaze became icy, his thoughts agitated. Caw! The great sun golden crow suddenly let out a sky-shaking roar. Golden red flames surged wildly, its wings shaking. A torrential blaze of divine fire instantly descended, crashing into the Qin family courtyard. Blazing heavenly fire, activated. Boom! 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 The golden red flames fell like a heavenly might descending. Chapter 107, Do you wish to resurrect him again? The massive explosion echoing through every corner of the Qin family courtyard. All buildings were collapsing, burning, thick smoke rising everywhere. Under the blazing heavenly fire, the entire Qin family courtyard was almost reduced to ruins. Until the smoke cleared, a dark underground building emerged before everyone's eyes amidst the collapse of the ground. Thick bloodthirsty energy lingered around it, a foul smell hitting the face. The skeletal corpse, Yu Chanlong, looked down with ghostly flames dancing fiercely in its eye sockets. Ghost Buddha? Abyssal Buddhist temple? He murmured softly. As a figure from ancient times, he felt the familiar aura within. Once came to preach in Qin, nearly exterminated by the first emperor, now that rat hiding in the abyss wants to rise and cause chaos again? His voice chillingly contained a hint of mockery. However, even as he spoke, a strong sense of vigilance surged within him. That ghost Buddha from the Abyssal Buddhist temple was by no means ordinary. The first emperor could nearly eradicate it, but that was just what the first emperor managed. During that period, that ghost Buddha had already reached the pinnacle of 9 transformations. A myriad of years passed, and now, though that ghost Buddha could hardly appear in person, even a remnant of its power should never be underestimated. Bai Su's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, as his gaze turned towards that massive skeletal corpse. First emperor? Ghost Buddha? Was the Abyssal Buddhist temple an ancient organization? This skeleton possesses such deep knowledge, could it also be a remnant from ancient times? A being from the ancient living ruins, perhaps? He began to harbor some guesses within. The ancient living ruins were formed from ancient times, so it was reasonable that there exists knowledge within them. He withdrew his gaze and turned it towards the dark building below. A bloody smell rushed to his nostrils, causing his white brows to furrow. With such a strong bloody scent, just how many people did the Qin family kill? Betraying the country by joining the Abyssal Buddhist temple, slaughtering the people of Qin. Did the Qin family really think that amid the national war, Qin would not be able to strike them down? Bai Su's long dragon whiskers waved in anger as he reached out, grasping the night sky. In an instant, a sharp blade aura fiercely gathered, forming a gigantic heavenly sword in his palm. Still not coming out. Bai Su's eyes opened wide in fury, bellowing suddenly. Then, the heavenly sword in his hand was fiercely swung, slicing through the sky like 100-foot white silk, tearing the night sky apart, crashing down. At this moment, a deep Buddhist chant suddenly emanated from within the dark underground building. Compassion, compassion. As this Buddhist chant rang out, the bloodthirsty aura that could only be glimpsed under Qin Feng's, God's eye, now fully manifested, coalescing into a gigantic crimson Buddha head. The Buddha head's eyes were tightly closed, its mouth curling into a strange smile, reaching to its ears. The gigantic heavenly sword struck down upon the Buddha head. Yet like fragile glass, it shattered with a bang, turning into nothingness. Bai Su's gaze shook, unable to believe. Yu Changlong's eyes, filled with ghostly fire, trembled slightly. Even though he had anticipated it, seeing it for real still left him somewhat horrified. Ghost Buddha, he uttered in astonishment. This bloodthirsty Buddha head was formed from that ghost Buddha. Qin Feng's golden eyes turned, gazing at this bloodthirsty Buddha head. In the pitch-black dark room, the blood pool had completely dried up, and the pale-faced Qian Song slowly rose. He took a deep breath, extending his tongue to lick away the last trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, raising his head to look up. The members of the Qian family in the dark room also stood up, breathing in the last bloody scent in the air, looking up together with Qian Song. In the next moment, the pitch-black building completely collapsed. In the sky, 7 ancient giant beasts appeared, and the 2 stood in mid-air. On the ground, the people of the Qian family stood beneath the bloodthirsty Buddha head, their eyes lit with a crimson glow, gazing back at it from afar. The pale-faced Qian Song grinned, stretching out his arms as if cheering. The great Qin shall perish, chaos begins. Enter my Buddhist teachings, glimpse eternal life. As his voice fell, dozens of people from the Qian family behind him also stretched out their arms, revealing smiles. The great Qin shall perish, chaos begins. Enter my Buddhist teachings, glimpse eternal life. At the same time, Shen Hongen, who had almost been crushed to pieces by Yu Chanlong, also revealed a fervent expression and echoed loudly, the great Qin shall, ah. However, he had barely uttered 3 words when Qin Feng had already appeared in front of him, expressionless, reaching out to grip his head, unhesitatingly twisting and tearing. The voice abruptly stopped, and a head was ripped off by Qin Feng's fingers, clutched in his palm. Then, he gently tossed it. The head was thrown directly in front of the Qin family members. Qian Qingsong's grinning mouth twitched, looking up at the young figure in the sky. Compassion, compassion. He softly chanted, as a hint of crimson light appeared in his eyes. On Qian Hongen's neck, a fleshball began to grow, then transformed back into a head. As soon as this head materialized, Qian Hongen immediately burst into wild laughter. He wanted exactly this kind of panic, to die silently and without a sound. It was too cheap for them. With the sound, his 5 fingers suddenly exerted force, and veins bulged on his arm. This time, he did not choose to tear off Qian Hongen's head, but instead, he tightened his 5 fingers, directly squeezing Qian Hongen's head until it deformed. With Qian Hongen's painful scream, the explosion came. His head instantly shattered, blood and brain matter splattering, covering Qin Feng's palm and clothes. Yu Changlong turned his head to look at the red and white substance on his bone claws and sighed. This is a bit disgusting. After all, he was a beast tamer transformed into a professional, not a true beast. This slippery feeling of blood and plasma covering his palm was something he was feeling for the first time. The people of the Qian family stared at the shattered head, their gaze trembling with the crimson color. Mercy, mercy. Qian Qingsong's face remained expressionless, but the crimson in his eyes grew stronger. He swept his gaze over the several giant beasts in the sky, his expression slightly moved. One had to admit that such a large number of ancient beings, even with one ancient ninth tribulation, was indeed beyond his expectations. However, they had come a bit too late. The power of the Ghost Buddha, even if just a trace of its incarnation, was not something the 9 turns could contend with. Foolish people, repent. As Qian Qingsong's voice fell, he looked up at the giant, terrifying Buddha head above. Then, his arms stretched wide, his face showing fervor. Please. Ghost Buddha, open your eyes. Please. Ghost Buddha, open your eyes. With his words, the people of the Qian family simultaneously looked up, stretching their arms, and called out with fervor. In an instant, a tidal wave of blood and evil spirit surged from their bodies, rushing madly toward the Buddha head. The blood and evil spirit surrounding the Buddha head began to stir, constantly rolling and surging like a tide. An incredibly terrifying, overwhelming force began to descend. Bai Su's expression greatly changed, a strong feeling of fear made his hair stand on end. Yu Changlong's eye sockets burned with ghostly fire, and he felt a familiar aura descending. Several beast tamers showed different signs of fear, but only Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he waited quietly. His eyes glowed with golden light, and the information of the bloodthirsty Buddha head appeared in his vision. Ghost Buddha incarnation. Level, demigod. Current status, about to descend. A demigod? Qin Feng's gaze was cold, and a skill panel slowly unfolded in front of him. Divine command. Skill effect, the mouth of the god speaks, words become laws, beneath the gods, all must obey. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, the more targets selected, the stronger it becomes, but the shorter the duration. Not a god. Under, divine command, all are my orders. Chapter 109, The True God Descends, watching over all beings. The bloodthirsty fluctuations on the Buddha head became more intense. Bai Su's face turned ugly, and his long brows danced wildly. He dared not hesitate for a moment. The magic power within him surged violently, and then both hands reached out and grasped in the air. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a sky curtain had been directly grasped in his palm. Flee quickly. Wait for King Qin to arrive. He shouted hoarsely, his arms exerting force, and the night curtain was directly overturned, crashing down toward the bloodthirsty Buddha head. Overturning the sky. This was his strongest skill. With one strike, it almost drained all his magic power. The aura of the bloodthirsty Buddha head made his heart palpitate, and a terrifying aura was descending. He had already used secret methods to notify King Qin. Now, he must block for Qin Feng for a moment before that terrifying aura fully descends, fighting for a chance at survival. Yu Changlong slightly turned his head to look at Qin Feng. His skull face showed no expression, but the ghostly fire burning in his eye sockets revealed the seriousness in his heart. This familiar aura had far surpassed before, many times stronger than what he had known. If he were still a professional, he would undoubtedly have fled without hesitation. But now, he was bound by Qin Feng, unable to escape, and could not escape. Everything can only be decided by Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng's gaze was indifferent, yet he did not make any move, as if quietly waiting for the ghostly Buddha to fully descend. Yu Changlong hesitated for a moment and reminded, I am not a match for this Buddha head. Qin Feng nodded slightly, I know. A semigod, unless it ascends to the star level, cannot possibly be an opponent. Upon hearing this, Yu Changlong was slightly taken aback. You know? If you know, why not run away? He could not understand. In his view, Qin Feng's greatest reliance could only be himself. If he himself is not a match, what is he waiting for? But since Qin Feng did not leave, he could only do his best. Yu Changlong no longer hesitated, the ghostly green flames in his eyes immediately turned purple, and his bones turned ghastly pale and bright. An intense killing intent spread, instantly enveloping the space. At the same time, his bone claws reached out, swelling in the wind. In an instant, they expanded to a vast 100 feet, the ghastly white color carrying terrifying killing intent directly smashing down towards the blood fiend Buddha head. Ultimate killing intent tearing sky bone claw. Without holding back at all, the bone claw fell, tearing the space inch by inch, almost at the same time as the power of the white sky curtain struck the Buddha head. Like waves, the blood fiend aura violently surged, and just at the moment when the terrifying power fell, the blood fiend Buddha head suddenly opened its eyes. Boom! As the Buddha head opened its eyes, an extremely terrifying and immensely dignified aura instantly descended. Like a mountain plunging into the sea, the blood fiend aura surged like a raging sea, rising to 100 feet high, directly spreading towards the entire Xunhong city. Neither the spatial sealing effect of the town sky tablet nor the dark light cast down by the imperial decree could stop the spread of the blood fiend aura. The blood fiend aura turned into a thick fog, completely sweeping across. At this moment, Chen Hong'an was already trembling with excitement, his old face filled with piety, suddenly kneeling on the ground, shouting, "I pay homage to my Buddha." Behind him, the members of the Qin family all knelt down, their faces revealing sincerity, tremblingly calling out, "I pay homage to my Buddha." Inside Xunhong City, a group of professionals looked up in terror. The aura emitted by the open-eyed, strange Buddha head was a power they could not comprehend at all. The overwhelming scarlet blood fiend had already spread into the city, just a gentle breath felt like thick blood being forced into their nostrils, making people nauseous, nearly suffocating. What the hell is that thing? Even the people of the imperial palace can't handle it? Damn it! What exactly did the Qin family do? With such a rich blood fiend, how many people have they killed? Countless people exclaimed in horror. Fear continued to spread, the scarlet blood fiend growing stronger. Suddenly, someone's eyes turned crimson, kneeling on the ground with a thump, sincerely looking up. "Buddha, my Buddha. I pay homage to my Buddha. I pay homage to my Buddha." As one person knelt, more and more professionals' eyes were stained crimson. "I pay homage to my Buddha. I pay homage to my Buddha." Baisu's face twitched as he looked at the crowd in Xunhong City, increasingly stained by the scarlet blood fiend, kneeling down, his eyes widened in fury. "Fuck your Buddha." He opened his mouth to swallow a large pill, once again gripping the night curtain, wanting to turn it over once more. Just at that moment, he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned to look. He saw a bright light shining like a great sun rising beside him, directly dispelling most of the blood fiend, illuminating heaven and earth. Qin Feng's gaze lowered, his expression as calm as a still well. With the deliberate urging of disguised God, his body emitted a divine light, as if a true God had descended to observe the living. What the hell? Baisu's entire aura leaked out, his mouth agape, eyes bulging. What the hell? Where is the seat of a god? This is clearly a god. Yu Changlong's eyes turned ghostly fire contracted into a point, almost completely collapsing. He couldn't understand at all, he could not grasp it. A god? How did it suddenly become a god? How the hell has the world developed to this point after tens of thousands of years? Can it still change forms directly? Chapter 110, The Arrival of the King of Qin. On the other side, the King of Qin walked through the air, each step allowing his figure to move 1,000 miles in an instant. He received a message from Baisu. The Qin family of Xunhong City has betrayed the nation, joining the Abyssal Buddha Temple, using blood evil force to communicate with the Ghost Buddha, inviting the embodiment of the Ghost Buddha to descend. Upon viewing the information, the King of Qin's weathered face became extremely serious, the aura at the end of the 9 turns unmistakable, his speed reaching its peak. Baisu may not understand what the Abyssal Buddha Temple represents, but he was very clear. The appearance of the Abyssal Buddha Temple has only one reason. That Ghost Buddha's power has been restored, and its lifespan is short, it wants to seek the path of divinity again. Long ago, when that Ghost Buddha stepped into the end of 9 turns, it infiltrated the Qin dynasty to preach, even establishing a ghost temple, seeking the divine path through the bodies and souls of living beings. However, it was ultimately discovered by the first emperor, and the entire ghost temple was nearly wiped out, the Ghost Buddha only managing to escape into the abyss with a breath left. According to the relics of the first emperor's letters, the reason that Ghost Buddha could escape was that when it was discovered, it was already infinitely close to demigod status. If it could digest the remaining souls within, it would be enough to shatter the 9 turns barrier completely, crossing into the void and ascending to demigod, just one step away from 10 turns of divinity. Now, tens of thousands of years have passed, and the souls remaining within its body have probably been completely digested. This means that what he faces now is a true demigod. The King of Qin's gaze turned cold, and he looked up. In the distance, a crimson color gradually entered his sight, like blood mist surging on the ground, slowly reaching for the sky, seemingly wanting to swallow it whole. Has it already descended? The King of Qin spoke in a deep voice, stepping out once more. At the same time, he decisively reached out, raising his hand to grasp in the void. A vast power surged, and instantly, a brilliant golden light illuminated the dark night. Then, with a wave of the King of Qin's arm, the blazing golden light erupted. A dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth as a golden longsword was gripped in his palm, leaving a trail of golden light behind him, splitting the night in two. The divine sword Taya. The King of Qin soared towards Sanghong City, just in time to see the blood-evil Buddha's eyes open wide. Immediately, his black dragon robe surged wildly, and the golden Taya sword floated in the air. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly noticed a stronger golden divine light erupting. Under this golden divine light, even the brilliance of the divine sword Taya was overshadowed. His expression froze, and he turned his head to look. He saw a towering figure amidst a crowd of giant beasts, bursting with divine light, dispersing the blood evil and illuminating the sky. Even the blood evil mist within Sanghong City was completely dispersed, countless practitioners filled with reverence, kneeling and gazing upwards. Seeing this scene, the King of Qin's weathered face revealed a look of shock, a line of information appearing before his eyes. Divine being. Level? Combat power? Divine being? Looking at that figure like the great sun, illuminating the heavens with divine light, the King of Qin couldn't help but be stunned. That glowing figure was none other than Qin Feng. But the problem was, how long has it been since they last met? Just yesterday, he had just revived. How could he have gone from being a seed of a divine being directly to becoming a god? Chapter 111, Ghost Buddha, Obey the Order. Above the Qin family's courtyard. The blood-evil Buddha looked at Qin Feng, and its originally wide grin slowly faded, revealing a trace of confusion in its eyes. True God? It spoke in disbelief. The blood evil that had spread around it was now completely suppressed within 10 feet. That towering golden divine light emitted a magnificent, majestic aura that even made it tremble. How can this be? Below, Shen Xingxong wore a face of disbelief, staring at that towering figure, exclaiming in shock. The Qin family looked up, their eyes filled for the first time with fear. Qin Feng stepped forward, his gaze lowered, looking down at that Buddha head. His eyes were extremely calm, and under the full power of pretending to be a god, even his own emotions seemed to be slightly influenced. Whether it was the Buddha head or the Qin family, at this moment, there was no difference in his eyes. Under the divine, all are beings. Blood and murderous energy surged around the Buddha head, flickering with cold light in its eyes. This world should not have soil that bears the divine. Even in ancient times, it could not be done, otherwise, the first emperor would not have left. It slowly spoke, its voice as if coming from the depths of the nine hell. So, you are deceiving this Buddha? In an instant, the Buddha head's eyes widened with fury, sinister intentions overwhelming it. Immediately, the surrounding blood energy surged up, forcibly breaking through the suppression of divine light, transforming into a giant hand to directly press down on Qin Feng. I, the Buddha, have divine power. Seeing this, Shen Hongen knelt down, his eyes filled with fervor. Impersonating a god shall be punished by my Buddha. He shouted in delight, but halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped as if his throat was seized. Then, a calm voice softly sounded. Ghost Buddha, obey my command. As the words fell, his expression changed dramatically, terror filling his gaze. The giant hand, which had just been formed, suddenly stopped in midair at Qin Feng's command and then turned to face the Qin family courtyard. What is happening? He looked up at the giant Buddha head in the sky and was once again stunned. The Buddha head that was previously glaring down at the sky had unknowingly shifted its gaze to him. That sinister intent bore down on him, making him feel cold all over, freezing him in place. I Buddha. He knelt on the ground, panic in his eyes, unable to understand why his Buddha would direct such malice towards its followers. The huge hand hovered in the air, its murderous aura almost ready to crush his body. In fact, a weaker member of the Qin family had already exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Bang 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 bang. Shen Hongen and the others were terrified to the extreme, their heads on the ground, continuously bowing. They did not understand how they had angered the ghost Buddha, and could only frantically knock their heads and pray for forgiveness. Buddha, spare my life. Buddha, spare my life. The blood and murderous Buddha head was frozen in place, its eyes filled with disbelief, completely losing control of its body. In its gaze, the murderous aura condensed, faintly covered by a layer of fear. It looked at the devotees below who were constantly bowing to it, desperately trying to turn its head, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not do so. It couldn't even open its mouth. It was as if an invisible hand had completely locked it down. All actions could only be controlled by that hand, turning it into a mere puppet. No. No. True God? Is it really true that a true God has descended? How is that possible? How could this be possible? How could this world possibly bear the power of a true God? How could there be a real deity? Fear filled the Buddha head's eyes, and it could only watch helplessly as the bloody hand in the sky smashed down, completely shattering the Qin family into a mist of blood. In the sky, Qin Feng watched calmly. The effect of the divine decree was beyond his expectations. Even commanding a semi-divine being did not seem as difficult as he had imagined. According to his judgment, given the current situation, he could control this Buddha head for at least 2 more minutes. With the Qin family courtyard completely destroyed, Qin Feng's gaze shifted, focusing on the Buddha head. This Buddha head came from the power of blood and murder, and he did not know how long it could last. Once the effect of the divine decree ended, if it still existed, it would be very difficult to handle. After pondering for a moment, a thought arose in his mind. Without any hesitation, his internal power surged rapidly. In the sky, a golden decree suddenly unfurled. The decree was enormous, radiating a bright and divine glow. The sky was filled. Yu Changlong crushed the remaining half of his body in his hands and instinctively looked up. That familiar golden decree entered his eyes, making the ghostly fire in his gaze shudder, startling him. Is he going to bind this Buddha head as a beast of his own? He instinctively spoke, filled with immense shock, feeling his body start to tingle. To form a contract with a demigod, how bold and reckless is this? Such a thought is simply insane. Chapter 112, Contract Beast, Ghost Buddha Remnant. The king of Great Qin landed next to Baisu, his aged eyes containing a hint of astonishment. Although facing a demigod such as the Ghost Buddha, he still had ways to deal with it within the Great Qin territory, but it would require some cost. However, the scene before him left his heart shaken. With a single word, could he command a demigod? Such a scene, even he, as the king of Qin, had never heard of before. But he knew in his heart that Qin Feng was still not a true god. As a seed of divinity, he must have some special means of disguise. Otherwise, why would a true god need to rely on the Ghost Buddha to destroy the Qin family? With divine power, even the Ghost Buddha would just be a creature beneath his feet. Baisu's old face twisted even more, his mouth agape. Unlike the king of Great Qin, he had seen Qin Feng's method of command before. At that time, he remembered it was not as terrifying, even he could easily break free from Qin Feng's control. But now, could he easily control even a demigod? How long had it been? His mind shook, and scenes flashed in his mind. Recalling that scene seemed like it was just yesterday. No, that's wrong. Suddenly, Baisu's small eyes widened. Was it like yesterday? Clearly, it was just yesterday. The golden decree in the sky grew larger and larger. Qin Feng looked towards it, locking onto the bloodthirsty Buddha head. Target, Ghost Buddha Avatar. Level, Demigod. Status, Obedient. Success rate, 80%. Could the obedience effect caused by the divine mandate also increase the success rate? An 80% success rate was already extremely high. Qin Feng murmured to himself. He had only one chance, a demigod-level Buddha head, even if it was just an avatar, if successfully contracted, would undoubtedly be a great help. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. With a thought, the golden decree descended rapidly. The king of Great Qin and Baisu looked at Qin Feng's figure, their astonishment not yet faded, but again saw the golden decree falling from the sky. What is this? The king of Great Qin's old face twitched, his heart instantly filled with shock. He wants to form a contract with a demigod? Baisu was gasping for air, pulling at his long brow, finding it hard to believe. Just then, the golden decree had already descended. Feeling the blazing golden light in the sky, the Buddha head's eyes instantly widened. Although unable to control its own body, the emotions in its eyes had already become extremely violent. Its bloodthirst began to stir, struggling madly to break free from the control. It had already confirmed that this person before it was definitely not a true god, that kind of control was loosening, not divine power. Once it completely breaks free, it would surely tear apart this disrespectful person. 10 seconds, just 10 more seconds. As its resistance grew stronger. Qin Feng clearly saw the success rate of the living being decree also decreasing again. Target, Ghost Buddha Avatar. Success rate, 70%. As this panel information appeared, the golden decree finally landed on the Buddha head. The Buddha head was wrapped by the decree, the bloodthirst aura completely concealed, and it became silent. Qin Feng closed his eyes, adjusting the power within him, quietly waiting. Time passed second by second, 2 minutes soon flew by. The golden decree above the Buddha head erupted with intense golden light, and information appearing alongside it. Contract successful. Current beast of contract, Ghost Buddha Remnant. Rank, Ancient level. Trial, 9th trial. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 30 million. Skills, Celestial Buddha Poem, Ghost Buddha Angry Gaze, Crimson Buddha Temple. The sound of the Buddhist chant rang out. Status, damaged. Deep in the abyss. Inside a temple built of crimson blood and evil. A small, hunched old man sat there, his face wrinkled like tree bark, and suddenly he trembled, his eyes snapping open. From his body, a wisp of scarlet aura was quickly stripped away, merging into the void. No! Come back! Return to this Buddha! The old man's face was filled with terror as he stretched out his arms and waved wildly, trying to grasp this power, but it was in vain. Damn it! Damn, damn, damn! I'll kill you! This Buddha will surely kill you! His eyes widened, gasping for air, veins of blood bursting in his eyes. The disappearance of this power had directly weakened him by 30%. The path of Beast-Taming. How dare you have thoughts of contracting a divine being? He was merely a fragment of an incarnation, and to be selected was already unbelievable. In the end, it succeeded and forcibly stripped away a third of his power. With the strength of a mortal, he had angered a divine being. This Buddha will find you and swallow you whole. Wait for this Buddha. Wait for this Buddha. A fierce Buddha head appeared on the old man's face, his body solidifying with blood evil as he roared hoarsely. Chapter 113. Wait for the right moment, then devour this wretched beast. Above the ruins of the Qin family. No way? It really happened? Yu Changlong swallowed hard, making a swallowing motion, but suddenly realized he had no physical body and no saliva to swallow, so he awkwardly abandoned the motion. He felt that his current situation was indeed quite awkward. With Qin Feng having a ghostly Buddha as a beast tamer, what value did he have left? Why would Qin Feng help him seek something to evolve into a stellar level, then just let him go? Was he bored? He glanced at Qin Feng, lost in thought. At this moment, Qin Feng gently rubbed his forehead. At the moment the contract was completed. He vaguely heard a few fierce growls, making his spirit momentarily dazed. The divine light around him gradually dimmed, and he closed his eyes, entering the beast-taming space. In front of him, the fierce blood-evil Buddha head floated in the air. A series of information appeared before his eyes. Damaged? Qin Feng murmured, a hint of confusion passing through his mind. He had only tried it out, that a demigod incarnation could complete the contract was beyond his expectation. However, this damage was a first occurrence. Was it because it was merely an incarnation that it was damaged? Qin Feng pondered slightly, having some guesses in his heart. As if seeing the doubt in Qin Feng's eyes, the fierce blood-evil Buddha head looked at him and spoke in a muffled voice. My lord, my body is not complete, more than half of my power remains in the abyss. As long as you consume the remaining incarnation's power, I can restore my demigod body and better serve you, my lord. Its eyes revealed a hint of longing. After being contracted by Qin Feng, it had become a completely stripped-out individual existence. To it, the Buddha in the abyss was the so-called incarnation, while it was the real body. Although it only possessed 30% of the power, once it consumed the incarnation in the abyss, it would naturally restore all its power to serve its master. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng showed a thoughtful expression. The abyss? The Buddha head shook its head up and down. In the land of the abyss, there is a group of old things struggling to survive, with no way forward. My lord is of supreme might, and the path ahead is bright, needing no entry. As it spoke, a hint of guilt suddenly emerged in the Buddha head's eyes. However, my lord, based on my judgment, that incarnated wretched beast may come out of the abyss, seeking my lord. My lord may need to temporarily avoid its sharpness, waiting for the right moment, then devour this wretched beast. Qin Feng fell into deep thought once again. From the Buddha head's words, several pieces of information could be sorted out. There should be more than one presence at the end of the 9 transformations hiding in the abyss, and there might be methods of extending life? Also, that Buddha in the abyss, even if it does not come out, Qin Feng still intends to seek it once. On one hand, it was to complete his Buddha head's beast control. On the other hand, he found that the causal line connecting to Su Mingyue had not vanished with the fall of the Qin family, instead, it floated further away. He sensed a vague feeling, ethereal and unreal. At the end of the causal line, it seemed like it did not exist in this world. The land of the abyss, perhaps? Combining the words of the Buddha head, Qin Feng murmured softly in his heart. Chapter 114 Divine Embryo, Golden Body and Divine Powers. Qin Feng paused. Before the ghost Buddha came knocking, he needed to raise his strength to a sufficient level. The evolution points were still insufficient, and he needed more time. After thinking for a moment, his figure turned into smoke and exited the beast control space. Above the Qin family courtyard. Qin Feng opened his eyes, then his gaze sharpened as the task panel slowly unfolded before him. The Path of the Nine-Turned Deity, 4. Task Introduction. You have achieved a half-divine body, sensed a wisp of causal energy from the past, and heard a faint call. Task requirements. Head to the source of the call, the deity's anger needs to be calmed. Task duration, unrestricted. Task status, completed. Submit? Submit. A thought flickered in Qin Feng's mind. Immediately, the task panel changed. A golden stream of light surged forth, merging into his body. In an instant, splendid golden light flowed around him. Even with the golden divine light masking his disguised deity state, one could still clearly see the flowing golden light like swimming fish. Qin Feng closed his eyes, feeling the changes within him. As the golden light flowed, within him, a brilliant golden pearl slowly took shape. As that golden pearl formed, a vast sense of power filled his body, as if with a simple move, he could shift mountains and fill seas. Until he opened his eyes, a sense of indifference circulated throughout his body, even when the golden light from the disguised deity faded, an inexplicable aura still emanated. Yu Qianlong's enormous skeletal body trembled slightly. Just with Qin Feng's gaze sweeping across, he felt a clear sense of invisible oppression. That feeling delved deep into his soul, as if it came from a suppression of innate status. Freak. The ghostly fire in Yu Qianlong's eyes gently swayed. According to reason, since Qin Feng could enter his ancient ruins of life, then he should share the same dominance in life profession, there should be no mistake. But as someone who had reached the end of this path, he could not comprehend Qin Feng's abilities at all. Whether it was those many ancient grades, or the sudden transformation that produced that earth-shattering divine light, and forcibly commanded a half-divine being. And now this inexplicable pressure on the soul, all made him feel incredibly unfamiliar. Is this still the ability possessed by the Life Dominator? Then why could he not wield it? Task completed. Profession, Divine Embryo. Level, 5 transfers, 150 levels. Combat power, 1 million. Current status, Calamity, 1. Talent, Breaking Limits. Passive skills, Disguised Deity, Symbiosis, Absolute Control. Skills, Divine Vision, Divine Oracle, Life Mandate, Life Lock, Lucky Dice. Golden Body, 1%. Divine Powers, none. Beast Control, Great Sun Golden Crow, Black Dragon King. Evolution Points, 200,010-2000016. Looking at the information on the panel in front of him, Qin Feng's eyelids twitched, and he frowned slightly. The profession changed from half-divine to divine embryo. Evolution points were the same as usual, increasing from 5 points per second to 6 points per second. But the skills had strangely not changed at all. However, two special pieces of information appeared. Golden Body and Divine Powers? A hint of confusion rose in Qin Feng's heart. Aside from these, he noticed that the incredibly complex memories in his mind, during his growth this time, naturally peeled away a segment. It quietly floated in the depths of his mind, waiting to be touched. Chapter 115 Memory, Peach Blossom Banquet. Qin Feng closed his eyes and sensed, his spirit lightly touching the past. Boom! In an instant. In his mind, a mist slowly cleared away. Within his mind, the mist rolled, and an image gradually unfolded. Red clouds covered the sky. A towering giant tree stood tall, and on this giant tree, many fruits hung thick on the branches. The fruits were round and glossy, like stars dangling down, radiating a shimmering glow. A fierce tiger, with shiny fur slick and covered in red juice, with swollen muscles, squatted under the giant tree like a human. After a moment, it raised its head, briefly sizing up the fruits that were abundant on the giant tree. Then, it reached out its paw to pluck a bright red fruit and directly stuffed it into its mouth. With one bite, its teeth were smeared with red juice, which dribbled down the corner of its mouth, staining its fur red, but it didn't care at all. Its tiger eyes narrowed, revealing a sense of satisfaction. Following that, its massive body lay down, casting its gaze towards the sky, the tiger's eyes filled with a hint of longing. Qin Feng's body trembled slightly. Then, the mist rolled again, and the image changed. A blood-red sun hung in the sky. Rich crimson spread across the earth. Before him lay a gigantic stone platform, as flat as a mountain peak that had been shaved off. On this stone platform, several indistinct human-like body parts were placed, and a dozen severed heads were turned upside down on the stone platform, filled with bright red blood, with blood overflowing and pooling on the stone platform, forming large black stains. Surrounding the stone platform were a dozen large, sleek-furred beasts that stood upright, each holding a piece of flesh in their claws, leisurely gnawing at them, their spiny tongues delicately licking, bringing large chunks of flesh to their mouths, savoring it like a gourmet meal. The dozen beasts ate very earnestly, only tossing aside the remnants of flesh after licking them clean, piling them into a mountain of white bones. On the other side, an enormous stone tablet was carved with several crooked characters. It read, Peach Festival. Boom! The mist scattered. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, feeling as if struck by lightning, his body trembling uncontrollably. Phew! Phew! He gasped heavily, with deep fear hidden in his eyes. This memory was too terrifying, it was simply hard to believe. The blood that covered the stone platform and the numerous dismembered limbs shocked him deeply. In that memory, he could even smell the stench of blood that penetrated his mind and the overwhelming foul smell of severed body parts coming at him. Peach Festival? Peach Festival? Is that the Heavenly Court? His pupils trembled wildly, the crooked characters engraved on the stone tablet were striking fiercely at his soul. As a traveler, he was naturally well aware of the so-called Peach Festival. Yet, in his past life, the Peach Festival was clearly a grand ceremony of the heavenly court in myth, so why had it become a feast of carnivorous beasts here? Qin Feng's expression darkened, as images of dismembered limbs and the mountain of bones continuously surged in his mind. It made his body feel a bit nauseous, almost wanting to retch. His heart raced rapidly, pounding like a dull drum. Chapter 116, Dare to Call for a New Heaven and Earth. Until a gust of night wind blew by. Qin Feng finally regained his senses, rubbing his temples, suppressing the intense discomfort within his heart. This memory came too abruptly and was too shocking. Peach Festival. Great beasts eating humans. If the scene in the memory truly represents this world's so-called heavenly court, does it mean that the many dismembered limbs that were devoured were all gods who had reached the 10th transformation? Qin Feng gently closed his eyes, feeling a chill run down his spine. This was clearly different from what Yu Changlong had described regarding the path of the gods. That god cut off the path of the 10th transformation, blocking practitioners from reaching the 10th transformation and ascending to the divine realm. Perhaps it was not out of selfishness. Is it instead a reminder for everyone? Above the heavenly court, there are only a group of shiny-furred, fat and strong beasts. The so-called becoming stronger, ascending to the divine, and pursuing immortality, is merely the farming path of those beasts? In the eyes of those beasts, deities are just pigs ready for slaughter? Qin Feng took a deep breath, the golden pearl in his body trembling, looking at his career panel. Occupation, divine fetus. Ha! Qin Feng chuckled derisively, and suddenly felt a bit powerless. In that instant, he was unsure whether to continue moving forward. Since he became a professional, it has been less than a month, and he is almost invincible in this world. However, this terrifyingly shocking growth speed felt like the pigs raised in his previous life. The emergence of evolution points is a kind of fast-growing medicine. Is it good or bad? He couldn't tell. Qin Feng lowered his gaze and stood silently for a long time, then waved his hand slightly. The beasts spanning the horizon all disappeared, completely returned to the beast space, leaving only the golden crow still hovering beneath him. Then, he looked at the great Qin King and Bai Su, his expression slightly gloomy. King Qin, Elder Bai. The great Qin King nodded slightly, his ancient eyes narrowing slightly, noticing the change in Qin Feng's expression. He did not ask more, but directly said, "Thanks to your timely discovery of this ghost Buddha matter, otherwise, who knows how many people would have perished here. You may leave first, we will handle the rest." After speaking, the great Qin King's gaze shifted to Bai Su. "Arrange for someone to take over this place and search for any remaining remnants." "Yes." Bai Su responded in a loud voice. Qin Feng nodded slightly, and the golden crow beneath him suddenly flapped its wings and vanished from the spot. Back in the room. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the carpet, scenes from his memory constantly emerging in his mind. After thinking for a moment, he reopened the career panel. The information gradually unfolded before him. Occupation, divine fetus. Evolution points, 210,111-210117. Gazing at the constantly flickering evolution points, Qin Feng's eyes were calm, remaining silent. In his eyes, these evolution points seemed to turn into death tokens recording time, cheering for his passionate growth. Before him stood numerous giant beasts, their fur glossy and greasy, muscles bulging, fangs dripping with fresh meat, grinning savagely, their greedy and fiery gazes fixed on him. A thick, foul odor surged toward him, as if giant jaws were opening in front of him, ready to bite him to pieces. Hiss. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng suddenly raised his eyes, a trace of ferocity akin to a wild beast surging in his gaze. Cowering, restrained. What was he afraid of? As someone who had died once, crossing over to live again, every extra day is a gain. If a group of beasts wants to put him on the dining table, then why can't he taste the flavor of this group of beasts? If this sky is already filled with filth, and the heavenly court is filled with beasts, then he might as well try to change the sky for this world. Chapter 117, The Shadow of the Eight-Headed Serpent. Qin Feng's gaze slowly turned ferocious, the golden pearl in his body buzzing and trembling. He didn't know the true reason for the existence of evolution points. Is it a growth agent imposed on him by those beasts? Or a gift from others? But regardless of the situation, it didn't matter. Evolution points are both growth agents and a sharp long knife. He will use this long knife to personally peel the skin of those beasts. Hoo-oo. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng calmed his emotions, staring at the panel information before him. Occupation, divine fetus. Golden body, 1%. Divine powers, none. He fixed his gaze on the golden body, and a detailed introduction appeared before him. Golden body, a divine body formed by the condensation of faith and incense, shedding the mortal shell to achieve the divine status, current progress 1%. Faith of incense and fire? Qin Feng murmured, closing his eyes to sense the golden orb inside him. His consciousness sank into the golden orb, and he could clearly feel an extremely weak breath slowly drifting in, flowing into the orb. Is it Saint Chen? Just a slight sense was enough for Qin Feng to understand in his heart. At present, the only one who could provide him with faith should be Saint Chen. However, just one person's faith is too thin to achieve 100% and fully shape the golden body. Who knows how long it would take? He shook his head and turned his gaze back to the mystical power above. Mystical power, immortal methods and mystical powers not mastered. An extremely brief introduction, without any information. Qin Feng frowned and closed the profession panel. After pondering for a moment, he flipped his palm, and a glowing circular orb appeared in his hand. Polluted Holy Light Orb. Type, Item. Available level, LV 100. Item Introduction, a token of light from the City of Holy Light, can be used to enter the stellar-level secret realm, the City of Holy Light. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, realizing something was wrong. He remembered that the original name of this Holy Light Orb should be Dim Holy Light Orb, and it was supposed to be a product of the legendary-level secret realm. How had it turned into a stellar level now? Polluted Holy Light Orb? Had there been changes in the secret realm that caused the level to rise? Qin Feng pondered over this name in his heart. The legendary level secret realm is a small world. If some special events occurred, it could indeed lead to a change in level. But what could cause the legendary level secret realm, the City of Holy Light, to directly ascend to the stellar level? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and paused for a moment, not rushing to enter but first putting it back into his personal space. Then, the magic power within him flowed, and a six-colored die suddenly floated in midair. He decisively reached out to grab it and tossed it casually. The die spun repeatedly in the air, 6 colors shining brightly. After a few seconds, a red light burst forth. You rolled the lucky die, your luck is poor, lucky value increased by 100, lasting for 30 minutes. Information appeared before his eyes, the die glowing red slowly fading away. Qin Feng's heart was not greatly moved. He closed his eyes to restore his spirit. Time flowed slowly, and every hour, when the lucky die cooled down, Qin Feng would decisively open his eyes and start throwing. Unfortunately, until the sky brightened, the lucky die had only burst forth with green light at most. With the tremor of heaven and earth, a piece of information appeared on the panel. Qin Feng finally temporarily gave up his current plan, opened his eyes, and looked at the panel. National war has begun, world boss, shadow of the eight-headed serpent has descended upon Coco Kingdom, please pay attention, nations. Chapter 118/Sever Life, 500 million damage. At the same time, the same information appeared in every professional's mind. Coco Kingdom. Inside the Great Hall. A huge tremor came. King Miyamoto Shiwan suddenly raised his head, hearing the abrupt voice in his mind. World boss, shadow of the eight-headed serpent. He murmured. Taking a few steps out of the Great Hall, he looked up at the sky. In the sky, an incredibly massive, eight-headed and eight-tailed serpentine creature appeared on the horizon. Its body was extremely huge, over tens of thousands of meters long, with eyes like red lanterns, a back covered in green moss, and clouds supporting it beneath, exuding an astonishing aura. Shadow of the eight-headed serpent. World boss. Level, 1000. Health points, 1 billion. Combat power, 20 million. Time until arrival, 10 minutes. A terrifying aura swept through the world, and the eight heads looked down, emitting a chilling pressure from their cold eyes. 20 million combat power. Miyamoto Shiwan murmured, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was not that this combat power was too high. On the contrary, 20 million combat power was somewhat lower than he had expected. With 10 nations combined, there were dozens of 9 turns and hundreds of 8 turns at least. Every ruler of a nation relies on the backing of their country's fortune, boasting battle power that exceeds the limit of 9 transformations. Even now, he draws on the remnants of Kocheng's national fortune, his battle power still reaches an astounding 12 million. And the mightiest, the king of Qin, possesses a staggering 20 million in battle power. In other words, this world's boss, the king of Qin, could indeed take on everything by himself. What kind of world boss is this? Miyamoto Shirshian couldn't help but complain in his heart, feeling somewhat puzzled. But puzzlement aside, he had no hesitation, swiftly rising into the air. Within Kocheng, dozens of rainbow lights simultaneously soared, moving to Miyamoto Shirshuan's side. The assault from the king of Qin was far too fierce. Despite the appearance of ancestors, the kingdom would not be completely destroyed, but several cities fell, and many 8 transformation experts met tragic ends. Now, only one city remained in Kocheng, with the guardians of the starry sky returning. Counting him, there were only 4 9 transformation experts and 13 8 transformation experts left. At this moment, hundreds of figures streaked across the sky, arriving one after another, gathering around the shadow of the eight-headed serpent. These were the forces of 8 nations, totaling 28 9 transformation giants and hundreds of 8 transformation experts. 20 million in battle power? The kings looked up, all displaying expressions of shock. Miyamoto Shirshian gazed at the incoming 8 kings and spoke solemnly, "Everyone, prepare yourselves." Kocheng had paid such a heavy price, it was impossible to give Qin any chance to turn the tide. Hearing this, the 8 kings nodded slightly, saying nothing, but each of them effortlessly designated 1 9 transformation and 10 8 transformation experts to stand by. Seeing this, Miyamoto Shirshian also looked at his side, swiftly leading a 9 transformation giant out to gather with the people of the 8 nations, staring into the sky. They were waiting for the appearance of Qin. The kings of 9 nations leading 9 transformation giants and nearly 108 transformation experts had only one task, to stop Qin from making a move. Even if the king of Qin had the ability to upend the world, facing 9 kings, he had no chance of victory. They would not allow Qin to gain even the slightest divine power. As time flowed onward, in the sky, the immense shadow of the 8-headed serpent grew more solid. Miyamoto Shirshuan's brows slowly knitted together. With only 1 minute left, the world boss would fully descend. But until now, the figure of the king of Qin had still not appeared. Several kings exchanged glances, seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. In the national war task, Qin should not abandon it, yet why had he not shown up until now? Roar! Before they could figure it out. At that moment, in the sky, the colossal being, the 8-headed serpent, opened all 8 of its mouths simultaneously, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. An aura of terrifying pressure swept out. The world boss had completely descended. Dozens of 8 transformation and 9 transformation experts from all nations wasted no time, their powers erupting, various lights bursting forth immediately. The 9 kings' bodies shook, yet they did not turn back, instead quickly fixing their gaze on the dozens of figures racing toward them across the sky. They're coming! As they drew near, the dozens of figures became clearer. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Among the arrivals, there was not a single trace of the king of Qin. Feng Xuanguang, Zhou Zhan, Bai Su, and others showed expressions of mockery, looking at the 9 kings and the blocking 8 transformation and 9 transformation experts. Above the 8-headed serpent, a towering aura of magic surged, as a grand imperial edict swiftly unfolded. Following that, a figure clad in a black dragon robe stepped indifferently out from the void. The resplendent imperial edict instantly transformed into a roaring golden dragon, crashing down towards the 8-headed serpent. Golden Dragon Imperial Edict. The king of Qin, with his decrepit hand coldly waving, knew he likely had only one opportunity to strike. The 9 kings would not give him a second chance. Damn it! Miyamoto Shirshian turned around, his face changing first. His internal magic surged, as a black beam of light suddenly emerged. The 8 kings also reacted, their bodies filled with power erupting simultaneously, trying to stop this golden dragon decree. At this moment, however, a touch of blue light appeared above the sky. A blue lotus suddenly bloomed. Lotus leaves danced, exuding a strong breath of life. The next moment, the blue lotus leaves gently waved. In an instant, the blue lotus leaves sliced through the heavens and the earth, and a sharp blue light instantly penetrated the body of the 8-headed serpent. Sever life. Roar! Under everyone's gaze, the 8-headed serpent let out a deafening roar. Its originally long life value was directly cut in half. Minus 480 million. The life limit of the 8-headed serpent is damaged, current life limit, 500 million, lasting for 24 hours. As the information appeared, that blue lotus instantly disappeared, as if it had never existed, dissolving into the world. What on earth is that? What happened? Where did that blue lotus come from? The 9 nations were shocked beyond words. At this moment, the golden dragon also arrived and directly collided with the 8-headed serpent. Boom boom boom. With 3 consecutive loud explosions, 3 heads of the 8-headed serpent were shattered under the golden dragon. Minus 120 million. The terrifying damage value appeared, further shocking the hearts of the 9 nations to the extreme. Although they knew that the great Qin king possessed terrifying combat power. But with this one blow, over 100 million in damage left them utterly astonished. And that inexplicable blue lotus had left them in horror. Reducing the life limit, directly causing nearly 500 million damage was simply too terrifying. We must not give Great Qin any chance. The 9 kings screamed in fright, quickly blocking in front of the Great Qin king, vigilantly staring at the frail figure in the black dragon robe. The origin of that blue lotus was unknown, let alone its mention. But the Great Qin king was simply too terrifying. If he was given time, he might only need 2 minutes to slay this world boss by himself. P.S. There will be another update tonight, sorry. Chapter 119, I am right here, do you want to make a move? The Great Qin king stood indifferent, the black dragon robe fluttering in the wind, not paying attention to the obstruction of the 9 kings. His gaze was directed toward the spot where the blue lotus had vanished, a few hints of contemplation flickering in his eyes. After a moment, his cold eyes swept over the 9 kings, a hint of mockery emerging at the corner of his mouth. I am right here, do you want to make a move? The great Qin King stood with his hands behind his back and took a step forward. In an instant, all 9 kings tensed their bodies, retreating a step in unison. The pressure the great Qin King exerted on them was too heavy. Even though the 9 were kings, with the backing of their nations, their combat power surpassed the 9-turn limit. But facing the great Qin King, they still felt an inescapable fear in their hearts. We lack the ability to kill the Qin King, but to jointly block the Qin King is still possible. The king of Guigua, Yuanshi, spoke, his gaze fixed on the great Qin King in his black dragon robe. Exactly. Qin King, don't waste your effort, we do not wish to engage in direct battle with you. Today, Great Qin has already seized the advantage, the Qin King should be content. All the kings spoke in turn. They had miscalculated today, having lost half of the world boss's life to that mysterious blue lotus, and then the Great Qin King took 1/5 of the remaining life. The remaining 9 nations could only divide less than half of what was left. In terms of the divine power this world boss could bring, Great Qin had already claimed 1/10. But the 9 nations could hardly even obtain 1/20th of the divine power. They absolutely could not give Great Qin any opportunity to strike. Ha! The Great Qin King coldly snorted, without saying a word. He naturally understood the thoughts of the 9 nations, but he also could not simply retreat. As long as Great Qin remained here, they would always be on guard, with only a few dozen at the 9-turn and 100 at the 8-turn capable of fighting against the world boss. Facing a world boss with combat power of 20 million, a tremendous price had to be paid. On the other side, Zhoushan, Fengshan Palace, Baisu, and others also stood with crossed arms, their lips curling into cold smiles. The 9 nations did not dare to strike. They all regard it as a show. The power within me flows continuously, making the people of the 9 nations dare not be the slightest bit distracted. As time passes, 4 of the 5 heads of the 8-headed serpent suddenly burst, and the last remaining head reveals a pair of crimson eyes that shine with a fierce light. Roar! A giant roar reverberates, and a grayish light suddenly spreads out from the body of the 8-headed serpent, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. At this moment, an 8-turn expert is unfolding a resurrection scroll, trying to revive a recently deceased 9th-turn giant. However, just as the resurrection scroll unfolds, it is suddenly covered by the gray light. In an instant, the scroll corrupts and turns into a cloud of flying ash. Skill, Forbidden Life Domain. The faces of the 9 nations kings suddenly change drastically. The reason they could confidently let a dozen 9th-turn giants lead hundreds of 8-turn experts to face the 8-headed serpent is that they had prepared all sorts of tools and plenty of resurrection scrolls. They did not have to worry about the demise of the 9th-turn giants and 8-turn professionals. But now, under the grayish light of the Forbidden Life Domain, the resurrection scroll is completely ineffective. Gamoto Shixin was the first to lose his composure. He looked at the 8-headed serpent, his figure stirring restlessly. His Coco nation had already suffered heavy losses under the attack of the Qin King, with only a dozen 8-turn experts left. If they died again, it would probably not be long before the nation was completely wiped out. However, just as he was about to take action, the Qin King, with a face full of decay, suddenly revealed a cold smile and took a step forward. Is this national war mission true or false? But it concerns the fate of the Qin Empire. No matter what, we cannot just sit back and do nothing. Moreover, the national war mission has multiple phases, and the first phase requires 10 days. By the time the national war mission is fully over, he should be able to cultivate at least 2-star level beast companions. If this national war mission is a false task, even if that divine being has malicious intent, he should have enough capability to face that divine being. And if the national war mission is a real mission, ultimately opening up the divine realm. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. In his mind, the image of the peach banquet reappeared. In his memory, before the peach banquet, he first saw a strong figure lying under a huge tree. That figure once looked up at the sky with longing eyes. Then came the peach banquet under the bloody sky. So, in his judgment, even if the divine realm was really opened, what he would face should not be the group of great demons from the peach banquet. The peach banquet should belong to a realm like the outer heavens. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's gaze turned towards the direction of the distant country. Under the Forbidden Life Domain, resurrection items cannot be used, and several professionals have already died, even a 9-turn giant has fallen. Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight arc as he withdrew his gaze. In his palm, a 6-colored dice appeared again, which he gently tossed. You rolled the lucky dice. Fortune is like purple chi coming from the east. Lucky value increased by 10,000 points, lasting for 30 minutes. The 6-colored dice spun rapidly, and rich purple light erupted like luck covering the top, illuminating the world. Purple chi comes from the east? Qin Feng was immediately overjoyed. The rich purple light merged into his body, and his luck value saw a terrifying increase. Without any hesitation, he directly sank his consciousness into the beast companion space. Greetings, my lord. Between heaven and earth, when Qin Feng's consciousness projection appeared, the huge Buddha head immediately spoke respectfully. Qin Feng nodded slightly and went directly to the celestial turtle before him. As if sensing something, the celestial turtle's huge head excitedly rubbed against Qin Feng's palm. Qin Feng gently stroked it, his gaze slightly focused. The beast panel quickly unfolded before his eyes. Celestial turtle. Tribulation, third tribulation. Consuming one piece of Yin essence can open the fourth tribulation. Begin the tribulation. Qin Feng slightly turned his palm, and the Yin essence immediately appeared in his palm, then he decisively spoke. You used Yin essence *1, your celestial turtle begins the tribulation. Current luck value, 10,000, beast's tribulation success rate increased to 75%. The panel information appeared before his eyes. In the next moment, water elements surged, and a huge water ball instantly enveloped the celestial turtle, transforming it into a turtle the size of a palm. In the ocean world, the little turtle swam around, cautiously searching for food. Reef and seaweed all served as hiding places for it when it was tired. In its early years, it was extremely lucky, managing to avoid the gaze of massive beasts every time. When it reached adulthood, it fought with great demons for food, the blood dyeing the sea red. It was unknown how many thousands of years passed. Until it raised its head and roared, a fierce aura sweeping across the heavens and earth, no more beasts dared to approach it. Finally, the gigantic water ball exploded, for massive legs carrying a vast aura returning, causing the beast companion space to tremble violently. Consuming Yin essence *1, celestial turtle's tribulation success. As information came into his mind, Qin Feng suppressed his inner joy and did not linger, as another piece of Yin essence appeared in his palm. Continue. You used Yin essence *1, your celestial turtle begins the tribulation. Current luck value, 10,000, beast's tribulation success rate increased to 75%. The huge water ball enveloped the celestial turtle, the ocean world reappeared. Time passed until the third tribulation ended. The panel information appeared before his eyes. Current beast, celestial turtle. Rank, ancient. Tribulation, 6th tribulation. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 6,450,000. Joy surfaced in Qin Feng's eyes. A 75% success rate in the tribulation, having not failed even once in 3 attempts, truly surprised him. He still had 3 essence of the dark moon in his hand, which should be enough for the heavenly Xuanwu to complete the 9th tribulation. My lord's divine might. Unmatched in the world. The giant skeletal corpse squatting on a small peak stood up, ghostly green fire flickering in its eye sockets, glancing at the Buddha head. The Buddha head's sycophantic look made it a bit nauseous. Yu Chanlong even wanted to give the Buddha head a slap. But after thinking for a moment, he decided against it. He couldn't win. Consciousness returned. Qin Feng's gaze turned toward the direction of the Kakagu. At this moment, as a 9-turn giant wielded a blade, the last head of the Orochi exploded with a roar. A message suddenly appeared on the panel. World boss, Shadow of Orochi has died. Qin gains 60 strands of divine power. The divine altar has descended. Boom! The earth trembled. Qin Feng clearly felt that something seemed to have descended in Tianqing City. At the same time, his panel information automatically appeared in front of him. Golden body, 1%. Note, you can collect incense faith through the divine altar to shape the divine golden body. Chapter 121, he alone can face the gods of 9 nations. Divine altar? Qin Feng stared at the panel information before him. With the death of the world boss, there was a new introduction to the golden body. Collecting incense faith through the divine altar to shape the divine golden body? Qin Feng mulled over the sentence, harboring some speculation in his heart. He looked into the distance. At the center of Tianqing City, a massive sound of tremors caught everyone's attention. A circular altar spanning several dozen feet appeared out of thin air. Rather than an altar, it was more like a platform carved with various mysterious runes. On the platform, 3 bronze stone tablets stood in a guarding formation, exuding a solemn aura. At the same time, a streak of golden divine light emerged from the sky, pouring into the altar. Then, a rune lit up with a hint of golden glow, faint divine might swirling around. Qin Feng squinted his eyes, sensing a slight tugging force, as if it wanted to pull him into the altar. However, this tugging force was very weak. It seemed that with just a slight movement, he could easily break free. He frowned, feeling the somewhat elusive divine might within the altar far away, falling into deep thought. Though incense faith could be used to shape the divine golden body, he had a feeling that once he entered it, he might be restricted by the divine altar, unable to act freely. This wouldn't be good for him. A glimmer sparked in Qin Feng's eyes, and suddenly a thought arose in his mind. Using some medium to replace the absorption of incense faith, though uncertain whether it would work, he wanted to give it a try. With a slight thought, a panel immediately appeared in front of him. Current summoned beasts: Black Dragon King, Heavenly Xuanwu, Skeletal Corpse, War Ant Queen, Sun Golden Crow. The only ones that could replace him in absorbing incense faith and belong to him were undoubtedly his summoned beasts. Then, Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly as he lightly activated his thoughts. Boom! A thunderclap erupted. Suddenly, dark clouds engulfed the sky, turbulent and overwhelming. In Tianqing City, the professionals looked astonished, gazing up at the sky. As professionals, they could clearly sense that this was definitely not an ordinary weather change, but a celestial phenomenon caused by a terrifying great demon. The pervasive terrifying demonic energy, in some level 3 cities, would be a catastrophe capable of slaughtering the entire city. However, this was Tianqing City. What kind of great demon would dare to descend in Tianqing City, where countless strong beings existed? Even though the 8-turn strong and 9-turn giants were not present, merely the numerous 7-turn professionals were not something an ordinary great demon could dare disdain. All the professionals stood still, looking up. In the crowd, Chen Shang felt a slight stir of divine power within him and looked up, revealing a hint of reverence in his eyes. She took a deep breath, her short hair gently swaying, looking at the sky, without a word. At that moment, with a loud roar echoing, a huge, fierce black dragon had slowly emerged from the dark clouds. Terrifying dragon power swept through the air. In the next moment, the black dragon circled in the dark clouds, then without hesitation, crashed directly into the divine altar. Buzz. On the altar, some runes lit up, and a faint divine power suddenly vibrated. A circle of light golden ripples spread out in all directions from the divine altar. In the void, the king of Qin stood with his hands behind his back, watching the scene before him. He had just returned and saw the scene, a hint of confusion in his aged eyes. The purpose of the divine altar is to summon gods, and for this black dragon to enter it was truly unexpected. His original idea was to use the divine altar to summon the first emperor back. With the first emperor in Qin Feng, even without full strength, they should be able to fight against the gods of the 9 nations. But this scene had completely disrupted his thoughts. This black dragon should be Qin Feng's beast, which is why it could enter the divine altar. He looked down and saw a small shadow of the black dragon appearing in the center of the altar, swirling and bathing in divine power. King Qin, this. Bai Su stood beside the king of Qin, speaking a bit helplessly. He understood the king of Qin's thoughts, which were now clearly impossible to realize. The group of 9-turn giants beside the king of Qin also looked worriedly at him. No problem. The king of Qin waved his hand slightly. Although he did not know Qin Feng's thoughts, since he placed his beast in the divine altar, he naturally had his own reasons. Moreover, even without this, wanting to use the divine altar to summon the first emperor was uncertain in success, just merely an idea. At the same time, the heavenly book Taoist, holding a shining book, stepped forward gently and said, "You all need not worry, one divine seed can face the gods of 9 nations alone. It is indeed feasible." On the other side, Qin Feng squinted his eyes slightly, feeling a bit pleased. Having his beast enter the divine altar on his behalf could absorb the faith and not limit his actions. It was definitely an excellent choice for him. As the Black Dragon King entered the divine altar, he inevitably bore all of Qin's hopes. Even without the incense cauldron, a continuous stream of faith flowed into his body, swirling toward the golden pearl. At the same time, a panel also appeared before him. Black Dragon King. Current status, cannot be summoned. Rank, ancient level. Crossing tribulations, first tribulation. Current divine power, 60 threads. Do you wish to consume divine power to begin the crossing tribulation? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. The divine power originally used for carrying gods could be used for the Black Dragon King's tribulation? Is it because the Black Dragon King is not a god, so it does not need divine power to carry it, thus allowing it to be used for him? He thought to himself, focusing his mind, and detailed information appeared before him. Consume 50 threads of divine power, success rate of crossing tribulation, 100%. Do you wish to start? 100%? Qin Feng's eyebrows twitched, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Originally, it required special tribulation materials and relied on a luck boost from level purple aura to barely reach a 75% success rate for the tribulation. Now using only divine power could directly reach 100%, it truly astonished him to the extreme. Looking at the panel before him, Qin Feng took a deep breath and decisively said, "Start the crossing tribulation." Consume 50 threads of divine power, the Black Dragon King begins crossing tribulation. As the information appeared on the panel, within the divine altar, the runes originally brightened by divine power quietly extinguished by more than half. Light golden divine power poured into the body of the Black Dragon King. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years quietly passed. Your Black Dragon King has successfully passed the tribulation. Current beast, Black Dragon King. Rank, ancient level. Tribulation, second tribulation. Combat power, 2,550,000. Chapter 122, Within the Great Qin, his name is Qin Feng. Success! Gazing at the information on the panel before him, Qin Feng felt even more excited inside. He originally just intended to rely on the Black Dragon King to help him gather faith, but unexpectedly, he received an unexpected joy. The divine power produced by the world bosses can be used for beast tribulations, and the success rate is actually as high as 100%. This means that only 8 world bosses, 400 strands of divine power, are needed for the Black Dragon King to successfully complete 9 tribulations? If he could obtain more divine power from the world bosses, or even all the divine power, then only 4 world bosses would be sufficient to achieve this? 4 world bosses mean just 4 days of time. By then, his evolution points would also be enough, allowing him to directly evolve it to stellar level. Sorting through his thoughts, Qin Feng pondered for a moment, and the panels of several beasts unfolded before him. He had 4 beasts that could rival the 9-turn giants. Heavenly Turtle. Combat power, 6,450,000. Bone Corpse. Combat power, 10 million. Mountain-moving Sacred Ape. Combat power, 8,800,000. Blood Buddha Incarnation. Combat power, 30 million. Among them, Bone Corpse and Mountain-Moving Sacred Ape could hardly be matched by any giant unless facing the 9 kings. And Blood Buddha Incarnation's combat power of 30 million could easily suppress even the united forces of the 9 rulers. The only concern was that once Blood Buddha Incarnation made a move, would it cause the true Blood Buddha to arrive early? Right now, he still did not have the strength to confront it head-on. With a slight shift in thought, the panel before Qin Feng changed. Occupation, Divine Embryo. Current evolution points, 473,391, 473,397. Given the current growth rate of evolution points, in one day, it could increase by 500,000 evolution points. This means that roughly by this time tomorrow, the evolution points would reach 1,000,000. The Heavenly Turtle is at the 6th tribulation. To reach the 9th tribulation before tomorrow, he would need to gain another lucky bonus of the level Purple Chi arriving from the east to have a small chance. Besides that, only Bone Corpse meets the conditions to evolve to stellar level. Even though using evolution points on Bone Corpse seems a bit wasteful, it is ultimately a safety measure. Considering this, Qin Feng no longer hesitated and looked up toward the Great Qin border, with a cold light flashing in his gaze. Next, it was time for the 9 nations to feel fear. Kokok Nation. Inside the Great Hall, the 9 rulers gathered together. Miyamoto Shirshian looked at the ancestral portrait before him, his eyelids twitching slightly, feeling a bit of annoyance rise in his heart. He glanced at the small elder beside him. Haven't you found it yet? The small elder's forehead was covered with fine sweat, and the star map before him was almost stirred into waves, constantly rolling. His face darkened, murmuring continuously. Impossible, it shouldn't be. Since that blue lotus exists, there shouldn't be no information found. As a 9-turn astrology envoy, as long as he didn't touch the 10 turns, there should be no information that he could not reach at all. But on the battlefield of world bosses, that blue lotus, which appeared abruptly, cannot even be found in the star map after flipping through it, as if it simply doesn't exist. Upon hearing this, the brows of the 9 kings furrowed deeply. For the first world boss, they completely miscalculated. The 9 nations combined only received 40 strands of divine power. On average, each nation received less than 5 strands, with Great Qin securing 12 strands of divine power and actually taking the lead. More importantly, this loss was extremely heavy, even leading to the fall of a 9-turn giant. If the next world bosses all possess forbidden life areas, then they would be completely unable to spare manpower to continue blocking Great Qin. Unable to gain a crushing advantage in the first round of the national war task. Even if we win the national war, it is likely to be a Pyrrhic victory, completely contrary to our expectations. When that blue lotus appeared, I sensed the breath of a professional on it. It must be the beast master of some professional. However, with its terrifying damage, it cannot be controlled by any beast master existing in this era. Perhaps it comes from ancient times. The king of the White Eagle Kingdom spoke. The short old man remained silent. Moments later, he slowly raised his head, as if he had made some determined decision, and his gaze fixed tightly on the star map before him. He understood the intentions of the many kings. This beast master from ancient times likely does not belong to any kingdom. If they can successfully win him over, then in the first round of the national war, they will surely gain an overwhelming advantage, so they need to obtain information about this beast master, even if it's just a face or even a name. Who? The short old man slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his arms raised weakly, his face suddenly turning fierce, and at that moment, stars appeared in his small eyes. I am the star map. As this method was invoked, the star map before him instantly expanded several times. Immediately afterward, a tremendous pulling force surged from the star map, directly sucking him into it. As the old man's body was drawn into the star map expanded again, almost filling the entire hall. Additionally, a brown planet, resembling an eyeball, appeared in the center of the star map. The brown planet slowly rotated, its light dimming and brightening, like an eye constantly blinking, observing everything. If someone could look from afar in the universe, they would find that the brown planet was pressed against the exterior of the Earth star, peering inward. As information swept past one after another, soon the brown planet seemed to have discovered something, directing its gaze over. As the vision drew closer, a valley appeared, and then a line of information followed. Name, Qin Feng. Crack. As the information just manifested its first layer, and even the figure was still in a vague state, a tearing pain suddenly struck. The star map in the hall shattered with a thunderous noise. The short old man was hurled out from within it. Ah! The heavenly book Taoist. The old man's face was deathly pale, one eye bleeding profusely, and his entire being was in a state of extreme weakness. Huff! Huff! He gasped for air, lowly screaming. The side effect of I am the star map was already great, and now being ambushed by the heavenly book Taoist, he not only lost 100 years of life but also directly lost one eye. However, fortunately, he managed to see some information so he didn't come away empty-handed. Ha! The short old man forced a smile and said, I did my best, the information is limited, just a rough location and a name. That's enough, thank you, divine envoy. Upon hearing this, Miyamoto Shirshian was overjoyed. With the location and name, they can go together to search for it, almost locking in their target. The 9 kings all looked at the old man with eager faces. Seeing this, the old man forced himself to stand upright and slowly uttered a few words. In the territory of the Great Qin, a valley. Name, Qin Feng. Chapter 123, so, the king of Great Qin is acting in a play for us? Qin. Qin Feng? As soon as these words were spoken, the hall instantly fell into a deep silence. The 9 kings looked at each other, frozen in place like wooden figures. The reason for this was simply that they were too familiar with this name. Was it only a few days since the death of the divine seed? The conquest of Great Qin was still fresh in their memories. Although they were sure that the person was already dead, the kingdom, name, and even the profession matched perfectly, which seemed too coincidental, inevitably raising some doubts in their hearts. Noticing the somewhat stiff expressions of the kings, the old man cast a spell to stop the blood flow from his eye sockets, and scanned the crowd with one eye, saying, What's wrong? Miyamoto Shirshian took a deep breath. Divine envoy, don't you think this name sounds a bit familiar? Familiar? The old man's brows furrowed as he flipped his palm and stuffed a white medicinal pill into his mouth. Let some muddled minds wake up a little. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Reciting this name again, the old man suddenly seemed to remember something. Surprised, he said, that divine seed of the Great Qin? No. It's impossible. He quickly shook his head in denial. At first, the star chart had clearly shown that the divine seed was already dead, and there was no way it could reappear. However, this was truly too much of a coincidence. The old man waved his hand, and the star chart appeared again before him. Staring at the star chart in front of him, a hint of hesitation rose in his heart, but he ultimately still gave up the idea of checking again. The heavenly book Taoist had already noticed his movements, and even if he was willing to expend his remaining lifespan, under the interference of the heavenly book Taoist, it would likely be difficult to see all the information about that person. His expression changed, and suddenly he thought of something. He reached into the stars and quickly stirred them up. As his arm stirred, the stars kept changing, with wave after wave of different constellations constantly replacing each other. However, it had been a full 2 minutes, and the old man's movements had not stopped. Instead, they became faster and more urgent. It can't be. It shouldn't be. He kept murmuring, his face growing increasingly ugly, with blood vessels surging in his only remaining eye. Time passed second by second, and the old man's movements grew more intense. Bang! With a loud sound, the star chart in front of him collapsed for the second time, and the old man uncontrollably stumbled back a few steps, falling to the ground with a terrified expression. It's gone. His eyes were filled with fear, hard to believe. The dead star, symbolizing the divine seed, had vanished, completely non-existent in the star chart. That means the divine seed. Maybe, still alive. He murmured, his eyes wide open yet somewhat empty. What? Upon hearing this, several kings could no longer sit still. You mean, that divine seed is not dead? Miyamoto Shurgen's face changed, instantly filled with anger. So, the great Qin king is acting? He deliberately pretended that the divine seed was dead, wanting to perish with us while annihilating a country? He was practically about to explode with rage. The ever-righteous Ing Tian was actually so treacherous. Damn. Truly damn. He couldn't bear to think how Ing Tian would look when he returned that day. The so-called alliance of the 10 nations, in his eyes, was probably just a joke like a bunch of fools. Ha! Miyamoto Shurgen's face flushed, his eyes wide with anger. Good. 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 He scanned the 8 kings one by one, repeating the word good 3 times. At this moment, the faces of the 8 kings turned increasingly ugly. If the divine seed was alive, it meant they were finished. With the ruthless methods of the great Qin King, the outcome for the Storm Kingdom would probably be their fate as well. Even if they survived, they would become a dog of the great Qin. What should we do? The king of the White Eagle Kingdom spoke with difficulty, feeling his mouth was extremely dry. The gazes of several of them were all on Miyamoto Shurgen. Currently, only the Mouth Nation could rely on that old ancestor to hold on to a glimmer of hope. After closing his eyes in silence for a long time, Miyamoto Shurgen opened his eyes again, a hint of fierce light flickering in them. My lords! Have you heard of the Abyss Buddha Temple? His tone was calm, as if he had made up his mind. The Abyss Buddha Temple? Upon hearing this, the faces of a few changed slightly. They were all kings, of course, they knew about the existence of the Abyss and the Abyss Buddha Temple. And now Miyamoto Shurgen mentioned. You have come into contact with it? You want to borrow the power of that ghostly Buddha? This. The several kings exchanged glances, their expressions showing some struggle. This idea was as dangerous as the threat posed by the Great Qin. Seeming to see the hesitation of everyone, Miyamoto Shurgen spoke again. 50 million practitioners' blood sacrifices can exchange for the continuation of our nation's luck. Once it's done, it will not linger and will return to the abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, one king suddenly looked up. But, is that ghostly Buddha trustworthy? Trustworthy or not, do you have any better plans? The ghostly Buddha seeks the path to ascend to divinity. The current world lacks the soil to bear such deities, thus it has no reason to remain. Miyamoto Shurgen's gaze swept over everyone once more. Ladies and gentlemen, it is but this one path, between life and death. 50 million professionals, fewer than 7 million per country, compared to annihilating a nation, it's merely a cut of flesh. A sudden spread of scarlet color enveloped everything. This scarlet spread extremely quickly. In just the blink of an eye, it had completely obscured the heavens and the earth, even the black fog of the demon general was illuminated in deep red. What is this? Bai Su opened his eyes wide, horrified as he spoke. He was far too familiar with this scene. But compared to the scene caused by that wisp of incarnation, this moment left him even more shocked. The scarlet light only lasted a few seconds, covering the heavens and the earth, enveloping the 10 nations, it was simply terrifying. And under the illumination of this red light, an indescribable feeling of weakness spread throughout his body. He, along with Feng Xuangu and several others at the 9th turn, were still able to resist, but the 8th turn experts of the Great Qin were already shaking all over, almost losing control and falling from the skies. Is this the power of a demigod? Bai Su's heart trembled with fear. Ghost Buddha's true body. The Great Qin King coldly lowered his gaze. He saw in a large hall beneath his feet, in the White Eagle Nation, a torrent of blood rushing skyward. At the same time, in the other 7 nations, except for the Mouth-to-Mouth Nation, crimson blood surged up like waves towards the sky. 8 streams of blood converged into a vast sea of blood suspended in the sky, and from within the blood sea, a withered old man slowly emerged. In the next moment, his eyes slowly opened, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The Buddha has arrived. Retreat! The moment the blood sea rose, the Great Qin King immediately ordered, leading everyone to retreat rapidly towards the Great Qin. However, the Ghost Buddha's emergence was simply too fast. From the moment the red light filled the skies to the blood sea rising, the Ghost Buddha descended, not even a minute had passed. The distance the Great Qin King and others retreated was not even halfway, and already a thick blood mist gathered, blocking their way. Everyone turned back to see that the withered old man had already stood behind them. Great Qin King? A delightful scent. This Buddha will enjoy you well. The Ghost Buddha grinned, his eyes revealing a crimson glow. As he spoke, he reached out his hand. With the movement of his withered palm, a gigantic scarlet hand appeared out of thin air in the sky, directly reaching for the Great Qin King and the others. Enjoy? A rat hiding in the depths of the abyss dares to covet the Great Qin? Do you truly believe I cannot slay you? The Great Qin King coldly snorted, a fierce expression appearing on his decrepit face. Immediately after, a scroll of paper appeared in his palm and suddenly unfolded. Buzz! Within the realm of Great Qin, a peculiar sound of trembling spread everywhere. The entire nation seemed to be shaking. This was a sign of the national fortune being activated. Even the Great Qin King, facing a true demigod, had only one method. Though this method required consuming the national fortune built over 10,000 years, there was no other choice. Qin Wang. Bai Su and the others felt the turmoil of the national fortune, their expressions full of unwillingness, shouting in alarm. Once the 10,000 years of national fortune was depleted, it meant that even if they won this country war, Great Qin would have no chance of becoming a god. More importantly, the Great Qin King's lifespan had already come to an end, depending entirely on the national fortune to prolong it. If the national fortune were to be lost, the Great Qin King would also reach the end of his life, completely perishing. But, facing a demigod, in the end, there was no other choice. Bai Su and the others showed sorrowful faces. The image of a young man flashed before him, but he shook his head. In the end, it was still a matter of time. The great Qin King's aged face grew solemn. He did not respond but took a step forward, saying, "Please. Begin." Boom. However, just as he began to speak, the scarlet ghost claw before him suddenly burst apart. Immediately after, a giant, ferocious Buddha head abruptly appeared before everyone. The ghost Buddha was stunned for a moment, and soon, the corners of his withered face pulled back to his ears. He felt the pull of power, and though he had blood food as a supplement, recovering his original strength was still extremely difficult. But as long as he swallowed this incarnation before him, his strength could completely recover, and even advance further. He stared at the fierce Buddha head in front of him, and slightly opened his mouth. Sin. And just as he spat out one word, the fierce Buddha head opposite also opened its mouth. Sin beast, why do you not come at once? A violent roar was like rolling thunder sound, suddenly raging and spreading. Even, this one sentence directly used the soul-suppressing Buddha name, making the scarlet blood fog between heaven and earth roll and howl. The ghost Buddha was stunned, blinked his eyes, and on the withered face appeared a trace of confused look, staring at that Buddha head with a face full of disbelief. Chapter 125 Spend 1 million evolution points, Bone Corpse evolution completed. As the fierce Buddha head appeared. Under the sky full of red light, at the same time a streak of golden red light surged out. Qin Feng stepped on the great sun golden crow, with a calm face, quietly watching the ghost Buddha. Before his eyes, the ghost Buddha's information clearly appeared. Ghost Buddha. Level, Demigod. Combat power, 80 million. The information appearing before his eyes did not cause much change in Qin Feng's expression. His gaze was calm, and he spoke indifferently, a demigod body, and you dare dream of overturning heaven? Chi. Seeing Qin Feng appear, the ghost Buddha suddenly sneered, his face skin slightly trembling. This Buddha is very interested in you. The way of beast control, yet you can contract gods? Though it is only one incarnation of this Buddha, it truly exceeds this Buddha's expectation. He stared at Qin Feng and pulled open the corner of his mouth. There is actually a disguise method that even this Buddha cannot see through. Gods? Chi. The ghost Buddha showed mockery, the red light around his body growing brighter and brighter. This Buddha will eat you. Let you truly know what is the mighty power of a god. As the words fell, his body was already completely wrapped by red light. Immediately after, his originally withered flesh body began to rapidly swell, the sky blood sea turned into a waterfall pouring down, flooding into his body. An extremely terrifying aura began to spread. Until the sky blood sea was completely exhausted, a larger and more fierce Buddha head appeared in the sky. Before this Buddha head, Ghost Buddha incarnation, was like a child, not even half the size of the Ghost Buddha. Insolent! Insolent! Ghost Buddha incarnation had a fierce face, so anxious he almost jumped in place. It was only one of his own incarnations, if it did not obediently return it would be fine, but now it even dared to harm the master. Simply insolent. He opened his huge mouth wide, trying hard to suck the blood sea into his mouth, but exhausting all his strength, only one drop of blood the size of a fingertip floated over, barely wetting his lips. Sin beast! Sin beast! On his already fierce face, a pair of scarlet eyes glared up in fury. The surging blood sea in the sky clearly should belong to his power, yet this incarnation dared to swallow it all, letting him only lick one drop? Boom! Without even needing Qin Feng to give an order, a huge scarlet Buddha palm had already appeared, directly slapping down toward the ghost Buddha. At the same time, Qin Feng also did not hesitate. Except for Bone Corpse and Black Dragon King, all beast pets came out together. Heaven-piercing black tortoise, great sun golden crow, mountain-moving sacred ape, war ant queen, creation green lotus. Different skills fell one after another. Great sun golden crow raised its head and screeched, a round golden great sun rose into the sky. Heaven-piercing black tortoise stomped its pillar-like giant leg, a terrifying water dragon tornado connected heaven and earth. Mountain-moving sacred ape snorted through its nose, its body violently expanded several times, both arms braced, a 10,000 jung high mountain appeared out of thin air. War ant queen burst fierce light from her eyes, endless ant beasts continuously poured out. Creation green lotus, lotus leaves swayed, life aura spread out, at the same time lotus leaves became like swords, suddenly swinging down. Space itself was twisting, and cracks in space continuously collapsed into being. The ghost Buddha turned his head, blood fog gathered, as if looking at a group of mice. As the attacks fell, he was just about to act, but suddenly his body stiffened, completely losing control, only able to watch helplessly as various skills bombarded down. Divine Edict, activated. Boom 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 boom. Terrifying skills fell, blasting a short moment of blank out of the sky full red light. However, such terrifying skills, when landing on the Buddha head, were like ants shaking a tree, the damage extremely low. Blaspheming a god. The Buddha head opened its mouth. Furious glare. This familiar method made him quite angry. Blood mist began to crazily riot around him. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the invisible shackles were completely broken. Above the sky, red light surged, thick as if it could drip blood. It's over. I will enjoy you well. The Buddha's head opened its mouth, and a giant crimson hand instantly formed, reaching straight for Qin Feng. Step back. The great Qin King's expression changed dramatically, taking a step forward, grabbing Qin Feng and throwing him behind himself. At the same time, Bai Su and a group of 9 transformations stepped forward, blocking Qin Feng. They were already clinging to life, with no possibility of moving forward in their lifetime. But as long as the divine seed lived, there was hope for the great Qin. Bai Su and others showed a determination to die, standing in front of Qin Feng. Meanwhile, the great Qin's 8 transformations no longer hesitated, their eyes revealing fierce looks, their blood starting to burn, forcibly steadying their floating bodies, standing level with Bai Su and others, ready to fight for their lives. However, at this moment, Qin Feng did not retreat, but instead waved to recall all his beast companions. Amidst the astonished looks of the great Qin people, he gently pushed aside their block, lightly stepped over Bai Su, and walked in front of the great Qin King. Then, his lips curled up, and a calm voice slowly came forth. You're right, it should end. As these words fell, in front of him, a message was appearing on the panel. Consume 1 million evolution points, Bone Corpse evolution completed. Chapter 126, the first stellar level, In Chao Difu. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, a strange vibration seemed to emerge. This vibration was not strong, but it caused a strong discomfort in everyone's hearts. As if a power completely different from this world was awakening, forcefully breaking into this world. The terrifying face of the ghost Buddha revealed an expression of disbelief. The blood mist-formed hand suddenly collapsed, and the sky full of red light began to dissipate, replaced by an indescribable grey death energy spreading across the sky. If observed from the starry sky, one would find that the Earth star was completely covered by grey death energy. The entire Earth star had completely turned into a grey sphere. Hiss. Between heaven and earth, as the death energy swept through. Above the Cuckoo Kingdom, a being 10,000 meters long, with 8 heads and 8 tails, red like a heavenly lantern, covered in green moss, surrounded by grey clouds, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was shrouded in death energy, but its 8 pairs of eyes opened in unison, indifferently scanning the surroundings. It was indeed the shadow of the 8-headed serpent. Outside the grand hall, Miyamoto Shirshian looked up in horror, staring at the huge creature that should have been dead. What's going on? What is this situation? The short-statured astrology envoy found it even harder to believe. Compared to Miyamoto Shirshian, as a prophecy-type practitioner, he felt a greater sense of fear. He did not look at the revered revived 8-headed serpent shadow, but instead rose into the air, scanning around the Cuckoo Kingdom. In the next moment, his mouth gaped open in horror. He saw figures continuously appearing over the surrounding sea. They all wore expressionless faces, with a grayish color all over, just standing quietly on the sea, exuding a dead silence. This is my Cuckoo Kingdom's deceased citizens? Miyamoto Shirshuan's face changed drastically, mouth agape in disbelief. The old man beside him stiffened, his head slowly turned again to look in a certain direction. There was a kingdom. A kingdom that had already perished. But at this moment, in that direction, endless grey figures appeared one after another. Among them, one familiar face was expressionlessly gazing at them. King of the Storm Kingdom, Fengshan. At this point, not only Miyamoto Shirshian, the other 8 kings also walked out of the grand hall. Originally victorious, the confidence in the imminent destruction of Qin completely vanished, and their faces turned incredibly grim. They looked up, and the soulless eyes of Fengshan slowly scanned over them. What filled them with even greater dread was, in their kingdom, the more than 6 million silhouettes that they had personally buried were rising again in a lifeless manner. 6 million densely packed figures stood there, staring at them with blank expressions. What on earth is happening? Miyamoto Shirshian spoke with a bitter expression, his voice hoarse. He even saw the statue of the Buddha head tremble, its blood mist quivering. Even that ghostly Buddha fears? Can a demigod be powerless against it? Miyamoto Shirshian took a deep breath but felt only decay and lifelessness in his nostrils. The grey atmosphere had filled every corner of the Earth star, even the air had changed. He gazed at the young man standing calmly before the ghostly Buddha, feeling a wave of powerlessness wash over him. Why? How can he achieve this? Sizzle. A star map suddenly appeared, but it was completely grey and white. Within it, there was an empty void, with no star visible. Ha. Looking at the star map before him, tears slipped from the old man's remaining eye, and he laughed weakly, his face full of despair. If I'm not mistaken, this place shouldn't even be considered Earth star anymore. Star level, this is star level. Ugh. He opened his mouth wide, silently weeping, kneeling in the void. King. We are finished. We are finished. As the voice of the astrologer fell, it seemed to confirm his words. In the trembling gaze of the ghostly Buddha, a strange portal filled with a lifeless aura quietly appeared, spanning the sky. This portal connected heaven and earth, engulfed by ghostly energy. 4 distorted characters were carved on the portal, Underworld. And in Qin Feng's gaze, the beast-taming information finally appeared. Bone corpse evolution completed. Current tamed beast, Underworld. Grade, star level. Combat power, max. Chapter 127, Underworld, Divine Path. Underworld. The ghastly face of the ghostly Buddha began to show intense unease. Impossible. How can this be? He looked at the giant portal before him in disbelief. The surrounding atmosphere filled him with overwhelming fear. Within that ghostly portal, filled with an aura of lifelessness, contained the power he had always longed for. It was the true divine aura, a power he could never resist. Sizzle. The ghastly Buddha head began to dissolve, turning back into a shriveled old man under the illumination of the gray light. Then, his knees buckled, and he directly knelt in the void. Spare my life. I am willing to merge with the original body. He lowered his head and spoke softly. Let alone resist, he couldn't even muster the thought of escape. The gray light shone across heaven and earth, filling every corner. Rather than still being Earth Star, it was more accurate to say it was already in the underworld. Without entering the divine path, even a tiny gap would be like a world apart. The eyes of the Qin king could not hide his shock as he slowly put away the scroll in his hand. Bai Su and the others looked at the dead portal of the underworld, even more shocked beyond measure. Though they could not comprehend what kind of power it was, they understood when they saw the ghostly Buddha kneeling, that it was above demigods, divine power. Qin Feng nodded slightly and waved his hand. A crimson, ghastly Buddha head appeared in the void. Eat it. Qin Feng spoke indifferently. Thank you for the gift, my lord. The ghastly face of the Buddha head showed surprise, and it directly opened its mouth to suck greedily. The entire body of the ghostly Buddha was sucked into the giant mouth of the Buddha head. On top of the Buddha's head, red light surged violently, the crimson color becoming extremely rich, and its attributes changed. Current beast, Ghost Buddha. Grade, Ancient level. Trial, 9th trial. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 110 million. Skills. Evolution value required, 1 million. As the broken state disappeared, the information about evolution also emerged. Staring at the panel information in front of him, Qin Feng waved his hand and withdrew it back into the beast space. Then, his gaze turned to the undead demon general in the sky. In the next moment, with no warning, merely through eye contact, the body of the undead demon general crumbled directly, its health value hitting 0, and then it reappeared between heaven and earth in a deathly gray color. World boss, the undead demon general has died, the great Qin gains 100 threads of divine power. As the panel information appeared, a golden divine light surged out of nowhere, pouring into the great Qin altar. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he gently closed his eyes. Under the reflection of the Yin Xiao Diyu, he could clearly feel a causal thread deeply buried somewhere. Yet, even with the divine power of the Yin Xiao Diyu, he still couldn't completely trace the source of that causal line. Though it was within the Earth Star, it felt more like a separate space. The abyss? Qin Feng remembered the ghost Buddha had mentioned it. It was a gathering place for professionals with no way forward, meaning there should be an ability within the abyss to keep dying professionals alive, clinging to life. There might even be more than one demigod among them. To hold demigods, maintain vitality, and to have a power that even the divine power of the Yin Xiao Diyu cannot completely penetrate, this strength surprised him. Slightly frowning, Qin Feng opened his eyes again. He originally wanted to use the power of the Yin Xiao Diyu to directly probe into the abyss, follow the causal line to its source, and pull Su Mingyue's soul out. But now, it seemed that only by personally stepping into the abyss could he accomplish this. After temporarily giving up this plan, Qin Feng's gaze finally settled on the huge portal of the Yin Xiao Diyu. Ancient level to stellar level evolution. Evolving from bone corpse to Yin Xiao Diyu, combat power directly became max. The change was far beyond his imagination, even making him somewhat anticipate the stellar forms of his other beasts. But compared to this, what surprised Qin Feng even more was that his panel had also changed. Profession, Beast Master of the Divine Path. Level, 5 transitions, 150 levels. Combat power, 1 million. Current status, Trial, 1. Talent, Breaking Limits. Passive skills, Acting as a God, Symbiosis. Skills, Divine Observation, Divine Oracle. Golden Body, 9%. Divine Power, Book of Life and Death. Beasts, Yin Xiao Diyu, Great Sun Golden Crow, Black Dragon King. Chapter 128, This World Must End. In the Cocoa Kingdom, the Great Hall. Miyamoto Shirshian stood before the portrait of his ancestors, his eyes vacant, his face ashen. Beside him, the small-bodied, astrology messenger, also hung their head, their gaze filled with despair. Miyamoto Shirshian looked at the ancestor's portrait, his knees buckled, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, tears streaming as he gazed at the portrait. "Ancestor, please save me!" he cried out, having completely run out of options. Stellar level, divine power, this was an absolutely unresolvable strength. For him, even exhausting the fortunes of the Cocoa Kingdom, even if the 9 countries joined forces, there was only a dead end. Thud. 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 In the Great Hall, Miyamoto Shirshian repeatedly knocked his head on the ground. The sound echoed in the hall, not knowing how long it lasted. Sigh. From within the portrait, suddenly a soft sigh sounded. Immediately after, a phantom figure slowly floated out. Ancestor. As this phantom floated out, Miyamoto Shirshian immediately called out and knocked his head heavily again. "Ancestor, please save the Cocoa Kingdom." He wept as he pleaded. Su Fu's phantom face showed a trace of weariness. Even he never expected that, in this era, the power of the divine would truly emerge. His expression became somewhat serious as he gazed far into the sky at the underworld. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Prepare, escape into the abyss. This world is about to end." Su Fu's slightly weary voice echoed softly, and then he raised his head slightly to look up at the sky. Although the sky was covered in gray light, his gaze seemed to penetrate the grayness, revealing a trace of fear in his expression. After a moment, he sighed again, and his figure slowly vanished from the spot. Godly path? Qin Feng looked at the professional panel before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. This was his first time directly experiencing a career change without going through the 9 transformations of the Divine Road task. He transformed from Divine Fetus to Godly Path. He had some guesses in his heart. Evolving from the ancient level to the stellar level was itself a qualitative change. Compared to the ancient level bone corpse, the underworld was true divine power. The so-called godly path should be the meaning of controlling divinity and commanding the divine way. Thinking about this, Qin Feng shifted his gaze to the divine ability information on the panel. At this moment, the panel finally displayed the first divine ability. Book of Life and Death? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Underworld combined with Book of Life and Death naturally made him think of a connection. So is this the divine ability brought by the underworld? He had some guesses in his heart. Just from the name Book of Life and Death, he could determine its general function. In his previous life, the Book of Life and Death managed lifespans in the human realm. But in this life, being called a divine ability should not be as simple as just modifying a lifespan. Thinking of this, his gaze flickered, fixing on the divine ability Book of Life and Death. In an instant, detailed information slowly unfolded, and at this moment, a strong sense of spine-chilling terror suddenly engulfed Qin Feng's entire body. The massive portal of the underworld abruptly trembled, and the gray light covering the world suddenly split open a gap. Then, in the sky, an eye slowly opened. Chapter 129, The World Crumbles, Parallel Time and Space. Qin Feng's body suddenly tensed, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even with the existence of the underworld, that sense of oppression still made every pore on his body feel like it was about to explode. The eye showed no emotion, always gazing with an extremely calm demeanor. But both Qin Feng and the great Qin King, Baisu, and others felt an indescribable fear. This fear came from deep within their hearts, as if it were a primal instinct. The great Qin King's withered face trembled, and a scroll of paper reappeared in his palm. But he tightly clenched his hands, having no desire to unfold it. Or rather, even if he did unfold it, he had no confidence in winning at all. The underworld buzzed and trembled, gray light continuously surged out, trying to obscure that eye. However, under the influence of that eye, the gray light covering the sky was torn wider and wider, until the sky became clear, filled with that eye. Crack! A sound of breaking entered their ears. Then came a series of continuous cracking sounds. Between heaven and earth, dense cracks began to spread, gradually covering every part of the world. At this moment, the entire earth seemed like a cracked porcelain, as if it was about to shatter completely in the next second. Everyone looked up in shock, their eyes trembling. Under the gaze of that eye, the dense cracks continued to spread. Until everywhere they looked was filled with terrifying cracks. With a sharp bang, the sound echoed in their ears. Heaven and earth shattered with a thunderous roar, and the world began to collapse. Everyone's bodies began. Within the Earth Star, all consciousness began to vanish. Qin Feng opened his eyes wide, staring fixedly at the eye in the sky. The hell underworld had been pushed to its limits by him, surging gray light trying to stabilize this world, but it was of no use at all. Every action was like a mayfly shaking a tree, a mantis trying to stop a car. Even the hell underworld showed signs of dissipating at this moment. Even a stellar level could not resist? Qin Feng's body had already scattered more than half, his consciousness gradually blurred, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Until his head also shattered into tiny dust particles, his consciousness completely plunged into chaos. Heaven and earth crumbled, the world perished. The eye slowly closed, and then vanished into the void. At the same time, a majestic figure dressed in a black dragon robe emerged from thin air, standing in the void. His calm eyes watched for a long time before he spoke. "Immortal Qin, you were just one step away. Lonely, wait for your return." He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calm, and his figure slowly faded away. Darkness, endless darkness. After an unknown amount of time, a light appeared, and noisy voices rushed into his ears. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at everything before him. In his mind, there was a buzzing sound constantly echoing, making it hard for him to hear the noise around him. He pressed hard on his temples with his knuckles, trying to relieve the buzzing in his head, but suddenly felt a wave of fatigue and a wrinkled touch. Qin Feng froze for a moment, opened his hands, and looked down. Before him were a pair of aged, shriveled hands. He suddenly jolted, and at this moment, the buzzing sound in his mind gradually lessened. The noise in his ears became clearer. A voice entered his ears from the square before him. Qin Feng, profession, Beast Tamer. Chapter 130, Parallel Spacetime. The Great Qin King. Qin Feng slowly raised his head. A hint of confusion flickered in his gaze. Job transfer square? Profession awakening? Qin Feng? Everything felt incredibly familiar, so familiar that he found it hard to comprehend the current situation. Time reversal? But... Qin Feng looked at the boy in the center of the square, who walked down with his head down amidst the ridicule of the crowd. If he is Qin Feng, then who am I? His head felt dizzy, and the fatigue in his body grew stronger. Qin Feng slowly straightened up, looking down at himself. Beneath the ragged clothes was an old, shriveled body. He took a couple of steps, arriving at a pool of water. Through the water's surface, a thin and extremely old face reflected back. He raised his hand to touch his shriveled face, as the world collapsing in his memory echoed continually in his mind. What is going on? He couldn't determine anything, he just stared blankly at the boy in the center of the square, who took steps down amid the crowd's mockery and faint pity, and then walked outside. The boy kept his head down until he passed right beside him, slowly moving away. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, his body swaying, and he followed closely behind. His mind was in chaos, and the fatigue in his body became more severe. But he felt that he should quickly figure out the situation. What exactly is all this before him? Is it a dream? Or something else? The boy walked quickly, stopping only in front of a tall building. Qin Feng looked up, the words 10,000 Beasts Tower came into view. 10,000 Beasts Tower? He murmured, standing outside the door, waiting quietly. Before long, the boy walked out, his expression containing a bit of gloom. He stood still for a moment in thought, then turned and walked in a certain direction. Wait. Qin Feng froze for a moment. The direction the boy walked was not toward the black water marsh. He lifted his feet, wanting to follow. However, in a turn of his gaze, he saw another unexpected figure. That person also had an old face, with worn clothing, squatting on the ground. The eyes scanned the surroundings back and forth. The withered face, full of white hair like broken branches and fallen willows, made the whole person seem like a wild grass about to wither away. A familiar feeling lingered in his heart, causing his breath to quicken slightly. He took a few quick steps and arrived in front of the old man, his gaze fixed directly on him, and after a long time, he tentatively called out, "Great Qin King?" As soon as the words fell, the old man in front of him clearly trembled, his pupils dilating rapidly, and his breathing became somewhat hurried. You? Qin Feng? The old man's skin twitched, uncertain as he spoke. Great Qin King, what is going on here? Qin Feng's voice was weak as he watched the bustling crowd and asked. Is it time reversal, or are we already dead? The Great Qin King squatted down, took a deep breath, and stood up with some effort. After a moment of silence, he gently shook his head. No. It's not time reversal. This place, although belonging to the Great Qin's Linen City, is somewhat different. To say it's time reversal isn't quite accurate. If I had to say, perhaps another explanation would be more reasonable. Parallel time and space. Chapter 131, The Corpse of the Great Qin King, Path of the Divine Emperor. Parallel time and space? Qin Feng swallowed hard, whispering in surprise. Exactly. The Great Qin King nodded and said. In this world, every second, countless parallel time and spaces are produced. Different choices, different thoughts, all create different changes in parallel time and space. Some good, some bad, some strong, some weak. And this time and space is Great Qin. As he spoke, he raised his gaze to the sky, his voice suddenly becoming serious. is much more terrifying than I imagined. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng followed the great Qin King's gaze and looked up. In an instant, his heart trembled violently, and he was filled with horror, his aged face twitching uncontrollably. In the sky, a corpse lay across the horizon. Connected to it was a towering ancient starry wall. The corpse was bound by several black chains, as if carrying the starry wall on its back. What was even more unbelievable to Qin Feng was the corpse was wearing a black dragon robe. Despite bending down and remaining motionless, countless threads of energy continuously descended from its entire being, vanishing into the void. The boundless terrifying aura was something even the peak Great Qin King could not compare to. That is, the Great Qin King of this time and space? Qin Feng exclaimed in shock, feeling his blood run cold. He couldn't imagine why the esteemed Great Qin King would appear in such a form. Path of the Divine Emperor. In the Great Qin King's aged eyes, thoughts emerged. He opened his mouth, his voice somewhat heavy as he spoke. This is the 10 transformations left by the first emperor, and he did not walk this path, but unexpectedly, the Great Qin King of this time and space made this choice. Path of the Divine Emperor? Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of confusion as he looked at the Great Qin King. He recalled his profession, way of the divine ascension, seemed somewhat similar to this path of the Divine Emperor. The Great Qin King took a deep breath and slowly spoke. This is the 10 transformations technique left by the first emperor, and it is the road he took. I once considered it but ultimately gave it up. At this point, the Great Qin King paused and looked once more at the tall figure in the sky, bearing the starry wall. Every thought and action creates itself. He chose to give up, and thus, there would be another Great Qin King who chose to accept. The Great Qin King's gaze was complex as he sighed, then continued. The so-called path of the Divine Emperor merges the entire Great Qin with oneself, forcibly breaking the 9 transformations barrier. Entering this path, I am Great Qin, and Great Qin is me. From then on, he absorbs the energy of heaven and earth, nourishing the Great Qin. And the people of Great Qin, in turn, absorb his energy, enhancing themselves. In other words, at this moment, this land of Great Qin is his flesh and blood, and the countless beings of Great Qin are his cells. The power of the entire world is under his control. As long as the Great Qin does not perish, he will not perish. As the words of the Great Qin King fell, Qin Feng's breath suddenly became rapid, and he gazed at the body where breath continuously descended, feeling some astonishment inside. This was his first time understanding in detail the 10 turns, and the so-called divine path realm. The path of 10 turns, no wonder it is called divine. This method, rather than saying it is 10 turns, is better described as having completely transcended the practitioner and stepped into another level. He took a deep breath, about to say something, but saw the Great Qin King's words suddenly shift, saying, "But even if he has already reached 10 turns and stepped into the Imperial Divine Path, does he still need to bear the starry sky Great Wall to block the beings from outside the domain?" Chapter 132, Replacement, Becoming the Only One of This Spacetime. The voice of the Great Qin King was grave, and his gaze flickered with unusual colors. The starry sky Great Wall blocks beings from outside the domain. Having reached 10 turns and stepped into the Imperial Divine Path, in his view, it should be enough to clear the outer domain. But the scene before him was completely different from his imagination. This Great Qin King, even after stepping into the Imperial Divine Path, was still being forced by beings from outside the domain, having to bear the starry sky Great Wall to separate from the outer domain? The beings from outside the domain in this spacetime were completely different from those in his own spacetime. Had they become so strong? Beings from outside the domain? Qin Feng's voice was hoarse, gazing at the sky with old eyes, containing a bit of heaviness. The fact that even the Great Qin King, who has stepped into the Imperial Divine Path, had to bear the starry sky Great Wall to resist the outer beings can only indicate how terrifying those beings were. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, gradually calming the emotions in his heart, and looked at the Great Qin King, questioning. Great Qin King, why are we here? Hearing this, the Great Qin King gently shook his head. I'm not sure either. The heavens and the earth are collapsing, we should have no way to survive. To forcibly pull us into another parallel spacetime, this kind of power can only be achieved by those above 10 turns, in the Divine Path realm. Once these words fell, Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly, muttering, Divine Path power? In fact, he had once speculated this way. A stellar-level underworld might possess such power. However, since he woke up, he had completely lost the ability to sense the existence of the underworld. Not only that. Even his beast master space had completely lost contact. It seemed that everything had vanished completely with the collapse of that spacetime. He had also become a dying old man, without much lifespan left. Ha! Qin Feng's wrinkled face twitched, revealing a bitter smile. Now, he couldn't even sense his own profession panel, he was no different from an ordinary old man. Besides waiting for death, there was nothing else to do. Everything had disappeared. He sighed softly, raising his gaze, weakly scanning the street ahead. Until the words Beast Hall came into view again, he suddenly froze. No way. He still had something he could sense. His thoughts stirred. In the next moment, a transparent light screen unfolded before him, and a message slowly emerged. Current evolution points, 1206-1212. Evolution points. Qin Feng's eyes brightened, finally showing a hint of excitement. However, this excitement did not last long. Soon, his gaze dimmed again. His beast master had completely disappeared, and his internal power had evaporated. No matter how hard he tried, he could not call forth the profession panel at all. This also meant that he had completely become an ordinary person. In this situation, even with the existence of evolution points, he had no ability to use them at all. Great Qin King. Qin Feng opened his mouth. Don't rush. As soon as his voice emerged, the great Qin King seemed to have seen through his thoughts, directly interrupting his words and saying, "You should have seen that there is not only another me in the parallel spacetime, but also another you. Though we have survived. But in essence, we do not belong to this time and space. A parallel time and space cannot have two identical characters. At this moment, we are merely drifting outside the rules of heaven and earth, temporarily unnoticed by this time and space. And once we take action, even the slightest influence will surely be detected by the current time and space, leading to our exclusion and extermination. To survive and regain power, there is only one way. That is to replace the current self in this time and space. Make oneself the only one in this time and space." Chapter 133, Disturb my peaceful sleep, and you shall be punished. Replace, become the only one in this time and space? Qin Feng's expression changed slightly, whispering softly. Yes. The great Qin King nodded lightly, his gaze resting on the tall figure in the sky, the one burdened with the stars and the Great Wall. In our current state, even if we are not detected by this time and space, we probably won't last 7 days. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before this time and space will also collapse. Even if he has stepped into the divine path, he cannot prevent this outcome. The great Qin King's voice was low. A collapse of a parallel time and space will inevitably cause a chain reaction, affecting other time and spaces. This is the inevitable result, unless strong enough beings are born in this time and space to stop the collapse of heaven and earth. But since Qin Feng's stellar-level beast did not change the outcome of the collapse, then the great Qin King, who has entered the divine path, cannot change it either. This time and space will also collapse? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback, quickly understanding the reason behind it. Parallel time and spaces are essentially one. When one time and space perishes, others will inevitably follow. Qin Feng's gaze gradually focused as he felt his own state. Just as the great Qin King said, his body had decayed to its limits. Within 7 days, he would inevitably reach his end. Moreover, even if he could survive, once this time and space collapsed, his demise would only be a momentary result. He did not believe that after the collapse of time and space, he would have another chance to live. Replace. Qin Feng's pupils quivered as he suddenly looked up. At this moment, a figure was slowly walking toward him from afar on the street. He looked dejected, with his head lowered, his clothes were obviously soiled, and his trembling palms were slightly clenched, lost in thought. Qin Feng fell silent. The youth before him was his own self in this time and space. However, compared to his previous life, this self seemed entirely different. The boy stopped in place, gazing at the sky. After a long while, he took a deep breath, forced a smile by pulling the corners of his mouth, and walked toward the tea house before him. Soon, a pot of hot tea was presented in front of him, placed on the table. He held the teacup, staring somewhat absent-mindedly. Qin Feng. Suddenly, a clear call rang out from afar. In fact, being an ordinary person is quite good. I myself am not someone with many ambitions, so this is not necessarily a bad thing. He pulled the corners of his mouth to reveal a smile, but in his eyes, there was a hint of faint loneliness. Su Mingyue bit her lip, thought for a moment, and then quickly took out a union card from her personal space and roughly shoved it into Qin Feng's hand. This is 100,000 union coins. If you've made up your mind, then I respect your choice. After finishing her words, she swiftly turned and left the tea house, leaving the young man gazing at the union card in a daze. In this time and space, am I not supposed to have any evolution points? Qin Feng looked at the slightly lonely figure in the tea house and whispered softly in his heart. Without the assistance of evolution points, he was destined to be mediocre in this time and space. Great Qin King. Qin Feng sighed, glanced sideways, and was about to say something. But suddenly felt the world shake. Boom! At this moment, in the heavens above, the starry sky wall that separated the world seemed to have been struck by something fierce, shaking violently. Then, countless terrifying beings seemed to lay on the starry sky wall, pairs of eerie green eyes densely spread out, until they filled the entire sky. At the same time, the figure dressed in a black dragon robe, carrying the starry sky wall, straightened up, and his pair of cold, indifferent eyes slowly opened. Disturb my sleep, and you shall perish. Chapter 134, Bewitching Divine Path. I quite like your flavor. Disturb my sleep, and you shall perish. In the heavens, the figure dressed in a black dragon robe, carrying the starry sky wall, slowly straightened up, and his cold eyes suddenly opened. The countless black energy currents that were continuously falling suddenly stopped and began to flow back into his body. Splash, the black chains that were wrapped around that figure suddenly tightened as he moved. The great Qin King glanced sideways and looked towards the fierce beings lying on the starry sky wall. Then, he grasped the black chains and pressed them into the void. Bang! The chains tightened, and the starry sky wall shook violently. The black chains bound the starry sky wall, nailing it directly into the void. At this moment, the figure in the black dragon robe finally stepped forward, breaking free from the binding of the chains, and slowly turned to gaze beyond the sky. Semi-divine beings from outside? Qin Feng exclaimed in shock. Even though he had become a commoner at this moment, he could still see that each of the beings lying on the starry sky wall was semi-divine level, on the same level as the ghosts and Buddhas. Not only that. A weary voice of the great Qin King came from beside him. In fact, even without the great Qin King's words, Qin Feng had already noticed. At this time, on the starry sky wall, in the center of those countless eerie green eyes, a tall throne suddenly appeared. On the throne, a man dressed in a dark golden robe sat leisurely, calmly observing the great Qin King. I am very hungry. The great Qin King's gaze deepened, and countless black energy currents completely flowed back into his body. I am also very hungry. Poof. The figure in the dark golden robe sneered. How long can the starry sky wall hold? Once it completely shatters, I will naturally pluck the divine fruit. If you voluntarily cut yourself and shed your divinity, choosing to descend into the abyss, I hope to satisfy my hunger. He did not care about the outer beings constantly crashing into the starry great wall. He had carried the starry great wall for a long time, and had basically become one with it. A semi-divine outer being, with just one collision, would directly shatter, turning into black gas that surged into his body. Although the collision of the outer being made the starry great wall shake violently and cracks began to appear. But it was also a great supplement, which he continuously consumed. The black gas flooded into the body of the great Qin King like a rushing river, enhancing his aura. Hiss. The figure in the dark gold robe coldly gazed at the great Qin King, sweeping over the fine cracks that had appeared on the starry great wall. You cannot overcome this, the starry great wall cannot hold on any longer. When the mother bug awakens again, I will come to devour you. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, the space suddenly shook, and a giant hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing him in its palm. Without the slightest hesitation, the giant hand squeezed him and pushed him down towards the Earth Star. Then, on the Earth Star, it was as if a huge mouth suddenly opened, swallowing him whole. A wisp of black gas surged into his body, but the flow was so weak that it was even less than that of an outer being. The great Qin King looked up, as if he had anticipated this. Outside the starry great wall, all outer beings had already shattered. But that throne still stood tall, the figure in the dark gold robe sitting upon it. The path of confounding the gods, I quite like your taste. The great Qin King lifted his eyelids, speaking somewhat reflectively. Ha ha. Great Qin King, if you do not take a second step, you cannot devour me. The figure in the dark gold robe slowly stood up, his face somewhat gloomy. Next time, when the mother bug awakens, the starry great wall will surely collapse, and I shall come to pluck the divine fruit. Whether to cut oneself and enter the abyss burial, or be devoured by me, think carefully. Chapter 135, Is it me from another time and space? Leaving the last sentence, the figure in the dark gold robe seemed to ripple like water, and then completely disappeared. I wait for you here. The great Qin King gazed at the figure that vanished into the void, his eyes indifferent. After speaking, he turned back, scanning below with his eyes. Clattering. The black chains emitted a crisp clashing sound, rising from the void, wrapping around the great Qin King once again. Millions of black gas streams once again dropped, falling to the ground. He closed his eyes, his breath disappearing, seemingly falling into a deep sleep again. The path of confounding the gods, Yi Longqiu? The great Qin King suddenly spoke, a gleam flashing in his aging eyes. Yi Longqiu? Qin Feng turned his head to look, his voice carrying a hint of confusion. The great Qin King lightly nodded. A deceiver from ancient times, who through disguising the heavenly Tao, gained insight into 10 transformations, and then stepped into the divine path. In fact, he stepped into the divine path even earlier than the first emperor. The great Qin King's eyes filled with reminiscence. Among the letters left by the first emperor, this Yi Longqiu was the first individual to break the limits of occupations and step into the divine path. Qin Feng's eyes showed deep thought, recalling the words of Yu Chanlong. As a character from ancient times, Yu Chanlong had also mentioned him. Though he did not mention his name, the title deceiver certainly matched. But he actually stepped into the divine path even earlier than the first emperor? This truly surprised him. Qin Feng's eyes widened in amazement, his brows slightly furrowing. Being able to step into the divine path before the first emperor, surpassing even the great Qin King from a different era, did the great Qin King really have a chance? After all, there were countless years between them, separated by an entire era. Just as Qin Feng was lost in thought, the great Qin King suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Feng and said, "Let's go." "Where to?" Qin Feng asked, puzzled. "To meet this great Qin King, he has already sensed us. The Emperor God path is one with this realm, the moment he awakens, he has already noticed." As the great Qin King spoke, he had already stepped forward. "Where are we going to meet him?" Qin Feng followed closely behind and asked. "This land and sky are his body, he can appear anywhere. Just find a quiet place." After speaking, the two walked forward until they reached a secluded corner, where they finally stopped. At the same time, above in the sky, continuous streams of black gas descended directly before the two. Suddenly, the black gas spread out, shaping into a tall figure dressed in a black dragon robe with an imposing face. This figure resembled the great Qin King, but he was much younger. Compared to the great Qin King's withered appearance, this figure was full of vigor, at the prime of his life. As the figure first appeared, he directly ignored Qin Feng's presence, focusing his gaze on the great Qin King, then walked over with big strides. When he was 4 or 5 steps away from the great Qin King, he finally stopped, narrowing his eyes slightly. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "Is it me from another time and space?" He had already guessed a lot. Entering the path of the Emperor God, his understanding of parallel time and space was deeper than that of the great Qin King at the end of the 9 turns. In fact, he had a brief ability to open parallel time and space. Chapter 136, Immortal Sky Scroll, Mastering This Time and Space. "I thought I would have to wait a little longer," the figure in the black dragon robe calmly observed, showing no surprise, as if everything had been expected. Once these words were spoken, a hint of unusual color appeared on the withered face of the great Qin King. "Do you know we would come?" The figure in the black dragon robe slightly nodded. "I have seen the first emperor. I received the first emperor's decree and have been waiting here for a long time. Though the first emperor is constrained by immortality and cannot appear, he left behind an item." As he spoke, the figure in the black dragon robe moved his hand. A scroll brimming with an otherworldly aura slowly unfolded in his palm. There was no information on the scroll, as if it were a freshly torn blank piece of paper. However, when this blank scroll fell into Qin Feng's eyes, it suddenly made him tremble, as if he saw infinite things, infinite beings stirring within it. 1 world, 10 worlds, countless worlds. Clearly a blank scroll, yet in that moment, it felt grand and vast, like it contained myriad worlds. "What is this?" Qin Feng spoke, astonishment blooming on his wrinkled face. The figure in the black dragon robe looked at Qin Feng and said, "Immortal Sky Scroll. The first emperor asked me to give it to you." The figure in the black dragon robe handed the scroll to Qin Feng, saying, "The shattering of the original time and space will inevitably affect the current time and space. The cause will become the effect. The destruction of this land and sky is merely a matter of time. Though I have entered the path of the Emperor God, I am only at the first step of the 3 steps of the divine path and cannot change this outcome. To change the outcome, the only way is to master this time and space. And this can only be done through the divine sovereign path." The figure in the black dragon robe said this, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng, then added, "I will do my best to delay until your return." "Mastering this time and space?" Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, took a deep breath, and murmured. He stretched out his hand to take the scroll and immediately felt a strong pulling force. As if countless large hands were trying to pull him into the scroll. "Immortal Sky Scroll?" Before his eyes, images continually emerged. Like a heavenly book being swept up by a wild wind, the pages turned at an incredible speed. A surge of excitement rose in his heart. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis also surfaced. He felt his body becoming ethereal, as if being repelled, with a force trying to completely eliminate him. Seeing this, the figure in the black dragon robe's gaze sharpened slightly, and he gently waved his sleeve. In the sky, on the body bearing the starry wall, a stream of black light fell down and landed on Qin Feng. Instantly, as if recognized by the universe, the feeling of rejection disappeared in an instant. "Though I am one with the Earth star. But ultimately, it is beneath the way of heaven. I can only briefly obscure the way of heaven, not for too long." Hearing this, Qin Feng felt the changes in his body and gently nodded. Although his body was still old, the original fatigue and weakness completely disappeared, replaced by a sense of vitality. More importantly, at the moment he was recognized by this world. Several special links appeared. He slightly closed his eyes and carefully sensed. In the void of darkness, some lights were faintly flickering, carrying a sense of familiarity. Beast control. Qin Feng took a deep breath, a glimmer of hope arising in his heart. To fall into the mundane, with beast control disappearing, truly made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Now, feeling the breath of beast control again, he couldn't help but feel a bit of warmth in his heart. Though it was just a glimmer of information, it at least brought hope. At this moment, the old body of the great Qin King stepped forward, his body also beginning to flicker, being rejected by time and space. There is not much time left. Before stopping the destruction of the heavens and earth, the primary task is to avoid being swallowed by Yi Longqiu. Eating me will help you take the second step. Chapter 137 Endless Numbers, Uniting as One. Qin Feng suddenly raised his head, looking at the great Qin King. The figure in the black dragon robe met the great Qin King's calm gaze, not surprised by this. He and the great Qin King were originally one, just from different times and spaces. Rather than saying he would eat the great Qin King, it would be more accurate to say that two time and spaces were merging as one. This was not an advancement in power, but a sublimation of the divine soul. He was only a string away from the second step of the divine path, and this act was enough to allow him to directly cross over. As for the great Qin King, in this time and space, he had already completely unified the stars. What happened next was no longer something he could control. The great Qin King before him had to be more decisive, and was better suited than him. The figure in the black dragon robe remained silent for a long time, then waved his large sleeve. The ashen great Qin King suddenly disappeared from the spot, transforming into a stream of dark light that directly rolled into the firmament, rushing towards that figure in the sky. In his eyes, no emotions could be seen, as if indifferent to everything. For him, there were only two things in this world worth caring about: the beings of great Qin, and the ascendance of beings under the ambition of the first emperor, to overshadow the heavens of immortal Qin. Moreover, the great Qin King before him did not belong to this time and space, being eliminated by time and space was only a matter of time. Rather than that, it was better to help the beings of this time and space, to make the last struggle. Once the dark stream of light completely rolled into the firmament, the figure in the black dragon robe cast his gaze back at Qin Feng. Time is short, let's hurry. After finishing his words, the figure in the black dragon robe did not linger, quietly transforming into a stream of dark light, rolling into the firmament. Qin Feng stood still, hands slightly lowered, looking up at the firmament. Although this figure in the black dragon robe was originally the same person as the great Qin King, just from a different time and space, it still stirred a wave in his heart. The ashen face revealed a hint of something unusual, which was quickly concealed. In the end, he was still too weak. He opened his palm, and the immortal space scroll slowly unfolded in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng no longer hesitated, retracting his palm as the blank scroll automatically hovered in the void. Then, he stepped forward, directly entering the immortal space scroll. Swoosh! Once he entered, the immortal space scroll suddenly rolled and closed, disappearing. Crash! It sounded as if pages were being turned. Qin Feng opened his eyes, looking silently. A very familiar scene appeared before him, from the awakening of his profession, to the contract with the mysterious snake, to the first evolution, the first ancient level. Past scenes were now playing before his eyes until the first stellar level appeared, an eye opened in the firmament. His expression finally changed a little as he carefully gazed at the eye, seeing curling, writhing red tendril-like things at the edge of the eye. Boom! The heavens and the earth collapsed, plunging into darkness. Qin Feng closed his eyes, carefully feeling the special change that suddenly surged within his heart. He was not entirely clear about the specific effects of the immortal sky scroll, nor how to control this time and space, so he could only rely on himself to slowly comprehend. However, this scene before him gave him a slight hint of suspicion. To observe this life? As the thought just arose, the world restructured, and the scene reappeared. The same profession awakening began, but this time, the story changed. In this life, he lacked the help of evolution points, and the black iron level contracted beast directly died in the first dungeon. Without the help of the beast, he sat alone under the night for an entire day. On the second day, however, he resolutely picked up a broken knife and walked towards the dungeon. Even without the help of a beast, he would rely on himself to carve out a path as a professional. He indeed had lofty ambitions, but imagination was ultimately not as beautiful as reality. A broken knife was ultimately just a broken knife. How many can you summon? The king of Qin sneered, mocking. Su Fu stood up, facing the king's ridicule, his aged face showing a hint of sarcasm. Just showing off your tongue. With just two under the divine path, do you think you can stop me? Laughable. The old voice came from Su Fu's mouth. In the next moment, amidst the sky filled with scarlet demonic energy, a tall figure suddenly stepped out. What does this god want? Within the celestial scroll. In the outside world, a day passes, but in this place, thousands of years go by. Qin Feng sat in the void, not knowing how many parallel timelines were presenting before him. He did not know when he had closed his eyes, everything no longer needed his gaze to observe. The changes of the parallel timelines began to unfold in his mind. His body was still old, but around him, there was a hint of a unique aura. As if different people were overlapping on him. Suddenly, Qin Feng opened his eyes, and his withered face slightly frowned. In the reflection of his pupils, a starry great wall stretched across. Su Fu? He murmured. Then he gently raised his hand, and 2 points of light suddenly appeared in the void before him. 2? He was slightly surprised. To completely master the parallel timelines would still take some time. Of the beasts he commanded, only the underworld was a stellar level. And only a stellar level could survive when the world shattered. So, what is the other one? Qin Feng pointed towards it. In an instant, a dragon roar suddenly echoed in his mind, followed by silence, as if everything in the world had been absorbed, and all sound vanished. Current summoned beast, black hole. Grade, stellar level. Combat power, max. Chapter 139 stellar level. Black hole, the black dragon god. Qin Feng's gaze shifted slightly. As he touched this point of light, a flood of information began to surge into his mind. Images flashed rapidly in his mind as if a slideshow was playing quickly. After a long time, Qin Feng squinted his eyes, his expression showing an undeniable astonishment, and whispered to himself. The world shattered, and the Black Dragon King actively absorbed all divine power, even chewing and swallowing the divine altar completely, completing its own evolution? Moreover, after the Black Dragon King's evolution, it roamed the cosmos and devoured several dead stars. Its power has reached a critical point again? As Qin Feng pondered, he touched that point of light again. In an instant, a piece of starry sky appeared before him. In the starry sky, a black hole, emanating terrifying gravity, quietly floated. More importantly, on the surface of the black hole, faint cracks could be seen, as if some terrifying creature was being born. Hiss. This god missed the feast of the peaches of immortality, and is already extremely hungry. Though you are just barely out of the pen, it's not bad to have a light snack. On the starry great wall, a muscular, slick-furred lion demon strode forward, its cold eyes sweeping over the two below, snorting coldly. In the next moment, its paw reached out, grabbing towards the old-haired Zhou. Beast! Zhou's gaze turned cold. He suddenly tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. At the same time, a flow of black light directly surged into his body, causing his aura to suddenly explode. Feeling the divine aura of the King of Qin infuse him, he had been one step away, but in this moment, he directly crossed the threshold. The spear in his hand suddenly burst forth with brilliant golden light, and without hesitation, it stabbed towards the lion demon. I come to assist you. Feng Xuanguang shouted, and black light also surged into his body. Crossing the divine threshold, stepping forward, he aimed to charge towards the lion demon. However, just as he made a move, a gigantic paw descended from above. Boom! The starry great wall trembled violently, and it turned out another giant stone demon with a body of stone skin had appeared out of nowhere. Does this god not exist? It opened with a booming sound, like a mountain roaring. The crimson demonic energy swirled, and Su Fu's aged gaze turned towards the king of Great Qin. This brief creation of two divine beings, is this your reliance? He, king of Great Qin, not to mention just two false gods, even two true beings who have taken the first step into the divine path cannot fight against the heavenly court's demon gods. The king of Great Qin glanced sideways at Su Fu and slowly closed his eyes. His complexion was extremely calm, without a hint of words. Stalling for time? Su Fu shook his head. Did he think he could completely digest the power within his body and step into the second stage of the divine path by buying time? Unfortunately, that was too naive. Since he dared to come here, he had already calculated everything. For the second step of the demon god path, his current limit could summon 10 demon gods from the heavenly court. Each of them possessed the strength to suppress those at the first step of the divine path. His small eyes swept over slightly. In just less than a minute, in a few clashes, the golden spear in Zhou's hand had already shattered, and numerous bloody wounds erupted all over his body. Feng Xuanguang's half-body was almost shattered, and he was already held in the palm of the stone demon, ready to be devoured. The gap was too great, the two of them couldn't even delay for a minute. At this moment, the crimson demonic energy behind Su Fu stirred again, and another massive figure stepped out. The third demon god. The king of Great Qin's eyelids trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. He was not indecisive, nor someone who would be affected by the lives of two others. However, even if he abandoned their lives, it would only delay for a few more seconds, ultimately not enough for him to step into the second stage of the divine path. Su Fu, I promised someone to delay time for him as much as possible. 3 days, not enough. The king of Great Qin stared at Su Fu, his gaze extremely indifferent. As he finished speaking, the sound of clashing chains suddenly rang out. The body carrying the starry sky and great wall began to move, slowly turning towards this place. The continuously descending black airflow reversed, surging into that body, and a domineering aura erupted suddenly. Su Fu looked at the scene before him but remained calm. Thus the crimson aura stirred again, and 2 more demon gods stepped out. King of Great Qin, the imperial way is indeed domineering, but... Before Su Fu's words could finish, a beastly roar suddenly echoed above his head. But... This voice brought with it a terrifying ferocity, startling him, making him raise his head suddenly. In an instant, Su Fu's heart raced and his aged eyes widened. Before him was a black dragon, its body as huge as a planet, emitting a terrifying oppressive aura. This black dragon coiled around a gigantic black hole, its dragon head staring straight at him, and its whiskers swayed like giant pythons, the terrifying pressure making his blood run cold instantly. He stood there stunned, feeling a numbness spread through his body. The aura emanating from this black dragon was clearly that of a demon god who had surpassed the second step of the divine path. The Black Dragon God. Chapter 140. This sky is the heavenly court sky. Su Fu swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. His pair of aged eyes were filled with disbelief, almost stopping his breath. The terrifying aura radiating from this black dragon was even more terrifying than each of the demon gods he had summoned. Even the 5 demon gods he summoned involuntarily halted their movements. Zhou Zhan was drenched in blood, holding the broken golden spear awkwardly, his expression shocked as he looked up. Feng Xuanguan's body slipped from the hand of the gigantic stone demon, half of his body already gone, barely holding himself upright. Even having briefly stepped into the divine path, in the face of these demon gods, he was utterly powerless, unable to even buy time. He looked up. The demon god, who could not be shaken even with all one's might, was easily suppressed by just a breath from the black dragon that dwelled on the dark star. You say, what a pity? At this moment, the enormous dragon head moved closer to Su Fu once again, its cold dragon eyes staring, 2 streams of white vapor bursting from its nostrils, its voice booming like thunder. Su Fu did not answer the black dragon's words, but murmured in disbelief, a hint of unusual color flashing in his eyes. Spirit path, demon god? He felt the special aura from the black dragon before him, that belonged to Beast Tamers. In almost an instant, he guessed the source. But it was too fast. More importantly, why had the original spirit of the underworld turned into the black dragon god before him? He clearly remembered that the spirit of the underworld was only at the early stage of becoming a god, barely comparable to the first step of the divine path, and any demon god he summoned could easily suppress it. But this black dragon god was completely different. It had broken free from its shell, stepping into the equivalent of the second step of humanity's divine path, even surpassing that realm. With the presence of the great Qin King, he had completely lost all hope. The great Qin King's gaze lingered on the black dragon for a long time, a hint of surprise surfacing in his eyes. A demon god that surpassed the second step of the divine path could easily crush the 5 great demons before him. In just 3 days, had that person already begun to master the power of time and space? The great Qin King lowered his eyes, his expression filled with astonishment. At that moment, the black dragon coiled on the dark star suddenly surged up, its dragon claws unhesitatingly gripping the heads of 2 demon gods. It spoke indifferently, "My lord, you shall die." It seemed to growl as it stared at Su Fu, and its dragon claws suddenly exerted force. With a series of explosive sounds, the 2 demon gods under its claws had their heads crushed directly. At the same time, its mouth opened wide, directly swallowing all their blood and flesh, leaving not a trace behind. Demons are different from humans. The battles between 2 great demons are typically straightforward and extremely fierce. Under the dragon claws of the black dragon god, the demon gods before him had almost no power to resist and were directly suppressed and killed. This was a suppression of realm and a suppression of demon physique. At that moment, Su Fu finally blinked, and the scarlet demon aura behind him began to surge violently. He glanced at the 2 dead demon gods, his aged face twitching as he spoke. The demon god path connects to the heavenly court. This sky ultimately still belongs to the heavenly court. A mere wild demon, devouring the righteous gods of the heavenly court, does it not fear punishment from the heavenly court? Chapter 141. The mountain-moving holy ape begins to evolve. Heavenly court? In the painting of the celestial void, Qin Feng murmured slightly. A fierce intent surged in his aged eyes. Images of crimson under blood clouds surfaced in his mind, his expression growing colder. The so-called heavenly court was indeed somewhat ironic. Shaking his head gently, he felt a shift in his consciousness. Suddenly, several light spots appeared before him. However, these light spots were very dim, as if all fluctuating auras had weakened to the extreme. These were his original Beast Tamers. As he deepened his mastery of parallel time and space, the information of these Beast Tamers gradually reappeared. Generally speaking, with the collapse of heaven and earth, Beast Tamers below the stellar level had no chance of survival. But, the existence of the life creation Green Lotus brought a different outcome. It did not bestow life force upon a single Beast Tamer but chose to apply it to the Beast Tamer space. Under the overwhelming life energy, the skills of life rebirth and source of life withstood the disintegration of the Beast Tamer space. Although the Beast Tamer space had become fragmented, it ultimately had not completely perished. As Qin Feng slipped into the parallel time and space, the Beast Tamer space also detached from him, lost between heaven and earth. What a pity, I can no longer regain control over the Beast Tamer space. Qin Feng shook his head. A hint of regret revealed in his eyes. The beast control space was on the brink of collapse, and even if he could master it, there was no longer a need for it. But without the beast control space, how could he regain control over these beasts? To summon these beasts back, he had to create a new beast control space. Qin Feng lowered his head in contemplation, the decay of his body making him squint slightly, as an idea gradually took shape in his mind. To use his body to contain the beasts? His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and as the thought flickered by, he quickly made up his mind. He had no other choice, for now, this was the only method. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng decisively reached out to a dim light spot, establishing communication with his consciousness, and began to accept. As his consciousness connected, a vast power started to surge into his body. Gradually, behind him, a tattoo of a golden ape began to slowly take shape. In an instant, the information about the beast emerged. Mountain-moving sacred ape. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 100. Tribulation, 9th Tribulation. Evolution points required, 1 million. The 9th Tribulation, huh? Qin Feng felt the unusualness on his body but experienced no discomfort. Instead, he was filled with an indescribable sense of strength. He gazed at the information of the mountain-moving sacred ape, his heart holding no great surprise. The world was falling apart, it was indeed a great tribulation, and such changes in tribulations were within reason. Just right, 1 star level might not be enough. Let's add another star level to go. His gaze lowered slightly. In front of him, a panel suddenly appeared. Current evolution points, 187, 66666187, 6672. Start evolution. Qin Feng spoke decisively. Consume 1 million evolution points, the mountain-moving sacred ape starts to evolve. Boom. In his mind, a massive golden-haired ape suddenly slammed its fists against its chest. Golden light surged up from its body, completely obscuring it. Within this golden light, it seemed like stars were flickering in and out, intense and terrifying waves constantly shaking. In the chaotic turbulence, it felt as if a terrifying creature was about to be born, with the golden light illuminating the heavens and the earth. After just 1 minute, Qin Feng, feeling the even more powerful strength surging within him, slightly opened his eyes. In an instant, a beam of golden light surged from his eyes, bringing calmness to his mind. At the same time, a piece of information also emerged. The evolution of the mountain-moving sacred ape is complete. Current beast, Dinghai Shenzhen Iron. Chapter 142, Star Level, Dinghai Shenzhen Iron. Current beast, Dinghai Shenzhen Iron. Grade, Star Level. Combat Power, Max. Dinghai Shenzhen Iron? The golden light in Qin Feng's eyes gradually receded, and a hint of strangeness appeared on his face. As a traveler, this name was like thunder, too familiar to him. In his mind, as the golden light faded, a golden staff revealed its true form. The staff was covered with golden hoops on both sides, its body dark in color, seemingly adorned with countless stars, with inscriptions carved upon it. The Rui Jingu Bang. Qin Feng took a deep breath, and in his mind emerged a fierce and formidable figure. And he could feel that within the Dinghai Shenzhen Iron, there was also a demon ape being nurtured, faintly visible. Above the starry sky great wall, the black dragon was coiling around a dark star body, and a hint of mockery suddenly appeared in its dragon eyes as it gazed at Su Fu. Heavenly Court? It slightly opened its mouth, and its dragon whiskers waved gently. My master said, shatter the Heavenly Court. As the words fell, it suddenly clawed out, its dragon claws ferociously reaching for Su Fu. In an instant, Su Fu's face twitched violently, and in shock, the red clouds behind him began to surge violently, not daring to hold back any longer, fully urging the demon god's way. In an instant, from the violently fluctuating red clouds behind him, 5 figures gradually emerged, preparing to step out. Not enough. I begged the demon god to assist me. Su Fu roared, his eyes bloodshot. At the same time, among those red clouds, several figures slowly revealed themselves, terrifying momentum seeping out. Ha! Su Fu knelt down, gasping for breath. The dragon claws of the black dragon god were above his head, already held down by 3 monster gods together. He had already exhausted all the potential of the monster god way, and the first emperor would surely notice. Right now, he must block this black dragon and the Qin king, quickly slipping into the abyss tomb to make another plan. A full 20 monster gods, even if they couldn't kill the black dragon in front of them, would be enough to delay it for a moment, allowing him to escape. Boom! At this moment, the 3 monster gods were directly crushed by the black dragon's claws and completely swallowed into its mouth. The dragon eyes of the black dragon god emitted a cold sheen as it raised its claws again. At the same time, within the red clouds, 15 monster gods also looked over indifferently. Su Fu's heart swelled with joy, the pressure from the black dragon god targeting him was loosening, and the dragon eyes turned towards the red clouds. As long as the 15 monster gods stepped forward, the pressure from the black dragon god would completely shift, and he could directly flee. Heaven will kill you all. A fierce intent appeared on Su Fu's aged face, his figure gradually becoming elusive as he saw the 15 monster gods lift their feet, stepping outwards. However, before his words could finish, at that moment. Buzz. In the starry sky, it seemed that something with overwhelming power was falling down. Boom. In the next moment, the world trembled. Su Fu's eyes suddenly widened. He saw a golden staff, like a pillar reaching to the sky, smashing directly into the vast red clouds. This golden staff had overwhelming power, and shadowy images of demon monkeys appeared, completely scattering the red clouds. Within the remaining red clouds, the figures of the 15 monster gods were gone, leaving only the golden staff standing there, blocking all sights, cutting off the only connection between the monster god way and the outside world. Su Fu's pupils trembled wildly, startled. He didn't dare hesitate for a moment, not even taking time to closely look at the golden staff. He immediately activated the monster god way. Open. Open for me. Su Fu's face twitched, his body trembling as he continuously tried to expand the red clouds. But no matter how much the red clouds expanded, the golden staff seemed to expand with it. Until the red clouds covered the starry sky, within it, only brilliant golden light burst forth, resembling a golden sky. Su Fu collapsed on the ground, his aged body completely losing strength, staring blankly at the golden staff, his face twitching, muttering like he was crying or laughing. Stellar level. Ding Hai, Divine Precious Iron? Chapter 143, Sinner. Su Fu received the decree. The eyes of the king of Qin also showed some surprise, staring at the dazzling golden staff that reflected the golden sky. Ding Hai Divine Precious Iron? It was rumored to be a true celestial weapon with the power of Ding Hai. Did the immortal Yu, the great saint, really exist? The heart of the king of Qin couldn't hide its shock, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He too sensed the faint aura of the divine beast way emanating from that golden staff. But he had never heard of any beast that could evolve into such a divine object as Ding Hai Divine Precious Iron. Clearly, it was just a thing of legend, but now it appeared right before his eyes in reality. The king of Qin's gaze flickered as the figure of Qin Feng emerged in his mind. The evolution of divine beasts doesn't have a single direction. The further along the evolution path, the more chaotic it becomes. Among the stellar levels, there were also distinctions. And Ding Hai Divine Precious Iron was undoubtedly the top existence among the stellar levels. Even if it did not transform, by his judgment, it was at least comparable to the second step of the divine way. And if it were to transform? The king of Qin's pupils trembled slightly as he took a deep breath. He gazed deeply at the golden sky, where within the towering golden staff, shadowy images of demon monkeys flickered. After transformation, the demon monkeys would take form. Even if not a true great saint. But the power it would possess would likely be unimaginably terrifying. The third step of the divine way? Or even, on par with immortals? He turned his gaze towards the massive black dragon looming over the dark star. The words it spat out from its mouth surfaced in his mind. To shatter the heavenly court? Perhaps it really had the ability to completely destroy that heavenly court. Chirping sounds. The sound of chains clashing echoed. Bearing the starry wall, King Qin stripped off the chains, pressing them back into the void. Then, he stepped onto the starry wall, walking step by step towards Su Fu. Until he stood before Su Fu, his black dragon robe swaying in the wind, he spoke indifferently. Su Fu. Come with me to meet the first emperor. His gaze swept down, looking at Su Fu like one would look at mosquitoes. In Su Fu's aged eyes, there was no trace of divine light. As a powerful figure at the second step of the divine path, if he wanted to escape, there was even a chance for another fight. But upon seeing that Ding Hai Divine Treasure Iron, he lost all interest. Hiding for half his life, waiting for the moment of the first emperor's fall, ultimately came to nothing. The appearance of the Ding Hai Divine Treasure Iron meant that the foundation of the immortal Qin would be completely stabilized. The immortal Qin would no longer collapse. Once the fourth pillar of the immortal Qin formed, the first emperor would completely free himself from restraint. Entering the path of the emperor immortal was just a matter of time. With the first emperor's ambition, he would not only incorporate the great Qin into the path of the emperor immortal, but the vast heavens, deep abysses, and burial grounds would also be included. If possible, even the heavenly court would not be beyond his daring attempts. At that time, no matter where he hid, even if he dived into the heavenly court and transformed into a demon, it would have no effect. Under the vast heavens, all would be in the first emperor's sight. Equal to the heavens, everlasting life. Across the world, all shall be king's land. The red clouds above the sky completely dissipated, transforming into small fragments of red light that vanished into the starry sky. Su Fu's skin trembled, adjusting his body, sitting up and kneeling again, touching his head to the ground, regret showing in his aged eyes. Criminal Minister Su Fu receives the order. Chapter 144, The Ghost Buddha begins to evolve. As Su Fu knelt on the ground, the king of the great Qin in the black dragon robe waved his sleeve. Instantly, several cracks shattered in the void. Clank! From the cracks, several black chains surged out like giant pythons, rushing towards Su Fu, locking him tightly. Su Fu knelt on the ground, his head bowed, not lifting it even a bit, allowing the black chains to wrap around his whole body. Then, the black chains emitted a rich glow and suddenly tightened. Until the chains dug into Su Fu's flesh, then transformed into runes inscribed on his body, merging with him. In an instant, all the aura within Su Fu was locked away, leaving only his aged body with little strength remaining. The king of the Great Qin raised his head to look at the black dragon coiled around the dark star, gently cupping his hands. Just as he was about to say something, the black dragon glanced lightly with its dragon eyes, its body suddenly coiling and rushing towards the last bit of red light in the starry sky. Then, the massive black dragon body slowly coiled upon the golden rod. As the red light completely vanished, it too disappeared into the starry sky. In the painting of the immortal void, Qin Feng opened his eyes. The reason he had let the Black Dragon God and the Dihai Divine Treasure Iron enter the Demon God Path's heavenly court was that he already understood the method of advancement after reaching the stellar level. His thoughts stirred, and a panel appeared before his eyes. Black Dragon God. Grade, stellar level. Combat power, max. Divine path, rebirth. The Black Dragon King consumed divine power, completing evolution at the divine altar, then the black hole swallowed several planets, growing into the Black Dragon God. From black hole to Black Dragon God, while the grade had not changed, the strength was worlds apart. Rebirth. Qin Feng gazed at the suddenly appeared word, understanding its meaning. The so-called stellar level, whether it was black hole, Dihai Divine Treasure Iron, or In Sha Di Fu, they were essentially all a divine fetus that nurtured Beast Tamers. Looking at the situation of the black hole, to complete the rebirth, what was needed was to feed enough and strong food. Divine food was the optimal choice. And it seemed that such food was plentiful in that demon god path's heavenly court. For the Dihai Divine Treasure Iron and Black Dragon God to grow again, devouring the group of demon gods in the heavenly court should be enough. At the very least, it should be enough for the Dihai Divine Treasure Iron to complete its rebirth. Qin Feng's eyelids slightly lifted, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Although he had lost the Beast Master space, controlling the beasts through his body gave him a different feeling. Compared to keeping them in the Beast Master space, this method seemed to give him the ability to fully harness the beast's power. Clenching his fist and feeling the overwhelming surge of power, a field of light dots reappeared before Qin Feng's eyes. The Tianhai Shinjin Iron and the Black Dragon God entered the heavenly court connected to the demon god's path. At this moment, he needed to integrate the remaining beasts into his body. Then, I choose you. He murmured softly, his thoughts touched a light dot, and in an instant, information appeared before him. Ghost Buddha. Rank, Ancient Level. Tribulation, 9th Tribulation. Combat power, 100 million. As Qin Feng's thoughts touched it, he absorbed the Ghost Buddha into his body. Behind him, a new image began to draw. A crimson Buddha head emerged behind him, vivid and lifelike, a vast feeling of power surged along with it. I bow to my lord. The voice of the Ghost Buddha first drifted into Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng did not reply, closing his eyes to adapt to the capacity of his body, waiting for time to pass. Until a line of data appeared, he slowly opened his eyes. Current evolution value, 100,000,1100,0007. Watching the evolution points accumulate once again, Qin Feng took a deep breath and said slowly. Ghost Buddha, start evolving. Chapter 145 Completion of Evolution. Stellar Level, Thunder Sound Temple. Consuming 1 million evolution points, the Ghost Buddha starts to evolve. Information appeared, the evolution points on the panel transformed into white light and vanished. Sizzle. Qin Feng closed his eyes, and a burst of crimson smoke rose from the Buddha head tattoo on his back, covering it as if an eraser had smudged and removed the Buddha head, turning it into a red mark. At the same time, within his mind, the hideous Buddha head's eyes, ears, and mouth were all engulfed in crimson blood mist. It was as if the Buddha head was evaporating into blood mist, its appearance gradually fading away. Until it completely transformed into red mist, and the Buddha head vanished entirely. At this moment, Qin Feng's mind had completely transformed into a world of red mist. Everywhere he looked was a sea of crimson. As time passed, the red mist surged, becoming denser and denser. Suddenly, boom 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 boom. A series of low sounds of a wooden fish began to resonate. At first, the sound of the wooden fish was extremely faint, but it soon resonated from all directions. As the wooden fish sounded, the crimson blood mist surged violently. Figures in monk robes formed from blood mist came into view. These monks lowered their heads, holding wooden fish, quickly tapping and murmuring their lips, continuously chanting. Gradually, the sound of the wooden fish transformed into deep and low Sanskrit sounds. The Sanskrit echoed in Qin Feng's consciousness space, even sending waves of vibrations through his soul. As the sound of the Sanskrit resonated, the monks in their robes displayed expressions of devotion, sitting on the ground, their bodies bowing directly down. Buzz. The light of Buddha surged. In an instant, within that crimson blood mist, a grand and majestic building gradually appeared. It was a temple resembling a pagoda, where the booming Sanskrit resonated, and the essence of Buddha flowed throughout, with a plaque inscribed with 3 words, Thundersound Temple. Boom! The Sanskrit waves spread out, and the red mist completely dissipated. A piece of information then appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Ghost Buddha evolution completed. Current Beast Master, Thundersound Temple. Rank, Stellar Level. Combat Power, Max. Qin Feng's eyelids trembled lightly as he opened his eyes. With the previous beasts as a reference, he had actually prepared himself mentally. But when he saw the Thundersound Temple, it still caused a strong emotional fluctuation in his heart. Thundersound Temple, the abode of the Buddha. And based on the changes of the Black Dragon God, the initial state of a stellar-level beast master existed as a shell. And when the Thundersound Temple completed its transformation, did it mean the appearance of the Buddha? Even if it was not the true Buddha, the power it possessed was probably unimaginably terrifying. Qin Feng's fingers trembled. He took a deep breath. Half a minute later, he suppressed the rising emotions in his heart, raised his finger, and felt the changes in his body. After Ghost Buddha evolved into Thundersound Temple. The Buddha head tattoo on his back had transformed into a magnificent Buddhist temple. Beside the temple stood a towering golden rod, exuding tremendous power. These are the 2 beasts he controls, Treasure of the Sea God Iron and Thundersound Temple. And although Black Dragon God could still accept his control, in reality, it was more of a soul connection, no longer entirely bound by him. He could re-enter it into his body, but he didn't see the need to do so. The growth of Black Dragon God was beyond his imagination, stepping into the stellar level on its own, and still willing to accept his orders explained everything. He felt there was no need to force control over it, evolution points had become ineffective against it. Forcing to control it again would not be fair to it. Qin Feng waved away his thoughts, looking down at his aged skin, where fine lines had begun to emerge. Controlling a new beast, though surging with power within him, also increased the burden on his body. Qin Feng could feel that the capacity of his body was nearing its limit. At most, he could control one more beast before reaching the limits of this flesh. However, he did not feel anxious in his heart. The evolution points had all been used up and needed time to accumulate. For him, beasts below the stellar level no longer offered significant help. At this thought, Qin Feng suddenly stirred and remembered something. He reached out with his hand, and a swarm of light spots reappeared before him. He carefully sensed it, but his brows slightly furrowed. He did not detect the aura of Underworld. As his first stellar-level beast, Underworld seemed to have vanished. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled, and he thought of something. Underworld evolved from bones and corpses. As a beast that originated from a professional, he remembered that Yu Changlong had once mentioned, after stepping into the stellar level, he had a way to return to being a professional. Was it possible that after assisting him in escaping into a parallel spacetime, it had detached and become a professional that stepped into the divine path? Chapter 146 City of Holy Light, Ghost Buddha, Kill. Qin Feng raised his head and gently shook it. If so, although he felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart, it was ultimately good for Yu Changlong, so there was no need to dwell on it too much. The feeling of weakness in his body had completely dissipated. He stood up and scanned the surroundings with his eyes. In front of him, different images overlapped and intertwined. Infinite parallel spaces piled up, reflecting scenes from various times. Qin Feng stood still, gently raising his hand to grasp. In an instant, countless parallel spaces converged into a single point, forming a blank area in the void. Qin Feng raised his brow slightly. This blank area seemed empty, but it actually contained infinity. He reached out and touched that area. Immediately, a sphere emitting a faint glow was gripped in his palm. Dirty Holy Light Ball. Type, Item. Usable Level, LV 100. Item description, a token of light from the City of Holy Light, can be used to enter the stellar-level secret realm of the City of Holy Light. The shattering of the original spacetime caused everything in the world to collapse. Only items that reached the divine level could endure, and this dirty holy light ball was one of them. The secret realm of the City of Holy Light was originally just a legendary secret realm, but for some unknown reason, it autonomously evolved, upgrading from legendary to stellar, thus surviving during the world's collapse. Now, having initially grasped the parallel spacetime, though he could not reconstruct the shattered time and space, he possessed the ability to retrieve remnants from the original time and space. Gazing at the holy light sphere before him, Qin Feng slowly tightened his grip. He no longer needed to continue sitting in the celestial scroll in silence, or rather, continuing to sit in silence held little significance. Next, he only needed to wait for the passage of time, allowing his body to deepen its grasp on the parallel time and space, until it fully merged with his body. During this time, he had two places to go. City of Holy Light and Abyss. His beast had reached the stellar level, and to grow again, it must rely on a substantial amount of consumption to complete its rebirth. The stellar secret realm, the city of holy light, was clearly an excellent choice. As for the abyss, Su Fu's appearance made him more cautious. Within the abyss, there might not be a second being of such divine strength. Entering it now was not very appropriate for him. Before Yi Longqiu's arrival, he wanted to complete one more beast's rebirth, just in case. According to Su Fu's words, what he would face next was not just Yi Longqiu, but more importantly, this heavenly court. After coming to this parallel time and space, the information was far too chaotic, and Qin Feng tidied up the fragmented information in his mind bit by bit, trying to clarify his current situation as much as possible. Strictly speaking, besides Yi Longqiu, his current enemies should also include 3 others. The immortal entangled with the first emperor mentioned by Yi Longqiu, and the heavenly court spoken of by Su Fu. Additionally, that eyeball covered in tentacles, which caused the collapse of the original time and space. Based on his judgment, putting aside the immortal and the heavenly court, even that eyeball was at least equivalent to the Black Dragon God, and likely even surpassed it. Given that he currently had only one completed rebirth of the Black Dragon God, it was clearly not enough. At least one more of his beasts needed to complete its divine rebirth. The Qin King should soon step into the second step of the divine path, and facing Yi Longqiu should not be a problem. Thinking of this, Qin Feng gazed at the sphere in his palm, radiating with a shimmering light, and squeezed it tightly. Hiss. Dense white light spread out, forming a milky white portal. However, within this white portal, there was a faint swirling black light, emanating a hint of malice. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly, but he did not hesitate, stepping straight inside. City of Holy Light. Qin Feng felt the wet mud beneath his feet and furrowed his brows to look. On the ground, countless white broken wings stained with blood lay scattered in the dirt. The sky was dim yellow, exuding a feeling of lifelessness. Not far in front of Qin Feng stood a colossal tree reaching to the heavens. This giant tree was immensely large, its roots completely penetrating every corner of this world. But unlike the roots, the branches of the giant tree were full of wounds. Countless holes were everywhere, and black insects crawled through them, constantly gnawing away. And in the center of this tree's branches sat a humanoid being with 12 wings, gazing down at Qin Feng. "Come to my territory, what is your purpose?" Its gaze was quite calm, and the moment its words fell, it leaned forward slightly and sniffed. "Tasteless, even less than my subjects. I am very hungry." It jumped down from the giant tree, revealing 12 wings on its back, also riddled with wounds. The wings unfurled, allowing it to hover before Qin Feng. Its eyes remained calm, revealing no divine light, only one hand reaching out, opening in front of Qin Feng. Splash! Dozens of softly glowing spheres collided in its hands and then rolled onto the ground with a gurgling sound. "Are you willing to help me? I will not eat you, just help me find more food here. I will offer great rewards, great rewards." Saying this, it stretched out its other hand, laying it open in front of Qin Feng. In the palm that resembled a hand and a claw, there lay a pale skeletal corpse, only half a body remaining. It threw the light ball in its hand completely onto the ground, then grasped the only remaining half arm of that skeletal corpse, pulling it forcefully and handing it to Qin Feng. "Eat. I reward you, reward you." Its eyes lacked light, and its tone was somewhat numb, staring directly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng made no movement, staring straight at the skeletal corpse that only had a torso and a head left, his eyelids twitching slightly. At this moment, the skeletal corpse seemed to sense something, the ghostly fire in its eyes flickered lightly, and its head turned. "My master, is it you?" Its voice was very weak, drifting like a gentle wind, soon scattered by the air. Qin Feng did not respond, his pupils shaking. He took a deep breath, calming the agitation within him, then gently closed his eyes and said, "Ghost Buddha. Kill." Chapter 147, Enjoy? Kneel before my master. Boom. In the slightly surprised gaze of the 12-winged angel, a towering Buddhist temple suddenly descended. Hum. In an instant. Deep Buddhist chants resonated from within, and boundless Buddha light surged forth. The angel raised its head, looking at the towering Buddhist temple in front of it, suddenly pausing for a moment, then grinning, revealing sharp, eerie teeth. "Is this the greeting gift you gave me?" The angel's voice was low, casually throwing the skeletal corpse it held onto the ground. Its greedy eyes gazed longingly at the Thunder Sound Temple. "The taste of the divine path, I quite like." It leaned forward, flaring its nostrils. Hearing this, Qin Feng did not answer, the vast Buddha light expanding with even more ferocity, shining upon the angel. A star-level beast that had yet to be reborn, its attack methods were extremely limited. The Thunder Sound Temple was essentially a shell, and the Buddha sound and light were its only means. Under the illumination of the Buddha light, the angel's body began to dissolve, its already wounded wings were substantially melted within moments. But the angel seemed indifferent, landing on the ground, stepping forward, taking strides toward the Thunder Sound Temple. "Be careful, flee." Yu Qinglong's weak voice came intermittently. He wanted to move but found himself completely unable to control his body. He knew well the terror of this angel, it was entirely beyond the capability of a star-level beast that had not yet been reborn to confront. The Buddhist temple before him was exactly the same as when he first entered the star level, becoming a womb of the divine path. And at that time, he had been forcefully torn apart by this angel, his divine womb shredded. Qin Feng heard Yu Changlong's voice but maintained a calm expression, showing little emotion on his face. He had long anticipated this, the star-level beasts that just entered were merely transformed into shells, with no remaining combat ability except for the innate divine light. Though the surging Buddha light caused varying degrees of dissolution in the 12-winged angel's body, it still moved its steps right before him, gazing at the towering Buddhist temple behind him. I will enjoy this. The angel's gaze fell, glancing at Qin Feng, curling the corners of its mouth. In the next moment, its eyes glinted with greed, without hesitation reaching for the Thundersound temple, attempting to tear it open as if it were ripping apart the underworld. However, just as its claws were about to grasp the Thundersound temple, a deep dragon roar rang coldly from behind it. Enjoy? This voice carried a terrifying ferocity. In an instant, the void suddenly twisted and collapsed, as if a piece of spacetime had been swallowed, forming a black hole. In the next moment, a terrifying black dragon claw directly emerged from the black hole. Before the 12-winged angel could react, the black dragon claw gripped its head directly. Then, without the slightest hesitation, the dragon claw pressed its head down forcefully against the ground. Kneel before my master. Boom! With enormous force, the 12-winged angel could not resist at all. The body thunderously knelt before Qin Feng, its head directly plunged into the earth, almost shattering apart. At the same time, the black hole in the sky gradually expanded. A terrifying black dragon, exuding a dreadful dragon might, emerged from within, slowly wrapping around the black hole. Its cold dragon eyes looked down indifferently at the angel below. Chapter 148, Stellar Level, World Mother Tree. Monster. The dragon claws of the dragon god pierced the head of the 12-winged angel into the ground, forcing it to kneel before Qin Feng. The fierce power caused the ground to crack with splitting lines, and cracks also appeared on the 12-winged angel's head. Tear it apart. Qin Feng's gaze was icy, and he ordered without hesitation. Then, he did not even look at the angel on the ground and walked straight towards the bone corpse lying on the earth. Although the angel was strong, it merely slightly surpassed the Thundersound temple, and the strength of the dragon god, who completed the divine rebirth, was enough to eliminate that angel. My lord. Yu Changlong's voice was weak, and the ghostly fire flickering in his eyes seemed ready to extinguish at any moment. Upon reaching the stellar level and understanding the divine realm, he had actually given up on returning to the path of a pro. The appearance of that eye further solidified his thoughts. The 3 steps of the divine path, even if he returned to the path of a pro, the first step of the divine path would probably already be his limit. He had no ability to take another step, only by following Qin Feng could he catch a glimpse of the future. Qin Feng approached and came to a stop, slowly squatting by Yu Changlong's head. He still did not speak, just gently placed his hand on Yu Changlong's scalp. In an instant, traces rapidly appeared on Qin Feng's body. As if an invisible painter was swirling ink and creating. Faint strands of blood began to emerge from his body, he slightly closed his eyes, his expression showing little change. Though his body was nearing its limit, it could still carry a beastman. As time passed, the traces on him gradually became clearer until they finally took shape. The bone corpse on the ground vanished, merging into Qin Feng's body. My lord. Yu Changlong's voice sounded, though still weak, it no longer carried the feeling of running out of oil and burning out. Why are you here? Qin Feng finally inquired. The original time and space collapsed, causing disturbances here. This angel has the ability to infiltrate parallel time and space, he wants to use the connection of that secret realm key to enter a new time and space. Once he steps in, he would pose a great threat to the new time and space. I originally intended to try to suppress him here, but I failed. In the end, I relied on communicating with the beastmen in the ancient ruins of life, allowing the mother tree to swallow all beastmen and devour half of my divine shell, barely locking down this space. His words were calm, but there was a faint hint of sorrow. The ancient ruins of life were filled with his once beastmen, coexisting for thousands of years, but in the end, he personally sent them to their graves, leaving only the mother tree remaining. But at that time, he had already been torn apart by the 12-winged angel, his divine shell shattered, leaving him no other choice. The angel had devoured nearly half of his divine shell, he could only feed all beastmen to the mother tree and let it consume the remaining of his divine shell to temporarily lock this space and delay time. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the giant tree, information appearing before his eyes. World Mother Tree. Rank, Stellar Level. Combat Power, Max. Though both at the stellar level, Qin Feng could sense that the World Mother Tree before him was weaker than the Thundersound Temple. After all, it merely devoured half of the divine shell and barely reached the stellar level, the difference in strength was reasonable. But even so, merely locking down this space and delaying time could still be achieved. The roots and stems of the World Mother Tree almost covered every corner of this space. If it weren't for the World Mother Tree being somewhat familiar with his presence, it would have been difficult for him to enter this place at all. However, the World Mother Tree could not hold on much longer. Its trunk was riddled with wounds, and it was close to collapse. My lord, there is one more thing, that angel has actually already died. What truly controls it is a demon worm inside its body. Yu Changlong's voice echoed again. Demon worm? Qin Feng's gaze swept over the trunk of the World Mother Tree, on the worm that was constantly burrowing in and out. Then he slowly turned his head to look at the 12-winged angel, whose body had been ruthlessly torn apart by the black dragon god's claws. At this moment, the 12 wings of the angel had completely vanished, and its body was covered with several large gashes. In those gashes, no blood spilled forth. Instead, large masses of writhing white worms were exposed. As the angel completely lost its movement, the many white worms collectively stopped writhing, then simultaneously lifted their upper halves, looking at the black dragon god. Chapter 149, Now. I demand you to receive the decree. Not only the white worms inside the 12-winged angel's body, but even the countless white worms on the trunk of the World Mother Tree also lifted their upper halves, collectively staring at the black dragon god. In an instant, an unspeakable sense of terror pervaded the air, and the world seemed to dim suddenly. Qin Feng's eyes shifted slightly as he murmured, Demon worm? Exactly, it has parasitized the angel, devouring its flesh and blood, and then controlled it to consume all living beings in this world. Moreover, this demon worm very likely has the ability to forcibly elevate the power of its host. This angel should not originally possess the divine level of power. Yu Changlong's voice rang out. So, you mean, the one that truly wants to leave is this demon worm? A worm with parasitic abilities? Qin Feng's voice was calm, as if he realized something. He looked at the cracks on the 12-winged angel's body and stepped closer. Standing beside the 12-winged angel's body, he focused on a worm entwined with black patterns among the crowd of white worms. That worm bent its body slightly as if terrified, a faint aura of danger radiating from it. But Qin Feng showed no concern. He slowly squatted down, gazing at this worm. Let's make a deal, shall we? He spoke softly, his eyes calm. I will take you out, I will give you a new host. Starry sky great wall. Dark chains tightened in the void. The Qin king stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the man seated on the throne, clad in a dark golden robe. Behind him, countless dark blue, fierce-looking otherworldly beings filled the starry sky. Divine path, second step? The man in the dark golden robe, Yi Longqiu, looked slightly taken aback as he sensed the divine aura from the Qin king, seeming a bit surprised. In just a few days, you have really stepped into the second step? His voice carried a hint of astonishment, but no fear. What a pity, what a pity. Whether it's the first step of the divine path or the second step, they have now lost much significance. Even if you reach the third step of the divine path, it will be in vain. Yi Longqiu shook his head. The immortal can restart, and everything will begin anew. And before that, the immortal will personally eliminate that variable. An existence that does not belong to this world has disturbed the immortal's slumber. To make the immortal act personally, he can now rest. Yi Longqiu's gaze swept over, and he stood up. In the eyes of the immortal, everything is just a game, we are all playthings. And before the world resets, let us have a good play first. As the words fell, the dark golden robe of Yi Longqiu swirled, taking a step forward. Kill. With this final command, countless dark blue otherworldly beings in the starry sky surged forward like a waterfall. Falling from the boundless might of the starry sky, charging toward the starry great wall. Boom! Wave after wave, surge after surge. The black dragon robe on the great Qin king swayed violently. He raised his head, his gaze piercing into the depths of the starry sky. Seconds later, until the cracks on the starry great wall had spread everywhere, he finally withdrew his gaze. Countless streams of black energy began to rush back madly, gathering toward his body. The path of the Emperor God was propelled to its limit, and at this moment, all beings within Great Qin became ordinary, their power completely drawn out. When the figure in the dark gold robe approached, a faint arrogance appeared in the Great Qin king's eyes. In the next moment, he slowly raised his palm and suddenly clenched tightly in the void. In an instant, the figure in the dark gold robe came to a halt, as if being gripped by an invisible giant hand. Even if this is a game, in this moment, I will protect the people of Great Qin for a moment. I once said, the second step of the divine path requires you to fill my 5 organs. Now, I want you to obey this command. Chapter 150, No need for a proper name, I just want this blood to burn again. The Great Qin king's words were cold, with a clear trace of anger. As his voice fell, his hand suddenly tightened, as if wanting to completely crush the figure in the dark gold robe. The dark gold robe around Yi Longqiu pressed tightly against him, strands of black energy continuously leaking out, flowing toward the Great Qin king. However, his expression did not change at all, merely raising his eyelids slightly. In an instant, the starry sky transformed into a dark swamp, a black curtain covering the heavens. At the same time, everything around began to disappear until only the great Qin King and Yi Longqiu remained. Montian method? The great Qin King's gaze changed slightly. Yi Longqiu shook his head, and with a gentle movement, easily broke free from the great Qin King's grip. He sighed, his expression slowly becoming serious. Montian method is too minor, what I employ is a false heaven. Great Qin King, you should know, I am indeed a being who existed 10,000 years before you, even stepping into the divine path earlier than the first emperor. Though I am not as graceful as the first emperor, wanting to fully establish the immortal Qin and rule this sky. But I also possess my own pride, this false heaven is my trump card. After I stepped into the divine path, I realized that the rules of this world had changed. That immortal was merely a wild beast that accidentally took the third step on the divine path and entered the immortal position. But in the end, it is the only one, it fears being replaced, so it changed the rules. From then on, to elevate the realm of the divine path, there is only one method: devour the power of others to strengthen oneself. And it established the heavenly court, raising divine path beasts and consuming those who enter the divine path. I initially thought I only needed to maneuver between the first emperor and the immortal, waiting for the first emperor to truly reign over the sky to use the false heaven to vie for an immortal position. At this point, Yi Longqiu raised his head to look at the sky covered by the black curtain and continued. But unexpectedly, that immortal sensed a crisis and planned to upend the table. Even if it is an immortal, it remains under the Tao. Once the world resets, it too must reset, retaining only a portion of its power but extremely weak, and it may not be able to reach the immortal position again. A beast is still a beast, even upon reaching the immortal position, it is timid as a mouse, not daring to confront the first emperor head-on. A trace of disdain flashed in Yi Longqiu's eyes. Although he said this, he also understood that for that immortal, this was the method with the highest odds of success. It initially did not pay attention to the first emperor and did not anticipate the terrifying speed of the first emperor's growth. By the time it began to pay attention, the first emperor had already laid the foundation for immortal Qin, and it lost its certainty of a total victory. Therefore, before the first emperor completely threatened its immortal position, it ultimately did not want to take a gamble. But now, the appearance of that divine being leaves it with no other choice. Once the four pillars of the immortal Qin are gathered, and the first emperor begins his bid for the heavens, the chance of failure will be extremely high. And to reboot the world, even it must be rebooted. Yet, there remains a possibility to retain some strength and reclaim its celestial position. The prerequisite for all this is to first eliminate that outsider. He comes from another world, and even the immortals cannot see him clearly, he is an unknown variable. Thus, it must be eradicated to prevent, after the reboot, that outsider from aiding the first emperor in completing the final pillar of the immortal Qin. The king of Qin listened quietly, and his expression changed slightly. He felt Yi Longqiu's aura sharply rising, reaching the pinnacle of divine path before finally stopping. The third step of the divine path, so you've been hiding your true strength? Yi Longqiu shrugged. I originally wanted to hide until the battle between the first emperor and the immortals allowed me to benefit as a fisherman, using false genius to grasp a piece of true heaven. But unfortunately, that is no longer possible. The first emperor's power now surpasses mine, and after the reboot, he will step into the divine path before I do. I will inevitably lack the ability to fight for a piece of heaven. But I am human after all, and I am unwilling to see a wild beast completely seize dominion over the heavens in the future. So, I want to use this last card to try to conceal that variable. This false heaven is built with my entire divine power, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. As he spoke, Yi Longqiu suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Is he coming? The king of Qin turned to look, and he saw a figure walking towards them. It was Qin Feng. He sighed softly, saying nothing. With the immortal sky scroll in hand, and having initially grasped parallel timelines, Qin Feng could easily sense the changes in the great Qin. His arrival was expected. Even though he had informed Qin Feng through the divine path of the intention of the immortal to eliminate him, he still came. However, hiding was pointless, it would not block the gaze of the immortal. The only hope lies in this false heaven, which might shield them from the immortal's scrutiny. Qin Feng looked around with curiosity in his eyes. After leaving the city of sacred light and arriving at the starry sky, he was immediately drawn into this place. The starry sky vanished, and everything around was enveloped in darkness, as if he had stepped into another world. He took a step forward, looking at the two before him, and suddenly halted. He saw the sky, covered by darkness, suddenly torn open, revealing the boundless starry sky once more. In that torn opening, a crimson eyeball slowly poked in, and around the edge of that eye, countless scarlet tentacles waved gently. You dare to betray this immortal? A deep voice echoed. At the same time, one by one, crimson eyeballs began to open in the starry sky. Soon, the entire starry sky was completely covered with those crimson eyeballs, densely packed, boundless and endless. Yi Longqiu's expression changed drastically, his body instantly tensed. The false heaven he had prepared was torn apart without even a moment's concealment. He looked at the sky before him, the corners of his mouth twitching, opening his mouth but uttering no words. Yes, the false heaven is ultimately a false heaven. How naive to think it could hide from the immortal. How foolish. He listened to that voice, his hands dropping, fingers trembling slightly. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled, "Heavy tray?" He raised his head, a glimmer of fierce intent suddenly surfacing in his eyes, staring at the infinite eyeballs in the starry sky, a sense of pride sweeping through him. I never belonged to any side, how could there be talk of betrayal? Waiting in hiding for tens of thousands of years, my pride has been worn down. After all this time, I still couldn't wait for the opportunity to benefit as a fisherman. Too boring, too dull. Yi Longqiu scoffed and shook his head, taking a step, stepping into the void, and ascending step by step towards the heavens. No need for a name, I just want to try the power of immortals, to let this blood ignite once more, not to disappoint the title of genius that I once held. His gaze was filled with pride, and the blood in his veins boiled, until his momentum reached its peak. The starry sky beneath him suddenly shattered, and a dark golden robe swept wildly, carrying a fierce killing intent, abruptly rushing toward the heavens. Chapter 151, Collapse. Restart. Yi Longqiu's figure ascended to the heavens, and in an instant, the torn false sky reappeared. A layer of darkness rapidly spread out from him in all directions, enveloping the starry sky. Bewitch the immortals. He suddenly murmured to himself. In the next moment, within that darkness, one eyeball after another, identical to those in the starry sky, continuously emerged, all opening their eyes to look at the eyeballs in the starry sky. The ability of the god-bewitching path, duplication. However, at the moment when the replicated eyeballs opened, the eyeballs in the starry sky also looked back simultaneously. The immortal did not respond with a single word, showing no regard for Yi Longqiu's actions. Hiss. In just a moment of observation, the countless false eyes within the dark curtain directly collapsed, dissipating into red mist. But at this moment, the figure of Yi Longqiu soaring into the sky had already drawn close to a scarlet eyeball. He grinned, arms wide open, suddenly embracing that eyeball. 3 seconds. I only live for 3 seconds. But before I die, if I can injure the immortal, it will be worth it. As his words fell, the power of the third step of the god path ignited completely, his body enveloped by golden flames, while his arms exerted tremendous force. The power at the peak of the god path was burned to the extreme, and his body began to turn to ashes from his feet. In a mere 3 seconds, he would be entirely consumed. But at the same time, he gained a strength that brought him infinitely close to the power of the immortals. Boom! Under that force, an eyeball directly disintegrated into blood mist, splattering all over his face. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Yi Longqiu's body had been nearly burned away, leaving only his head, but his eyes sparkled with divine light, laughing wildly until his head was completely consumed, his breath disappearing entirely. On the other side, the destruction of an eyeball did not move the immortal in the slightest. It did not even spare Yi Longqiu another glance with its other eyes, all its attention focused on Qin Feng and the great Qin King. Under the gaze of countless eyes, not only Qin Feng, but even the great Qin King couldn't move, their bodies slowly disintegrating. A hint of terror surged in Qin Feng's eyes, his body began to vanish, disintegrating until it turned completely into nothingness. The starry sky fell into silence. The countless eyeballs in the starry sky paused for a moment, then all closed, transforming into blood-red spheres, then suddenly twisted, entangling toward the center. In an instant, blood gathered, and in no time, a massive scarlet eye was formed in the starry sky. This scarlet eye sliced through the boundless starry sky, seemingly endless, enormous beyond measure. Then, this eye suddenly widened, dense red light flooding over the entire starry sky. The myriad stars withered, and the restart began. Hey, Qin Feng, what are you thinking about? In the classroom, by the window. A girl with a ponytail poked the shoulder of the boy beside her, who was staring out the window in a daze, and asked. Graduation is approaching, they all say graduation means unemployment, have you found a job after graduation? Qin Feng, who was gazing out the window, turned his head back with a smile at the girl. I found it, I'm planning to travel to another world. But... The girl couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, really? Then you must take me with you, I want to travel too, I don't want to be a cow or horse for a lifetime after graduation. Sure. Qin Feng readily agreed, still smiling. He. When are we going? I can't wait. The girl said with a beaming smile, looking at Qin Feng. When is it? Qin Feng glanced at the sky outside the window, the originally clear and bright weather had unknowingly begun to gather dark clouds. Then let's do it now. As he spoke, he stood up. Now. The girl was momentarily stunned, about to say something, but suddenly froze. At that moment, in the sky, dark clouds thick as ink rolled in, and amidst the rumbling thunder, a terrifying black dragon head slowly emerged. My lord! From the black clouds, a massive dragon body moved, and the black dragon came directly to the front of the teaching building, extending its head forward. All the students and teachers in the classroom were frightened and stunned, staring blankly at everything before them, bodies trembling. Only Qin Feng smiled, reaching out to take the girl's hand.